Super Devouring System Chapter 2829 to Chapter 2912. 2417, another exploration of the City of Nine Secrets. For the past 3 days, Xian had been in his chambers the entire time. In the outside world, the people of the 9 directions 60,000 realms were silently waiting for Xian to leave. After all, the Kunlun Divine Region had won the War of Overgods this time, and the Divine Master had also bestowed countless rewards. Under Xian's leadership, the Kunlun Divine Region had achieved outstanding military merits. Even though the people of the 9 directions 60,000 realms were able to obtain their own rewards due to the military merit system, they still hoped to see Xian. Seeing their esteemed Lord Regional Governor. Everyone raised their heads in anticipation as they silently looked at the tightly shut doors of the palace. They all knew that it was their Lord Regional Governor's wise leadership that allowed them to obtain such generous rewards in this war. It could be said that their harvest this time was so generous that even those ancient great forces would not be able to find a second time. Thus, the people of the 9 directions 60,000 realms were waiting for their Lord Regional Governor to appear. "Look, the doors of the palace are open." It was unknown who shouted, but in an instant, countless people in the sky and on the ground quietly looked at the entrance of the palace. A moment later, a youth slowly walked out. One step at a time, however, every step seemed to be able to leave a footprint in everyone's hearts. No matter what your cultivation level was, no matter what your background was, at this moment, when you saw that youth, there was only one action. That was to kneel down and worship. Xian walked out of the palace. However, as soon as he came out, he saw countless people kneeling in front of him. They were so densely packed that they covered the sky. There were probably more than 10 billion people. These people had all rushed over from the 9 directions 60,000 realms. Some of them had participated in this war, while others hadn't. However, regardless of whether they had participated in this war between the overgods or not, they could only worship Xian. "Greetings, Lord Regional Governor." A voice shook the entire space. It was the simultaneous shouts of 10 billion people. That was the sincere worship of 10 billion people. Row after row, 10 billion people lined up in a neat square formation, starting from the ground and reaching all the way to the clouds. Xian raised his brows slightly. He hadn't expected that there would be so many people waiting for him when he walked out. "Get up." Xian casually waved his hand, indicating for everyone to rise. "Thank you, Lord Regional Governor." 10 billion people stood up at the same time. However, it was just a small action, but it was able to cause spatial fluctuations, and even a whirlwind directly swept out from this place. These were 10 billion people, and there was no lack of experts among them. The power of 10 billion gods, how could it be that simple? Xian knew why these people had come, but he didn't pay too much attention to them. Whether it was the regional governor or the law enforcer, Xian didn't care too much about it. Especially now that the war between the overgods had ended. In fact, Xian had already made a new decision. Xian wouldn't be blinded by glory and wealth, nor would he be blinded by the reverence of these billions of people. After all, Xian still had his own matters to take care of. After Xian completed the overgod battlefield, the 9 directions 60,000 realms were actually already prepared to leave. Xian looked around and smiled as he looked at the excited people. "I know what everyone is here to do, but I don't like such formalities. Disperse and cultivate well. As long as you work hard, I will naturally see it in my eyes and will naturally reward you." Xian's words were extremely calm. He didn't make any passionate speeches, and he didn't even say a single word to Xian. However, it was precisely these calm words that were truly convincing. They were all gods, and they all wanted to become stronger. Thus, there weren't many words, and Xian's words were the truth. "Cultivate well. What should be yours will be given to you." This was Xian's promise, and it was also Xian's encouragement. It was just such a calm sentence, but it was enough to make the experts of the 9 directions 60,000 realms understand Xian's intentions. This was also the result they wanted. "Disperse." Xian waved his hand again, ending the meeting. This was the first time Xian had faced his own people as the provincial governor of the 9 directions 60,000 realms. It was obvious that the effect was extremely good. After receiving Xian's order, streaks of light appeared like a meteor shower. Those were countless experts leaving this place. Only after everyone had left did Yixian walk forward with a smile. There were many things that were still waiting for Yixian to do. However, right now, Yixian was going to the Nine Secret City once again. Most of the strength of the organization had been wiped out, but there was still one place that needed to be dealt with, and that was the fragment of the headquarters of the ancient organization that had been destroyed in the Middle Ages. Of course, with Yixian's current strength, he probably didn't even have a way to enter. After all, that place was protected by the laws of primal chaos. However, just because Yixian couldn't enter now didn't mean that he'd forgotten where it was. Yixian was waiting for an opportunity, or perhaps it could be said that it was a fortuitous encounter. The God Realm was so big that even a treasure like the seed of the Law Tree could be used. Then, it wouldn't be strange for a treasure to appear that could break through the seal of the laws of primal chaos and enter that space. Of course, being able to enter that place and eliminating the members of the ancient organization were two different things. Yixian was very clear about this in his heart, so this time, he didn't go to explore the first secret realm that he already knew what was contained within. It was the second one, because Yixian was constantly fighting in the 9 secret realms, he didn't have the time to deal with them. Right now, Yixian had a lot of time to explore them one by one. The last time he obtained several Dharma idols, they were all fused into the bloodline of the 10,000 sovereigns. This was Yixian's confidence. This time, Yixian didn't bring anyone with him as he walked towards the second secret realm by himself. The second secret realm was different from the first secret realm. At the very least, the first secret realm had some things from Taisua. However, the second secret realm, or more accurately, the remaining 8 great death realms, actually had no clues. It wasn't that no one had entered before, but they all died. Yixian didn't have much confidence. It could be said that entering the second secret realm was a decision he made after thinking for a long time. This was because in the second secret realm, it was the only secret realm that someone had come out alive. Even though the people who came out seemed to have suffered some kind of great shock, they were basically either crazy or stupid. Yixian wasn't completely confident that he'd be able to enter the second secret realm with his first-grade divine king cultivation, but that didn't mean that he'd give up. The second secret realm could it be that Yixian's goal was to sit at home and peacefully be his provincial governor? No, what Yixian pursued was great power, because Yixian still had things he wanted to do. For example, find Luoluo. However, after entering the God Realm for so long, other than knowing that Luoluo was in the demon god's domain, Yixian didn't have any other clues. After living a peaceful and stable life for too long, Yixian knew that he couldn't continue like this. If he wanted to obtain strength, he could only fight for it himself. The War of the Gods domain was indeed a place that could quickly increase one's strength. However, the War of the Gods domain was something that only happened once in hundreds of thousands of years. Could it be that Yixian was still sitting here and waiting for hundreds of thousands of years? Step by step, Yixian directly stepped into the second secret realm. At the beginning, there wasn't anything worth paying attention to in the second secret realm. It was different from the other secret realms. After entering the second secret realm, Yixian seemed to have entered a dark cave. It was dark and quiet. Other than Yixian's footsteps, there didn't seem to be anything else here. However, there was something strange that caused Yixian to be on guard. That was, in this place, Yixian's spiritual will was restricted by a mysterious power. It could be said that Yixian's divine will could only detect the wall, but it couldn't penetrate it at all. The most important thing was that he didn't even know what that wall was. The other thing was the pressure. Within the cave, with every step Yixian took, the pressure would increase by a bit. This feeling was as if the second secret realm was simply a place that didn't want to be disturbed by others. Therefore, it used pressure to try to force people to leave. However, was that really the case? Was this place that was called the Realm of Death really that simple? He just wanted to rely on pressure to force Yixian back? Yixian walked forward step by step. At this moment, faint beads of sweat had already appeared on his forehead. This was because the pressure in the second secret realm was simply too strong. This feeling of constantly increasing pressure was truly unbearable. It wasn't the pressure itself, but the boundless feeling. Even Yixian couldn't help but want to turn around and return. It was as if a voice was constantly hinting in Yi Xian's ear. Go back. As long as he turned his head back, he would no longer have to endure such a powerful pressure. In fact, Yi Xian had indeed twisted his body. When he no longer headed towards the second secret realm, it was as if all the pressure had disappeared in an instant. That feeling was truly comfortable. However, Yi Xian was Yi Xian. No matter what kind of obstacles there were in the second secret realm, since Yi Xian had already decided to enter, then he wouldn't give up. I want to see just what kind of secrets are hidden inside. Yi Xian bit his lip as he muttered to himself. In an instant, this sentence seemed to be spread out infinitely. It echoed in the cave time and time again. The sound echoed again and again, getting smaller and smaller. Anyone with a bit of common sense would know that this meant that there was still an endless distance in front of the cave. Yi Xian frowned slightly, but he wasn't afraid as he continued to take a step forward. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. A powerful pressure instantly descended onto Yi Xian's body. As he moved further and further away, the pressure on Yi Xian's body grew stronger and stronger. Fortunately, the pressure here did not contain any killing intent. It was just pure pressure. Otherwise, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, how could things be that simple? Yi Xian took another step forward. In an instant, an incomparably violent killing intent exploded out. The killing intent was wrapped within the pressure, and in that instant, countless illusions actually appeared in front of Yi Xian. They were all people that Yi Xian had once killed, headless enemies, broken enemies, split in half, and even enemies that had already become minced meat. Countless voices sounded out beside Yi Xian. Return my life, you deserve to die, we're so lonely, come and accompany us. Countless voices exploded in an instant, accompanied by an incomparably powerful killing intent. It could be said that Yi Xian's entire body was drenched in cold sweat in an instant. Ding, the host has been affected by the illusion, it is being automatically removed. Ding, the illusion has been cleared. Illusion, it was actually just an illusion. At this moment, Yi Xian's entire body was drenched in sweat. Although it was only in the blink of an eye, Yi Xian truly felt what fear was. Originally, other than these voices, these illusions, and the powerful pressure and killing intent, this place could actually expand the fear of the person who entered. Yi Xian finally understood why someone was able to successfully walk out of this place. Moreover, once they left, they would either go crazy or become stupid. He had been scared out of his wits on this road. Even Yi Xian, with his powerful mind and the protection of the system, almost fell for it, let alone the others. This wasn't a matter of realm or cultivation at all. On this path, what those who entered needed to defeat the most was not some pressure or killing intent illusion, but rather, what they needed to defeat was themselves, their own inner demons. Which expert didn't kill people, no matter what was right or wrong, it was inevitable that a shadow would be left in their hearts. Normally, these shadows wouldn't have the slightest effect on him. In fact, like Yi Xian, he never felt that he'd killed any innocent people. However, in the cave of the second secret realm, there was a strange power that would constantly affect the judgment of those who entered. When the person who entered was completely focused on resisting the pressure, a powerful killing intent and illusion suddenly exploded out. It was likely that not many people would be able to withstand it. There was only one consequence of not being able to see through it, and that was to be infected by those negative emotions, or even to the point of occupying one's divine sense. Not to mention occupying one's divine sense, even if it was only a little bit, it would still be expanded time and time again because of the uniqueness of this place. The final result was to be devoured by negative emotions. This place could infinitely magnify the inner demons in one's heart. The first test of the second secret realm was the test of one's own inner demons. If one wanted to pass, then one either had an incomparably strong mind or had never done anything with a clear conscience. That sudden explosion was enough to cause anyone who entered the 9th floor and above to be directly washed out, regardless of their cultivation. Fortunately, the system prompted him to come into contact with the illusion. Otherwise, Yi Xian would have died here as well. Yi Xian frowned. However, he didn't hesitate at all and continued walking forward. 2419. The test the first time was someone Yi Xian killed. The second time was someone by Yi Xian's side who died in vain. The third time was someone Yi Xian was familiar with. Fortunately, no matter who they were, as long as they were illusions, the system would immediately come into contact with them. This place is very interesting. The first time, it scared you to death. The second time, it made you feel guilty to death. The third time, it made you fall into the sorrow of longing. It seems like this second secret realm was built by someone and not formed naturally. Xian said indifferently with a smile on his face. It seemed that he'd already grasped some special changes in the second secret realm. Continue forward. Once Xian figured this out, his mood naturally became much more relaxed. It was unknown if it was because Xian had already comprehended it or if there weren't any obstructions to begin with. In short, Xian's progress was exceptionally smooth. Until Xian saw a ray of light. That ray of light represented the exit. Xian turned around and looked at the dark cave. He sighed with emotion in his heart. In fact, this kind of test was truly difficult. Compared to fighting and killing, this kind of existence that induced one's own negative emotions was more of a threat to those who entered. After all, this test required those who entered to defeat their own inner demons. In fact, it even strengthened the inner demons by several times. Xian walked out of the cave with a step, only to discover that the flash behind him suddenly flickered and then disappeared. In front of Xian, there were dozens of circular platforms. There was no introduction, but the layout of the platforms was almost exactly the same. On the left side, there were either magic treasures, formations, restrictions, divine talismans, puppet beasts, and so on. However, on the right side, there were piles of materials and tools needed for refining. This was actually the second stage of the test. Xian was extremely astonished. It had to be known that this was the first time Xian had encountered such a test. The most important thing was that it was so comprehensive. This second stage was simply to test the profession of the person who entered. If he wanted to enter the next platform, he would have to refine the items on the platform he was standing on. The corner of Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Xian really didn't have anything to worry about regarding his secondary profession. After all, in reality, his secondary profession could be considered very comprehensive. Even if he didn't understand much, there was still the system. Xian stood on the first platform. On top of it was a pill, and the refining materials were all prepared. 2 chances. Xian had 2 chances to refine that pill. What would the result be if he failed? Xian didn't even consider it because he knew that he would definitely pass. In fact, in Xian's heart, this was no different from giving away treasures. This was because no matter what Xian refined, with the help of the system, he would succeed in one go. As for the remaining materials, wouldn't that mean that Xian would have all of them? There were no rules here, saying that the remaining materials could not be taken away. Azure Sky Pill? Trash pills. Xian casually glanced at the pill and casually waved his hand. Countless materials were quickly processed by him at the same time. In the blink of an eye, he had already successfully passed. On the second platform, Xian was still too lazy to take another look at refining a divine armament. This was because it was too simple. One platform after another was continuously broken by Xian, but as he walked forward, the requirements became higher and higher. However, this was all within Xian's expectations. It would be strange if all the platform's tests were of the same level. Until the last platform. At this moment, when Xian stood on the last platform, he couldn't help but smile. This test was really interesting, because there was actually nothing on the last platform. All there was an altar. The meaning of this test couldn't be more obvious. He was going to take out the resources he had accumulated from the previous platforms and then refine something of the highest quality. If he passed, then he would pass. If he didn't, then he would stay. Xian couldn't help but think that if there really was a genius that passed through these platforms, but didn't have the ability or didn't care about those materials, then what kind of expression would they have when they reached the last platform? The person who designed this second stage of the test really knew how to scheme. Of course, all of this was impossible for Xian. With a thought, Xian directly had the system choose the method to refine the highest quality magic treasure at the lowest price. This was a divine talisman, an ancient divine talisman. To be precise, it was one of the 10 great ancient ancestral talismans of the divine talisman race. The reason he chose this divine talisman was very simple. It was because his quality was already qualified, and the materials he needed were the least. Xian spent 4 hours. With the help of the system, he finally refined the divine talisman and placed it on the altar. The only thing left to do was to wait. Whether or not he could pass the test, he could only wait. Of course, Xian also had a worry in his heart. He was worried that there was no longer anyone in charge of this place. If that was the case, then no matter what kind of powerful thing Xian refined, he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Fortunately, the appearance of a ray of light dispelled Xian's doubts. This light constantly twisted and turned in the sky, making it impossible for people to know where its source was. However, it gave Xian the feeling that the light seemed to be a formation. The light shone on the divine talisman that Xian had refined, as if it was analyzing it. A moment later, a medallion suddenly appeared in front of Xian. However, when Xian saw the words on the medallion, he was slightly astonished. Proof of identity of a low-level trial taker. It was only a few short words. What Xian cared about wasn't the sudden appearance of the medallion, but the 3 words low-level trial taker on it. One had to know that there were probably not many people in the entire God realm who could refine the 10 great ancient divine talismans of the divine talisman race. Even the divine talisman race themselves might not be able to refine them. However, Xian had only obtained the identity of a beginner trial taker by using this item to pass the test. Then, what did a high-level trial taker need in order to pass? At this moment, Xian instantly understood the era that the second secret realm was originally in. It was likely that Xian had unintentionally entered an ancient secret realm. This was an ancient secret realm, a legendary existence. Not to mention Xian, even the Kunlun Divine Domain's Divine Master, Miyu, didn't know if they had the fortune to enter an ancient secret realm. Who would have thought that this time, Xian would actually enter an ancient secret realm, although Xian didn't have enough reason to prove his guess. Overlapping coexisting space at the same time that Xian was overjoyed, he was also quite worried. The power of the ancient era was simply too powerful. It was an era that belonged to legends. At that time, there were countless experts. Then, was it a blessing or a curse for Xian to enter the ancient era's test? However, whether it was a blessing or a curse, he couldn't avoid it. Now that Xian had already reached this step, there was no room for maneuver. Other than bracing himself and continuing on, he had no other choice. After all, the path he came from had already disappeared. The only choice left for Xian was to advance. Suddenly, a ray of light suddenly focused on Xian's body. Before Xian could even react, he discovered that he was being forcefully teleported. It was different from the teleportation array. After all, the teleportation array allowed one to choose their own target and then teleport. As for the teleportation of this light, it was a mysterious force that enveloped Xian, as if it wanted to bring him somewhere. Xian didn't know where he was going to bring Xian, but he knew that it was best not to try to defend against it. Since he already understood that the second secret realm was a trial ground, then why would Xian need to defend against it? Very quickly, Xian appeared in front of a palace. And this was the 3rd stage. Xian carefully observed the palace in front of him. The style of this palace was clearly different from any of the buildings Xian had seen in the God realm. This was a palace that was built towards the ground. It was as if a huge hole had been dug out and then built layer by layer. However, the key point was that there was an independent floating space on each level. Once Xian entered a certain level, he would actually be in a floating space that was like a floating island. Xian could clearly see the entrance to the next level. If he didn't use his spiritual will, then Xian would really be walking down the stairs step by step. However, once his spiritual will was released, what Xian saw through it was a huge continent. On these continents, there were birds and beasts, as well as countless buildings. Overlapping space, moreover, unlike other overlapping spaces, this overlapping space was also a coexisting space. If Xian wanted to go to any space, he didn't need to make any unnecessary movements. He only needed to switch the way he saw it. Looking with one's eyes and looking with one's spiritual will were 2 completely different concepts. What if I don't use my eyes, and I don't use my spiritual will? Suddenly, Xian thought of this possibility. Thus, he closed his eyes and closed his spiritual will, hoping to use his own body to feel it. Xian's body suddenly stiffened, Sure enough, it was another overlapped space. Once he didn't use his eyes or spiritual will to look, Yixian's body seemed to be in a cage that was sealed on all sides. No matter which direction Yixian went in, he would only be able to take 3 steps at most before hitting a wall. Just how many layers are there in this overlapping space? Yixian was overwhelmed with shock. At the same time, he was incomparably puzzled. Whether it was an overlapping space or a coexisting space, it was already very young. However, Yixian had never seen an overlapping space before. Wait a minute, if the time is different, will there be a change? Yixian couldn't help but think. Yixian didn't comprehend the laws of time, but that didn't mean that the system couldn't do it. After paying a certain price, Yixian gave himself the chance to use the laws of time for 1 second. In the next second, Yixian only allowed himself to use the laws of time to enter the next second. Sure enough, Yixian's expression changed drastically because he discovered that once he used the power of the laws of time, the overlapping space would also change at the same time. In other words, this place was simply a mysterious existence with countless overlapping spaces and coexisting spaces. Yixian had enough reason to believe that such a method had long since been lost in the God realm. To be able to possess such a method, then it could only be from the ancient times. Moreover, it was an expert from the ancient times. Just what kind of place had Yixian entered? Just what kind of unknown awaited him? At this moment, even Yixian didn't have the slightest bit of confidence. He was even considering whether or not he should continue forward. However, even if Yixian regretted it, he didn't have the chance because all paths of retreat had already been sealed. Yixian only had one choice: to continue forward. Yixian didn't know what was waiting for him in front of him. However, the only thing he was sure of was that if it was a fortuitous encounter, it would definitely be a great one. Of course, if it was dangerous, it would definitely be a great crisis. This was because this place was simply too special. Yixian originally thought that there would be some sort of test in the 3rd stage, so he carefully advanced. It could be said that he was thinking about every step he took. However, Yixian never imagined that there wouldn't be any tests in the 3rd stage. Yixian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In this stage, there really was a corridor. It wasn't until Yixian arrived at the bottom level that he realized this. At this moment, when Yixian stood on the lowest level of the platform, he revealed a helpless expression. It was just a corridor. Why did it have to be so miraculous, causing Yixian to be extremely careful and on edge? At this moment, there were 2 doors in front of Yixian. However, what surprised Yixian was that these 2 doors weren't the doors that people usually saw, but the gate of law. This door was completely constructed from the laws. If Yixian didn't already know about the uniqueness of this place, he might even suspect that it was formed naturally. It could be said that the form of this door was no different from an ordinary door. However, there was a huge difference in appearance. From time to time, there would be flashes of light above the door. That light was the light of law. Yixian could clearly see the light of law, and he could also clearly feel the power of law within the light. However, Yixian fell into deep thought as to how to open the gate of law. The 2 gates of law had different powers of law. Moreover, one had to think about which door to enter. System, detect what the power of law is in those 2 doors. Yixian said to the system. If he wanted to make a choice, then he had to first understand what law it was. Ding. System notification: the law gate on the left is the law of life, healing, and recovery. Ding. System notification: the law gate on the right is the law of darkness, and abyss. Yixian frowned slightly. Each door had the power of 3 laws. However, it was obvious that these 3 laws had a certain degree of coherence and were opposed to each other. Ancient ruined Yixian didn't hesitate much and directly chose the door on the left. It could be said that if one chose the door on the right, they would possess the power of the laws of darkness, and the abyss. In that case, they would possess an extremely powerful concealment ability and a certain amount of combat strength. As for the law gate on the left, it had a strong ability to continue fighting. Yixian didn't know if walking into the law gate meant that he would be able to possess such a power of law. However, as long as there was a slight possibility, Yixian would choose it. When he arrived at the door, Yixian was somewhat worried. He didn't know how to push open the door. It was impossible to directly walk in, and it was also impossible to push or pull. Then what should he do? After pondering for a moment, he realized that he had no clue. Xian didn't care about it and directly extended his hand. In just an instant, Xian clearly felt the powerful power of the laws. It felt as though the power of 3 types of laws was entwined in his hand. Xian didn't grasp any of these laws. At this moment, Xian didn't use any of them. Instead, he started to comprehend them with his heart. Ding! System notification, congratulations to host for comprehending the law of life. Ding! System notification, congratulations to host for comprehending the law of healing. Ding! System notification, congratulations to host for comprehending the law of recovery. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. For 3 months, Xian remained motionless in that position. But along with the system's notification, Xian woke up. At this moment, Xian was rather excited. After all, it was difficult for him to not be excited after comprehending 3 types of law energy at once. One had to know that in the outside world, not to mention 3 types of law energy, even if it was just one type of law energy, and it was just a chance to comprehend it, it would still cause a battle. But at this moment, Xian was actually able to comprehend it so easily. There was no danger, and it didn't even take too much time. Could it be that this was the reward? Xian couldn't help but think in his heart. After all, everything that had happened now couldn't allow Xian to not go in this direction. After all, this surprise was simply too great. After grasping the power of these 3 laws, Xian naturally knew the way to enter the gate of laws. Actually, this gate of laws was just an existence equivalent to a filter. Those who possessed the power of 3 laws at the same time could directly enter. Therefore, the current Xian only needed to raise his foot and enter. Of course, it was simple for Xian, but if it were anyone else, it wouldn't be so simple. Xian possessed an eternal bloodline, and he'd also activated a special talent. Xian could comprehend any law. As long as Xian was given the chance and time, then no matter what law it was, Xian would be able to grasp it. However, others couldn't. Generally speaking, no matter how talented you were, it was impossible for you to possess too many laws at the same time. This was because there was a mutually exclusive relationship between the laws. Moreover, it wasn't just a specific rejection, but a complete rejection. If it was an ordinary person, if they comprehended the power of a law, they might be able to develop a branch of the power of a law. However, if they wanted to comprehend the power of other laws, it would be extremely difficult. It was even more impossible to comprehend a mutually exclusive power. Only Xian's special bloodline, could possess such a miraculous ability. He could ignore the rules of the laws and comprehend any power of the laws at will. When Xian walked into the gate of laws, what he saw caused him to be incomparably shocked. 3 halls, there were only 3 halls here. When Xian entered, there was also a huge stone tablet. He didn't know what material the stone tablet was made of, but he was sure that it was definitely not ordinary. This was because in this secret realm that had existed for tens of thousands of years, the fact that the stone tablet was still able to maintain its undamaged appearance meant that it was special. There were ancient words recorded on the stone tablet. It could be said that there weren't many people in the current god realm that knew these words. Of course, Xian didn't know them either. System, what is written on this stone tablet? Fortunately, Xian didn't need to get to know him. Ding, system prompt, data collection in progress. Ding, system prompt, text analysis in progress. Ding, analysis successful. Does the host wish to check it immediately? Of course he had to check. There were no creatures or records in this secret realm. This stone tablet could be considered the only record that Xian could find. Very quickly, the words were translated. Only after Xian saw it did he know where this place was. Only then did he know what kind of existence this place was. The stone tablet recorded that in ancient times, there were countless experts. Naturally, there were also countless sections. The righteous and evil forces were the same. This secret realm was originally just a secret realm that wasn't too strange, but because of a war, it became quite strange. The Nature Divine Palace and the Darkness Divine Palace had always been 2 opposing forces. Perhaps in terms of strength, the strength of the 2 divine palaces was not too outstanding, but they also had their own uniqueness. Because of the disagreement in their ideals, the two divine palaces had been fighting for millions of years before the twilight of the gods. The stone tablet recorded the last battle. Unfortunately, it wasn't a war between the two divine palaces. Instead, a mysterious organization attacked the two divine palaces at the same time for the two ancient weapons that the two divine palaces were guarding. Who would have thought that the two opposing forces that had been fighting for millions of years would join forces to fight against the enemy? Unfortunately, the enemy was too strong. Even if the two divine palaces joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat them. Powerhouses fell one after another, and the two great shrines were in imminent danger. But at this time, the protector appeared. There was no record of what the guardian was, but from their words, Xian could tell that the two divine palaces and even the superpowers were incomparably afraid of the guardian. The guardian had mediated this war, but as the price, he had to take away two ancient weapons. The two divine halls naturally wouldn't be willing, so after some discussion, they activated the ancient weapons and sealed off the secret realm. It could be said that this was a choice of mutual destruction, and the truth was as such. Now that Xian had arrived here, he couldn't see any more living people. This was the best example. The stone tablet recorded the uniqueness of this secret realm. It was that those who possessed the physique of complete laws could enter, but at the same time, they were also marked. In fact, Xian could already feel two rays of light revolving around his divine deity, one black and one green. There was a forced contract on the stone tablet. Those who entered this place would obtain all the treasures of the two divine halls, but at the same time, they would also bear the responsibility of destroying the mysterious force. Of course, there was also the guardian. According to the contents of the contract, if Xian couldn't do it within 10,000 years, then he would be devoured by the two rays of light and perish. Supreme God damn it! Could it be that these two so-called shrines have a collective mental disorder? Xian said angrily after reading the contents of the stone tablet. In Xian's eyes, the actions of these two shrines were truly too paranoid. They had placed all their hopes on the people who had entered. This was an extremely risky action. Who could guarantee that the people who entered would have the strength to defeat the two great powers? In that case, wouldn't it be more than dragging a genius to accompany them in death? Even in ancient times, he was definitely a rare genius with a physique that was full of laws. Furthermore, having two shackles engraved on his divine deity was something that no one would be able to accept. Unfortunately, Xian didn't have the chance to choose at all. Now that the matter was settled, the two shackles had silently formed from the moment Xian entered the Gate of Laws. And this method was the legendary law contract. Xian had once heard of the law contract. It was said that some experts could use some sort of secret technique to use the power of the laws to set up a contract that was supervised by the laws. Once the contract was formed, it would automatically take effect. The result of violating the contract was that the power of the laws would be stripped away, and it was even possible for the divine deity to shatter. However, this kind of method was, after all, a method that only a legendary expert possessed. Xian just didn't expect that he would encounter a legendary law contract when he was only at the Divine King realm. One had to know that even the Divine Lord, Miamo, had never seen such power before. The law contract was no longer as simple as borrowing the power of the laws. It could only be done by communicating with the laws. It could be said that these were two different realms of existence. Generally speaking, that level was called the Supreme God. To be more precise, it should be the Supreme Divine Lord. Supreme Divine Lord, if Miamo could break through, then he would be able to enter that level. However, Xian was only a mere God King. Moreover, he was only a Tier 1 God King, yet he had already come into contact with something on the level of a Supreme God. He didn't know whether Xian should laugh or cry. Regardless of whether he cried or laughed, the outcome was already set in stone. Therefore, Xian could only accept it. Xian walked towards the hall step by step, cursing in his heart. To put it bluntly, this secret realm can only be entered by people with complete physiques of the laws. However, in order to confuse people, they created a few tests. What kind of contract is this? This is simply luring people in. The Shameless Nature Divine Palace, the Shameless Darkness Divine Palace, they actually used such a method to trick me. Xian was extremely unwilling. After all, the actions of the two great halls were truly unworthy of their status as ancient experts. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was powerless to do anything. Fortunately, 10,000 years was enough for Yi Xian. After all, this was already something that happened in ancient times. In fact, it was possible that those two powers had already disappeared. Perhaps Yi Xian was just taking advantage of them for free. However, even now, Yi Xian didn't even know who the other force was apart from knowing that there was a guardian. This time, Yi Xian was rather confused when he searched for treasures in the secret realm. Soon, Yi Xian walked into the hall. There was no protection in the hall. It was obvious that everything here was waiting for Yi Xian to obtain it. However, only after Yi Xian entered did he realize that there wasn't anything important at all. Once one entered the hall, they would discover that the hall was actually divided into two in the middle. The so-called Nature Divine Palace and the Darkness Divine Palace had long since merged together. In other words, even if Yi Xian entered from the other side, he would still be here. The test of the Gate of Laws was only to test whether or not Yi Xian truly had a physique of the laws. Once one entered the hall, the most eye-catching thing was naturally the two ancient weapons in the hall. These two ancient hilts looked like long swords, but the material seemed to be ordinary stone. Of course, Yi Xian wouldn't believe that they were really two stone swords. If the two great halls were actually protecting two stone swords, then Yi Xian probably wouldn't believe anything he said. There was something strange about these two stone swords. Yi Xian directly walked over. After all, the two stone swords were specifically mentioned on the stone tablet, so it was obvious that they weren't ordinary. However, this time, Yi Xian ran into a wall. In front of the two stone swords, there was actually an invisible formation that prevented Yi Xian from approaching. The treasure was right in front of him, but Yi Xian couldn't walk over. This feeling was truly uncomfortable. Suddenly, a ray of light erupted from the two divine swords at the same time. At the same time, the door that Yi Xian entered closed with a bang. A ray of light shot in front of Yi Xian. Within the light, an aged voice sounded out. "You're finally here." These words seemed to mean that he'd waited for Yi Xian for a long time, but Yi Xian knew very well that this voice would probably say the same thing to anyone who entered this place. This was because Yi Xian could already tell that this was just a Dharma idol. Moreover, it was the kind of Dharma idol that didn't have any abilities and could only be used to transmit certain information. Sure enough, before Yi Xian could speak, the voice continued. "Fated person, for you to be able to come here, I believe you already know your mission. From the moment you walked in here, you no longer have a choice. Accepting the mission is your only choice, and in order to increase your strength, we used our last bit of strength to set up this ultimate examination. Fated person, please forgive us for having no choice but to treat you with caution. After all, you are our only hope. This hall, this secret realm, will only accept one person, and you are our only hope. Fated person, from this moment onwards, if you want to leave, you can only pass our test. Please work hard, for us, and for yourself." At this moment, Yi Xian had the urge to curse because he seemed to have been forced to sign a law contract. Just now, he was forced to sign a law contract, and now, he was forced to undergo some 6 tests. This kind of feeling was extremely unpleasant. However, Yi Xian couldn't do anything about it. After all, this was a secret realm set up by an ancient expert. With Yi Xian's current strength, how could he possibly do anything to it? Suddenly, the environment in front of Yi Xian slowly began to change. This wasn't teleportation, Yi Xian was very clear about this. It was an overlapping space. This place was actually also an overlapping space. At this moment, Yi Xian was still standing on the same spot without any changes. What changed was the surrounding environment. To be precise, it brought Yi Xian into another coexisting space. Sudden attack. What exactly were the 6 tests? Yi Xian didn't know at the moment. Perhaps these 6 tests were referring to 6 different tests, or perhaps they were referring to the comprehensive test of the 6 types of law energy. Yi Xian didn't know. Therefore, Yi Xian could only wait. Fortunately, the wait didn't last too long. When the Dharma idol finally finished complaining and the overlapping space finally finished switching, Yi Xian began the first test. At this moment, the environment that Yi Xian was in was an extremely strange space. Around Yi Xian were numerous enormous mountains. Vaguely, one could see the luxurious palaces on the mountaintops. However, there was only one path in front of Xian, a path that could only be walked. After entering the overlapping space, Xian discovered that he couldn't fly at all. It wasn't that there was a restriction, or that there was some sort of suppression. Instead, here, it seemed to be just a flat surface. Simply put, in the outside world, there was a height, but here, there was no height. The so-called height was only the height that could be seen with the naked eye, but it could only be as high as it could be. It was impossible for it to rise any higher. Of course, this was also a restriction of the power of law. Two-dimensional power of law, it was an extremely rare type of power of law. Its effect was to transform length, width, and height into only length and width, without any height. In such a strange space, it was impossible for Xian to be able to face it calmly without panicking at all. However, Xian was very clear that no matter what he thought, there was one thing he could be sure of, and that was that he could only accept it. How could the ultimate test that the two great shrines had condensed with their final strength be that simple? It was almost impossible for Xian to walk over with his current strength. Fated one, please move forward. Your first test is to walk through this path to the heavens. A voice rang out, indicating the beginning of the test. Xian looked at the path in front of him, but he was slightly shocked in his heart. He was afraid that this path wouldn't be easy to walk on. Sure enough, when Xian took his first step, a change immediately occurred. Suddenly, countless Dharma idols condensed on both sides of the so-called path to the heavens. These Dharma idols all appeared incomparably solemn, and their eyes were all locked onto Xian. Xian subconsciously stopped in his tracks. The feeling of being stared at by countless powerful gazes wasn't easy to bear. However, Xian no longer had a choice. This was because after Xian took his first step, the space behind him had already transformed into an endless void. All paths of retreat had been lost. Bracing himself, Xian could only continue walking forward. The god-slaughtering sword was already in Xian's hand. No matter what kind of unknown existence was in front of him, Xian would still be able to pass through it. Roar! A loud roar sounded out. Dozens of divine beasts suddenly appeared in front of Xian. Their appearance was without any warning, but there was no doubt that their bodies were powerful. Hoo-hoo! As soon as these divine beasts appeared, they attacked without pause. From the mouths of each divine beast, powerful rays of light shot out. These rays of light were of different colors, but they all had one thing in common, and that was that they were incomparably powerful. Boom! 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 In the blink of an eye, Xian had already fallen into danger. That powerful attack caused Xian to have no choice but to dodge. This was because Xian knew very well that any attack would be enough to take his life. At the same time, a yellow zone of light appeared in front of Xian. Strangely, the attacks of the divine beasts didn't enter the yellow zone. Xian was slightly shocked at first, but then he fell into doubt. What was going on? If those divine beasts wanted to attack him, why wouldn't he attack when he was in the yellow zone? If it wasn't an attack, then such powerful rays of light couldn't be for Xian to see, right? What was going on? For a moment, Xian was unable to react. System, detect the situation here. What's so special about this place? Helpless, Xian could only ask the system. Ding. System prompt, please note, the current conditions are insufficient. The system is unable to determine. Insufficient conditions? Xian slightly frowned. Xian understood what the system meant. Simply put, Xian didn't provide any valid data to the system at all, so the system had no way of determining what was going on. Now that the system couldn't be counted on, who else could Xian count on? It seemed that Xian was the only one who could continue this test. However, how was he going to deal with this? The powerful attack made Xian very clear that he was powerless to resist it head-on. He couldn't possibly be trapped here forever, right? Suddenly, Xian raised his brows because he discovered something special. The attacks of these divine beasts seemed to be fixed. Moreover, although countless divine beasts interweaved and attacked, there would always be a gap between them. Could it be that the test this time was to test one's dodging ability? Xian was in disbelief. After all, if it really was this kind of test, then it would be too simple. However, Xian couldn't find any other reasonable explanation, so he could only continue according to his own thoughts. Of course, was it really as simple as Xian thought? Was this test of dodging really that easy? As Xian thought, this was a test created by the two great shrines. Even if this was only the first stage, it definitely couldn't be described with two simple words. After waiting for a moment, Xian finally prepared to give it a try according to his own thoughts. Xian's figure moved as he quickly charged out. In the beginning, it was just as Xian had thought. He only needed to dodge through the gaps between the attacks. Indeed, from the looks of it, this test wasn't difficult at all. However, as Xian continued, he realized that the difficulty was at the back. As Xian walked forward on the endless path to the heavens, divine beasts continuously appeared and launched attacks. At this moment, Xian finally saw it clearly. It turned out that this so-called divine beast was also a Dharma idol. Although they looked lifelike on the surface, they were indeed just Dharma idols constructed from energy. Powerful divine beast Dharma idols continuously appeared, and the moment they appeared, they would launch violent attacks. Moreover, they would only appear when Xian arrived at a suitable location. The new use of divine deity. Moreover, the attacks at the start were fixed, but the subsequent attacks were moving. In other words, Xian had to find a suitable dodging route in the shortest amount of time, then run forward as fast as he could. After all, regardless of whether he didn't find a suitable route or if his movements were slightly slower, Xian would suffer a berserk attack. That attack was fatal. Xian's figure continuously dodged. Fortunately, because there were two-dimensional laws here, Xian only needed to dodge left and right without paying attention to his height. However, dodging left and right wasn't that simple. Sometimes, Xian needed to adjust his body more than 10 times in the blink of an eye in order to dodge one attack after another. Suddenly, just as Xian was about to dodge another attack, a violent pressure descended onto Xian's body. There wasn't the slightest sign of the pressure appearing. Although the pressure wasn't too powerful, it was a sudden eruption that caused Xian to suffer a small loss. It even caused Xian's body to uncontrollably retreat a little. It was just a little distance, but it actually caused Xian to almost die. That was because a berserk attack had descended upon them from that small distance. Fortunately, Xian reacted in time and stabilized his figure. Otherwise, even if he didn't die, he would still be heavily injured. The consequences of being heavily injured on the path to heaven could be imagined. At that moment, Xian was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat. In a short moment, Xian had actually brushed shoulders with death. How dangerous was this? However, Xian had no choice but to continue forward. This was because every time he took a step forward, a distance would disappear behind him. It felt as if Xian was only at his original spot. It wasn't that Xian was moving, but that the path to the heavens was constantly approaching Xian. Xian was on high alert. How could he dare to relax in the slightest? This was something related to Xian's life, so he couldn't afford to joke around. He advanced all the way. It could even be said that it was a hopeless advance, because after all, you didn't know how far you still had to go. The path to the heavens seemed to have no end at all. The pressure that erupted from time to time seemed to be reminding Xian to be careful and vigilant at all times. These pressures appeared without any warning, but as long as Xian was the slightest bit careless, what awaited him wouldn't be that simple. Forward, forward, there was no end to it, no end to it. Xian didn't know how long he'd been moving forward, nor did he know how many attacks he'd dodged. Was it 10 days? Or was it 20 days, but in the end, Xian walked through this terrifying path to the heavens. No, perhaps, it couldn't be considered as walking. At most, it could only be considered as passing through the first section of the journey. At this moment, a yellow area appeared beneath Xian's feet. This yellow area allowed Xian to understand that he was temporarily safe and could rest for a while. Suddenly, a ray of light descended from the sky. Wrapped within the light was an incomparably huge stone sculpture. The sculpture seemed to be a strange half-human, half-beast existence. The sculpture was lifelike. Of course, Xian didn't care about the sculpture itself, but the thing in the sculpture's hand. It was a bottle, and it was unknown what it was made of. Inside the bottle, one could clearly see a ball of light. With just a glance, Xian was able to tell what the light represented. A complete divine deity. Inside the bottle, there was actually a complete divine deity. System, what is that? Xian subconsciously asked the system. Ding. System prompt, target, first-rate divine deity. What do you mean, first-grade divine deity? Could it be that divine deity was divine deity? Wasn't divine deity just divine deity? At most, it was just because of the difference in realms. Why would there be a first-rate divine deity? Yi Xian was greatly astonished. He couldn't help but ask the system, what is this first-rate divine deity? What is it used for? Ding, system prompt, divine deity represents a person's potential. The stronger and purer the divine deity, the higher this person's potential will be. Divine deity represents divine potential? This was the first time Yi Xian had heard of such a thing. Yi Xian had been in the god realm for such a long time, but he'd never heard of divine deity being differentiated. Thus, Yi Xian was completely confused. Fortunately, the system's prompt didn't end. Just as Yi Xian was puzzled, the system's prompt continued to ring. Ding, system prompt, host, please note, the division of divine deity is similar to the title of the crown, but the title of the crown increases the host's combat strength, while the level of divine deity increases the host's potential. Hearing the system's reply, although Yi Xian had a simple understanding of the use of divine deity, this didn't mean that Yi Xian had completely resolved his doubts. System, but why didn't I know about this before? Moreover, even if divine deity has such a use, why is it that no one would have any ideas about other people's divine deity? Ding, system notification, host, please note, the division of divine deity has been lost since the ancient times, and only places like the ancient secret realms can have some records. And seizing other people's divine deity to strengthen one's own divine deity only exists in the paramount god realm. The system's answer answered Yi Xian's doubts. It wasn't that no one knew the level of divine deity. It could be said that the level of divine deity had always been there, but it was impossible for ordinary people to know. To put it simply, there was no longer any division of godhood in the divine world. That was because the legacies of godhood had been severed. Only in some arcana realms could one learn about the division of godhood, such as this second arcana realm. After all, this second secret realm, strictly speaking, was an ancient secret realm. Therefore, it was normal for him to know about the level of divine deity in the second secret realm. At this moment, Yi Xian actually felt lucky in his heart. After all, it was fortunate that Yi Xian knew about this news ahead of time. One had to know that since there were levels of divine deity, and now, such a divine deity had appeared as a reward on the path to the heavens. Obviously, the divine deity of others could also be used to strengthen their own divine deity. If Yi Xian didn't know about this, then one day, he wouldn't even know that someone was thinking about his divine deity. Moreover, even if he obtained the divine deity, he wouldn't know how to use it. This time, Yi Xian could be considered lucky, but it wasn't a bad thing. Soul-devouring sword god, of course, there were still a lot of things that Yi Xian didn't know about, and there were naturally a lot of things that were even more terrifying than stripping away divine deity. However, Yi Xian hadn't come into contact with them yet. System, what's the use of this divine deity? Yi Xian asked the system. Since this divine deity was given to him as a reward, then it meant that it was something that could strengthen him. Ding, system notification, host, please note, absorbing the divine deity without an owner can strengthen your own divine deity. Ding, system notification, if you want to obtain the divine deity without an owner, then you can kill the enemy and forcefully strip the enemy's will before the enemy's divine deity shatters, thus preserving the complete divine deity. Ding, system notification, divine deity stripper, is a special profession from the ancient times, but it has now been lost. Was it lost? Yi Xian slightly frowned. He didn't know if the system was talking about the entire god realm or if it was just the god realm continent. If it was the god realm continent, then would there still be such a person in those ancient and mysterious secret realms? Just thinking about it made Yi Xian feel incomparably terrified. What kind of feeling would it be to forcefully strip away a person's will? Previously, Yi Xian knew that the result of the divine deity shattering would be his death. In fact, during battle, breaking the opponent's divine deity was the most effective method of attack. But now, the system told Yi Xian that the divine deity didn't need to be destroyed, but directly stripped away. Moreover, once it was stripped out, it could be used as a cultivation method. So it turned out that for the sake of cultivation, he really did everything he could. He didn't know how many more methods were waiting for Yi Xian to discover. Of course, it might be even more terrifying. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he still absorbed the divine deity. Not to mention anything else, Xian was sure that this divine deity was probably left behind by an expert millions of years ago. Perhaps that person was once an expert, but who would have thought that millions of years later, he would become Xian's reward? After absorbing the divine deity, Xian didn't discover anything unusual, and his strength didn't increase in the slightest. Something like potential was not something that could be seen or touched. It could only be used when needed. Afterwards, Xian didn't delay any longer and directly walked forward. After all, no one knew how many more tests were waiting for Xian. Staying where he was wasn't a solution at all. Step by step, he originally thought that there would be another test, but Xian discovered that there was actually nothing. For a moment, Xian relaxed a little. However, just when Xian was at his most relaxed, an attack suddenly arrived. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. A violent force instantly sent Xian flying. It was fortunate that the god-slaughtering armor had always been on Xian's body, so it was able to offset a portion of the attack. However, even the system didn't have time to warn him of this attack. It could be seen how fast it was. At the same time, a white figure appeared in front of the path to heaven. So weak. The white figure spoke. This was the first thing Xian had heard that could speak since entering the second secret realm. Something, yes, he was not a human, nor was he a beast. He was actually a mechanical puppet. Xian had seen quite a few puppets, but he couldn't help but sigh at this mechanical puppet. It was truly a marvelous work of art. This puppet was made from the most common type of divine wood, but it was exceptionally detailed. Even every strand of hair was vivid and lifelike. You must be the person who came to take the exam. I've been waiting for you for a long time, but I didn't expect you to be so weak. Go back, you have no chance of passing my test. The puppet opened its mouth to speak, but Xian wasn't happy with the meaning behind its words. He never thought that Xian would actually be looked down upon by a puppet. What was a puppet? It was simply a man-made object. No matter how lifelike it was, after all, an object without a soul. But Xian was being looked down upon by a puppet. How could Xian feel good? That was simply a lie. System, detect this guy's strength for me. Xian was infuriated as he directly asked the system. Ding. System prompt, designated target, no realm. No realm? Xian was slightly stunned. What did this not mean? Without a realm, he could repel Xian in one move. Xian didn't believe it, but the system wouldn't lie at all. In that case, it was obvious that the problem lay with the puppet. This puppet seemed as though it had some sort of unique methods. Xian frowned. He paused for a moment, then ignored the puppet. Instead, he pulled out the god-slaughtering sword and charged out. This time, Xian didn't use Wei Zhentian. After all, if he couldn't even take care of a puppet, and a puppet that didn't even have a cultivation base, then it would be a little unreasonable. Die. Xian suddenly slashed down with his sword. The immense power caused a whirlwind to spring up on the path to heaven. Unfortunately, it was useless. The puppet actually ignored Xian's attack. This was the first time the invincible god-slaughtering sword had encountered something that couldn't be destroyed at all. Xian's fierce strike only left a white mark on the puppet's body. So hard. What exactly was this thing made of? Could it be that it was really just an ordinary divine wood? Impossible. How could an ordinary divine wood be so hard? Xian seemed to be talking to himself as he spoke. However, at the same time Xian spoke, the puppet also spoke. It's actually just a little fellow who hasn't even broken through to the Divine Lord stage. No wonder he's so weak. Little fellow, this isn't a place you can come to. You should go back quickly. Once again, he was despised. Xian was despised by a puppet once again. Damn it, Xian was incomparably furious. Go back, if only he could go back. Right now, Xian didn't have a choice at all. He could either fight and clear all the way, or he could be trapped here to death. Wei Zhentian, magic treasure form. Attack. Thousand Beast Sword Attendant, Flower God Sword Attendant, kill him. In an instant, Xian waved his hand and unleashed his strongest attack. This was because Xian knew very well that this puppet wasn't that easy to deal with. Of course, at the same time as he released the sword attendants and Wei Zhentian, Xian also used other methods. Dharma idol. Yes, Yi Xian had obtained several Dharma idols, and now, Yi Xian had no choice but to use his Dharma idol to attack. I am free and unfettered, looking down on the divine continent. In the heavens, only the sword can kill souls. Soul-devouring sword god Dharma idol, come out. Thousand Beasts sword attendant promotion. At this moment, Yi Xian directly used the soul-devouring sword god's Dharma idol. In an instant, a huge circle of light appeared around Yi Xian's body. At the same time that the soul-devouring sword god's Dharma idol was activated, it was as if a huge shadow had surrounded Yi Xian. This time, the Dharma idol was attached to his body. This was because Yi Xian knew very well that the soul-devouring sword god's Dharma idol was different from the other Dharma idols. Not to mention the enemy, even Yi Xian's own soul would be affected. Why did he choose the soul-devouring sword god's Dharma idol? Because according to Yi Xian's analysis, this puppet probably already had a soul. The biggest difference between a puppet and a human was that it didn't have a soul. Humans had souls, and other living beings also had souls. However, there were no puppets. Therefore, puppets would only carry out certain specific tasks according to their master's wishes. But now, there were no longer any living people in this secret realm, yet this puppet was carrying out its mission. It even made its own judgment and felt that Yi Xian's strength wasn't enough, so it let Yi Xian leave. Obviously, this puppet already had a soul. Of course, Yi Xian didn't know how many souls it had. However, Yi Xian didn't care about this at all. As long as he knew that this puppet had a soul, then it would be easy to deal with it. It could be said that facing such a powerful puppet, using the soul as an attack point was Yi Xian's best and only chance. The soul-devouring sword god's Dharma idol restrained the soul, so Yi Xian used the soul-devouring sword god. Kill. Yi Xian suddenly attacked with his sword. On the surface, this attack didn't seem to be much different from before. But this time, the puppet was clearly shocked. It didn't dare to dodge like Yi Xian did when he attacked. Instead, it directly dodged far away. What kind of method is this? Why do I feel so scared? The puppet had already jumped away when it moved, but it still asked Yi Xian curiously. Little things, you don't have the qualifications to participate in the trial. Get out of my way. Before Yi Xian could answer the puppet's question, the Thousand Beast sword attendant, the Flower God sword attendant, and the 100 Flowers flower god attacked first. However, this did not arouse the puppet's vigilance at all. Instead, with a casual wave of his hand, a violent force actually swept away the god rank mounts, the 100 Flowers flower god, and the Thousand Beast sword attendant and the Flower God sword attendant. There was no way to resist. In front of this puppet, a powerful god rank mount didn't even have the slightest ability to resist. As for the puppet, it didn't seem to realize just how much shock it had brought Yi Xian. At this moment, its eyes were still blinking as it looked at Yi Xian. It was obvious that it was waiting for Yi Xian's reply. What a terrifying puppet, just what was this guy made of? How could he be so powerful? What should he do? It seemed that all of Yi Xian's methods were useless against this puppet. Yi Xian didn't even need to make a move to know that it was impossible for him to defeat this puppet. However, if he didn't defeat this puppet, it meant that Yi Xian wouldn't be able to continue forward. There was only one final result, and that was to be trapped here to death. What should he do? Yi Xian quickly thought about it. Feeling the power of the soul-devouring sword god on his body, Yi Xian's heart suddenly skipped a beat. His face even revealed an expression of ecstasy. Perhaps, this wasn't a test for Yi Xian at all, but a reward for him, whether it was the Thousand Beast sword attendant or the Flower God sword attendant. Actually, Yi Xian had long since discovered that they couldn't keep up with Yi Xian's footsteps. At the very least, before they strengthened it, they couldn't keep up with Yi Xian's current footsteps. In that case, the best way to solve this problem was to strengthen the Thousand Beast sword attendant. There were many ways to strengthen the Thousand Beast sword attendant. However, why did he have to strengthen the Thousand Beast sword attendant itself? If the soul on this puppet was destroyed, wouldn't that mean that the Thousand Beast sword attendant would be able to occupy the puppet's body? If it succeeded, then how much would the strength of the Thousand Hand sword attendant increase by? It could be said to have increased by more than 10 million times. How could Yi Xian not be overjoyed? Although he didn't know what this puppet was made of, Yi Xian at least knew that the material of his body was extremely special and powerful, and the soul-devouring sword god had a special ability called Soul Battle. The name of the soul battle divine ability was simple, and its meaning was also very simple. It was used to allow the souls of two designated targets to fight against each other. This was a method used by the soul-devouring sword god to deal with enemies. Moreover, enemies were often able to escape this kind of control. One had to know that once the enemy saw through it, they would naturally not be able to fight. However, Xian now had a new method of using it. He wanted to fight the soul of the Thousand Beast Sword Attendant with the soul of the puppet, and he wanted the Thousand Beast Sword Attendant to seize the puppet's body. At this moment, Xian didn't have the slightest bit of depression from before. All that was left in his heart was ecstasy. In fact, Xian even thought to himself, "I've picked up a treasure. This time, I've picked up a treasure." Wasn't that so? Xian had definitely picked up a treasure this time. Once the Thousand Beast Sword Attendant succeeded, it could be said that the effect would be better than leveling up several times. Without any hesitation, Xian naturally knew that the Thousand Beast Sword Attendant would definitely not go against him. He was afraid that the Thousand Beast Sword Attendant would be extremely happy in his heart. Xian had gambled this round. In any case, even if he failed, Xian wouldn't suffer a greater loss. After all, if he failed, it was very likely that Xian would be trapped here for who knew how long. "Thousand Beast Sword Attendant, are you ready?" Xian lightly asked with a smile on his face. The Thousand Beast Sword Attendant nodded. He naturally understood Xian's thoughts. Since everything was ready, Xian didn't stop. Soul of the soul, thousands of reincarnations, revolving and unbreakable. Xian chanted an incantation and launched an attack. He didn't know what era the soul-devouring sword god was from, but he still had to chant an incantation to activate a divine ability. However, Xian didn't care about this. After all, the most important thing for Xian right now was to wait for the outcome of the battle. As Xian activated his Dharma Idol ability, the bodies of the Thousand Beast Sword Attendant and the puppet stiffened at the same time, not moving an inch. Obviously, the two of them were engaged in a battle of souls. Xian couldn't see what that kind of battle was, so he could only wait silently. 2 hours, another 2 hours, day after day, Xian didn't care about how long had passed. But finally, the result was out. The Thousand Beast Swordsman suddenly moved and fell to the ground. As for the puppet, it moved its limbs and stood up. Could it be that the Thousand Beast Sword Attendant failed? Xian was shocked. However, the system didn't indicate that the Thousand Beast Sword Attendant had died, so Xian didn't give up. Instead, he closely stared at the puppet. Suddenly, the puppet moved and charged towards Xian. "Greetings, Master." Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. He had succeeded, he had really succeeded, he had actually used such a method to defeat the puppet, and had even found a new body for the Thousand Beast Sword Servant. Ding. System notification, host, please note, the Thousand Beast Sword Servant has evolved into a Divine Wood Sword Servant due to special opportunities. All of the Thousand Beast Sword Servant's original abilities have disappeared, and it has obtained the Divine Wood Sword Servant's exclusive abilities: Infinite Defense, Infinite Growth, Infinite Resurrection. Infinite Defense. The Divine Wood Sword Servant can expand or shrink all of its defense at will. However, as the area of defense increases, the defense power will weaken. Infinite Growth. The Divine Wood Sword Servant's original body is a divine wood, so it can cultivate on its own, but the speed is extremely slow. Infinite Resurrection. The Divine Wood Sword Servant has the special ability to revive a withered tree. Even if it dies completely, as long as there is a little bit of its body left, it can instantly revive. F***CK. Xian couldn't help but curse. This Divine Wood Sword Servant seemed to be even stronger than the Thousand Beast Sword Servant from before, especially in terms of defense. Although these three skills seemed to be nothing special, in reality, Xian was very clear about how abnormal these three abilities were. Being able to control the range of his defense according to his will was equivalent to allowing Xian to have a map of his defense. The key was that even if this defense was broken, it could immediately recover. Of course, perhaps after recovering, it would be a little weaker for a short period of time. However, just how powerful was the defense of the Divine Wood Sword Servant's puppet? Xian had personally experienced it, and even the God-slaughtering sword was unable to harm it in the slightest. Could it be that its defense wasn't strong enough? Moreover, this fellow could cultivate and evolve on his own. Although it was a little slow, there was at least some hope. In the future, Xian might be able to obtain a fortuitous encounter to increase the speed of the Divine Wood Sword Servant's improvement. Speaking of which, could it be that this didn't prove how powerful the Divine Wood Sword Servant was? Of course, it was a pity that the Thousand Beast Sword Servant's previous abilities had all disappeared. However, compared to obtaining a new ability, Xian didn't care much about the ability to disappear. In any case, the God rank mount didn't disappear. Instead, it returned to Xian's hands. Thinking about it, the Thousand Beast Sword Servant actually didn't lose much of its abilities. At this moment, Xian was incomparably delighted, but he had no choice but to continue forward. After all, it was impossible for Xian to be trapped here forever. There were no obstructions along the way. That puppet was basically the only way out of this place. Xian's method of passing the trial might be a little suspicious of cheating, but after all, as long as he could pass, then no matter what method he used, there was nothing worth caring about. Here, Xian once again obtained a first-rate divine deity. Of course, Xian also absorbed it. Who knew if he would ever encounter a complete divine deity in the future? The current battle was all about breaking the opponent's divine deity and causing the opponent to completely perish. It seemed like the Divine Realm continent no longer had such a method. Thus, to Xian, it would be a waste not to absorb such a complete divine deity. After passing 2 trials in a row, Xian's mood relaxed quite a bit. It seemed that the 2 Divine Halls tests were ultimately meant to strengthen Xian. Unfortunately, the tests set up by the 2 Divine Halls seemed to be too high level. Perhaps they didn't expect that a person with a physique that was full of laws would actually be someone who hadn't even broken through to the Divine Lord realm. Perhaps their initial position was that no matter what, they had to reach the level of a paramount god to be able to enter this place. Of course, no matter what the 2 Divine Halls thought, the current Xian had no way of knowing. The only choice he could make was to continue moving forward. Only by continuously moving forward would Xian have the chance to leave this place. The path to the heavens seemed to have no end. However, when Xian walked to the next safe area, he was still shocked by the next test. It was an eye, an incomparably huge eye. The eye covered the entire space, as if it was overlooking the world. Just a glance at it made Xian feel as if his soul had been suppressed. Strange eyes, powerful strength. Could it be that this was the 3rd stage's test? Moreover, this eye did not exist at all, but was formed from the power of the laws. The black pupil represented the power of the 3 great laws of the Darkness Divine Palace. The white eye was formed from the power of the 3 great laws of the Nature Divine Palace. As for the eye socket, it was the law of primal chaos. It was as if the law of primal chaos wanted to repair the eye formed from the power of the 6 great laws, or as if the eye formed from the power of the 6 great laws was trying to break free from the restraints of the law of primal chaos. Of course, the strangest thing was that the eye seemed to be staring fixedly at Xian. What exactly was the test of this stage? Xian was puzzled. At this moment, he hadn't suffered any attacks, nor did he feel anything different. Xian walked forward step by step without any abnormalities. However, the eye in the sky made Xian understand that he was undergoing an examination. However, this examination wasn't something that Xian understood. Being stared at by such a huge eye, even Xian felt his hair stand on end. After all, this was the eye that occupied the entire sky. Xian continued forward. Other than continuing forward, he couldn't do anything else. Suddenly, Xian felt his body relax. Although in reality, there wasn't any power to suppress Xian felt his body relax. It was the power of the 2-dimensional laws. The power of the 2-dimensional laws had disappeared. Sure enough, Xian had already flown into the sky the moment he moved. However, the power of the 2-dimensional laws had disappeared, and the huge eye in the sky was still there. Thus, Xian didn't dare to fly too high. This was because every time Xian flew an inch higher into the sky, he would feel the pressure increase by a bit. Xiaoran, that huge eye, was not just used to look. Just what was the test of this stage? At this moment, Xian couldn't help but guess in his heart. However, after all, it was impossible for Xian to know what had not happened. Suddenly, the eye in the sky shot out a ray of light that covered Xian. No system notification sounded out, allowing Xian to understand that this light wasn't harmful to Xian. However, this didn't mean that Xian wasn't puzzled. Yi Xian stopped in his tracks. He wanted to see what would happen next. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. 6 loud sounds accompanied by 6 rays of light descended from the sky. They were also emitted from the eyes. 6 people, this time it wasn't a puppet, but a real 6 figures. Origin Secret Realm. Yi Xian frowned. The current situation had already exceeded his imagination. Yi Xian had no idea what would happen next. Were these 6 people friends or foes? Suddenly, one of them opened his eyes. Following that, all 6 of them opened their eyes one after another. However, none of them made any movements. After opening their eyes, they just looked at Yi Xian. "You're the chosen one?" one of them asked Yi Xian. A powerful force exploded from his body, allowing Yi Xian to know that this person was definitely a super expert. "Yes, I'm the chosen one." Although Yi Xian didn't know who these people were, he didn't dare to hide it. Hearing Yi Xian's reply, the 6 of them simultaneously focused their gazes on Yi Xian and sized him up. Average aptitude. Weak. Ordinary bloodline. Magic treasures are useless. Your mastery of the laws is not bad. The 6 of them, one after another, actually belittled Yi Xian to the point that he was useless. Yi Xian couldn't interrupt at all because the 6 of them didn't pay any attention to him. "Forget it, we don't have much time left. We don't have any other choice. Let's join hands and send him there," one of the 6 said indifferently. Where to? Where to? Yi Xian couldn't help but be puzzled. However, it seemed that he didn't have the right to speak at all. "Isn't it too early to send him there? With his strength, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult for him to get out of there." "Then, what do you think we can do? At this time, what other choice do we have? Our 2 shrines only have one spot to go there, and in millions of years, only such a little fellow who is suitable to inherit the will of our 2 shrines has appeared. Do we still have time to ascend for 1,000,000 years? That's right, we have no choice. However, we might as well let him go to the lowest level zone first. I remember that each of us has a teleportation chance in our hands, so why don't we give him all 6 chances? Where he can go will depend on his own luck. What do you guys think?" I think so. I'm afraid right now, this is the only choice." Yi Xian really wanted to ask what they were talking about and where they were going to send him. Unfortunately, even if Yi Xian asked, it would be useless. Suddenly, a dragon mark universe ring appeared on Yi Xian's finger without any warning. At the same time, Yi Xian's figure flew uncontrollably towards the eye in the sky. "What exactly do you want to do to me?" At this point, Yi Xian couldn't care less as he loudly spoke to the 6 people. Unfortunately, it was useless. The 6 of them were still muttering to themselves and completely ignored Yi Xian. Go there and train well. Remember, you only have 6 chances. It's your luck to be able to enter that place, and it's also the only chance for our 2 shrines to fall or become stronger." Yi Xian entered the eye along with this voice. Afterwards, a powerful law energy was activated, and in an instant, Yi Xian's figure disappeared. When Yi Xian woke up once more, he already knew where he was, the boundary realm. The realm was a special place. It said that it existed, but as long as one's strength did not reach a certain level and their luck was not good enough, not to mention entering, even knowing about it would be very difficult. The realm was also a place that did not exist, because it did not exist in any corner of the God realm. This place could be considered a secret realm, but it was not a secret realm. Legend has it that the realm was the birthplace of the laws. Those who were able to enter this place were definitely the most powerful geniuses and the most powerful forces in the God realm. No one knew where the realm was located, but those who knew were all yearning for it. As the birthplace of the laws, there were countless fortuitous encounters and opportunities here. But at this moment, the place Yi Xian was pointing to was only the lowest and lowest level of existence in the realm. The world zone was like a tall pagoda. However, each level of the world zone was like a boundless continent. In fact, each level was even larger than the God world. This was because this realm had its own unique law, and that was infinite reproduction. Because of the existence of this law, no one would be able to reach the end of their path. Because with every step they took, the law of infinite reproduction would expand the continent by a bit. This was not something that could be created by human power, but was naturally born from the mysterious law. Of course, the realm might be called another way to let the people of the God realm know what kind of place it was. Origin Secret Realm. There were many other names for the realm. Origin Secret Realm, Ancestral Grounds, Primordial Chaos, Starting Point, there were many different names. Different races, different inheritances, and so the names were different. However, the Origin Secret Realm was the most widely used. To be more precise, this realm was actually the ultimate inheritance of the God realm. It had been like this since the Primordial Era, followed by the Middle Ages, the Ancient Era, and the Ancient Era. In every period of time, this special Origin Secret Realm would always exist. Perhaps the other secret realms would disappear, but the Origin Secret Realm would not disappear at all. Of course, the Origin Secret Realm was incomparably vast, reaching as high as 999 levels. It could be said that no one could walk out of it normally. There were only 3 ways to walk out of the Origin Secret Realm. The first was to encounter the random teleportation gate that only appeared once in countless years, and then be teleported to an unknown place. The second was the special method of leaving that the various great powers grasped. For example, the 6 chances that the 2 shrines had given Xianxia to leave. The third method was to become the master of a level. Obtain the right to use the Origin Palace. There was an Origin Palace in every level. Within the palace, there was a teleportation gate that led out of the Origin Secret Realm. Thus, becoming the master of the Origin Palace would give one the opportunity to enter and exit the Origin Secret Realm. Of course, the so-called Origin Palace Master was meant to become the most powerful existence on this level. When Xianxia opened his eyes, he saw a city, an incomparably powerful city. This was because in this city, it could be said that the streets were filled with God Emperor realm existences. As for a God King like Xianxia, he could really be considered to be an exception. Why did you suppress your cultivation level so low? Suddenly, a person behind Xianxia curiously asked Xianxia. Xianxia turned around, but was actually unable to see through his cultivation. System, detect this person's strength. Ding. System notification, host's cultivation level is insufficient, unable to view. Unable to view. Didn't that mean that this person's strength far surpassed Xianxia's by far too much? Heavens, what kind of place was this? Why was it that in the outside world, powerful existences that could become divine lords were everywhere here? Demon God Divine Domain Xianxia didn't even know about such a terrifying place before. At this moment, Xianxia felt powerless. He really wanted to say that it wasn't that he was suppressing his cultivation, but that his cultivation was really only at the God King realm. Unfortunately, Xianxia didn't dare to say it. After all, the God King realm was simply an exception here. Oh, isn't it just a realm? What's there to care about? Xianxia suppressed the shock in his heart and said indifferently to that person. Who knew that person would actually smile and say, "That's true. In our first level, basically everyone has just entered the Origin Secret Realm. How could there be so much to pay attention to? I reckon that everyone is about the same. It's already not bad if they can break through to the Paramount God Realm. By the way, brother, my name is Lu Zhang. Even the Chain Trap Secret Realm, you? You even reached that secret realm?" Xianxia frowned slightly. He didn't dare to answer so easily. However, could it be that these people all came from a certain secret realm? Could it be that they weren't from the divine realm? Where is this Chain Trap Secret Realm? Why don't I know about it? Xianxia changed the topic and asked a question in return. Even if you don't know, our Chain Trap Secret Realm is only a very weak one in the ancient Lost Race Secret Realm Alliance. This time, our entire secret realm only got 3 slots to enter the Origin Secret Realm. Ever since we lost contact with the Divine Realm, we can only come to the Origin Secret Realm if we want to break through. What do you mean? Xianxia was a little stunned. Ancient Lost Race Secret Realm Alliance, what kind of organization was that? Also, what did he mean when he said that he had lost contact with the Divine Realm continent? Could it be that these people weren't from the Divine Realm continent at all? However, Xianxia thought about it and understood that it would be strange if they were from the Divine Realm continent. One had to know that Miming was only a God Emperor, but he was a divine master of the Kunlun God domain. If these people were to be placed outside, they would be existences that surpassed Miming or Miming. They couldn't possibly say that they were all divine masters of a god domain, right? If that was the case, no matter how big the divine realm continent was, it wouldn't be enough to divide them up. A single Kunlun god domain was the size of 3 million realms, and a single realm was incomparably vast. No matter how big the divine realm continent was, it was impossible for it to have hundreds of thousands of divine masters. Moreover, this was only one of the 999 levels. Moreover, there might not be only one city on this level. At this moment, Xian's heart was filled with shock and fear. He suddenly realized that he was nothing here. Moreover, he didn't even have the ability to defend himself. Although Xian's methods were impressive, Xian discovered that his strength wasn't even worth mentioning in the origin grounds. Is he really just a god king? That's impossible. If you want to enter the origin realm, you have to be at least at the god emperor realm. How did a mere first-grade god king like him get in? Something strange. Right, there must be something strange about this guy. There must be something special about him. Could it be that he came from the legendary divine realm continent? A few passers-by glanced at Xian when they saw him, but some of them saw through his true strength with a single glance. In an instant, Xian became the focus of everyone's attention. After all, it was extremely strange for a mere first-grade god king to appear in the origin realm. And that sentence, that Xian came from the legendary divine realm continent, attracted everyone's attention. Xian was helpless. He really wanted to say that this place, as well as these people, should be described as legends. He didn't expect that he would become an existence of legends. However, facing so many powerful existences, just the aura they emitted was already unbearable for Xian. This wasn't the aura of one or two experts, but the pressure condensed from the aura of countless experts. However, it was a good thing that although these people were discussing amongst themselves, no one really made a move against Xian. Otherwise, Xian probably wouldn't be able to resist at all. Xian knew that he couldn't stay here any longer. Since he had 6 chances to enter and exit this place at will, then leaving now and raising his strength outside before coming in might be the wisest choice. The mysterious origin realm wasn't something that Xian's current strength was qualified to stay inside. Xian carefully left the crowd, found a deserted place, and activated the teleportation. These 6 teleportations didn't use teleportation talismans or anything else, but were directly bound to Xian. Thus, Xian only needed a thought to activate the teleportation and leave. Perhaps in the eyes of others, advancing from the God King realm to the God Emperor realm would indeed require a lot of time, and it would even be difficult for them to achieve it in their entire lives. However, Xian was different. Therefore, Xian dared to go out. Of course, he had to go out. Only after his strength rose to the God Emperor realm would Xian be qualified to enter this place. However, Xian only thought about how powerful the origin realm was, so he wanted to leave. However, he forgot that those 6 experts wouldn't know where Xian came from. It was impossible for them to teleport Xian to the second secret realm. Thus, after Xian was teleported away, he was stunned to discover that he'd once again arrived at an unfamiliar place. Not to mention anything else, Xian knew that this wasn't the Kunlun divine domain. At this moment, Xian was in a wasteland. Xian could tell that this wasteland might have been a bustling place countless years ago, but now, there were only weeds, withered trees, and dilapidated walls. Xian looked at the scene in front of him. Although he really wanted to know where this place was, it seemed that the most important thing right now was to be able to leave this place. After all, this was an unknown place, so Xian still maintained a certain level of vigilance. After randomly choosing a direction, Xian directly flew forward. One mountain after another flew past Xian's feet. However, Xian discovered that there were still countless mountains beneath his feet. Finally, Xian saw a building. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly landed. This was because Xian wanted to find someone else to ask where this place was and how to return to the Kunlun divine domain. However, when Xian landed on the ground, he was shocked to discover that this place was actually a gathering place for divine beasts. Who are you? At the same time that Xian landed, a strange divine beast arrived in front of him. Since it could speak the human language, it was obvious that this divine beast was not weak. Exterminating all, who are you guys? Xian coldly asked. He didn't feel the slightest bit of fear because of the other party's numbers. How dare you? Arrogant brat, how dare you be rude to me? Another divine beast appeared in front of Yixian. The divine beast transformed into a human and pointed at Yixian's nose as it cursed. First, he was looked down upon by a puppet, then he was suspected by the experts in the origin realm. Now, even a mere divine beast dared to point at Yixian's nose and speak like this. Wei Zhentian, kill this divine beast for me. Yixian frowned slightly as he gave the order. In an instant, Wei Zhentian controlled the god-slaughtering sword and charged towards the divine beast. Puchi! A sword pierced through. Without any suspense, the sword pierced through. This was because although this divine beast could take human form, its strength wasn't very strong. Damned fellow, you actually dared to kill. No, he's a human, he's a spy from the Kunlun divine domain. A divine beast saw through Yixian's identity and roared loudly. The moment this human spoke, the surrounding divine beasts immediately pounced over, causing Yixian to be slightly stunned. He actually said that he was a spy from the Kunlun divine domain. Then, it was obvious that this was not the Kunlun divine domain. Furthermore, it was a divine domain that was at odds with the Kunlun divine domain, and right now, wasn't the enemy of the Kunlun divine domain the demon god's divine domain? Could it be that he had actually been teleported to the demon god's divine domain? For a moment, Yixian was incomparably puzzled. However, when he thought about the uniqueness of the two divine halls in the second secret realm, it seemed that teleporting him to the demon god's divine domain wasn't something impossible. Damn it, capture the spy! A divine beast roared. In an instant, all the divine beasts on the mountain pounced towards Yixian. Yixian wouldn't be polite either. After all, none of the divine beasts here could threaten Yixian. Wei Zhentian, magic treasure form, kill for me. Divine Wood Sword Attendant, it's time for you to make your move. Kill them all. This was the demon god's divine domain. If Yixian didn't kill these fellows from the demon god's divine domain, then they would definitely spread the news. At that time, Yixian would probably face the pursuit of the entire demon god's divine domain. The demon god's divine domain was an existence that could contend against the Kunlun divine domain. Then, once he was chased by the entire demon god's divine domain, the consequences could be imagined. If that was really the case, Yixian definitely wouldn't be able to escape. The two god-slaughtering swords quickly rushed out. In an instant, a bloody storm rained down, and the Divine Wood Sword Attendant also showed no mercy. The Divine Wood Sword Attendant's defense was incomparably strong, and its attack power was not weak either. The Divine Wood Sword Attendant waved its hands continuously, and every time it waved, a divine beast would definitely turn into a bloody mist. Regardless of whether it was in human form or in its original form, no divine beast could withstand a single attack from the Divine Wood Sword Attendant. Yixian stood on the spot as he looked at the purgatory around him. However, he didn't feel the slightest bit of pity in his heart. After all, these were all divine beasts, and they were divine beasts from the demon god's divine realm. If Yixian didn't kill them, then they would kill Yixian. Moreover, Yixian had also heard that in the demon god's divine realm, humans could be said to be like slaves. They couldn't even be considered slaves. Humans were delicious snacks for these divine beasts, therefore, Yixian naturally wouldn't show any mercy to these divine beasts. In just a short moment, all of the divine beasts on this mountain had been killed by Yixian. However, the only thing that made Yixian depressed was that the news had still leaked. Yixian's movements couldn't be said to be slow, but the number of divine beasts gathered here had reached over 10,000. Thus, Yixian didn't have the time to kill them all. In the end, there were still some divine beasts that spread the news. Once this news spread, Yixian knew very well what he would face next, a war between a single person and a divine domain. If Yixian wanted to live, then he could only walk out of the demon god's divine domain. However, Yixian wasn't prepared to leave just like that because Luo Luo was also in the demon god's divine domain. Yixian wouldn't give up on searching for her. Since he'd already arrived at the demon god's divine domain, Yixian wouldn't mind causing a ruckus. Devour. With a casual wave of Yixian's hand, the corpses of the tens of thousands of divine beasts were directly devoured by Yixian. Although the strength of these divine beasts was average and couldn't allow Yixian to level up, using the method of devouring to deal with the traces of battle was a very good method. Come out, I know you're hiding there. After doing all of this, Yi Xian casually spoke to a large tree. This was because Yi Xian had long since sensed that there was a person hiding within the tree. To be more precise, it was a divine beast. No, don't kill me. I didn't see anything. I promise, I definitely won't say anything. Please don't kill me. Sure enough, after Yi Xian saw through that person's disguise, a half-man, half-beast with a pig's head walked out. As soon as he came out, he directly knelt in front of Yi Xian. You want to live? Yi Xian indifferently asked the half-man, half-pig divine beast. I want to live, please don't kill me. The divine beast frantically knelt in front of Yi Xian and continuously kowtowed. Alright, if you want to live, then answer my questions honestly. However, if you hesitate or hide anything, then you can die. Yi Xian looked at the divine beast. When the divine beast nodded, Yi Xian continued to ask, where is this place? Replying to my lord, this is the territory of the Heavenly Dragon King. Heavenly Dragon King? Who is the Heavenly Dragon King? Tell me the details. Yes. Replying to my lord, this Heavenly Dragon King is one of the 8 great divine generals under the Divine Lord. He is a lord under the Dark Demon Dragon Divine General. Including our realm, as well as the surrounding 100 realms, they are all his territory. Lord? Yi Xian was slightly astonished. However, thinking that this was the demon god's divine domain and not the Kunlun divine domain, he didn't think too much about it. After all, every divine domain had its own system and rules. As for this demon god's divine domain, it was a system of enfeoffment. A mere lord of 100 realms territory, this fellow was probably just a small character. After that, Yi Xian asked a few more questions. Unfortunately, this divine beast didn't know much, so it wasn't of any help to Yi Xian at all. Thus, Yi Xian killed him with a single sword strike without hesitation. Heavenly Dragon King? Perhaps, this Heavenly Dragon King knew more things. Yi Xian didn't hesitate and directly walked towards the cave where the Heavenly Dragon King was. Some of the experts of the demon god's divine domain liked to imitate the Kunlun divine domain and build huge cities to live in. However, there were also some who liked to follow their original habits and live in caves, mountains, and even the wilderness. This Heavenly Dragon King lived in a cave. The location was also very easy to find. It was a huge mountain peak. Lord Heavenly Dragon King after all, it was the place where the Heavenly Dragon King lived, so there were quite a few divine beasts here. However, Yi Xian wouldn't care that much. The strength of these divine beasts were generally very average. Even the Heavenly Dragon King was only the same as Yi Xian, a high-level divine king, therefore, Yi Xian wasn't afraid of any of the divine beasts here. Who are you? How dare you trespass on the mountain? Do you know that this is Lord Heavenly Dragon King's cave? When a transformed divine beast saw Yi Xian coming over, it directly stood in front of him. With a casual glance, Yi Xian could already tell that this fellow was only a mere 3rd-grade divine lord. Of course, an inferior divine lord would probably be considered an expert under the Heavenly Dragon King. Unfortunately, the one he met was Yi Xian. Thus, he was destined to die. Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to waste his breath. The god-slaughtering sword flew out and killed the divine beast with a single strike. When Yi Xian killed the divine beast, a moment later, the mountain was filled with the sounds of people, and a large group of divine beasts had already come out. After a while, the Heavenly Dragon King directly rushed out. Who dares to cause trouble in my territory? Are you courting death? The moment the Heavenly Dragon King came out, he roared loudly. The deafening sound reverberated throughout the valley. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't care about him at all. System, detect the strength of this divine beast. Ding. System notification, target, Superior Grade 4 God King Realm. Superior Grade 4 God King, perhaps in this area, he could be called the Overlord. However, if he met Yi Xian, then he could only blame his bad luck. Yi Xian looked at the Heavenly Dragon King and indifferently said, I'll give you 2 choices. First, listen to me obediently. Then, I can consider sparing your life. Second, if you don't accept it, then I will take your head. The Heavenly Dragon King looked at Yi Xian as his eyes flickered. No matter what, he was the lord of this area. Now that someone dared to speak to him in such a manner, especially after the heavenly dragon king saw through Yi Xian's identity and knew his strength. He laughed out loud. Human, it's actually a human. Furthermore, it's a human at the superior grade 1 God King realm. Could it be that you're that divine lord from the human clan's resistance army? Haha, I'm dying of laughter. A bunch of ants actually want to try and resist. Furthermore, they even arrogantly call themselves divine lords. Human brat, could it be that you're here to be my snack? Disdain, this was the disdain of the thorns. Even though the heavenly dragon king had already seen through Yi Xian's cultivation, he didn't care at all. In the heavenly dragon king's eyes, there was only boundless disdain. Indeed, the human clan of the demon god's domain was just a snack for these powerful divine beasts. Now, even if Yi Xian had the cultivation of a superior grade 1 god king, the heavenly dragon king had the cultivation of a superior grade 4 god king. He indeed had the qualifications to be arrogant. Of course, the prerequisite was that he didn't meet Yi Xian. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. He was too lazy to talk nonsense and directly attacked the heavenly dragon king. Because to deal with this fellow, only by letting him know his own strength would he understand what it meant to be obedient. Audacious human clan ant, you're courting death. The one who shouted this was not the heavenly dragon king, but an expert beside the heavenly dragon king. This fellow also had the cultivation of a medium grade 6 god king. However, in the demon god's domain, the human clan had always been bullied. It was impossible for them to obtain any cultivation resources. Naturally, there was no need to even think about cultivation techniques or divine abilities. It could be said that other than a few humans who had great opportunities, the rest of the people did not have any decent divine abilities. Treasures and the like were even more out of the question. This fellow had enough confidence to kill Yi Xian. In his eyes, Yi Xian was just a snack, a food, a human that wasn't even worth mentioning. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was Yi Xian. He wasn't one of the humans that had been bullied for countless years in the demon god's domain. Die. Yi Xian casually pointed. In an instant, a mysterious power was activated. Yi Xian used the 6 syllables incantation. The divine beast that was incomparably arrogant a moment ago died on the spot in the next moment. What? What's going on? In an instant, all the demon gods were astonished. After all, they had never encountered such a situation before. They didn't even consider that it was Yi Xian who killed the medium-grade divine king realm divine beast. In the eyes of these divine beasts, they all felt that the human race was the lowliest race. They were just their food. Could food kill its master? They wouldn't have such a thought. Therefore, these divine beasts didn't know what was going on with the sudden death of the medium-grade divine king realm divine beast. But then, they finally found out the reason. Unfortunately, by the time they found out, it was already too late. 6 syllables incantation, destroy. Yi Xian casually waved his hand, and a mysterious and profound power was activated once again. This time, Yi Xian used the extermination symbol art, extermination symbol art, extermination race. This time, Yi Xian used the extermination symbol art against these divine beasts. In an instant, countless divine beasts fell to the ground. Without any warning, he fell to the ground. He didn't even know how he died. This time, over 1,000 divine beasts fell to the ground. They couldn't be any more dead. You, who exactly are you? This time, even a fool could tell that there was something strange about Yi Xian. At the same time, they understood that the death of the medium-grade divine king realm divine beast was caused by Yi Xian. Although they didn't know how Yi Xian did it, it didn't stop them from determining that it was Yi Xian's doing. Damn it, human brat, you're courting death. Kill him. Seeing that Yi Xian didn't return, the heavenly dragon king gave the order and countless divine beasts pounced towards Yi Xian. Even if these divine beasts were weaker than Yi Xian, they weren't afraid at all. In their eyes, Yi Xian was just food. Would Yi Xian show mercy? Impossible. This was the demon god's divine domain. It could be said that Yi Xian was facing a divine domain by himself. If he showed mercy, then he probably wouldn't even know how he died. Moreover, these divine beasts of the demon god's divine domain didn't even see humans as living beings. They only saw them as food and killed them at will. Then, why would Yi Xian care about them? Yi Xian only needed to treat them as resources that he could devour. Mighty heaven shaking, magic treasure form, leave none alive. At the same time that the divine beast charged over, Yi Xian gave the order to attack. In an instant, Wei Zhentian transformed into a god-slaughtering sword and immediately controlled the two god-slaughtering swords to charge out. Of course, Yi Xian himself moved. Eternal Night Domain. Capturing the Dragon King Absolute Zero. The moment Yi Xian made his move, he didn't hold back at all. Absolute Zero smashed towards the slightly stronger divine beasts. Once they were frozen, what awaited them would be the merciless slaughter of the heavens. 1, 2, 3, one by one, the divine beasts of the demon god's domain finally experienced what terror and despair were. In front of Yi Xian, they didn't even have the slightest bit of defense. They could only wait to be killed. At this moment, some of the divine beasts couldn't help but recall how they had surrounded and killed those humans. Wasn't it the same? It was just like now. However, at that time, they had watched the weak humans struggle and then enjoy the feast. And today, they were the ones being hunted down and killed at will. At the very least, they didn't have to endure the cruel words around them. However, the more silent they were, the more terrifying they were. Other than the despairing cries of the divine beasts before they were killed, there were no other sounds. On the mountain top of the space, only miserable screams echoed. Stop, stop right now. The Heavenly Dragon King couldn't help but shout loudly as he watched his people being continuously killed by Yi Xian. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't have the slightest intention of paying attention to him. The Heavenly Dragon King was enraged and attacked Yi Xian. Unfortunately, it was useless. He didn't even need Yi Xian to make a move. Just the Divine Wood Sword Attendant alone was enough to put the Heavenly Dragon King in danger. If it wasn't for Yi Xian's order not to kill him, the Heavenly Dragon King would have died countless times. Don't kill me. Help. I don't want to die. I beg of you to spare me, I won't dare to do it again. Countless voices reverberated in the mountains. However, they wouldn't be exchanged for Yi Xian's benevolence, no matter what evil deeds they'd committed. For his own sake, Yi Xian wouldn't let the divine beasts here leave alive. At this moment, Wei Zhentian was controlling the two god-slaughtering swords to fly around the surroundings. Any divine beast that tried to escape would be mercilessly killed by Wei Zhentian. Inside, Yi Xian released his god-tier mount, the Flower God Sword Attendant, and continued to kill. Because of the Eternal Night Domain, these divine beasts, who could no longer see anything, could only wait to be slaughtered. The roar became softer and softer until it completely disappeared. The disappearance of the voice meant that all the divine beasts here had been slaughtered. Of course, there was an exception, and that was the Heavenly Dragon King, who was having a hard time fighting against the Divine Wood Sword Attendant. At this moment, the Heavenly Dragon King didn't have any fighting spirit left. It could be said that he only wanted to escape from this terrifying human race. However, he couldn't do it at all. In front of Yi Xian, he didn't even have the slightest chance of escaping. Finally, Yi Xian arrived beside the Heavenly Dragon King. At this moment, the Heavenly Dragon King didn't have half of his previous arrogant appearance. When he saw Yi Xian walk over, he hurriedly knelt in front of him. "My lord, spare me. My lord, spare me." He clearly had the cultivation of a high-level 4th-grade God King, but at this moment, the Sky King only dared to kneel on the ground and kowtow as he begged for mercy. The impression that Yi Xian gave the Heavenly Dragon King was too deep, so deep that he would never forget it. That invincible attitude of casually slaughtering millions of divine beasts made this Heavenly Dragon King not have the slightest bit of resistance. "I'll give you another chance. Choose, are you obedient, or let me kill you? In any case, if I kill you, the other divine beasts will definitely cherish this chance to live." "No, no, my lord, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. As long as you let me go, I'll do anything you want me to," the Heavenly Dragon King said loudly. At this moment, he only wanted to live. How could he care so much? Yi Xian nodded his head. In an instant, the Divine Wood Sword Attendant returned to Yi Xian's side from the Heavenly Dragon King's side. However, the Heavenly Dragon King didn't dare to have any improper thoughts. He only wanted to escape? He didn't even dare to think about it. This was because the Heavenly Dragon King knew very well that Xian's strength wasn't something he could compare to. Don't think that just because Xian's realm was lower than his, Xian was weaker than him. In reality, just a single divine wood sword attendant was enough to make him unable to resist at all. Alright, if you want to live, then listen to me obediently. Xian didn't care about this fellow. If it wasn't for the fact that he still had some use for this Heavenly Dragon King, Xian wouldn't mind killing him. Devour. With a wave of his hand, the divine beast corpses that covered the mountains and plains instantly disappeared. Ding. System notification, host has broken through. Current realm, 2nd grade high-level God King realm. Xian didn't have the slightest expression. After all, Xian knew that if he didn't reach the God Emperor realm, he wouldn't even have the qualifications to enter the Origin Secret realm. Xian naturally wouldn't waste killing these divine beasts. The current Xian would seize any opportunity to increase his strength. Xian directly walked out with the Heavenly Dragon King. In Xian's eyes, this demon god's domain could be considered a pretty good place. If Xian could kill so many divine beasts, it would undoubtedly provide Xian with quite a bit of cultivation. Quickly raising his cultivation and searching for Luo's whereabouts was the most important thing for Xian right now. As for anything else, Xian couldn't be bothered to think about it. Not long after Xian left with the Heavenly Dragon King, a group of divine beasts arrived. However, when they saw the bloodstains on the mountain, they didn't see any corpses or any survivors. These people retreated in fear. Within a small area of the demon god's domain, a piece of news spread. A powerful spy from the Kunlun divine domain had snuck into the demon god's domain. Moreover, he had killed every beast he saw, leaving no survivors. Even an overlord's territory had been completely wiped out. Of course, there was also another version. It said that the human race, which had always been regarded as a snack by the divine beasts, had actually produced an expert who went around killing divine beasts, but no matter which news it was, it seemed that it was enough to shock and panic the people of the demon god's domain. No one was willing to face Xian, the god of slaughter. However, no one knew where Xian was. There were even quite a few indignant divine beasts that formed teams to kill Xian. Of course, there were also lords who issued orders to capture Xian. However, the next few days were abnormally average, causing people to be unable to understand what Xian was going to do. Actually, what Xian wanted to do now was very simple. It was to head to a genius training camp in the demon god's domain. Just like the Kunlun divine domain, the demon god's domain naturally had an existence similar to an academy. However, in the demon god's domain, it was called a cave. This wasn't the cave that the human race was talking about, but a real cave. Xian was going to a place called the Watermoon Cave. Many geniuses of the demon god's domain were gathered here. Originally, Xian hoped that the Heavenly Dragon King would be able to provide him with information about Luo's whereabouts or a way to leave the demon god's domain. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Dragon King was only a small character in the demon god's domain. Therefore, he couldn't count on the Heavenly Dragon King at all. It was useless to Xian. 2433, Eating Humans. The Watermoon Cave was, after all, the place where the geniuses of the demon god's divine realm gathered. Hence, all the people here were divine beasts in human form. When Xian first arrived here, he even suspected that he'd arrived at the territory of the human race. After all, the entire city was filled with all kinds of divine beasts in human form. However, Xian was very clear that this wasn't the territory of the human race. After all, the customs and habits here were completely different. At this moment, Xian walked into a restaurant. Just like the Kunlun divine realm, although many divine beasts didn't need to eat and wouldn't be affected in any way, they were still used to eating something delicious. Xian was prepared to taste the special dishes of the demon god's divine realm. Waiter, what special dishes do you have in your restaurant? Xian asked the waiter. The waiter's strength was not bad. He already had the cultivation of a low-level divine king. At this moment, the waiter looked at Xian happily. After all, anyone who entered the restaurant and asked about the special dishes was undoubtedly an expert, a rich man. Aya, this customer, you really are in luck. Today, I have a few new desserts. I'm sure you'll be satisfied. Oh, tell me about it. What's delicious? Yi Xian was also interested as he asked the waiter. "Alright, please take a look. This is a human dessert caught from the distant snowy region. The taste is very delicious. Our shop's chef specially chose 10,000-year-old snow lotus velvet, 1,000-year-old ice heart soul spirit, 9,000-year-old divine water returning spirit grass, and has already added, and other divine herbs, put the fresh twin human babies into the altar, refine them for 49 days, remove all impurities, and then refine them for 99 days with a live fire for 81 days. In this way, not only will the taste be incomparably delicious, but even when you eat it, the two babies will still be alive." "Oh right, sir, please watch." With a wave of his hand, another image of a blade appeared in front of Yi Xian. This time, it wasn't a baby, but a peerlessly beautiful young girl. "Customer, look, this is a special ingredient made from human race's top-grade beauties. The main dish of the fairy banquet, the exquisite fairy. Look at how smooth the skin of a human girl is, how tender the meat is, whether it's eaten raw or cooked, it's still delicious." Yi Xian frowned. There were actually two dishes that used humans as the main ingredients. Yi Xian clenched his fists, and the anger in his heart was unbearable. However, Yi Xian was well aware that this was the demon god's domain after all. Thus, even if Yi Xian was angry in his heart, he could only be angry and not say anything. "Since I've met you, then it can be considered fate. I only have this much power. If I can save one, then it's one." Yi Xian silently thought in his heart. After all, he had a purpose for coming to the Watermoon Cave, so it wasn't good for him to cause a ruckus. This human beauty is not bad. And those two babies, don't put them in the dish yet. Bring them to me. Yi Xian said to the waiter in an attempt to save the three of them. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the waiter revealed a slightly surprised expression at first, but he didn't think too much about it. However, he awkwardly said, This request of the customer doesn't make sense. These are just two main dishes, why would the customer have such a request?" In the eyes of the waiter, Yi Xian's request was indeed incomparably strange. After all, who would have nothing better to do than look at the appearance of the dishes before eating? The waiter thought for a moment before coming to a realization. Could it be that the customer is afraid that the dishes aren't fresh enough? Rest assured, the dishes in our shop are all freshly caught, so they are guaranteed to be incomparably fresh. Is that so? Could it be that those two babies were also caught by you? Yi Xian's face revealed a displeased expression. This wasn't a pretense. In fact, Yi Xian was already extremely furious in his heart. Aren't you making things difficult for me? These two babies are indeed newly born children of a human that my shop caught. However, this can definitely guarantee their freshness. Enough, if I say I want to see him, then I want to see him. With a bang, Yi Xian directly slapped the table. A table refined from high-grade black iron divine wood was directly smashed into pieces by Yi Xian. When the waiter saw Yi Xian getting angry, he didn't dare to delay any longer. He immediately said, Sir, please don't be angry. This lowly one will immediately inform the kitchen. The waiter didn't dare to hesitate. After all, the people who came here to eat were either rich or noble. This was a subsidiary city of the Watermoon Cave. No matter what the cultivation level of the young people here was, young Master Xing had an incomparably deep background. He wasn't in existence that a restaurant like this could easily offend. At this moment, seeing Yi Xian get angry, how could he dare to delay? Very quickly, the waiter brought two people in. Each of them was dragging a cage in their hands. In one cage was the young girl, and in the other cage were the two babies. Ding, system notification, detected a special bloodline, goddess bloodline. He didn't expect that the system would give him a notification as soon as the girl arrived. This girl actually had a special bloodline. However, in the demon god's divine domain, no matter what bloodline it would be useless. After all, the human race was only the lowest level of food in the demon god's divine domain. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth slightly raised as he directly asked the waiter, What's the price of these two dishes? Seeing Yi Xian ask about the price, the waiter immediately revealed a smile and said, Dear customer, these two dishes only cost a total of 50,000 spirit stones, which is a very cheap price. If you like it, my shop can even give you a 20% discount, only 40,000 spirit stones will do. 40,000 spirit stones, a special bloodline, 3 lives, was only worth 40,000 spirit stones. Yi Xian frowned, but there was nothing he could do. With a wave of his hand, a pile of spirit stones appeared in front of the waiter. Alright, count carefully. There are a total of 50,000 spirit stones here. I don't want any discount from you. I want these 2 dishes. Open the cage, I want to take them away now. Dear customer, although eating it raw is a good choice, after all, the human race is not clean. I'm afraid eating it raw will cause unnecessary problems. Dear customer, why don't you leave it to my shop to deal with it? Alright, I don't need you to care what I want to do. Scram! Yi Xian roared as he violently broke open the 2 cages. Since Yi Xian had already paid, no one would say anything when he broke open the cage. Follow me. Yi Xian said to the young girl. At the same time, he'd already absorbed the 2 babies into the devouring space. The young girl hesitated for a moment, but could only follow Yi Xian and leave. After all, he didn't choose to go all out. Even though he knew very well that he had already been treated as food, he could only helplessly accept his fate. This was the helplessness of the human race in the demon god realm. Sometimes, even if they knew what the outcome would be, they were powerless to resist. Main course. Very quickly, Yi Xian brought the young girl away from the Watermoon Cave subsidiary city. Actually, Yi Xian knew very well that it wasn't a good idea to have the young girl follow by his side or leave by herself. Of course, Yi Xian could choose to absorb him into the devouring space. However, since he'd come to the demon god's domain, Yi Xian naturally hoped to be able to save more humans. Thus, it might be a good choice for this young girl to stay outside and lead the way for Yi Xian. Those 2 babies were different. After all, the 2 babies could be effectively taken care of in the devouring space, so it was useless to leave them outside. However, this young girl was Yi Xian's only guide. Yi Xian released his spiritual will and carefully examined his surroundings. After confirming that there was no danger, he said to the young girl, "Alright, we're safe now." However, the young girl still looked at Yi Xian in panic. It was obvious that she thought that Yi Xian was going to eat her or harm him right now. Xianxia was very clear in her heart that once a human girl fell into the hands of a divine beast from the demon god's domain, it could be said that her life was worse than death. In fact, she would even receive treatment that was even more terrifying than becoming a dish. Back then, because Xianxia was naughty, she walked out of the village, but she didn't expect to be captured the moment she came out. Along the way, he had seen many encounters with the human clan. Originally, there were more than 3,000 people imprisoned together with her, but now, he was the only one left. As for the 2 babies, Xianxia had watched them being born. In reality, the 2 babies could be considered half human and half beast. Unfortunately, in the demon god's domain, half human and half beast had never been truly recognized. There were even people from the demon god's domain who specially raised a group of human women. Usually, they would be used as tools for the people of the demon god's domain to play with. The babies that they gave birth to would also be immediately sent to the restaurant. Along the way, Xianxia was lucky, but also unlucky. She was lucky because she was small and thin, so no one from the demon god's domain paid attention to her. Unlucky because he had seen too many tragic encounters. "You, what do you want to do to me?" Xianxia looked at Yi Xian and asked in fear. Just by looking at Xianxia's expression, Yi Xian already knew that Xianxia had misunderstood. Therefore, Yi Xian lowered his cultivation level as much as possible. At the same time, he revealed a smile and said to Xianxia, "You don't have to be afraid. My name is Yi Xian, and I'm also from the human clan. I came from the Kunlun Divine Domain." Kunlun Divine Domain? Xianxia looked at Yi Xian in confusion. Yes, it's the Kunlun Divine Domain. In the previous Divine Domain War, our human clan's Kunlun Divine Domain won the war. However, I snuck in because of a special mission, so you don't have to be afraid. I'm the same as you, a human. Yi Xian said indifferently. However, who knew that after he finished speaking, Xianxia directly threw herself into Yi Xian's embrace. Tears continuously flowed from her eyes as she sobbed in a low voice, "You're a human, you're really a human." "Yes, I'm a human." Yi Xian gently caressed Xiangshua's jade back, but he sighed inwardly. He knew why Xianxia was so afraid, because in reality, Xianxia had always been afraid. Among the humans in the demon god's divine domain, which one of them wasn't worried about their own tomorrow? I know about the Kunlun divine domain. Grandma said that it is the holy land of our human clan. Over there, the human clan is the ruler. Yes, the Kunlun divine domain is the territory of the human clan. Don't worry, I will definitely bring you away. Yi Xian felt rather helpless in his heart. He'd only heard of the demon god's divine domain before, but he didn't know what it was like. Only now did Yi Xian know that the demon god's divine domain was simply the human clan's purgatory. No wonder the Kunlun divine domain and the demon god's divine domain had always been mortal enemies. It was because there was no room for reconciliation. However, it was a pity that the demon god's divine domain was also incomparably powerful. Therefore, even if Mi Ming wanted to save the human clan in the demon god's divine domain, he was unable to do so. After comforting Xianxia for a period of time, she finally calmed down. At the same time, Yi Xian also found out some information about the human clan in the demon god's divine domain from Xianxia. Because the human clan in the demon god's divine domain was suppressed by the divine beasts, they couldn't obtain any cultivation resources at all. Even the space for them to move around was very narrow. Moreover, the divine beasts in the demon god's divine domain would often come out to hunt these human clan. In the demon god's divine domain, there was almost no place for the human clan to hide. Take the village that Xianxia came from for example. In fact, there had always been a constant migration. In order to avoid the hunting of the divine beasts, Xianxia's village constantly walked through dangerous places, snowy mountains, deserts, abysses. Any place that was hard to be discovered by others was the holy land in their hearts. If they wanted to live, they could only continue to escape. And it wasn't that the human clan didn't have any experts. Unfortunately, without cultivation resources, no matter how talented they were, it was impossible for them to have high achievements. Even if Xianxia was a genius in their village, it was rare for her to cultivate to this nondescript low-class divine lord realm at such a young age with just a fortuitous encounter and without cultivation resources. The reason why Xianxia's divine lord realm was nondescript was because Xianxia's body had been trained to the body refinement realm, but she had almost no combat power. She couldn't even fly. In the demon god's divine domain, the human clan vigorously developed a sub-occupation called construction. This sub-occupation was different from artifact forging. It involved simple processing of materials that could be seen into things that could be used by humans. But no matter what, it was an indisputable fact that the human clan of the demon god's divine domain lived in fear at all times. If the conditions were right, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't mind helping others. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't have that ability right now. With her mere cultivation of a high-level god king, he didn't have the qualifications to cause a ruckus in the demon god's divine domain. If he wasn't careful, he might even be discovered by the demon god's divine domain and be hunted down. Fortunately, the divine beasts of the demon god's divine domain usually liked to take human form, and the humans of the demon god's divine domain were extremely weak, so they didn't dare to enter the divine beasts' cities and caves. Therefore, no one suspected Yi Xian. After all, it was impossible for the humans of the demon god's divine domain to reach the cultivation of a high-level god king. Therefore, when they saw Yi Xian's cultivation, the divine beasts of the demon god's divine domain would naturally think that Yi Xian was a divine beast in human form and wouldn't think that Yi Xian was a human. Yi Xian secretly decided that he would save as many humans as he could in the demon god's divine domain. As for the demon god's divine domain, once Yi Xian's strength was sufficient, he would definitely erase this place. Consecutive breakthroughs at the same time, he took out some magic treasures and cultivation resources and gave them to Xianxia. This was the only thing Yi Xian could do. No matter how much more, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to do anything. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Yi Xian's mind. He thought of a skill that he'd almost never used before. Eternal Reward. The Eternal Reward was a skill that came with the eternal body. This skill was originally just a useless existence, but now, Yi Xian discovered that it was time for this skill to show its use. System, can I use the faith point to exchange for eternal points? Ding. System prompt, host can use faith point to exchange for eternal points. Alright, since I can use faith point to exchange for eternal points. System, use faith point to exchange for an eternal point. I want to use the Eternal Reward skill. Ding. System prompt: host has consumed 1 million faith point to exchange for 1 eternal point. Following the system prompt, Xian obtained an eternal point. 1 million faith points to exchange for 1 eternal point didn't seem like a good deal, but Xian couldn't care less. After all, eternal points were very difficult to obtain, but faith points were increasing at any time. Xian naturally wouldn't fuss over it. Xian couldn't even be bothered to see how many faith points he had. Use the skill, Eternal Reward. Use the ancient resources of the ancient zither space as the reward. Xian said directly. Following Xian's words, a powerful light enveloped Xian. The light contained an extremely powerful energy. After all, this was the energy that was exchanged for using ancient resources. The energy continuously condensed and cleansed Xiangshua's body. Waves of incomparably pure divine power were directly infused into Xiangshua's body. Even the magic treasures that Xian had given Xian had changed. The light condensed and did not dissipate for a long time. Xiangshua's eyes were tightly shut, clearly undergoing the test. Xian didn't know what Xiangshua had experienced, but the power of the ball of light was clearly able to transform her. Time flowed by. After a full 72 hours, Xiangshua finally walked out of the ball of light. In an instant, a powerful fluctuation exploded out from Xiangshua's body. This is bad. Xian was shocked. He immediately picked up Xiangshua and quickly fled. Xian didn't put Xiangshua down until he was 10,000 miles away. At this moment, Xiangshua still hadn't completely woken up. However, the system's notification had already sounded out. Ding, system notification, host, please pay attention, the designated target, the special bloodline has been successfully activated. Due to the host's eternal reward, Xiangshua's bloodline has been upgraded to the Heavenly Warring Divine Mother bloodline. Ding, system notification, host, please pay attention, Xiangshua's realm has increased. Current realm, peak 9th grade Divine Emperor realm. Divine Emperor, and it was even a peak 9th grade Divine Emperor realm? Xian was slightly shocked. He didn't expect Xiangshua to advance so many levels in one go because of his eternal reward. One had to know that Xian himself was only a first-grade God King, but he didn't expect that an eternal reward would actually create a peak 9th grade Divine Emperor. This was an entire realm. Moreover, he was only one step away from breaking through. It was impossible for Xian not to be surprised. However, it was also because of this that Xian felt that it was time for him to break through. Although Xian needed to use better resources to continue leveling up due to the increase in his strength, it didn't mean that it would be difficult for Xian. After all, Xian had kept the ancient zither space's output for such a long time without using it. It was time to increase his strength. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to move an inch in the demon god's domain. Devour. Xian directly said. The countless resources within the universe ring were quickly classified. The valuable ones were kept, and the rest were all transformed into Xian's leveling experience and infused into his body. Breakthrough, 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 continuous breakthroughs. Ding, system notification, host has broken through. Current realm, inferior 9th grade Divine Emperor realm. Xian was very satisfied with raising his cultivation by so many levels in one go. Although he was still slightly inferior to Xiangshua, Xian was very clear that if they were to really fight, Xiangshua's battle prowess might not be much stronger than his. After all, Xian had raised Xiangshua's cultivation level. Coupled with the eruption of Xiangshua's special bloodline, this was the result. However, Xiangshua didn't have any battle experience, nor did she have any suitable divine abilities. Of course, Xian would slowly settle all of this later. Let's go to the Aquamoon Cave. Xian said to Xiangshua. Xiangshua was shocked at first, then asked, Big brother Yi, why are we still going to the Aquamoon Cave? There are many divine beast experts gathered there, it's very dangerous. Xian looked at Xiangshua and lightly smiled. Go kill someone. Right, Xian was going to kill someone. In Xian's heart, the demon god's domain wasn't the Kunlun god's domain, so there was no need for Xian to hold back. Since these divine beasts didn't treat humans as living beings, then why would Xian care about them? Let them become the stepping stones for Xian to quickly increase his strength. The two of them walked together, quickly heading towards the subsidiary city of the Aquamoon Cave. This time, Yi Xian didn't have any scruples. Even if he didn't provoke Yi Xian would still make a move to cause trouble, let alone provoke him. The two of them once again arrived at the subsidiary city. At the beginning, they didn't encounter any trouble. However, not long after, Yi Xian found what he wanted. At this moment, Yi Xian was walking on the street, looking at the strange resources that the demon god's domain was selling. After all, there were some resources in the demon god's domain that didn't exist in the Kunlun god's domain. For example, this thing called the 3-star divine stone was something that the Kunlun god's domain had never heard of before. However, this 3-star divine stone had the special effect of strengthening the power of laws. By gathering a sufficient number of 3-star divine stones and refining the 3-star divine power within, one would be able to achieve the special effect of condensing the power of laws. Just as Yi Xian was about to buy some, he heard the roars of people and the neighing of horses in the distance. Get out of the way, all of you get out of the way. The young master of the Yi Karen family has arrived. Yi Karen's family? Yi Xian frowned slightly, but Ouyang Shui had already said to Yi Xian, "Big brother, you might not know, but this Yi Karen family is a rather powerful family. This Yi Karen family has a divine sovereign level expert, and can be considered to be domineering in this area. Moreover, this Water Moon Cave subsidiary city can be considered to be the property of the Yi Karen family." It sounded like his strength wasn't bad, but Yi Xian didn't care about his background. "The young master of the Yi Karen family brat, are you courting death? Hurry up and scram. Do you know who is here?" A lackey ran over to Yi Xian's side. His strength was clearly only at the 6th level of the Divine King realm, but when he saw Yi Xian and Ouyang Shui, the two Divine Emperor realm experts, he didn't have the slightest bit of fear. After all, he represented the young master of the Yi Karen family. Who would dare to disobey him? But today, he just had to meet such a person. Yi Xian couldn't even be bothered to pay attention to this fellow. Since he was looking for trouble, how could Yi Xian be afraid at all? Seeing that Yi Xian wasn't moved, the lackey was clearly infuriated. He casually picked up a whip and lashed it towards Yi Xian. "Pa!" A crisp sound rang out. Of course, it was naturally impossible for it to hit Yi Xian. Instead, it whipped the shop owner to death. However, it was clear that the Yi Karen family was incomparably tyrannical. Even if their servants killed someone on the spot, not only did no one stop them, they even caused the surrounding people to take a few steps back. When the servant saw that he had killed someone, not only did he not show the slightest bit of fear, he even swaggered over. He glanced at that person and said without a care, "You deserve to die. You dare to block our young master's path? I think you don't want to live anymore." After saying this, the servant waved his whip again and swept it towards Yi Xian. At the same time, he said, "And you, you dare to block the young master's path, kill without mercy." As the whip got closer and closer to Yi Xian, many of the surrounding people revealed expressions of reluctance. Actually, there were naturally some experts here who could defeat this servant, but this was a servant of the Yi Karen family. Moreover, he was the most beloved servant of the Yi Karen family, so no one dared to attack him. Therefore, everyone only thought in their hearts that another fellow was going to die under the whip. However, in the next moment, a scene that shocked them occurred. Just as the whip was about to hit Yi Xian, he heard Yi Xian's voice explode, "Scram!" In an instant, a long sword pounced towards the servant. How could a mere 6th-grade divine king be a match for Yi Xian? Wei Zhentian controlled the god's slaughtering sword and killed him before he could even react. Murder. Moreover, the one who died was a servant of the Yi Karen family. The surrounding divine beasts revealed expressions of shock, and some of them were so scared that they revealed their true forms, they couldn't help but be afraid. This was also a servant of the Karen family. Who would dare to offend the Yi Karen family in the affiliated city of the Watermoon Cave? At this moment, an angry voice rang out, "Damn it, you actually dared to kill my servant. Kill them all." In an instant, a large group of servants charged forward once again and pounced towards Yi Xian. It was obvious that they wanted to kill him. Yi Xian wasn't afraid in the slightest, but his eyes were bright and full of spirit. In fact, Yi Xian already had an idea in his heart. The servants ran amok as they pounced towards Yi Xian, but Yi Xian didn't fight them head-on. Instead, he continuously dodged. Moreover, every time he dodged, he specifically dodged towards a place with a lot of people. These servants of the Yi Karen family were usually unbridled. How could they care so much? They continued to attack without stopping, boom, boom, boom. Powerful attacks continued to explode, but they didn't affect Yixian at all. However, the surrounding passers-by were in deep trouble. In just a short period of time, more than a dozen people had already suffered an unexpected calamity. Perhaps ordinary passers-by could still avoid it, but the divine beasts that lived here or opened shops here couldn't avoid it so easily. A divine beast that opened a weapon shop wailed incomparably. Just a moment ago, the servants of the Yi Karen family had not only injured him, they had also destroyed his shop. Yixian purposely acted in an extremely sorry state as he continuously dodged. Those servants didn't care that much and tightly chased after Yixian. Along the way, they continuously destroyed and injured passers-by. Yixian smiled. This was the result he wanted. Suddenly, Yixian made his move. Under the control of Wei Zhentian, the god-slaughtering sword in his hand instantly flew out and killed a servant of the Yi Karen family. Moreover, Ouyang Shui, who was hiding in the shadows, had already received Yixian's instructions to kick a divine beast out. Because of the chaos, many people didn't understand the process at all. However, they did see that the divine beast that was watching the show was pouncing on a dead servant of the Yi Karen family. You dare to kill a member of my Yi Karen family. When a nearby servant saw this result, he immediately roared and was about to rush towards that person. That person was incomparably flustered as he loudly said, "It's not me, it's really not me." However, how could the servants of the Yi Karen family care so much? With a casual whip, they sent that person's head flying. At the same time, they erased that person's divine deity. The corner of Yixian's mouth curled into a slight smile as he continued his actions. As he dodged, he created chaos. Moreover, he didn't kill those servants, but only injured them. With Xianxia's cooperation, not long after, there were already passers-by who attacked the servants of the Yi Karen family in order to survive. Damn it, you lowly commoners actually dare to offend this young master's dignity. Kill them all. It was the so-called young master of the Yi Karen family who spoke again. Hearing this, Yixian wished that he could ruthlessly praise the young master of the Yi Karen family. This was simply his teammate, not his enemy at all. This kind of cooperation, he had a tacit understanding. Hearing the words of the young master of the Yi Karen family, the servants didn't care so much and directly attacked the people around them. One had to know that their Yi Karen family had always been running rampant in this affiliated city. Killing a few people was something that couldn't be any more normal. After all, compared to the Kunlun God region, the Demon God region valued strength over strength. There weren't as many rules. At this moment, the moment these servants made a move, the divine beasts that were unwilling to be killed would naturally resist. As for Yixian, he immediately shouted, "Everyone, what are you waiting for? The Yi Karen family is not giving us a way out. Could it be that you are willing to be slaughtered by them at will? Everyone attack together, for the sake of survival, for the sake of our own lives." Yixian's voice naturally resonated with countless people. After all, the current situation was already obvious. The Yi Karen family was already prepared to kill them all. If they didn't resist, then there really wouldn't be a way out. Alright, everyone attack together. Even if we die, we can't die in such a cowardly manner. Everyone, resist them together. Someone loudly replied to Yixian. With the first, there would naturally be a second. Very soon, the entire street was filled with the sound of voices rising and falling. How could Yixian let go of such a good opportunity? If he didn't make a move now, when would he? At this moment, the streets were already in chaos. Back to the Water Moon Cave, the servants of Yi Karen's family had already noticed the abnormality. After all, it was normal for them to kill a few people in this subsidiary city. But now, these lowly commoners actually dared to resist them. This was simply unbearable. However, there were also some smart people who knew that this was not the time to fight. After all, if anything happened to the young lord, they would be able to take responsibility. However, how could it be that easy for them to quell the chaos now? Yixian continuously wandered through the crowd. Wei Zhentian controlled the god-slaughtering sword and would occasionally kill a person. The people he killed were all ordinary passers-by who weren't involved in the chaos. One by one, the passers-by were constantly killed. In addition to the chaos in the surroundings, more people were naturally sucked into the vortex. In fact, the Yi Karen family knew very well that they were not welcome in this subsidiary city. Therefore, whenever they went out, they would bring hundreds of guards with them. However, the current situation was that these hundreds of guards were no longer enough. Compared to the chaotic crowd, these guards were like a drop in the bucket. The onslaught of the crowd forced the guards to defend with their lives to prevent the young master from getting hurt. The conflict had already arisen. How could it be so easy to reconcile? Not to mention that Yi Xian was intentionally causing trouble. Xianxia was following Yi Xian's orders to cause chaos, but suddenly, she was pulled to the side by Yi Xian. "Hurry up and leave," Yi Xian said to Xianxia. "Why do we have to leave? The current situation is very advantageous to us. Why don't we assassinate the young master of the Yi Karen family first?" Xianxia's words caused Yi Xian to be slightly stunned. Yi Xian didn't expect Xianxia to be so bold. It wasn't that Yi Xian hadn't thought of assassinating the young master of the Yi Karen family. However, he didn't want to do so. After all, assassinating the young master of the Yi Karen family would definitely bring him a lot of unnecessary trouble. In any case, the current chaos had already achieved the effect that Yi Xian had expected, so there was no need to add more trouble. Yi Xian's plan was actually very simple. He wanted to stir up chaos within the demon realm. Of course, he was only in a subsidiary city of the Watermoon Cave. This time, Yi Xian was only testing his strength. Yi Xian already had a complete plan in his heart. He wanted to make the interior of the demon realm restless. Therefore, there was no need for Yi Xian to suggest assassinating young Master Yi Karen. Alright, the current result is already very good. Moreover, even if we don't make a move, I'm afraid that young lord won't be able to survive. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth curled into a smile. This was because he'd already seen that there were already quite a few divine kings and even divine emperors involved in this internal strife. Some people hoped to obtain benefits from helping the Yi Karen family, but even more people could no longer suppress the anger in their hearts and directly attacked the Yi Karen family. This way, it directly led to a chaotic battle between the two forces in this subsidiary city. The people from both sides were already in a killing frenzy. The more they killed, the more people would be drawn into it. It would not be so easy to pacify the chaos in this subsidiary city of the Watermoon abode. Yi Xian brought Xianxia and quickly left. Not long after they left, thousands of family guards, servants rushed out from the Yi Karen family. These people had received news that the young master was trapped, so they rushed over to support him. Once these people joined in, other than escalating the conflict, it wouldn't be of much use. Not long after Yi Xian left, the entire subsidiary city fell into chaos. Not long after, the young master died at the hands of an expert. Once the young master of the Yi Karen family died, how could the Yi Karen family let this matter rest? Thus, this battle continued for many days without stopping. Of course, it was inevitable that this news would spread. Some people felt that those lowly commoners were courting death by openly rebelling against the powerful Yi Karen family, while others felt that the Yi Karen family had gone too far. But no matter what, Yi Xian's goal of intensifying the conflict had been achieved. 5 days later, a man and a woman once again arrived at the subsidiary city. At this moment, the subsidiary city was clearly much more desolate, and there were far fewer pedestrians on the streets. There were even traces of battles left in many places. These two people were undoubtedly Yi Xian and Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia had a smile on her face. She was very satisfied with this result. After all, the conflict between the human race and the divine beasts in the demon god's divine realm was simply impossible to reconcile. The human race in the demon god's divine realm naturally hoped that all the divine beasts would die overnight. After all, only then would they be able to obtain a place to live. Although that kind of thinking was almost impossible to achieve, it wouldn't stop Xianxia from being happy from the bottom of her heart because of the riots in the subsidiary cities and the deaths of so many experts from the demon god's divine realm. As for Yi Xian, he didn't feel anything. After all, to Yi Xian, this was only a small part of his plan. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't care about the deaths of these divine beasts at all. No matter how many died, Yi Xian could only watch in silence. This time, it was obvious that the entire subsidiary city had fallen into silence. Because of the great purge of the Yi Karen family, many divine beasts were either killed or chose to leave this place. Yi Xian's arrival wasn't welcomed like before. The people who stayed behind only coldly looked at Yi Xian. Of course, Yi Xian didn't care that much. This time, Yi Xian was just passing by. As a subsidiary city, it was a necessary path to the Watermoon Cave. If it wasn't for this, Yi Xian probably wouldn't have come here. Yi Xian and Xianxua's speed was very fast. Not long after, the two of them passed through the subsidiary city. At this moment, the two of them had already arrived outside the Watermoon Cave. The Watermoon Cave was a place where geniuses gathered. It was one of the more famous caves in the demon god's divine realm. This way, the interrogation would be rather strict. Those who didn't have the qualifications to enter this place would definitely not have the chance to enter. Yi Xian and Xianxua hadn't gone far when they were stopped by the two of them. "Halt, show me your medallions." Yi Xian raised his head and looked at the two of them as he asked, "What medallion?" One of them looked at Yi Xian and indifferently said, "Why did the two of you come here? If you're here to learn, then show your invitation medallion. If you're here to visit, then show your visiting medallion." The corner of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly, but he didn't say anything. Instead, Xianxua coldly said, "We're here to kill people. Do we also need to show our killing medallions?" The corner of Yi Xian's mouth twitched. Elder blocking the way, who would have thought that the two guards of the Watermoon Cave would look at each other and laugh out loud. "Haha, you two kids, did you come here on purpose to tease us? Come to my Watermoon Cave to kill people? This is the funniest joke I've ever heard." Was it really a joke? Suddenly, a cold light flashed. The person who was laughing complacently suddenly stopped laughing. There was only fear in his eyes because that cold light had already taken his life. Who exactly are you people?" The remaining guard was a sensible person. If Yi Xian could instantly kill his companion, then he could naturally kill him. Therefore, he didn't escape at all because he knew very well that he wouldn't be able to escape. However, Yi Xian didn't pay any attention to that person. As soon as that person finished speaking, Wei Zhentian had already controlled the god slaughtering sword to fly back and kill him. "I've already told you that we're here to kill people. It's you who didn't believe us. You can't blame us," Xianxua said indifferently. Yi Xian didn't care too much about it. With a casual wave of his hand, he devoured the two divine beast guards along with their universe rings. After doing all of this, Yi Xian and Xianxua continued forward. Along the way, it could be said that they would kill anyone they saw. Although the Watermoon Cave was a gathering place of geniuses in the demon god's domain, how could ordinary guards be a match for Yi Xian? In a short moment, they arrived outside the Watermoon Cave. At this moment, Yi Xian finally met an expert, an elder of the Watermoon Cave. At this moment, just like before, Yi Xian casually killed the two guards. And at this moment, a voice rang out. "How dare you? Who are you? How dare you kill people in my Watermoon Cave? Don't tell me you don't want to live anymore." Along with this voice, three figures directly descended. A divine beast with a bull's head and a human's body was holding a magic treasure that looked like a wolf's fang. Behind him were two divine beasts dressed in blue robes. This divine beast with the head of a cow was the enforcement elder of the Watermoon Cave. Originally, he was just passing by, but he didn't expect to encounter the scene of Yi Xian killing the guards. The sudden appearance of the three people caused Xianxua to be slightly stunned. However, she wasn't afraid at all. Looking at the three of them, Xianxua said, "Another three people have come to die." Along the way, Yi Xian had deliberately trained Xianxua and allowed her to personally kill a few divine beasts with average strength. Of course, most of the time, it was still Yi Xian who personally took action. At this moment, when he saw the three of them, Yi Xian only asked the system, detect the strength of these three people. Ding, system notification, designated target, a 1st grade Divine Emperor Stage Watermoon Cave Elder, 2 7th grade Divine King Stage Watermoon Cave Guards. It could be said that Yi Xian had enough confidence in killing the three of them. But this time, Yi Xian didn't move. Instead, he said to Ouyang Shui, "Go, I'll leave these three to you." No matter what, Ouyang Shui was an expert at the peak of the 9th level of the Divine Emperor stage. It was just that she had just obtained her strength and didn't have enough valuable abilities. But without a doubt, the best way to increase his strength was to fight. That was why Yi Xian had Ouyang Shui make a move. Yi Xian wanted to train Ouyang Shui. Ouyang Shui already had incomparable trust in Yi Xian. She understood that since Yi Xian had asked her to make a move, it naturally meant that he had the ability to kill the three of them. Thus, without any hesitation, she directly pulled out her sword and charged forward. This sword was a magic treasure that Yi Xian had given him. It was naturally much weaker than the god-slaughtering sword, but it could still be considered extraordinary. Kill! Ouyang Shui shouted as the divine sword in her hand slashed down. The elder was not afraid at all. With a wave of the mace in his hand, he blocked Ouyang Shui's attack. At the same time, the countless sharp spikes on the mace suddenly burst into a ball of light, instantly covering the entire sky. Those sharp shadows of light, without a moment of hesitation, directly surrounded Ouyang Shui. Wei Zhentian controlled the two god-slaughtering swords to surround Yi Xian, but Yi Xian didn't move at all. If Ouyang Shui, with her cultivation at the 9th grade Divine Emperor realm, couldn't even do anything to a 1st grade Divine Emperor realm elder of the Water Moon Cave, then Yi Xian would even consider not nurturing her. At this moment, Ouyang Shui's expression was solemn. The magic treasure in her hand flew up and down, and at the same time, a ray of light lit up from her body. This was the power of law that Ouyang Shui had comprehended. However, even Yi Xian felt a little strange about this law. This power of law wasn't any law that Yi Xian had mastered, and it could even be said to be extremely rare. What Ouyang Shui had mastered was actually the light speed domain law. As the name suggested, the power of this law was the light domain. The speed of light was already considered extremely fast, and the light domain was to bind the power of light within a certain range. Moreover, it could continue to accelerate, even to 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times the speed of light. That speed was even faster than teleportation, and even more terrifying than the power of the law of space. After all, the power of the light domain law was different from the power of the law of space, or the power of other laws. This was a special power of law that could maintain peak speed and still be able to fight continuously. As the light of the laws rose, Ouyang Shui's figure turned into a ray of light. Not to mention the naked eye, even the divine sense was unable to detect a mysterious light. At the same time, Ouyang Shui's immature light domain was also activated. The terrifying speed had turned into the most advantageous attack method. Even though the elder spiritual was incomparably powerful and could already reach the initial stage of prediction. However, in the blink of an eye, he had already been struck to the ground. Because, in the blink of an eye, Ouyang Shui had already launched over 100 surprise attacks. Of course, at the same time that the elder fell, the other two guards had also fallen. Ouyang Shui stopped her things and looked at Yi Xian with watery eyes. Yi Xian naturally understood what she wanted to express. He slightly nodded and indifferently said, "Your performance this time is not bad." "Thank you, big brother Yi." Ouyang Shui suppressed the excitement in her heart and said excitedly. However, although the speed at which Ouyang Shui killed the elder wasn't slow, it still gave the elder enough time to send out a signal. At this moment, the Water Moon Cave had already received the signal to invade. However, because the time was too short, the elder only had time to send out the invasion signal. He didn't say where it was or who it was, therefore, in the Water Moon Cave, he could only raise his guard, but he didn't know where the danger came from. Especially when they discovered that the guards had mysteriously disappeared, it made the Water Moon Cave even more vigilant. With a casual wave of Yi Xian's hand, the corpses of the three people, along with their universe rings, were devoured by Yi Xian. Ding! System notification, host has broken through. Current level 1 Divine Emperor. He didn't expect that this elder, who was a mid-level Divine Emperor, would only be able to raise Yi Xian's level by 1. Of course, Yi Xian didn't care about this. He'd already decided in his heart that if he wanted to fight to his heart's content in the demon god's domain, it wouldn't be difficult for him to raise his realm. organizations and primogenitors. At this moment, a group of god-beast geniuses from the demon god realm were studying as usual. Of course, there were also some people discussing delicacies. It seemed that the experts of the demon god realm pursued delicacies more than the experts of the Kunlun god realm. However, the delicacies in their mouths could never be separated from one word, and that was the human race. In the eyes of the divine beasts of the demon god realm, only the human race was the most delicious food. Such words only made Yixian more certain that he didn't do anything wrong in killing the experts of the demon god realm and the heaven realm. At this moment, Yixian's figure flashed and appeared in front of a genius from the demon god realm. The god-slaughtering sword suddenly rested on that person's neck without any warning. After all, that genius didn't expect that there would be someone who wanted to kill him in the Watermoon Cave. Answer whatever I say next, but if you hesitate, be careful of your life. Yixian said indifferently to that person. That person didn't hesitate at all and nodded repeatedly. Let me ask you, what's going on with the holy son of the demon god realm? Yixian knew that Luo Luo seemed to have been treated as some kind of holy son. Of course, there might be other names, but the meaning was similar. The reason why Yixian couldn't find Luo Luo's whereabouts was because of her identity as the holy son. Replying to Senior, the holy son is summoned by the ancestor of the demon god realm. Only the genius chosen by the ancestor can be called the holy son and enjoy endless glory. That person didn't know why Yixian would suddenly ask such a question. After all, everyone in the demon god realm knew about the holy son. However, since Yixian asked, he didn't dare to hide it. A genius chosen by the ancestor? Yixian frowned. Actually, Yixian had investigated what the holy son was before, but no one seemed to know. Even if they did, there would be different versions. Who would have thought that the answer he got from entering the demon god realm this time would be related to the ancestor? Although Yixian didn't know much about the so-called ancestor, it wasn't like he hadn't heard of it. After all, Yixian still had some mysterious blood in his hands. Back then, when Yixian detonated this blood, he'd heard the people of the demon god realm roar about the return of the ancestor. In short, it seemed that this ancestor was extremely important and mysterious in the demon god realm. Now that he heard the ancestor mentioned again, Yixian couldn't help but be puzzled. What is the ancestor? Yixian couldn't help but ask. You actually don't know the ancestor? He didn't expect that even though his life was in Yixian's hands, the divine beast still dared to ask him a question. However, this fellow immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing, so he quickly added, the primogenitor is the origin of our monster god's celestial realm. According to legend, every divine beast has a powerful primogenitor. The power of the primogenitor is the source of the special race mystique of every race in the monster god's celestial realm. All of our race talents are actually bestowed by the primogenitor. Although the ancestor disappeared hundreds of millions of years ago, the ancestor's power is everywhere. Moreover, almost every once in a while, someone will obtain a powerful power through the ancestor's blessing. I heard that someone tried to return the ancestor's power, but I don't know if it's true or not. That person continued to narrate, but Yixian thought of another power. Organization extermination. It could be said that Yixian had already wiped out the organization from the Kunlun divine domain with lightning speed. However, this didn't mean that the organization had completely disappeared. In fact, there were still remnants of the organization in other divine realms. However, what did the destruction of the organization have to do with the power of the ancestor? On the surface, there seemed to be no relationship between the two. However, Yixian had fought with the organization countless times, so he knew in his heart that the organization wasn't that simple. Or rather, the organization wasn't as he had imagined, and it had nothing to do with the power of the ancestor. After all, wasn't the organization also trying to summon some kind of mysterious power? It also had the so-called ancestral return ceremony. Could there be some kind of connection between the two? Yixian didn't know. However, Yixian knew that regardless of whether it was the organization or the ancestor, he couldn't let them appear. After all, they were incomparably evil. However, if the organization was really summoning the power of the ancestor of the demon god's divine domain, then Yixian wouldn't be able to understand it. One had to know that almost all of the members of the organization were humans. Moreover, there was no direct connection between them and the demon god's divine domain. Yi Xian couldn't ignore the fact that the two unrelated forces were thinking about the ancestors' power. However, Yi Xian didn't know anything about the ancestors' power. Moreover, very few people knew about it. Even if they could hear some of it, it would only be a legendary existence. No one could be sure if there was any ancestors' power. Yi Xian put away the doubts in his heart and continued to ask that person, "Where can I find the whereabouts of the Holy Sun?" That person immediately stopped chattering, but said hesitantly, "May I ask, Senior, which Holy Sun are you trying to find?" The total number of Holy Suns had always been a secret. Rumor had it that as long as there was a race of divine beasts in the demon god's divine domain, there would be a Holy Sun. However, the place that every Holy Sun stayed in was not the same. Most of the Holy Suns are secretly protected by their own clans, and a portion of the Holy Suns are controlled by the Lord Divine Lord. There are also a portion of the Holy Suns who have accepted the test of their strength and are constantly wandering around. This kind of answer caused Yi Xian to be extremely dissatisfied. This was because saying it was equivalent to not saying it at all. It wouldn't be of any help to Yi Xian at all. Although this fellow was very cooperative, it was a pity that the information he knew wasn't what Yi Xian wanted. Thus, with a thought from Yi Xian, Wei Zhentian directly controlled the god's slaughtering sword and killed it without the slightest hesitation. "Come, let's continue forward," Yi Xian said to Ouyang Shui. Soon, the two of them left. Actually, Yi Xian couldn't bear to kill like this because he knew that some divine beasts didn't deserve to die. However, Yi Xian was even more clear that this was the demon god's divine domain, not the Kunlun divine domain. As a human, he was an anomaly in the demon god's divine domain. If he wasn't cruel, then he would only be treated cruelly by the divine beasts of the demon god's divine domain. Either he chose to be casually humiliated by others, or he could only be ruthless. In the demon god's divine domain, at least most of the divine beasts weren't innocent. That was why Yi Xian was so merciless. Right now, Yi Xian was alone. Any mishap might result in his death. If he wanted to live, he had to be vigilant at all times, and he couldn't be merciful at all. Of course, Yi Xian wouldn't hesitate in the slightest to kill these divine beasts, even if they were in human form. "Follow me if you want to live very quickly." Yi Xian and Ouyang Shui found another target. This time, it was a genius that the divine beast geniuses of the Watermoon Cave called Tian Ting. This person's original body was a heaven-listening beast. The heaven-listening beast had a very special divine ability, and that was the heaven-listening divine ability. It was said that the heaven-listening divine ability allowed the heaven-listening beast to hear any sound it wanted to hear, whether it was the sound of millions of years ago or the sound of countless miles away. Even when the divine ability was cultivated to a high realm, it could hear the sound of the future. The heaven-listening beast's heaven-listening ability was extremely strange and unfathomable. However, it also had many restrictions. But no matter what, in Yi Xian's eyes, this heaven-listening beast was undoubtedly a very good choice. Yi Xian believed that this fellow might be able to grasp some secrets that others didn't know about. Then, if Yi Xian didn't look for him, who else would he look for? However, Tian Ting was different from the others. He didn't know if it was because he was pretending to be deep or something, but this fellow rarely appeared in front of others. At this moment, Yi Xian wanted to find him, but he didn't know how. However, Yi Xian didn't know that Tian Ting had already been taken away by the elders of the Watermoon Cave. It turned out that after the elders of the Watermoon Cave found out that a law enforcement elder had died, they also found out that several guards had died. With so many people dying, it naturally attracted the attention of the elders of the Watermoon Cave. Thus, they found Tian Ting and promised him great benefits, hoping that Tian Ting would be able to use his innate ability to find out who the killer was. "How is it? What did you gain this time?" an elder said to Tian Ting. At this moment, Tian Ting was standing in a large formation. This formation was completely made of spirit stones, and every time it was activated, it would require at least 100,000 spirit stones to activate. To maintain it, it would require no less than 1,000,000 spirit stones. With such a huge consumption, it was no wonder that Tian Ting's innate ability wouldn't be activated so easily. At this moment, the Watermoon Cave was only willing to spend so much money because so many people had died consecutively. In fact, Tian Ting had already used up tens of millions of spirit stones. Unfortunately, he still hadn't gained anything. When Tianting heard the elder's question, he helplessly shook his head. This time, he still followed the elder's instructions and chose to use the heaven's listening ability. However, he didn't hear any useful information. However, he also remembered Yi Xian's voice. Unfortunately, just relying on his voice didn't seem to be of much use. Of course, if Yi Xian knew that Tianting's divine ability was so powerful, he'd probably be glad that he didn't say anything. Otherwise, his identity would have already been exposed. Hearing Tianting's reply, the elders didn't give up. With a wave of their hands, another batch of spirit stones was added to the formation. It doesn't matter. Continue to investigate. I don't believe that guy didn't leave any clues behind. An elder said to Tianting. Tianting naturally wouldn't refuse. Normally, it wouldn't be so easy to obtain an opportunity to train his divine ability. Now that there was a cave elder willing to spend spirit stones for him to train his divine ability, he naturally wouldn't mind. At this moment, Yi Xian was also searching for Tianting's whereabouts. After another failure, Tianting had already searched all the locations that the elders of the Water Moon Cave knew. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything. He had already spent a total of 20 million spirit stones. This could already be said to have reached the limit of what the elders of the Water Moon Cave could bear. Helplessly, these elders could only give up on relying on Tianting to find clues. Tianting left the elders' place with incomparable doubts in his heart. Just who was it that could make the elders care so much? After all, these elders didn't tell Tianting what had happened. Therefore, Tianting had no way of knowing. However, not long after he walked out, he saw a man and a woman walking towards him. Tianting didn't mind. He thought that it was just an ordinary disciple of the cave. However, when the two of them arrived beside Tianting, they said to him, "You are Tianting?" Tianting was slightly taken aback. He could be considered a famous person in the Water Moon Cave, and almost everyone knew him. Now that these two people had asked him a question, Tianting was a little confused. However, Tianting still subconsciously nodded his head. "Yes, I am Tianting." Following this reply, Tianting suddenly felt an incomparably terrifying aura. At the same time, two powerful divine swords had already locked onto him. All of this happened too quickly, so quickly that Tianting didn't even have time to react. Of course, even if he wanted to react, he probably wouldn't be a match for Yi Xian. After all, Tianting was only talented, but it didn't mean that he was strong. In reality, Tianting was only a mere divine lord. In front of Yi Xian, he didn't even have the slightest chance. "If you want to live, then follow me obediently," Yi Xian said indifferently. At this moment, Tianting seemed to have understood something. Unfortunately, even if he understood, he was powerless to resist. Facing the powerful Yi Xian, Tianting didn't even have the qualifications to speak. The two god-slaughtering swords could break his divine deity at any time, so how could he resist at all? Tianting was incomparably shocked, but he could only helplessly follow Yi Xian forward. Not long after, the three of them arrived at a remote place. Yi Xian casually waved his hand and a divine talisman transformed into a simple formation that enveloped the three of them. The function of this divine talisman was to conceal itself. It could be said that the effect was very simple. However, unless someone deliberately investigated this place, they wouldn't be able to discover anything special about this place. Next, answer whatever I ask you. If I'm satisfied with your answer, I can spare your life. Otherwise, Tianting naturally understood what Yi Xian wanted to say. After all, Tianting already knew of Yi Xian's identity. This fellow was the expert who'd killed all the guards and even the elders along the way, and then infiltrated the Water Moon Cave. Tianting had the urge to cry in his heart. He never thought that such an expert would actually come looking for him. Of course, he also knew why Yi Xian did this. Actually, it was also because of his divine ability. Yi Xian had also taken a fancy to his special ability. For the first time, Tianting regretted having this ability. At this moment, it was originally worth showing off. The innate ability that countless people envied had brought him great trouble. "Let me ask you, how much do you know about the Holy Sun?" Yi Xian indifferently asked. At the same time, a powerful pressure was emitted from his body, causing Tianting to not dare to hide anything. Tianting quickly started to answer, but he didn't let Yi Xian get much of what he wanted. However, Yi Xian knew that Tianting wasn't lying. After all, what Tianting had heard was exactly what Yi Xian knew before. The Dharma idol opened again this time. The question caused Tianting to hesitate slightly. It wasn't that Tianting wanted to hide anything, but the answer seemed to be something that everyone knew. Of course, Tianting did not dare to hesitate as he replied right away. The only way to enter the Master God battlefield is through the teleportation tokens bestowed by the Divine Masters and the Heavenly Kings. After all, the moment the Master God battlefield closes, that place will become a forbidden zone. As for the Kunlun God region, I have heard of some secret passageways that can be used to enter. However, after the previous war with the Kunlun God region, those secret passageways have been sealed as well. So there's no other way? Yi Xian frowned slightly. That day, he thought that Yi Xian was angry, so he quickly continued, No, it's not like there's no chance at all. This lowly one once heard that in the 8 great divine general palaces, each of them has a special secret realm. That secret realm leads to both the Kunlun divine realm and the demon god divine realm. Yi Xian frowned once again. What's the use of this? Don't tell me you want me to kill those divine generals and snatch the two-way secret realm? Tianting was at a loss for words. He hurriedly tried to say something. However, Yi Xian waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need to say anything else. This was because the information provided by Tianting didn't seem to be really useful. Of course, knowing that there were 8 two-way secret realms was not bad. Perhaps he could give it a try in the future. Yi Xian looked at the Heaven Listener Beast. The Heaven Listener Beast's innate ability wasn't bad, so it could be used by Yi Xian. It would be a pity to kill it just like that. With a casual wave of his hand, he directly absorbed the Heaven Listener Beast into the devouring space. After all, once it entered the devouring space, the Heaven Listener Beast would be completely under Yi Xian's control. From then on, it wouldn't be able to go against Yi Xian's wishes. Who said that Yi Xian knew in his heart that the Heaven Listener Beast wouldn't be of much use for a short period of time after being absorbed into the devouring space? However, as the Tree of Law grew, the devouring space would gradually become stronger. It might be useful in the future. Unexpectedly, even the Heaven Listener Beast didn't have too many clues. Yi Xian shook his head in disappointment. His gaze quickly gathered on the surrounding divine beasts. These divine beasts were all geniuses of the demon god's domain. Perhaps in the future, they would become the enemies of the Kunlun divine domain and Yi Xian. Thus, at this moment, Yi Xian hardened his heart and prepared to kill them all. Rather than keeping these geniuses of the demon god's domain as enemies in the future, it was better to kill them all now. That's right, Yi Xian wanted to kill everyone because he knew very well that sooner or later, the people here would become enemies of the Kunlun divine domain and Yi Xian himself. Moreover, even if Yi Xian didn't make a move, Xianxia probably wouldn't let these people off. It could be said that there were almost none of these geniuses who hadn't eaten humans before. In the eyes of these so-called geniuses of the demon god's domain, humans were just food. Then, what reason did Yi Xian have to give them a chance to live? Wei Zhentian, magic treasure form, kill for me. Following Yi Xian's order, Wei Zhentian instantly moved and directly controlled the 2 god slaughtering swords to charge out. At the same time, Xianxia also charged out. Ever since the establishment of the Water Moon Cave, this was the first time it had encountered a bloodbath. Another meaning of a genius was that one's strength was insufficient. The reason why they were called geniuses was because their potential was very high, but it didn't mean that they were very strong. Perhaps in the future, they would all be able to become experts, but at least for now, they didn't have that kind of strength, and Yi Xian wouldn't give them the time to grow. The god slaughtering sword danced continuously, and one genius after another fell. Within the entire Water Moon Cave, wails could be heard incessantly. One by one, the divine beast geniuses transformed into their true forms in an attempt to resist or escape. Unfortunately, it was useless. Yi Xian and Xianxia were like 2 gods of death as they slaughtered their way through. 1, 2, 3, Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to remember how many divine beast geniuses he'd killed because there was no need. In any case, as long as an enemy appeared in his field of vision, not a single one of them would escape. However, this kind of devastation didn't last long. During this period of time, the elders of the Water Moon Cave had never stopped searching for Yixian and Ouyang Shui. Now that the two of them had appeared, they naturally attracted the attacks of the elders. "Brat, how dare you be so impudent in my Water Moon Cave? You're courting death." An elder quickly charged towards Yixian. His body continuously emitted a powerful light, and as he charged towards Yixian, he'd already activated his innate ability. It could be said that he was the pride of the porcupine race. After all, the porcupine's talent was generally low, and it was rare for them to be able to cultivate to the Divine Emperor realm. And this Divine Beast expert was an inferior 7th grade deity emperor. Unfortunately, a mere inferior 7th grade deity emperor was nothing in front of Yixian. Even Yixian couldn't be bothered to recall the god-slaughtering sword. He merely casually punched out, and a powerful force instantly exploded out. Boom! With a single punch, Yixian sent the porcupine elder flying with just a single punch. However, this punch didn't take the porcupine elder's life. The porcupine elder was sent flying by Yixian's punch, and his heart was filled with fear. He stood in the distance, continuously coughing up blood, and didn't dare to move forward. However, at this moment, the other two elders had already arrived. The two of them first glanced at the porcupine elder, then looked at each other, and rushed towards Yixian. Ding! System prompt: target is a middle 4th grade deity emperor. Host is advised to dodge immediately. 3 levels higher than Yixian, he was indeed very strong, but don't think that Yixian's title of Eternal Sovereign was just for show. It was only 3 levels higher, but Yixian still didn't put it in his eyes. The two elders transformed into their original forms, because the two of them were the kind of divine beasts that could only display their greatest combat strength in their original forms. These two elders were actually a tiger and a lion. Roar! 2 furious roars rang out, and these two powerful divine beasts had already launched their attacks. A tiger's roar and lion's roar came from the very beginning. A violent sound wave instantly exploded, forming a huge whirlwind that charged towards Yixian. However, Yixian didn't place this kind of attack in his eyes. With a casual wave of his hand, a powerful force was unleashed, directly dispersing the whirlwind. However, the two great divine beast elders had already attacked once again. After the two of them transformed into their original forms, they didn't use any magic treasures, because their original forms had long since been trained to surpass most magic treasures. Even if they casually waved their hands, there would be a huge flash of claw light that wasn't any weaker than the light of an ordinary magic treasure. Yixian's eyes narrowed. He clasped his hands together and immediately activated a Dharma idol. Glorious Empress Dharma idol. The Glorious Empress was once an expert of the God Realm continent. The few great abilities she was proficient in could be said to be unsolvable. The Glorious Empress' the second divine power was called the Glorious Glory. It was a divine power that used the law of light's power to condense a gigantic singularity and unleash an explosive attack. This divine power could cause great damage within a certain range within a short period of time. Combined with the first divine power, it could naturally cause great damage to the enemy. Apart from these two divine powers, the third divine power was undoubtedly even more terrifying. The third divine power was called the Glorious Annihilation. Once this divine power was activated, the target that was locked on would be continuously injured by the gigantic light pillar that descended from the sky as long as it was under the light. These divine powers of the body of 10,000 venerables were difficult to obtain and had a long cooldown period. However, there was no doubt that the explosive damage was extremely terrifying. At this moment, Yixian summoned the Glorious Empress Dharma idol. The moment it appeared, a terrifying pressure descended. The two elders were slightly astonished, but they didn't give up on attacking. Instead, they continued to pounce towards Yixian. As the two elders charged forward, they actually fused together and activated their combined ability, the Tiger-Lion Berserk Demon. The Tiger-Lion Berserk Demon was a fusion skill that the two elders had perfected over tens of thousands of years of tacit understanding. It could be said that once the two of them activated this sacred art, it would be equivalent to perfectly fusing their strength together. The explosive attack power was not as simple as 1+1. Wherever the two of them ran, the clouds would disperse. Because their speed was too fast, there was actually an extremely powerful tornado protecting their bodies. Unfortunately, even so, it was useless. Dance for me. A smile hung on the corner of Yixian's mouth. With a casual wave of his hand, the dance of glory divine ability immediately descended. The two elders were stunned to discover that their bodies had involuntarily stopped. They were even pulled by some mysterious power of the law, causing them to dance on the spot. Although this period of time was very short, it was enough to make them panic because Yixian's new attack had already arrived. Glory of glory! A huge ball of light surrounded the two of them, and then the ball of light quickly shrank. Yixian looked at the ball of light and lightly said, "Bam." At the same time Yixian spoke, the ball of light had already condensed to its limit. With a loud bang, it directly exploded. Boom! With a loud sound, the constantly condensing light energy exploded in an instant. The powerful force directly wrapped around the two elders. After the explosion, the two elders were already covered in blood and had no choice but to fall to the ground. At the same time that he landed, Yixian didn't plan on letting them go. Glorious annihilation! A ray of light descended from the sky. The two elders had previously stood together because they had used the fusion divine ability, but now, they had become the root of their deaths. In an instant, even the elders felt as if their bodies were melting. As a matter of fact, their bodies were indeed melting. The power of the law of light, no matter how tough your body was, as long as it wasn't truly unbreakable, then it could be refined. This glorious annihilation borrowed the laws of light, but it used artifact forging to kill the enemy. In other words, the glorious annihilation used the enemies in the light as materials to refine. Of course, this refinement would never have any results, because the final result would be to be melted. What a terrifying scene! Two powerful elders of the Watermoon Cave had actually melted in front of everyone's eyes. At this moment, the surrounding elders didn't dare to make a move. They all looked at Yixian in fear. One of them loudly asked Yixian, "Who exactly are you? What grudge do you have with my Watermoon Cave?" "My Watermoon Cave is a public cave built in response to the orders of the Divine Lord. Any genius can enter to cultivate and stand aloof from worldly affairs. Why are you looking for trouble with my Watermoon Cave?" Yixian silently shook his head. "Perhaps in this demon god's divine domain, your Watermoon Cave is aloof from worldly affairs. Unfortunately, the divine beast geniuses you've nurtured will sooner or later appear in the main god battlefield and become enemies with the Kunlun divine domain. Then, it's impossible for Yixian to let them go." Yixian didn't pay any attention to the elders. With a casual wave of his hand, he directly devoured the universe rings left behind by the tiger and lion elders. Yixian's calmness made the surrounding elders unable to make up their minds. After all, no one knew what kind of trump card Yixian had. As for Ouyang Shui, relying on her high cultivation, although she didn't have Yixian's powerful methods, she'd still killed several elders of the demon god's divine domain. The two of them had already killed countless divine beast geniuses. "What exactly do you want? Why are you making an enemy out of my Watermoon Cave? If my Watermoon Cave is in the wrong, then we are willing to compensate you for your losses. Please stop immediately." Another elder spoke. This elder's original body was a dark Qilin, so there was a constant flow of black gas around him. Yixian indifferently looked at these people, but he didn't really intend to let go. Of course, Yixian knew in his heart that once all of these elders attacked, even Yixian wouldn't be able to hold on. Moreover, the cave master of the Watermoon Cave and the other experts hadn't appeared yet. Once they appeared, Yixian probably wouldn't be a match for them at all. Yixian understood the principle of stopping while he was ahead. However, if he didn't ruthlessly extort the Watermoon Cave, then it would be a waste. "Alright, I can stop. However, the disciples of your Watermoon Cave devoured my clansmen. How are we going to settle this?" Yixian's words weren't fake at all. Weren't humans treated as food by these divine beasts? However, Yixian didn't say that he was a human. After all, if he said that he was a human, it would only cause those elders to attack him crazily. Hearing Yixian's words, the elders seemed to understand something, but it was obvious that they had misunderstood. In the demon god celestial territory, it was very normal for many powerful races to treat the weaker races as food. However, the prerequisite for this was strength. If one's strength wasn't enough, then they would be eaten by others instead. That would be their own misfortune. At this moment, those elders had clearly misunderstood Yixian's intentions. They thought that one of Yi Xian's clansmen had been killed and devoured by a disciple of the Watermoon Cave, so they'd come to take revenge. So that's how it is. However, you are being a little unreasonable. Which clan disciple of my Watermoon Cave did such a thing? You can find trouble with his clan. Why are you targeting my entire Watermoon Cave? Oh, is that so? Then those disciples said that they were disciples of the Watermoon Cave and no one dared to hurt them. How do you explain this? In any case, it was all nonsense. Yi Xian didn't care that much. What? There's actually such a thing. Hearing Yi Xian's reply, the elders were obviously a little angry. At this moment, a red figure descended from the sky. Greetings, Grand Elder. So it was the Grand Elder of the Watermoon Cave who had arrived. Ding. System prompt, target, high 7th grade Divine Emperor, suggest host dodge immediately. Deterrence. It could be said that it was impossible for Yi Xian to resist. Yi Xian was inwardly vigilant. He'd already decided that if the Great Elder made a move, he'd immediately flee. However, the Great Elder's next words caused Yi Xian to stop in his tracks. Since it's the fault of my Watermoon Cave's disciple, then this compensation must be given. Brat, the resources in this universe ring can be considered your compensation. With a wave of his hand, he actually gave Yi Xian a universe ring. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why was this guy so easy to talk to? No, I'm afraid things aren't that simple. Sure enough, at this moment, the Great Elder spoke again. Brat, your 10-tailed Divine Fox clan lives in seclusion in the unworldly secret realm. When did you actually walk into the continent? 10-tailed Divine Fox. Suddenly, Yi Xian thought of the glorious Empress main body. It turned out that the glorious Empress main body was actually a 10-tailed Divine Fox. The Great Elder had clearly misunderstood and thought that he was from the 10-tailed Divine Fox clan. After all, Yi Xian had used the abilities of the 3 glorious Empresses in succession, which was also the innate ability of the 10-tailed Divine Fox clan. Yi Xian understood this point and the corner of his mouth slightly curled up. Who cares about the 10-tailed Divine Fox? Yi Xian doesn't care that much. As long as he gets the benefits, that's enough. Let's go. Yi Xian casually waved his hand and ignored the Great Elder with Ouyang Shui. It was obvious that the Great Elder was extremely afraid of the 10-tailed Divine Fox clan. Seeing Yi Xian and Ouyang Shui calmly leave, some of the ordinary elders didn't understand the Great Elder's actions and asked, Great Elder, could it be that we're just going to let the 2 of them leave? They've killed so many of our disciples. Once the clansmen of those disciples pursue the matter, how are we going to deal with them? The Great Elder turned his head to look at the elder and said indifferently, tell them, if anyone has any objections, they can go directly to the 10-tailed Divine Fox clan to interrogate them, as long as they have the guts. Great Elder, I wonder what's so special about that 10-tailed Divine Fox. Why are you so afraid? Lord Divine Lord's original body is really a 10-tailed Divine Fox. Tell me, if Lord Divine Lord finds out that his clansmen were devoured by our Watermoon Heavenly Abode disciples, what do you think the consequences will be? Don't pretend that I don't know that your clansmen were also killed by this person, but let me tell you the truth. Pray that this person will not cause trouble for you, otherwise, the day of your clan's annihilation will not be far. What? Almost all the Watermoon sect elders paled in shock. Very few people knew what the true body of a demon god Sacred Realm's Divine Lord was, but they didn't expect that this Great Elder would actually know. If this was really the case, then forget about using resources to exchange for safety, they would even be willing to hand over the resources of their entire clan. All the elders almost immediately went to find the juniors of their clansmen and began to teach them a lesson. This was because they knew very well that if this matter was not handled properly, it would be a calamity that would lead to the annihilation of their clan. Challenging the Lord God's original race was no different from courting death. Of course, Yi Xian didn't know that he'd accidentally impersonated the main body of the demon god domain's Divine Lord. At this moment, Yi Xian had already opened the universe ring that the Great Elder had given him. However, when he saw the resources within the universe ring, Yi Xian was overjoyed. Originally, he had only followed the steps down and left because the Great Elder had given him a way out. However, he didn't expect that the Great Elder would actually compensate him, and it was such a generous one at that. It could be said that the resources within the universe ring that the Great Elder had given him were dozens of times more than all of the resources on Yixian's body. Of course, this was half of the Water Moon Cave's inventory, so the amount was naturally quite a bit. System, categorize the resources. Leave behind the resources that are useful to me, and devour the rest. Following Yixian's order, the system directly categorized them. Very quickly, there were already results. Amongst the thousands of resources, only a dozen or so were determined by the system to be useful to Yixian in the future. The rest were directly devoured by Yixian. Ding! System notification, host has broken through. Current 3rd grade Divine Emperor. 2 realms in a row, Yixian was extremely satisfied with this result. As expected, he still had to rob in order to obtain more resources and more benefits. After Yixian left the Water Moon Cave, he brought Xianxia along with him. After all, although Yixian wasn't afraid of the Water Moon Cave, it didn't mean that he didn't understand the difference in strength. It had to be known that not to mention the cave master, even the Great Elder wasn't a match for Yixian. Thus, Yixian prepared to loot other places. This time, Yixian's goal was to find those holy suns. Yixian wanted to see how different these holy suns were from the demon god's domain. Yixian's first target was the Hopeless Mountain that was closest to the Water Moon Cave. In the Hopeless Mountain, there was a holy sun in the divine crocodile race. Yixian's intention was very simple. He wanted to meet the holy son of the divine crocodile race. According to what he heard from the heavens, the holy son of the divine crocodile race was also a middle-level divine emperor stage expert. His strength was comparable to Yixian's, so Yixian wanted to see what kind of heaven-defying methods this holy son had. Actually, how could Yixian not want to leave this place as soon as possible? However, with all the passageways sealed, it seemed like the only thing he could count on was the dual-path secret realm that the 8 great divine generals controlled. However, how could the 8 great divine generals be so easy to deal with? Therefore, if Yixian wanted to return to the Kunlun divine domain, it could be said that he didn't have the strength to do so. Moreover, in the demon god's domain, Yixian's cultivation speed would undoubtedly be much faster. After all, in the demon god's domain, Yixian could kill these divine beasts without fear and quickly increase his strength. After all, Yixian clearly remembered the 10,000 years of the contract with the 2 great halls. Yixian also remembered the power of that mysterious secret realm very clearly. Therefore, the only way to increase his level was to increase his level quickly. 3 things. The first was to find Luo Luo's whereabouts. The second was to return to the Kunlun divine domain. The third was to increase his speed quickly and then go to the mysterious secret realm to train. These were the 3 most important things in Yixian's heart. That was why Yixian went to look for other holy suns. After all, looking for other holy suns would allow him to complete these 3 tasks at the same time. If he was looking for a holy sun, then it would be possible for him to find out Luo Luo's whereabouts through the other holy suns. Even if one didn't work, there would be 10 or 100 of them. There would always be one who knew of Luo Luo's existence. And killing a holy sun would undoubtedly be able to quickly raise his cultivation and strengthen himself. That way, he would be able to enter the mysterious secret realm trial even faster. At the same time, every holy sun had a lot of resources in his hands. Perhaps he could also find a way to head to the Kunlun divine domain. Therefore, the holy sun was Yixian's best choice right now. Poor human clan Mount Hopeless was a ruin left behind by the excavation of a spiritual stone mine. However, after thousands of years of changes, divine trees and divine flowers grew here again. At the same time, some changes were triggered, turning the ruins into a flourishing holy land. The divine crocodile clan was not originally a divine beast here. However, when they discovered the natural spiritual pool here, they did not go far. They forcibly dispersed the surrounding divine beasts and occupied Mount Hopeless. The divine crocodile clan spent most of their time cultivating in the spiritual pool. Only a portion of the guards stayed to guard the surroundings. After all, when they occupied Mount Hopeless, they had killed many people, so they had to be on guard at all times. Even now, the divine crocodile clan did not dare to let their guard down. At this moment, Yixian and Xianxia were walking along Mount Hopeless. Unexpectedly, Xianxia actually thought of something. "Big brother Yi, I remember this place. In the ruins of Mount Hopeless, there is a human clan village. I came here when I was young, and this village is one of the few human clan villages that can settle down in one place. Human clan village. Ever since he arrived at the demon god's domain, Xian had mostly heard about how the human clan was bullied, but in reality, he hadn't seen much of the human clan. Since there was such an opportunity, Xian naturally didn't want to let it go. Alright, let's go to this village first. As Xian nodded in agreement, the two of them quickly walked forward with Xianxia leading the way. This place was originally just a ruin, so it was naturally not that easy to pass through. The ruins of a spirit stone mine were different from the ruins of an ordinary mine. Because a spirit stone vein was a special substance formed by the heavens and earth, it was naturally blessed by the laws. Even though the spirit stones in the vein had long since been dug out, the laws still existed. Almost every digger of a spirit stone vein knew of a legend, and that was that even if the ruins of a spirit stone vein were completely dug out, it wouldn't be long before a new mother lode would be formed, and a new spirit stone vein would be born. What was a mother lode? That was a treasure that countless people could only dream of. Anyone who obtained it would be able to use it greatly. There were two main characteristics of a mother lode. The first was that it would automatically gather the divine power of the world and produce all kinds of minerals. In fact, everyone knew this even without saying. The most important thing was his second characteristic. This characteristic could be said to be known by very few people. That was the blessing of the laws. Those who possessed the mother lode would be able to obtain a special blessing when cultivating the laws. Of course, it was extremely difficult to obtain the mother lode. Even if it was a mine, it might not necessarily give birth to a mother lode. That thing was something that could only be found by chance. Now that Xian had arrived at the ruins of the mine, he naturally held some expectations. System, activate all detection and try to find the mother lode as much as possible. Xian instructed the system, then the two of them continued forward. Unfortunately, it was just like the legends. It was extremely difficult to obtain a mother lode. Along the way, Xian didn't receive any notifications from the system. In other words, he didn't discover a mother lode. However, just as Xian was about to give up, the system's notification rang out. Ding, system notification, host, please pay attention, traces of mother lode have been detected ahead. There really was a mother lode. It could be said that this was an unexpected surprise. What's up ahead? Xian asked Xianxia. Xianxia glanced at Xian in astonishment, then said, that village is in front of us. The reason why Xianxia was surprised was because she thought that Xian had already discovered something special about this place. However, she didn't know that Xian had only detected the existence of the mother lode. When Xian heard Xianxia's reply, he didn't say much and continued forward. After walking for a while, the two of them discovered a cave, and that cave was the entrance. The strangest thing was that outside the cave, there was actually the power of the laws. These laws seemed to have formed a door, cleverly hiding the cave. In other words, unless one saw it with the naked eye, one would not be able to discover it with their spiritual will. As a matter of fact, for powerhouses, they would usually trust their own divine sense more than their own eyes. Therefore, even if a divine beast expert passed by this place, if they didn't have any spiritual will and didn't notice anything unusual, they naturally wouldn't check it out. Furthermore, the cave was extremely hidden. Even if someone came down to search, it would be difficult for them to detect anything special. No wonder the human village was able to hide in this cave for so long. All of this was because of the hidden door constructed by the laws. At this moment, Xian had some understanding in his heart. He was afraid that the gate of laws had a certain connection with the mother or. Perhaps it was very likely that the mother or was the true guardian of this village. The two of them carefully walked towards the cave. According to Xianxia, the people in the village had set up countless traps in the cave. Although these traps and mechanisms wouldn't threaten Xian, after all, the people in the village had set up these traps with great difficulty. Xian didn't want to destroy them like this. After all, these were all set up by the people of the village to prevent divine beasts from barging in. Fortunately, Xianxia was quite familiar with this place. Coupled with Xian's powerful spiritual will, they were able to escape unscathed. Very quickly, the two of them arrived at the interior of the cave. Yi Xian could already clearly see the faint flames. Who is it? Who are you people? Suddenly, a loud roar rang out. Soon after, a few humans rushed out. They held simple spears in their hands. These spears were not magic treasures, but were made from some kind of vine. One could imagine how powerful they were. But this was their only weapon. We are humans, don't worry. Xianxia hurriedly said. As expected, when they heard that it was a human, those people weren't that afraid. However, they didn't relax their vigilance in the slightest. Only after Yi Xian and Xianxia walked out did those people recognize their identities as humans. You are, Xiaoshui? An older person looked at Xianxia and asked in surprise. Yes, I am Xianxia. Hello, Uncle Lin. Meeting an acquaintance undoubtedly made these people very happy. The human race lived in fear in the demon god's celestial realm. Take this village for example. Many people had never left the demon god's celestial realm in their entire lives, and most of those who left never returned. Yi Xian and Xianxia were received in a grand manner. It could be said that this village had already taken out their best things to receive Yi Xian. Mistaking the mother lode the first was a moss-like plant that grew in the cave. It tasted very bitter, but it was the favorite of the people here, because this kind of food was very common. The second was a type of white bug that grew in the cave. The smell was extremely unpleasant and disgusting, but it was the delicacy of the human race in the cave. This was because this was the only meat they could eat. As for the third type, it was a type of ore. This ore had very special characteristics and could be used as food in front of it. It could be said that the living environment here was extremely harsh. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart was extremely bitter. After all, these people were all of Yi Xian's race, and they were all humans. However, he didn't expect that they'd live such a life. In the middle of the cave, there was a hole that couldn't be considered too big. However, that hole had gone through more than 10 twists and turns. After being turned a few times by the people in the cave using a crystal mirror, the sunlight shone into the bottom of the cave, and this was the only place where the human race in the cave came into contact with the sunlight. Fortunately, this was the god realm, and the 10 suns in the sky alternated, so the sunlight here could be considered abundant. Unfortunately, because there were only hard stones in the cave and no soil, it was impossible to grow any plants. Of course, there was no way to keep any divine beasts in captivity. Yi Xian silently watched all of this. In front of him, there was a stone house. This was the only house in the cave. There was no one living in this house. Instead, there was a stone that was worshipped. It was the mother lode. The mother lode was worshipped as a guardian deity here. Yi Xian no longer had any thoughts of obtaining the mother lode. At the same time, he also had the thought of migrating the people here. Therefore, just as these people were happily asking Xianxia about the situation outside, Yi Xian put forward his own thoughts. I want to take you out of here. Are you willing? Yi Xian asked these people without the slightest hesitation. Xianxia was stunned at first, but then her face revealed an ecstatic expression. From this period of contact, Xianxia knew how powerful Yi Xian was the most. Yi Xian had countless secrets on him, and at the same time, he also had an extremely powerful foundation. At this moment, Yi Xian's initiative to move the people in the village was undoubtedly the best outcome. Thus, without waiting for their reply, Xianxia excitedly persuaded them. Yi Xian silently waited. He could put forward his thoughts, but the choice was up to these people. After all, Yi Xian wouldn't force them. Very quickly, the people in the village made their decision. In the demon god's divine realm, the human race was exceptionally united. This was because everyone knew very well what kind of environment they were in. If they wanted to survive from the mouths of those powerful demonic beasts, they could only rely on the unity of the human race. Therefore, when they heard Xianxia's advice, no one doubted it at all. After all, they had long heard of the power of the Kunlun divine realm. In their hearts, the Kunlun divine realm was a holy land. Now that they had such an opportunity, even if they knew that it would be extremely dangerous, they were still willing to give it a try. However, they misunderstood Yi Xian. Yi Xian wanted to bring them to a safer and more comfortable place. That was Yi Xian's devouring space. This time, in order to be able to accept more people from the demon god's divine realm in the future, Xian had specially remodeled an area. Here, Xian had built many palaces and circled out all sorts of delicious food. Furthermore, he had hoarded a large amount of cultivation resources in order to provide these people with as perfect an environment as possible to survive and cultivate in. In reality, Xian had also noticed something special about this place. That was, everyone here had astonishing talent and potential. Perhaps, those who did not have the talent had already been eliminated. Of the remaining people, 9 out of 10 could be said to be considered geniuses in the Kunlun divine realm. Of course, it didn't mean that Xian didn't have any selfish motives. After all, after Xian allowed these people to cultivate to become stronger, they would be able to be used by him. Within the devouring space, due to the constant transformation of the 12 laws god trees, the cultivation environment was getting better and better. Therefore, Xian believed that these people would definitely like that place. In fact, these people didn't just like it. In their hearts, this place was like a holy land. It was even more perfect than the Holy Land. After resolving the problem of settling the village, Xian began to consider how to deal with the divine crocodile clan. From these people's mouths, Xian already knew that this village was actually built under the divine crocodile clan spirit pool. The divine crocodile clan naturally allowed other divine beasts to inspect their spirit pool. This could be considered as indirectly protecting this place. After all, the power of the spirit pool originated from the mysterious mother lode, therefore, it was inevitable that Xian would touch the interests of the divine crocodile clan if he wanted to take away the mother lode. Moreover, it was the most core benefit. After all, taking away the mother lode meant that Xian wanted to take away the source of the divine crocodile clan spirit pool's power. Therefore, after Xian absorbed these humans into his devouring space, he didn't dare to rashly make a move. Xian wasn't afraid of fighting against an entire clan by himself, but he knew that this wasn't a wise choice. After all, Xian didn't know what kind of experts the divine crocodile clan had. At this moment, Xianxia quietly stood beside Xian. Xianxia didn't know how precious the mother lode was, so she was slightly puzzled when she saw Xian standing there in a daze. "Big brother Yi, is there anything else?" Xianxia asked Xian. In Xianxia's heart, there was no doubt that Xian was powerful, and his methods were heaven-defying. Therefore, Xianxia didn't know why Xian stopped where he was. Xian was currently thinking, so he didn't think too much about it. He casually replied, "I'm thinking, how can I take down this mother lode?" As he spoke, Xian casually pointed at the mother lode. Who knew that Xianxia didn't know how powerful it was? When she saw Xian point at the mother lode, she actually flew over and casually took it down. "Big brother Yi wants this." Xianxia blinked her eyes as she quietly asked Xian. As for Xian, he was incomparably astonished. "You, why did you take it down?" At this moment, Xian could already feel that the energy that had been pouring into the sky had disappeared. This couldn't allow Xian to not be shocked. It could be said that the expert of the divine crocodile clan definitely knew the secret of the spirit pool. The reason why he didn't make a move to snatch it was not because of any other reason. He was just worried that taking away the mother lode would affect the spirit pool, and now, once the power of the spirit pool disappeared, even the experts of the divine crocodile clan, no matter how stupid they were, would know that something strange had happened beneath the spirit pool. How could Xian dare to delay? He grabbed Xianxia and wanted to leave. Evolving God-slaying sword. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Continuous explosions suddenly sounded out. One by one, the experts of the divine crocodile clan descended to the bottom of the lake. These experts clearly cared more about the mother lode than Xian imagined, because the moment they appeared, they completely surrounded Xian. In other words, Xian's every move was under the surveillance of the divine crocodile clan. The reason why they didn't make any movements was because they didn't place the human village beneath the spirit pool in their eyes. Even so, they didn't care about Xian at all. Now that Xian had boldly taken away the mother lode, it had undoubtedly touched the core interests of the divine crocodile clan. They had no choice but to take action. "Damn it, how dare you take away the Saint Stone? You're courting death." An expert of the divine crocodile clan roared at great god Xian. Of course they recognized the mother lode. However, this mother lode was clearly a little special. Otherwise, they wouldn't have called it the Saint Stone. 9. A total of 9 powerful divine crocodile clan experts completely surrounded Yi Xian and Ouyang Shui. Through the system, Yi Xian knew that even the weakest amongst these people had reached the 3rd grade divine emperor realm. As for the strongest person, he was actually a 6th grade divine emperor realm expert. It could be said that Yi Xian was completely powerless to resist. This could be considered the greatest danger Yi Xian had encountered. What should he do? Yi Xian quickly pondered in his heart. 9 divine crocodile clan experts had surrounded Yi Xian. If he were to make a move now, he'd simply be courting death. It seemed impossible for him to escape. In an instant, Yi Xian quickly thought of his trump card. Unfortunately, it was useless. The current Yi Xian didn't have a single trump card that could contend against the 9 great divine crocodile clan experts. Once he made a move, he would undoubtedly die. After all, other than the 6th grade divine emperor, there were also 2 intermediate level divine emperor experts. The title of the sovereign level allowed Yi Xian to be invincible among those of the same level, and even be able to challenge those of a higher level than him in a one-on-one battle. However, this didn't mean that Yi Xian could fight against 3 high-level divine emperor experts. Battle, defeat, escape. There was no way to escape. Of course, it wasn't impossible to release the sword attendants to fight, but don't forget, this was the territory of the divine crocodile clan, and Yi Xian didn't believe that these 9 people were all the experts of the divine crocodile clan. To put it bluntly, these 9 people were just a group of guards for the divine crocodile clan. Ouyang Shui, don't resist. I'll send you away. If you stay here, you'll only drag me down. At this moment, Yi Xian couldn't care less. Originally, Yi Xian didn't intend to absorb Ouyang Shui into the devouring space, but with the current situation, he had no choice but to do so. Thus, Yi Xian casually absorbed Ouyang Shui into the devouring space. Just as Yi Xian said, without Ouyang Shui here, Yi Xian's actions had a lot less to worry about. At the same time, the mother ore was already in Yi Xian's hands. At that moment, the system's notification rang out. Ding. System prompt, detected special resource, Sacred Heart or Mother. Yi Xian still hadn't noticed it. The system prompt was quickly thinking of a countermeasure in his heart. However, the God-slaughtering sword reacted on its own. This was a situation that Yi Xian had never encountered since obtaining the God-slaughtering sword. One had to know that the God-slaughtering sword currently had Wei Zhentian as its artifact spirit, but even Wei Zhentian was unable to control the God-slaughtering sword. Sure enough, in the blink of an eye, the change had already begun. From the sky, 9 gorgeous pillars of light suddenly appeared. What was even stranger about those 9 pillars of light was that once they reached the surroundings of the God-slaughtering sword, they quickly condensed. Absorb. It was absorption. The God-slaughtering sword was actually rapidly absorbing the power of the 9 rays of light. Even though Yi Xian didn't know what kind of power those 9 rays of light represented, he knew that it wasn't a simple matter. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Another loud sound rang out as an incomparably powerful divine crocodile race expert descended. Just his aura alone was enough to make Yi Xian's hair stand on end. Stop him. We can't let him take away the power of the profound light. The moment that expert appeared, he roared loudly. As for the 9 divine crocodile race experts, they didn't hesitate at all as they pounced towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian was overwhelmed with shock. Not to mention the 9 of them, even if 2 or 3 of them joined forces, it would still be difficult for Yi Xian to deal with them. At this moment, Yi Xian was even prepared to enter the devouring space at any time to temporarily escape. However, the next scene caused Yi Xian to stop in his tracks. At the same time, he was incomparably shocked. Although the 9 of them pounced towards Yi Xian, they weren't even able to get close to him before they were blocked by a strange energy. It was invisible and colorless. Whether it was the naked eye or spiritual will, it was impossible to detect it in the slightest. However, the effect was obvious. At this moment, the 9 of them were blocked outside, unable to enter at all. Yi Xian could clearly hear their furious roars, and he could also clearly feel their attacks. However, even their attacks and themselves were unable to enter the range of that ring. Yi Xian didn't understand why, but he knew that he was temporarily safe. At this moment, the face of the divine crocodile race expert was filled with regret. This was because only he knew that the mother lode was not an ordinary mother lode. and he also knew that this mother lode was special. There were countless treasures in the world, and there were naturally many treasures that could be used to refine and strengthen magic treasures. Some treasures might look ordinary on the outside, but they were extremely powerful. Some treasures, on the other hand, were hidden among the treasures. Those who didn't know what was good for them would never discover them. This mother lode was such a special mother lode. The most important thing about this mother lode was not its material itself, but its special attribute. This mother lode could be used as a guide to guide the power of the profound light down to refine magic treasures. Just like what was being done to the god slaughtering sword. A magic treasure refined by the profound light was definitely not ordinary. A magic treasure refined in this way could be greatly strengthened in all aspects, and its quality would also be improved. Therefore, such a treasure could be said to be a good thing that could only be found by chance and not sought after. At this moment, the supreme expert was filled with regret. If it wasn't for the fact that he had eyes but failed to recognize this mother lode, how could he have missed it? One had to know that this kind of treasure usually only had one special ability. Thus, after Xian used it, this originally incomparably mystical treasure had been crippled. Back then, although the divine crocodile race had discovered that the mother lode could gather mysterious energy in the spirit pool, they hadn't thought too much about it. They had mistakenly thought that the spirit pool was special, but who would have thought that the mystery would be revealed and this would be the result? Not only did they not obtain such a precious treasure, the spirit pool had also been destroyed. How could the divine crocodile race accept this? It became a treasure since they couldn't obtain the mother lode. The super experts of the divine crocodile race decided to take away the god slaughtering sword. The mysterious power continued to pour into the god slaughtering sword, causing it to undergo a huge change. On the outside, experts from the divine crocodile race continuously surged over, surrounding Xian. Inside, Xian could only silently look at the god slaughtering sword and wait. Of course, Xian was constantly thinking of countermeasures. The current situation was already very obvious. The divine crocodile race was determined to obtain the mother lode and the god slaughtering sword. Once the light dissipated and the evolution ended, the battle would begin. The divine wood sword attendant had already been released by Xian. After all, the divine wood sword attendant possessed an incomparably powerful defensive power. Perhaps, relying on this powerful defensive power would give Xian a chance of survival. To be more precise, Xian wouldn't let go of any methods. However, anything that could help Xian right now, Xian would do. Time passed. He originally thought that this evolution wouldn't last long, but the reality wasn't like that. At this moment, a full 7 days had passed, and the light still hadn't dissipated. Even if he wanted to block the 9 pillars of light that seemed to reach the heavens, he wouldn't be able to do anything. So, finally, a new divine beast rushed over. After all, under that powerful light, anyone would feel that a rare treasure had been born. Naturally, those who saw this light would not let go of the chance to seize the treasure. Haha, this old man wants to see what kind of good thing has appeared to cause such a huge commotion. At this moment, another expert arrived, and a thunderous voice exploded from afar. It's the old man of the Divine Valley Dragon Mountain. Didn't he go on a trip? Why is he back so soon? Someone discussed in a low voice. It was obvious that this old man of the Divine Valley was quite famous. Moments later, Xian saw an old man with an old face, 4 arms, and 6 legs covered in fish scales walk out. Every step the old man took caused the ground to shake like an earthquake. Following his footsteps, the experts of the Divine Crocodile clan continuously opened up a path. Obviously, even the many experts of the Divine Crocodile clan did not dare to block the path of the old man of the Divine Valley. What is it that has such a powerful light? Mine, it's all mine. Haha, it's all mine. Another voice sounded. Along with this voice, an exquisite palanquin carried by 4 lower 9th grade divine emperors who had transformed into beautiful women flew over. The palanquin had yet to arrive, but the sound had already spread to every corner. A rare treasure has appeared. It looks like there will be another bloody storm. How sad. A bald man with 6 strange snake tails suddenly appeared. His words seemed to be filled with sorrow, but it was unknown why he was sad. One expert after another appeared. The Divine Crocodile clan, who was originally the host, was forced to stay in a corner. Because the divine crocodile clan knew very well that these experts were not to be trifled with. Some people gathered together, looking around with flickering eyes, waiting silently. Some people looked around arrogantly, as if they wanted to stir up trouble. Some people just quietly looked for a place, not bothering to hear or ask. Experts kept coming here. Xian did not know whether to laugh or cry. Because he suddenly realized that he had become the target of these people. In the past, Xian often participated in treasure hunting and snatching. But to become a treasure himself, to become the object of others to fight over, this was a novel experience. Of course, as the number of experts increased, Xian felt more at ease. After all, generally speaking, as long as it was a treasure hunt, there would inevitably be a bloody battle. Moreover, if the winner of the treasure hunt was not decided, then no one would be able to snatch the treasure away. Currently, countless experts had gathered, and every single one of them was eyeing Xian covetously. Naturally, Xian was safe. Because no matter who made the first move against Xian, they would undoubtedly be surrounded and attacked by the others. Thus, Xian had the chance to fish in troubled waters. Of course, it didn't mean that Xian was already safe. In the current situation, Xian had only obtained an opportunity. Whether or not he could grasp it and successfully leave was still unknown. The light lasted for 13 days. In these 13 days, the powerful light completely surrounded Xian and the god-slaughtering sword, protecting them from the attacks of the surrounding divine beasts. 13 days of time was enough for countless experts to arrive. At this moment, there were already hundreds of experts gathered around Xian. Of course, there were also tens of thousands of people. The outer perimeter had already been divided into 3 layers. The first layer consisted of the hundreds of experts, each occupying a position. No one moved. Of course, there were also people who knew each other and grouped together. Following that, a race like the divine crocodile race gathered. Because it was a race, it had a large number of people and extraordinary strength. As for the outermost area, they were the divine beasts that came alone but were not strong enough. These divine beasts knew that they didn't have the qualifications to participate in the treasure hunt, but they weren't willing to leave so easily. Thus, they gathered in the surroundings and silently watched the situation change. It seemed that he was also trying to fish in troubled waters. The light disappeared, but the evolution of the god-slaughtering sword didn't end immediately. The god-slaughtering sword hung high above Xian's head, emitting wave after wave of powerful energy. The outer barrier became stronger and stronger, and it was no longer just a strong defense. When the divine beast experts saw the light receding, they thought that they had a chance and rushed forward. However, not only were they unable to break through the barrier, they were even repelled by the barrier, causing them to be severely injured and flee in panic. No one knew why the barrier was so strong, but everyone knew that unless the barrier dissipated on its own, it would be impossible to break through. Originally, Xian thought that the evolution of the god-slaughtering sword had nothing to do with him. But this time, he was wrong. Wei Zhentian was still unable to enter the god-slaughtering sword, but the god-slaughtering sword hung high above Xian's head. Waves of mysterious energy continuously poured into Xian's body. This power was extremely destructive, but Xian was unable to resist at all. Sword body purification. It was actually a sword body purification. Those who knew their stuff turned pale with fright, and their expressions were filled with envy. The purification of the sword body referred to the strange phenomenon of the psychic divine sword feeding back to its master. The divine sword was psychic, and when it gathered enough power and developed a strong feeling for its master, it would use its own power to cleanse its master's body. This kind of cleansing could be said to be extremely rare. Not only did it require an extremely high quality of the divine sword, it also required an extremely powerful support. In addition, the divine sword itself had an extremely strong feeling for its master. And the last point was the most difficult thing. This was the divine sword itself, not the artifact spirit of the divine sword. In fact, to be able to do this meant that the divine sword already possessed intelligence. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. However, there was nothing wrong with this place at all. There was nothing at all. They did not notice anything strange. Xian was surprised by this. However, now was not the time to argue about this. System, break the restriction here. Ding. Restriction has been successfully broken. In everyone's eyes, Xian had just walked to a corner and stood there in a daze for a while. Then, he stretched out his hand and waved it casually. In an instant, a bridge made of seaweed appeared in front of him. There really is a restriction here. Everyone looked at Xian in a different light. Xian was able to discover this restriction and break it, but they weren't able to discover it. What did this mean? Did this mean that Xian was a restriction master? In an instant, everyone was terrified of Xian's mysteriousness. Yes, it was terrifying. What was Xian's identity? Why were there so many mysteries surrounding him? Of course, now was not the time to talk about this. After Xian broke the restriction, everyone stopped hesitating and walked forward. However, just as Xian was about to pass by, he heard the spiritual deity speak. Pavilion Protector Elder, please wait here for a moment. Since this restriction has recovered after you left last time, it is very likely that this restriction has the ability to repair itself. In order to prevent the people behind from not being able to find this small bridge, Pavilion Protector Elder, please stay and lead the way for the others. It could be said that the spiritual deity's cultivation level was much higher than Xian's. However, Xian's status was much higher than his. Naturally, he could only treat Xian as an equal. Xian nodded. The spiritual deity's words made sense. Thus, Xian did not follow them. The rest of the group was only half a day late. During this time, Xian did not know what they were doing. Of course, Xian was too lazy to care. Fortunately, the barrier had not been repaired yet. Thus, the group of people continued to walk forward together. However, what Xian did not expect was that when they entered, they only saw a few broken corpses. The dozens of people in the vanguard were all dead. No, there was still one person who was still fighting. It was the inferior spiritual deity. Quick, save him. In an instant, several powerhouses rushed over and fought with the demonized mermen. Soon, the inferior spiritual deity was saved. What's going on? Someone quickly asked the inferior spiritual deity. The inferior spiritual god glanced at the crowd and said, I'm. When I led the vanguard group when we arrived. What do you mean? Speak clearly. What is this? I don't know what it means. I only know that the voice said that it had been waiting for us for a long time. Then, those mermen started to attack us crazily. Although the average strength of these demonized monsters is not very strong, they have some special magical powers. Among them, the most important thing for you to pay attention to is that these demonized monsters can be resurrected indefinitely. What? Resurrected indefinitely? This time, everyone, including Xian, was stunned. Resurrection. Some people did have such special magical powers. But what was the point of being resurrected indefinitely? Let's not care about that for now. Kill. We must find out the secret of this place first. Everyone did not hesitate and directly charged forward. Xian was also about to charge forward, but the inferior spiritual deity of Lingxian court suddenly stopped Xian. What do you want? Xian looked at the inferior spiritual deity, not knowing what he wanted to do. Pavilion Guardian Elder, leave this place quickly. Don't hesitate and leave immediately. This is not a place we can provoke. Furthermore, a pair of eyes have been watching us. Therefore, I can only ask everyone to charge forward together. However, the others can die, but you can't. What did he mean? Xian was somewhat unable to react. This fellow had not clearly explained what was going on. He had only asked Xian to leave quickly. It was not impossible to ask Xian to leave, but he should at least explain things clearly. However, the inferior spiritual deity did not continue speaking. Instead, he suddenly struck out with his palm at Xian. Of course, he did not want to hurt Xian. In fact, his palm was directly pushing Xian away at an extremely fast speed. What are you trying to do? Xian looked at that person and retreated rapidly. However, he continued to ask. However, a giant black hand that suddenly appeared answered Xian's question. That hand had stretched out from under the island. As soon as it appeared, it locked onto Xian, who was about to leave. Damn it, what the hell is this? Xian was greatly alarmed. The current situation had already exceeded his expectations. He had been sent flying the first time he had come. He still had to flee the second time. What the hell was this? Damn it, this feeling made Xian extremely unhappy. The inferior spirit god suddenly jumped up and used all of his strength to block the attack for Xian as he loudly shouted, "Senior spirit god," he then shouted, "Hurry up and leave." Xian did not know why this fellow had done this. However, when he looked at the island one last time before he left, he already knew that he was the only one who would be able to escape this time. Xian's last glance caused his heart to tremble in fear, to the point of incomparable panic. Then, what exactly did Xian see? It turned out that the last thing Xian saw was numerous extremely enormous black hands. These enormous hands were unimaginably strong, and they could capture a person with a casual grab. It could be said that no one in the heavenly god realm could resist them. However, merely 5 domain enlightened spirit gods had come this time. Obviously, they weren't of any use at all. How could this be possible? How could this be possible? What exactly happened? Xian was extremely astounded in his heart. He didn't hesitate at all and directly returned to the training camp. At this moment, no one in the training camp was too worried about the exploration of Ripple Lake. Or perhaps, in their opinion, this was a battle that they were absolutely confident in. However, when they saw Xian return with a panicked expression, they clearly revealed different expressions. The pavilion master of Towering Pavilion quickly walked over to Xian. Actually, if it wasn't for the sudden appearance of those demonized monsters, then perhaps he wouldn't be willing to meet Xian at all. "Grandmaster Yi, what happened? Why did you return by yourself? Where are the others?" He addressed Xian as Grandmaster Yi. This was naturally for the sake of concealing Xian's identity. "They won't be able to return." Xian spoke. At the same time, he gazed at the others. The domain enlightened spirit god realm. The way to survive at this moment, although Xian was on high alert, he didn't pay too much attention to it. In fact, he subconsciously didn't think that there would be an enemy attack. However, in that instant, a faint, almost imperceptible movement suddenly erupted. It was fortunate that Xian's spiritual will had been strengthened once again, and the location of the mutation just so happened to be not far from Xian, so he had time to react. However, even so, the only thing Xian could do was slightly shift his position. Boom! A loud sound rang out. At this moment, Xian realized that what attacked him was a red ray of light. It was as thin as a gossamer, yet extremely powerful. The divine wood sword attendant immediately stood in front of Xian, blocking the majority of the damage for him. But even so, Xian was still sent flying by the force. The violent force instantly sent Xian flying high into the sky. However, there was someone waiting for Xian in the sky. This was a person with a pair of wings. To be precise, it was a divine beast, but Xian didn't know what race he was. When Xian was sent flying into the sky, a large net exploded from that person's hands in an attempt to trap him. The power of the law of devouring. Xian was shocked. He already knew this person's goal. This guy was probably the one who used the red light. Sending Xian flying into the sky was also part of his plan. His goal was to quickly capture Xian. Ding! Designated target, High 6th Grade Divine Emperor Realm. Another high-level Divine Emperor Realm, although at this moment, in this area, the 6th Grade Superior Deity Emperor was actually not that strong. For Xian, he was still a formidable enemy. It could be said that if they really fought, Xian didn't have much of a chance of winning. Unfortunately, this guy used the power of the law of devouring, so don't blame Xian for breaking his web of laws. Playing with the law of devouring in front of Xian, let alone a mere high-level divine emperor, even a hierarch or a god emperor might not be able to win against Xian. After all, Xian's greatest trump card was the power of devouring. At this moment, that person swore confidently, thinking that victory was already in his grasp. He even had a smile on his face, waiting for Xian to fall into his web of laws. However, Xian fell into it, but it wasn't the result that person imagined. The flickering web of laws had already surrounded Xian. Unfortunately, it didn't listen to that person's call and returned to his side. At this moment, that person finally noticed that something was wrong. He frowned slightly and wanted to retreat, but he couldn't bear to leave. After all, he knew that if he didn't leave, he would attract the attention of others. At that time, he wouldn't be able to leave even if he wanted to. However, seeing that Xian had already fallen into his web of laws, he naturally couldn't bear to leave so easily. However, he didn't know that although Xian was trapped in the web of the law of devouring, he wasn't affected in the slightest. On the contrary, the web of the law of devouring had already been completely controlled by Xian. How dare you? That person only hesitated for a moment, but there were already experts who noticed the changes here. With a roar, 5 people immediately attacked this side at the same time. Another explosion sounded out. A moment ago, he was still complacent, thinking that he'd successfully trapped Xian and had a chance to escape. In the next moment, he was killed by 5 experts and turned into a mist of blood. As soon as that person died, Xian controlled the web of laws to fall to the ground. On the surface, it seemed that it was because the web of laws was no longer under the control of its master that it fell. However, no one knew that all of this was secretly controlled by Xian. The 5 experts glanced at Xian, who was trapped by the web of laws. Unexpectedly, no one tried to snatch it from him. Instead, they silently retreated and continued their battle. In Xian's heart, the actions of these divine beasts could be said to be extremely stupid. Of course, if these divine beasts weren't stupid, then Xian, wouldn't have a chance of survival. At this moment, with Xian as the center, there were battles everywhere. Divine beasts continuously fell, as if the goal of these divine beasts wasn't to snatch treasures, but purely to fight. The web of law was slowly losing its strength. It wouldn't be long before it completely disappeared. However, Xian didn't mind at all. Xian silently looked around, but he had an idea in his heart. The crazed slaughter of these divine beasts was also an opportunity for Xian to increase his strength. No matter what, if he could become more powerful, then he would have a higher chance of escaping. Therefore, without the divine beasts noticing, the corpses of divine beasts were constantly disappearing from the battlefield. Some were entire corpses, while others were only missing arms and legs. Of course, the whereabouts of these corpses were obvious. They were naturally devoured by Xian. Ding! Host has broken through. Current 4th grade Divine Emperor realm. Ding! Host has broken through. Current 5th grade Divine Emperor realm. As Xian continued to devour the corpses of the divine beasts, his realm continued to rise. At the beginning, Xian's movements were extremely careful. After all, he was worried that he would be discovered and attract unnecessary trouble. However, who knew that even if someone discovered Xian's movements, they wouldn't care at all. Thus, Xian became bolder. Of course, even so, the number of corpses that Xian could devour was limited. After all, Xian was currently trapped in one place, so it was impossible for him to collect those corpses. Thus, he could only pick up the corpses nearby. Fortunately, even though the corpses nearby were incomplete, they all belonged to experts. Thus, Xian obtained great benefits from collecting these corpses. In a short period of time, Xian was able to break through to the 1st grade Divine Emperor realm just by devouring the corpses. However, this kind of collection couldn't continue because Xian knew that although these divine beasts ignored him in the chaotic battle, as the battle progressed, the divine beasts that remained would naturally be the strongest. Xian already had an idea. At this moment, Xian could only ask the flower god sword attendant to make some sacrifices. The moment the primal chaos law net disappeared, Xian also disappeared. This was because Xian had already hidden within the devouring space, but the flower god sword attendant was left behind. To be more precise, it was the flower god sword attendant that fled into the distance first, and the direction it fled in was the direction of an expert. Under Xian's orders, the flower god's sword attendant held a divine weapon that looked like the god's slaughtering sword. Although it was deliberately hidden, it still released a trace of its aura. As soon as the flower god's sword attendant arrived at the expert's side, it handed the divine weapon to the expert without hesitation. That expert didn't think too much about it, so he casually took it. After all, this divine armament looked somewhat similar to the god's slaughtering sword. This was a high-grade replica that Xian had spent a huge amount of faith points to exchange for from the system store. ambush. Whether it was its appearance or charm, it was almost the same as the god-slaughtering sword. At the very least, it would be difficult to see the difference if one didn't observe carefully. After doing all of this, the flower god sword attendant committed suicide. That expert didn't even have time to react. At this moment, he still didn't know what had happened. He held a fake god-slaughtering sword in his hand, but he looked at the flower god sword attendant in astonishment. "Hong Hu! You dare to attack!" Suddenly, a voice rang out beside the expert. It turned out that someone had also noticed the anomaly. When he saw that Xian's figure had already disappeared from the net of laws, combined with the fake god-slaughtering sword in the expert's hand, he would naturally be misunderstood. Thus, at this moment, there were people who charged towards the super expert without hesitation. "What are you doing?" the man asked, puzzled. Unfortunately, no one paid any attention to him. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. With a punch, the expert named Hong Hu was sent flying before he could figure out what was going on. The fake god-slaughtering sword in his hand had already changed owners. "Quick, the treasure is over there." Following these words, in an instant, the expert who had just obtained the fake god-slaughtering sword didn't even have the time to take a second look at the god-slaughtering sword before he was surrounded. Chaos broke out. This time, it was even more bloody and brutal. If it was said that the divine beasts had only used 30% of their strength in the previous battle, then at this moment, they had already used 12% of their strength. The massacre had begun. It was a bloody and brutal massacre. In just an instant, the entire sky had been dyed red. Xian could also see the changes in the outside world from within the devouring space. To be precise, Xian didn't completely enter the devouring space. After all, the difference in speed between the devouring space and the outside world was too great. Xian completely entering it wasn't a very wise choice. Thus, the place where Xian was standing was actually the entrance to the devouring space. Here, Xian was able to completely conceal his aura, yet maintain the same speed as the outside world. Thus, being in this position was a very good choice. Xian silently watched the slaughter in the outside world. Although this slaughter was caused by him, Xian didn't have the slightest bit of reluctance. Even if all of these experts from the demon god's divine domain died, Xian wouldn't blink. It was not enough to describe the current situation. At that moment, in the sky and on the ground, there was a murderous aura everywhere. Especially around the fake god-slaying sword, it was even more terrifying. One expert after another died on the spot. The sky had already cracked, and the earth had already turned blood red. Countless experts had turned this area into 40,000 lands. As for the fake god-slaughtering sword, it was being passed around in the hands of the experts. However, it was a pity that any super expert who got their hands on it would be killed in an instant. However, if one person died, another would immediately take over. Life was not over, and the battle was endless. These people had already gone completely crazy. He had already turned into a madman. Xian was terrified when he saw this. Only now did he know that there were countless divine beasts hiding in the shadows around him. These divine beasts were hiding in the shadows at the beginning and did not participate in the battle. However, when the fake god-slaughtering sword appeared, they appeared. Moreover, it seemed that the number of people hiding was far more than that. There were clearly strong cultivators falling at every moment, but there were still countless strong cultivators who continued to advance wave after wave. Life seemed so worthless at this moment. Of course, all of this had nothing to do with Xian. Xian was just waiting for the center of the battle to leave. Every single divine beast expert who obtained the fake god-slaughtering sword immediately left. They didn't have the time to check if it was real or fake, and even if someone discovered that there was a problem with the fake god-slaughtering sword, no one would listen to his explanation. Therefore, the center of the battle was constantly moving away. Day after day, normally, it would only take an hour to travel a distance, but now, it took a full 3 days. This distance might not be considered too far, but Xian couldn't wait any longer. After all, it was hard to avoid experts suspecting him. Once they turned around to look for him, Xian might be trapped here. On the shattered ground, anyone could tell that an incomparably tragic battle had once broken out here. Saying that not a single blade of grass grew was not enough to describe the decline here. It could be said that even a slightly larger stone no longer existed. Suddenly, a small mound in the soil moved, and a figure emerged from it. The moment that figure appeared, he fled into the distance without hesitation. There wasn't even the slightest hesitation. This person was Xian. At this moment, how could Xian dare to stop at all? He practically used his full speed. Moreover, he was already prepared to be teleported into the mysterious trial space at any time. Because the requirements for strength in the trial space were too high, Xian knew that it was useless for him to enter now. There were only a few chances to teleport, so Xian wasn't willing to waste them. However, if there really was an expert chasing after him, then Xian might not have a choice. Xian's speed was extremely fast. At the beginning, there really wasn't anything unusual. However, when Xian had only traveled less than 3 million kilometers, he discovered that he'd been locked onto by several divine senses at the same time. Xian frowned. It seemed that there were still some intelligent divine beasts that suspected the location of the web of law, which was why this scene had occurred. It was very obvious that these people had come for Xian from the start. However, the only thing that allowed Xian to heave a sigh of relief was that since these people only dared to expose themselves now, it meant that they weren't super experts. Of course, Xian didn't even know what his cultivation was. Xian fled at an extremely fast speed because he knew very well that even if the enemy that had locked onto him wasn't too powerful, once he was entangled, he wouldn't have any good results. Unfortunately, the enemy obviously wouldn't allow Xian to continue fleeing like this. Boom! Crash! A loud sound rang out. At the same time, a wall of water suddenly appeared around Xian. To be more precise, it was a ball of water that completely surrounded Xian. Water Law Barrier Domain. This was actually a special domain of the laws of water. Moreover, it wasn't a domain set up by a single person, but a formation domain set up by many people. System, what kind of domain is this? Xian asked in confusion. This domain didn't seem to have too much power, at least on the surface. The light blue seawater surrounded this area. At the same time, it made the air in the center seem abnormally humid. However, the power was very gentle, causing people to not feel the slightest threat. A strange domain. Since someone had set up such a domain, then it probably wasn't that simple. Thus, at this moment, Xian had no choice but to stop and quietly wait for the changes in the domain. Time slowly passed, but there was no change in the domain. However, half-human and half-fish demon beasts appeared from all directions. Some of these beasts were wielding tridents, some were wielding long swords, and some were even wielding longbows. However, their strength was generally very weak. Apart from their large numbers, there was almost no other redeeming feature. At this moment, Xian slightly frowned. Could it be that the ones who set up the domain to capture him were these fishmen? If that's the case, then aren't you underestimating me too much? Xian didn't use the god-slaughtering sword. Instead, he took out his rule bow and shot it out without the slightest hesitation. A violent force exploded out in the blink of an eye. One arrow was enough to kill thousands of these fishmen. Could it be that these mere people were really so weak and useless? Xian was incomparably puzzled. However, just as Xian was about to kill his way out, a strange change occurred. The fishmen that Xian had blasted into smithereens actually quickly revived. What was even more terrifying was that even the enemies that Xian had blasted into a bloody mist at the center of Xian's attack were revived. Moreover, the strength of these revived fishmen had actually increased. What was going on? Xian had never seen such a strange thing before. Xian frowned slightly as he launched another attack towards the group of fishmen. A terrifying attack once again descended onto the newly revived fishmen. Just like last time, this group of fishmen was once again killed without any suspense. However, in the blink of an eye, those fishmen quickly revived. This time, Xian saw it very clearly. These fishmen were truly able to increase their strength after reviving. When had Xian ever seen such a terrifying scene? He could actually revive after death. Resurrection could also increase one's strength. I don't believe this. I want to see if you can resurrect infinitely. With a thought, Xian pulled open the Law Divine Art once again and launched another attack. Xian attacked, the fishman revived. Xian attacked again, the fishman revived. After going back and forth dozens of times, Xian finally gave up. These fishmen could actually revive infinitely, and their strength could increase. However, there was a limit to how much their strength could increase, and they could only increase it to the highest level. the inferior grade Divine Lord realm, a mere inferior grade 1 Divine Lord posed no threat to Xian at all. However, who knew if these fishmen had any other special methods, or rather, were there any other strange changes in this domain? Xian didn't dare to delay any longer. This time, he directly released his might and 200 god-slaughtering swords to open a path. Xian directly slaughtered a path of blood towards the edge of the domain. However, when Xian arrived at the edge of the domain, he realized that this water barrier domain, which didn't seem to be anything special, wasn't something that could be broken just because he wanted to. First of all, this was not ordinary water of the Jianghu, but a type of heavy water, a mysterious heavy water that was as heavy as ore. Moreover, this heavy water was extremely difficult to break. Even if Xian used his divine power to forcefully disperse it, it would still be difficult to break through. At this moment, how could Xian not understand that if he wanted to break this domain, he couldn't break it by force? He could only find the person who used the domain and kill him, or find the cornerstone of the formation. Unfortunately, this was a formation set up by several people. It was already very difficult to find one person, let alone all of them. Xian had been trapped here for so long, but he hadn't discovered anything at all. Therefore, there was only one choice left for Xian, and that was to find the core of the formation. However, how could it be that easy to find it? System, do you have any ideas? Although Xian knew in his heart that the system was helpless against him. Sure enough, the system's notification rang out. Ding. System notification, host, please note that the host does not have enough resources to directly break this domain. Xian didn't have any eternal points, and he had consumed a huge amount of faith points. As for resources, he didn't have much left. Therefore, it was normal for the system to give him such a notification. It seemed that this time, Xian could only exchange for some useful things in the system and then think of a way to break this domain himself. Who is playing tricks on me? Do you dare to stand out? Xian shouted loudly. Although Xian knew very well that the person in the dark wouldn't answer. Sure enough, other than the roars of the fishmen, the entire domain was silent. Xian's divine sense quickly scanned his surroundings, but he couldn't find anything unusual. At this moment, Xian's brows were tightly furrowed. Today, Xian had encountered an unprecedented crisis. He didn't expect that after escaping the encirclement of those experts, he would fall into such a crisis again. And the most fundamental reason was that Xian wasn't strong enough. Perhaps in the eyes of others, Xian's leveling speed was already terrifying, but for Xian, it was still insufficient. Xian didn't even have the ability to resist those super experts with his cultivation base at the first-grade Divine Emperor realm. Of course, the people surrounding Xian might not be as strong as Xian. After all, if they were strong, they wouldn't be afraid to show their faces. However, this also showed that Xian wasn't strong enough. If Xian was a little stronger, then perhaps he wouldn't have been trapped by this domain. Xian didn't make a move to kill the murlocs in front of him as he watched them advance one after another. In any case, these fishmen weren't a threat to Xian at all. Xian wanted to see what other methods the enemies hiding in the shadows had. Xian didn't believe that these fellows really hoped that these fishmen would be able to kill him, as expected, seeing that Xian wasn't killing those fishmen. Once again, a strange change occurred in the domain. Groups of fishmen kept gathering and actually devouring each other. Moreover, the strangest thing was that after these fishmen devoured each other, their realms actually increased. There were groups of fishmen gathered together, but they were quietly lining up, waiting for the fishmen at the very front to devour them. As it continued to devour, the realm of the fishmen also continued to increase. At first, it was only at the lower first-grade Divine Lord realm, but after devouring, it actually rose to the upper first-grade Divine Emperor realm. The strangest thing was that once all the fishmen reached the upper first-grade Divine Emperor realm, they stopped devouring each other. But even so, there were still 1,000 upper first-grade Divine Emperor realm fishmen in front of Xian. Most importantly, Xian still couldn't kill them. Strange fishmen. Even though they were all at the first grade of the Divine Emperor realm, these fishmen were already able to harm Xian. Even if Xian released the Divine Wood Sword Attendant, what use was there in a situation where he could only defend and not attack? If this continued, Xian was destined to die. Unless Xian chose to teleport into that special trial space, or perhaps hide in the devouring space, Yi Xian continuously created defensive divine talismans one after another, transforming them into energy shields. Unfortunately, even so, these divine talismans would eventually be broken. Thus, it was useless to continue wearing them down like this, in the sky, on the ground, and even underground, with Yi Xian as the center. Rays of protective light continuously flickered. Outside the light, the crazy fishmen continued to attack. For these fishmen, the thing they were least afraid of was death, because once they died, not only could they revive, their strength would also increase. Therefore, their attacks could be said to be endless and incomparably berserk. For a moment, Yi Xian was trapped on the spot. However, Yi Xian didn't move at all. Aside from occasionally replenishing his divine talisman defense, Yi Xian didn't even spare a glance at the fishmen outside. Instead, he wholeheartedly searched for a loophole in this domain. Yi Xian was also a formation master. Combined with his experience in creating divine talismans and refining magic treasures, it could be said that Yi Xian's comprehension of formations was extraordinary. Unfortunately, this time, the enemy had used a formation to set up a domain, so it contained both the profoundness of the formation and the miraculous power of the domain. Thus, it wouldn't be easy for Yi Xian to break through it. At this moment, Yi Xian's attention was completely focused. He released his divine sense and continuously explored. He wouldn't let go of even the tiniest corner. Over and over again, Yi Xian's divine sense quickly searched the entire domain. This domain was exquisite, but the person who set it up had underestimated Yi Xian. This was because Yi Xian's mastery of formations exceeded that of ordinary people. The formation domain had its own advantages, however, in front of Yi Xian, there were also disadvantages. Yi Xian abruptly raised his head and looked at the center of the entire domain. There, waves of powerful energy were constantly fluctuating. That was the place where the energy of the entire domain was the most concentrated. That was also the place where the defense of the entire domain was the strongest. However, it was there that Yi Xian discovered the weakness of the domain. It could be said that this entire domain was extremely complete. Through the senses of his spiritual will, Yi Xian could even sense that even underground, he was still completely enveloped by the domain's power. The entire domain formed a circle, and the heavy water continued to flow, forming the entire domain. It was like a hollow ball of water, and Yi Xian was trapped in the center of it. At this moment, Yi Xian discovered that the top of the water ball was where the heavy water was flowing. To Yi Xian, that was the only chance to leave. The power of the heavy water was incomparably powerful. Coupled with the rapid flow of water, it was impossible for Yi Xian to forcefully charge out of the surroundings. Only at the joint would a very small hole occasionally appear due to the collision of the power of water. That was Yi Xian's chance. In Yi Xian's heart, he was once again certain that the person who set up this formation domain wasn't an expert. After all, how powerful was the formation domain? How could there be a loophole? Since there was a loophole, then there was only one explanation, and that was that the people controlling the formation domain were not strong enough to make the formation domain appear perfectly. Of course. No matter what the reason was, there was at least one thing that was certain. Yi Xian's chance had come. With a sudden leap, Yi Xian didn't hesitate in the slightest as he directly flew towards the center. Wei Zhentian controlled the god-slaughtering sword to circle around Yi Xian, while the divine wood sword attendant followed closely behind him. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian had already arrived at the center. However, since Yi Xian was able to discover the loophole in the center, how could the enemy not know? Therefore, at this moment, countless water tentacles extended out from the walls of water. As soon as those tentacles appeared, they lashed out at Yi Xian. Some of them even turned into water swords that filled the sky as they pounced towards Yi Xian. In an instant, the entire sky was completely surrounded by these weapons made of heavy water. It could be said that they were so dense that there wasn't even a single gap. However, there would still be a gap between attacks. At this moment, Yi Xian's spiritual will had already been mobilized to its maximum, and his entire figure was constantly dodging. Of course, as he dodged, he was still flying upwards. The power of unlimited teleportation was displayed to the extreme in this small area of dodging. It was as if the entire sky was filled with Yi Xian's figures. As Yi Xian flew upwards, the density of the attacks became tighter and tighter. Obviously, the enemy was getting anxious, but even so, he couldn't do anything to Yi Xian, dodging, advancing, dodging again, advancing again. Yi Xian pressed forward. No matter how the people in front of him tried to stop him, Yi Xian wouldn't stop. Wei Zhentian, who was controlling the god-slaying sword, had long since unleashed its maximum speed. Its extremely fast speed allowed the god-slaughtering sword to have the power to pierce through the heavy water. At the same time, it could also help Yi Xian block some of the water pillars that he didn't have time to dodge. Break for me! Suddenly, Yi Xian let out a loud roar as he charged towards the center of the area. Without a sound, Yi Xian charged out of the water ball. When Yi Xian hovered outside the water ball, he saw the person who set up the formation in an attempt to trap him. 9 strange fishmen. Compared to the fishmen in the domain, they were even uglier and weirder. Other than a pair of legs, the rest of these 9 fishmen's bodies were basically fish. They said they didn't take human form. Obviously, that wasn't the case. Since they were able to set up such a formation domain together, it was obvious that they had the strength to take human form. Thus, the only explanation was that they looked down on the human form from the start. Almost all the divine beasts that cultivated were clear about one thing. That was, in human form, it was extremely beneficial to the comprehension and use of the laws. The divine beast's main body might be able to obtain a boost in physique, strength, and other aspects, but if they wanted to quickly comprehend the laws and unleash the power of the laws to its fullest, they still needed to take human form. It was impossible for these 9 fishmen to not know about this, but why did they not choose to take human form, even without anyone telling Yi Xian? Yi Xian was extremely clear in his heart that if the 9-headed fishman were to transform into a human and use this formation domain, then it wouldn't be so easy for Yi Xian to walk out. Thus, for a moment, Yi Xian became interested in the 9 strange fish. System, detect these 9 monsters for me. I want to see what's so special about them. Continue to escape along with Yi Xian's order. The system's prompt quickly sounded out. Ding. System prompt, Yi Xian has 150,000 faith points. Does the host confirm? 150,000 faith points? Yi Xian was slightly stunned. It wasn't because of the amount of faith points he had, but because of the system's prompt. It seemed that every time Yi Xian needed to investigate something, he would need faith points. Yi Xian didn't notice when it started, but now that he suddenly noticed it, he discovered that every time he used the system to detect something, he would more or less consume some faith points. Faith points could be said to be the easiest thing for Yi Xian to obtain. Compared to eternal points, devouring points, and so on, faith points would only increase at any time, and the amount of increase was quite a bit. Moreover, as long as Yi Xian was willing, then after controlling the new territory, the rate at which his faith points increased would be even faster. Therefore, Yi Xian hadn't cared too much about faith points. He'd even thought that the faith points system was only used to exchange for other points, such as eternal points and devouring points. But now, it seemed that this wasn't the case at all. It seemed that there were still many uses for faith points. Moreover, the consumption was also extremely huge. With doubt in his mind, Yi Xian agreed to the detection. Ding. System prompt, the target is the Resentment Divine Fish Clan, one of the subsidiary races of the ancient demonic fish divine throne. They have an extremely heavy grudge against the human clan. Once they meet the human clan, they will definitely not rest until they die. Ding. The Resentment Divine Fish Clan is a special rare race. You have detected an optional mission, a rare race collector. Quest, rare race collector. Quest requirements, find a suitable space to collect all kinds of rare races scattered throughout the God realm and tame them. The quest was optional, and there was no punishment for failure. If one collected a certain amount, they could open a special treasure chest. Collection quest? Moreover, there was no punishment. Yi Xian would definitely do it. After all, to others, this special space wasn't easy to find. However, Yi Xian had a devouring space with him, so it wasn't a problem to divide up some areas. Of course, since this quest was a race collection quest, then a rare race would probably require Yi Xian to collect at least 2 divine beasts, 1 male and 1 female. Yi Xian didn't hesitate and directly accepted the quest. This 9-headed fish wasn't very strong. Once Yi Xian broke through their formation domain, it could be said that they wouldn't be a threat at all. In addition, when Yi Xian heard the system's notification, he knew that this strange fish would attack as long as it saw a human, so he wasn't too worried about being hunted down by the treasure-snatching team. Thus, at this moment, Yixian once again asked the system, why do I need to consume faith points to use detection right now? Yixian had to figure this out. Otherwise, no matter how many faith points he had, he wouldn't be able to use them up. Yixian wouldn't be able to squander them like this. Ding, system notification, host, please note, along with the host's realm prompt, the target's strength will increase accordingly, so the system will need to use faith points to strengthen the detection. So that's how it is. Yixian nodded. Yixian understood the system's explanation. It seemed that no matter how many faith points he had, if Yixian didn't save them, it wouldn't be enough. When he returned his gaze to the strange fish, he discovered that the nine-headed fish had actually started to quickly escape. However, after ambushing Yixian, he wanted to immediately escape? How could it be so easy? Wei Zhentian, out. With Yixian's order, the two god-slaughtering swords immediately flew out. Of course, the goal of the god-slaughtering sword this time wasn't to kill these strange fish, but to trap them. Wei Zhentian controlled the god-slaughtering sword and its speed was extremely fast. After a moment, it arrived beside the strange fish. The two god-slaughtering swords emitted sword light and easily trapped the strange fish. The strange fish was incomparably terrified as it continuously screamed. It was obvious that it was already afraid of Yixian. Unfortunately, it was already too late for them to be afraid. When they first tried to surround and kill Yixian, they should have been able to think of such a result. Within the devouring space, Yixian once again opened up a special area. In this place, Yixian set up layers upon layers of restrictions and even seals. Afterwards, Yixian didn't even ask for the opinions of these strange fish and directly absorbed them into the devouring space. The pitiful nine-headed fish wanted to ambush Yixian but failed. Instead, it became Yixian's prisoner. And what awaited them would be endless domestication. After all, only by completely taming them would Yixian be able to complete his mission. Yixian didn't care too much about the rewards for collecting rare races. Just the fun of collecting them was worth it for Yixian to do. As soon as the strange fish disappeared, the formation domain and the fishmen inside also disappeared. Obviously, they were summoned by the nine-headed fish. Yixian didn't dare to stay here any longer. After all, no one knew if there would be enemies chasing after him. After all, Yixian wouldn't think of every divine beast expert as retarded as he was. Yixian's movements were extremely fast. Unfortunately, his doubts still erupted in the end. First, a strand of spiritual will swept past Yixian's body. Just as Yixian reacted, that strand of spiritual will had already locked onto him. Damn it! I've been discovered. Yixian was overwhelmed with shock. Since his spiritual will had already discovered him, it wouldn't be long before the divine beast expert caught up. Yixian displayed his greatest speed and quickly fled. Unfortunately, that spiritual will was tightly locked onto Yixian. System, refine restrictions and divine talismans to stop that person behind me. Yixian couldn't care less. After all, it wasn't as if Yixian's spiritual will hadn't detected anything, but he hadn't discovered anything. This meant that the person whose spiritual will had locked onto him was definitely much stronger than Yixian. Thus, the only thing Yixian could do was flee. Yet he still ran away when he saw the enemy. This was an extremely shameful thing to do. However, even though he knew that the enemy was incomparably powerful and that it was impossible for him to defeat them, he still tried to fight. That would be the behavior of a fool. Thus, how could Yixian care about face at this moment? Moreover, the fake god-slaughtering sword would be exposed sooner or later. Once it was exposed, then those furious divine beast experts would naturally understand that Yixian had set them up. If they chased after him, how could Yixian have a chance? Divine Wood Sword Attendant, come out. Go, block the pursuers for me. Within the formation domain, whether it was the fishman or the heavy water attacks, they were actually unable to harm the Divine Wood Sword Attendant in the slightest. At this moment, Yixian could only send the Divine Wood Sword Attendant out again. Wanshuan Sword Attendant, follow the Divine Wood Sword Attendant to investigate. Once there's any news, report back immediately. Yixian once again released the Wanshuan Sword Attendant. Although this little fellow was incomparably weak, it was still useful for detection. One divine rune after another descended, transforming into restrictions that slowed down the enemy. Yi Xian didn't dare to stop at all as he continuously fled forward. As he fled, Yi Xian could feel the divine will that had locked onto him fluctuate a few times. Yi Xian could guess that perhaps the divine wood sword attendant had already fought with him. Substance illusion, he didn't know how far he'd gone, but the divine sense that locked onto Yi Xian had disappeared. Not long after, the sword servant returned with a divine beast corpse in his hand. This time, it could be said that Yi Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Only now did Yi Xian realize that he'd underestimated his own strength, underestimated the strength of the divine wood sword attendant. For a long time, the thousand beast sword attendant had always been a supporting existence and rarely fought alone. But in reality, the current divine wood sword attendant already had the strength to fight alone against enemies. It was even slightly stronger than Yi Xian. For example, this time, Yi Xian only wanted the divine wood sword attendant to stop the enemy. It could be said that he never thought that the divine wood sword attendant would be able to kill the enemy. However, the divine wood sword attendant did it. Not only did he complete the mission that Yi Xian gave him, he even killed the enemy. Yi Xian looked at the divine beast corpse in the hands of the divine wood sword attendant and felt rather helpless in his heart. Just as he was about to devour the corpse, he didn't expect that this time, Yi Xian would actually find a universe ring on the divine beast's body. It wasn't that divine beasts didn't know how to use universe rings, but compared to the Kunlun divine domain, the ratio of divine beasts in the demon god divine domain holding universe rings wasn't that high. Yi Xian first took the universe ring with a puzzled heart. Because the divine beast was already dead, the spiritual will seal on it wasn't very strong, even if it was much stronger than Yi Xian when it was alive. But now, Yi Xian was still able to easily undo it. It was a pile of miscellaneous materials mixed with some spirit stones. It seemed that this divine beast couldn't be considered rich. But just as Yi Xian was about to casually devour it, he unexpectedly discovered a special item. Ding! System notification, special material detected, realm guarding illusion bead. Realm guarding illusion bead, what is this? Yi Xian opened the introduction and carefully looked at it. The realm guarding illusion bead was a teleportation bead that could be used to enter a special secret realm. Through this bead, one could be teleported to a specific illusion. Wait, illusion. Secret realm. Yi Xian was puzzled and instantly clicked on the information about the illusion. Illusions were a type of secret realm. However, they were not ordinary secret realms. Instead, they were hidden by a special method to store resources or other special purposes. Illusions were usually not very big, but what was inside was set up according to the master's wishes. Speaking of which, it could be considered to be of a higher level than a secret realm. So that's how it is, Yi Xian nodded. To put it bluntly, this thing was just a warehouse. However, Yi Xian's devouring space came with him, while this demonic beast could only use an illusion pearl to teleport. Yi Xian only hesitated for a moment before immediately making a decision. In any case, he might be chased down if he stayed outside, so he might as well enter this illusion. It would be safer. Thinking of this, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. He casually swallowed the divine beast's corpse and crushed the illusion bead. Similar to using a teleportation talisman, Yi Xian was quickly teleported to the entrance of a secret realm. This was a cave, but it was obvious that this cave wasn't that simple. As expected, when Yi Xian walked inside, he discovered that he was walking downhill. However, when he looked at the cave with his naked eye, even if he used his spiritual will to detect it, all he could see was a flat road. When Yi Xian turned around to look at his feet, he discovered that there was a faint circle of light around his body. Illusion technique. This cave turned out to be a place sealed by an illusion lock. The explanation for the illusion technique was actually very simple. It meant that the illusion technique had already materialized, and there was no method to unlock it like the illusion bead. Thus, those who entered could only walk on the normal path of the cave, and would not be able to discover anything special about this place. They would only treat this place as a cave. However, with the illusion bead, the person who entered would be automatically guided by the power of the illusion bead, break open a new path, and then head underground. Yi Xian no longer had any doubts and continued walking forward. After walking for an unknown period of time, Yi Xian's eyes finally lit up. At the same time, he heard the sound of dripping water. In the distance, the noise of some monkeys could be heard. Could it be that this was a monkey cave? However, Xian remembered that the divine beast that was killed by the divine wood sword attendant wasn't a monkey. What was going on? Or could it be said that the divine beast had only obtained such an illusion bead, and this secret realm did not belong to him? It was only equivalent to an invitation, and only allowed him to enter. Of course, the divine beast was already dead, so Xian couldn't confirm anything. This secret realm wasn't very big, and the strength of the apes inside wasn't very strong. Xian only needed to use his divine sense to scan through the entire secret realm. Apart from a set of armor and a broadsword in the center, there was only one tombstone that was worthy of Xian's attention. Great wisdom, great martial progenitor, the tomb of the heavenly divine monkey. This secret realm was actually a tomb. After a long time, Xian actually ran over to the tomb of the monkey ancestor. Gigi, who are you? Suddenly, a little monkey jumped in front of Xian and blinked its eyes as it asked him. The little monkey's eyes were extremely clear, and it didn't have the slightest bit of enmity towards Xian. Thus, Xian naturally wouldn't unreasonably kill him. Instead, he casually replied, I am Xian. Xian, Gigi, I've never heard of it. Gigi, what are you doing here? Could it be for the blessing of the ancestor? Ancestor, it was the ancestor again. Within the demon god's divine domain, the most mysterious thing was probably the power of the ancestor. The most common was also the power of the ancestor. It could be said that the power of the ancestor was everywhere. Who would have thought that there would be a mention of the ancestor's blessing here? Xian frowned slightly, but didn't refute. Instead, he asked, how did you know? Gigi, since you've come here, if it's not for the blessing of the ancestor, then what else could it be for? Let's go, I'll take you to see my ancestor. Ancestor? It was just that he didn't know if this so-called ancestor was speaking of grief and indignation, or if it was a name. Of course, no matter what it was, Xian didn't care. In any case, there was no existence in this cave that could threaten Xian, so Xian didn't hesitate to follow. A moment later, Xian was brought in front of an old monkey by the little monkey. This old monkey was extremely old, and it also didn't have much cultivation. Ancestor, there is a human who wants to seek the ancestor's blessing. Human race? You said it's a human race? The ancestor raised his head in confusion and looked at Xian. After confirming Xian's identity as a human, he doubtfully asked, it's been 1,000,000 years since a human has come here. Little fellow, tell me, what's wrong with your human race? Why hasn't anyone come here in the past 1,000,000 years? Could it be that your human race is going to be exterminated as well? Extermination? Wanted list, why do you say that my human race is about to be annihilated? Xian asked his ancestor with a puzzled expression. Isn't that so? In the ancestral spirit cave, as long as the geniuses of the various races meet the requirements, they can enter and obtain the blessings of my monkey god clan's ancestor. It has been more than 1,000,000 years since I took over and managed it, but not a single one of you humans have come. Isn't it because you are too weak that you were eliminated by the myriad races? The power of the ancestor was also open to the human race? It was open at least 1,000,000 years ago. These words instantly caused Xian to have doubts in his heart. However, from the mouth of the ancestor of the monkey clan, Xian could tell that their clan had always been guarding this secret realm and had never had any contact with the outside world. Therefore, they probably didn't know what Xian said. Naturally, there was no need for Xian to look for trouble. Of course not. Our human race is developing very well right now. It's just that we haven't obtained the illusion bead yet. Xian's reply caused the old monkey to glance at Xian in confusion. With a wave of his hand, a screen of light appeared in front of the old monkey. There were obviously some things recorded on it, but unfortunately, Xian couldn't understand them. That shouldn't be the case. According to the rules set by the ancestors, I distribute the human clan's illusion beads every year, and the human clan's patriarch has also received them. Why do you say that the human clan has never obtained an illusion bead? Xian naturally knew why. Simply put, these illusion beads had probably fallen into the hands of other races a long time ago. This mysterious place had no connection with the outside world, so naturally, they would believe whatever the other races said. Even if they had doubts, they wouldn't be able to verify it. The current Kunlun divine domain no longer had a place for the human clan. Thus, it wasn't surprising that the extra illusion beads were stolen by the juniors of other powerful races. Yi Xian felt that this ancestral land of the monkey clan was a place that had already existed before the Battle of the Dusk of the Gods. Just like how Yi Xian needed to rebuild his faith, this piece of land rented by the monkey clan was probably also a land of faith. However, their will was for the 10,000 races to coexist and not interfere. They only distributed the illusion clan every once in a while so that the geniuses of the various races could enter this place and obtain the blessings of the ancestors. Could it be that in the ancient times, in the demon god's divine domain, the various races actually coexisted peacefully? Then why did it turn out like this now? Why did the human clan become the target of the other race's suppression? And it was a suppression that left no way out. For a moment, Yi Xian's heart was filled with doubts. However, he naturally couldn't resolve it right now. Thus, Yi Xian could only put his doubts in his heart and follow the monkey clansmen forward. The land rented by the monkey clan was naturally blessed by the ancestor of the monkey clan. However, he didn't know what kind of blessing he would give Yi Xian. Yi Xian was led to stand on a platform. After everything was prepared, he saw a few monkey clansmen chanting and directing a ray of light to Yi Xian's body. Yi Xian had already experienced the blessing of the ancestor once, so he wasn't afraid at all. The duration of the ancestor's blessing this time wasn't considered long, and what Yi Xian obtained was only a bit of agility enhancement. All in all, the ancestor's blessing in the monkey clan's rented land was very ordinary. Of course, to Yi Xian, the most important thing wasn't to say what he received from the blessing, but to say that he saw a possibility in the rented land, a possibility that was almost inevitable in ancient times, the possibility of the human clan of the demon god's realm coexisting peacefully with the other races and competing equally. Unfortunately, over the course of countless years, everything had changed. Then, when did it start to change? What was the reason for the change? Yi Xian's strength was limited, and his time was even more limited. It would be extremely difficult for him to save the entire human clan of the demon god's realm, if he could find the source of the matter and deal with the conflict between the human clan of the demon god's realm and the other races from the source. Perhaps that would be the best solution. Of course, this matter could only be carried out step by step. After all, Yi Xian had no clue. After retreating from the monkey clan's ancestral grounds, Yi Xian discovered that it was difficult for him to find any traces of the place. At this moment, Yi Xian was still standing in the cave. However, he didn't discover anything about the monkey clan's ancestral grounds. Even if Yi Xian were to dig into the ground, he wouldn't be able to discover anything. The only way to reach the monkey clan's ancestral grounds was through the illusion orb. At this moment, once Yi Xian retreated, there was nothing he could do. Of course, after retreating from the monkey clan's ancestral grounds, Yi Xian was temporarily safe because he didn't know where this place was. Why was it temporarily safe? Finally, an incomparably powerful expert seized the god slaughtering sword and discovered that the god slaughtering sword was a fake. In addition, a divine beast had once sensed the battle between Yi Xian and the strange fish, and in an instant, it thought that it and the others had been deceived. Yi Xian's appearance hadn't been hidden from the beginning, so all the experts knew of Yi Xian's appearance. As a result, a large number of wanted posters were quickly issued, and all of them were wanted posters with heavy rewards. At this moment, Yi Xian walked forward. He didn't have any goals. Originally, he was going to search for the holy sons of the various clans and find Luo Luo's whereabouts after defeating them. However, Yi Xian knew that once those supreme experts discovered the fake god slaughtering sword, they definitely wouldn't let him off. Therefore, he didn't dare to rashly cause trouble. Even if he wanted to find the holy son to ask, it wouldn't be at this time. During this period of time, it was best for Yi Xian to keep a low profile. Of course, this was also because Yi Xian didn't know that the arrest warrant for him had already been issued. Otherwise, Yi Xian wouldn't need to hide like this. After 2 days, Yi Xian finally found a city. Divine beasts rarely built cities, and even if they did, they definitely wouldn't be as large as the cities built by the humans of the Kunlun divine realm. Moreover, it could be said that every city had its own characteristics. For example, the city that Yi Xian was currently seeing. This city was built by a race called the Great Ant Race. This Great Ant Race was rather special. They had a clear division of labor similar to ants, and their internal organization was extremely strict. However, they were so huge that they couldn't be called ants at all. it could only be said that they were a special race that had learned the organizational structure of ants. Legend had it that the great ant race was not a race from the god realm, but from some mysterious place. However, there was no way to prove this legend. Even the great ant race did not know about it. Therefore, this legend could only be said to be over. When Xian walked into the city, he felt a sense of oppression. The appearance of the great ant race was similar to that of a human. It had 2 legs, 4 arms, and its face was also very similar to that of a human. However, there was no hair on its head, but 2 strange tentacles. Of course, their tentacles had many uses. As for its body, it was divided into 3 parts and covered in scales. From its appearance, it looked like an ant. This was probably the origin of the name of the great ant race. 7 bloody nights. The reason why Xian felt oppressed was because this city was too strict. It could be said that aside from outsiders, as long as they were from the great ant clan, every single one of them had a clear division of labor and had their own missions. At this moment, Xian was walking towards the city gate. At the city gate, there was a row of great ant clan guards. These guards were lined up neatly, to the point that every single movement was exactly the same. From the sky to the ground, there were a total of 6 levels, with 12 guards on each level. However, these guards didn't even have the slightest deviation from the angle of the broadsword in their hands. The instant Xian walked through the city gate, the forbidden sky restriction was immediately activated, forcing everyone to land on the ground. Coincidentally, the place where they landed just so happened to be within the city. Inside the city, a row of guards was checking the identity of everyone who entered the city. As for what they were checking, Xian didn't know at all. When Xian walked into the city, he saw an even more bizarre scene. Every single member of the great ant clan was lined up neatly, oppressive, incomparably oppressive. This city was filled with oppression, and there wasn't the slightest bit of chaos in the entire city. This was the god realm, the strong were respected, and strength represented everything in the god realm. However, it seemed that this general rule was no longer applicable here. In this place, all rules were no longer applicable. Xian had seen it with his own eyes, and he'd seen it more than once. A powerful god king was lined up with some small fry that he could blow to death with a single breath of air. Of course, this was the tradition of the great ant clan, and it had nothing to do with Xian. In this city, there was a special area to receive outsiders, and Xian could only go there. Apart from this area, anyone who accidentally trespassed would be politely asked to leave. Only when Xian walked into this special area did he feel a little better. Xian didn't actually have any purpose for coming here. It was only because he happened to pass by this place. Thus, at this moment, Xian casually found a restaurant and walked in. "Sir, please go upstairs." Xian nodded and directly walked upstairs. Those who opened shops in this area weren't from the great ant clan. If they were, they probably wouldn't shout like this. After randomly finding a seat, Xian held the god-slaughtering sword in his hand and carefully observed it. After all, Xian hadn't had the time to take a few more glances at the god-slaughtering sword after it was strengthened. At this moment, the appearance of the god-slaughtering sword had changed a lot, but it was still enough for Xian to see its original appearance. At this moment, the god-slaughtering sword was overflowing with color. It could be said that even a blind person would be able to tell that the god-slaughtering sword was extraordinary. It was inevitable that there would be people who would have ulterior motives. At this moment, a group of people were secretly communicating with a secret sound transmission technique. However, they were clearly extremely fearful, not only because of Xian's strength, but also because this was the territory of the great ant clan. Xian casually ordered some food and prepared to rest here for a while. After all, Xian was still a bit tired from the fearful escape route. Thus, at this moment, Xian couldn't help but relax his vigilance, so he didn't notice their movements in time. At this moment, Xian was still sitting in his seat, unaware of the approaching danger. A customer in the restaurant hurriedly ran out, and not long after, a sound transmission talisman flew out. After eating, Xian walked out. Xian didn't know where to go in the great ant clan city, so he just casually strolled around. At this moment, a young man ran in front of Xian. "Senior, is this your first time in my great ant city?" Xian glanced at that person. His strength was very ordinary, so he didn't mind and only nodded. "Senior, how about this?" Where do you want to go? This lowly one will bring you there. When the time comes, you can just give this lowly one a reward. Do you think that's okay? So that was what this guy meant. The profession of guide was something that almost every city had. It wasn't anything special, so Xian didn't think too much about it and directly asked, "Tell me, is there any place worth going to here?" "Senior, you've asked the right person. Great Ant City is the territory of the Great Ant race, and the Great Ant race is famous for their strictness, so the magic treasures they make can be said to be the most exquisite. The Treasure Gathering Pavilion is the largest auction venue in Great Ant City, and of course, other than that, the Seven Bloody Nights is also a good place to go. The Seven Bloody Nights is an entertainment venue, and it can be said that as long as you have enough spirit stones, you can enjoy all the services you want there." That person started to introduce Xian without end. This time, Xian had come to relax, so he immediately fell in love with the Seven Bloody Nights. Seven Bloody Nights, this name is a bit interesting. Tell me, what's so special about it? Xian interrupted that person and casually asked. "Senior, you might not know, but the name Seven Bloody Nights also has a great origin. It is said that when the Seven Bloody Nights was created, the white ferocious giant race and the sharp-mouthed silver hook race fought for the right to manage the Seven Bloody Nights. The blood of the two races flowed like rivers during those 7 days, and the white ferocious giant race who won in the end was famous for being simple-minded, so they didn't even bother to think of a name and directly used the Seven Bloody Nights as their name." "White ferocious giant race," Xian softly said. The guide immediately said, Senior should not provoke the white ferocious giant race. This race is very simple-minded, and could even be said to be very stupid. However, they are stubborn and have a good relationship with the Great Ant race. Moreover, one of their servant races, the Thousand-Eyed Wolf Frog race, is famous for being cunning. It can be said that they are not easy to provoke. So, if Senior goes to the Seven Bloody Nights, remember not to make enemies with the white ferocious giant race. Even if these fellows temporarily don't cause trouble for you in the Seven Bloody Nights, once you leave the city, you will definitely encounter the endless pursuit of the white ferocious giant race and the Great Ant race. These fellows are stubborn fellows. Once they decide that you are an enemy, they will definitely not stop until they kill you. So, do not provoke them. Moreover, there are countless experts in these two races." Xian nodded. Of course, Xian wouldn't cause trouble for no reason. He came here to relax, not to cause trouble. Why would he provoke the white ferocious giant race if he had nothing better to do? With a decision in his heart, Xian no longer hesitated and directly let the person lead the way towards the Seven Bloody Nights. Very quickly, Xian was led to a rather remote pavilion by that person. This pavilion was very dilapidated, but it was definitely not simple. Puppet Maze Xian nodded in agreement, then threw a pile of spirit stones to that person before walking inside. The Bloody Seven Nights didn't have any rules for entering. As long as you wanted to go in and play, anyone could go in. However, it wasn't that simple to enter the real Bloody Seven Nights secret realm. There were almost no people in the outer Bloody Seven Nights. After all, those who could come here were all here for the special things in the secret realm. Not long after Xian entered, an attendant arrived in front of him. "Hello, sir. May I ask if this is your first time coming to our Bloody Seven Nights?" The attendant's appearance was very strange. He had the head of a wolf, but the body of a bullfrog. As for his eyes, they were compound eyes. This should be the subsidiary race of the giant by Mang, the Thousand-Eyed Wolf Frog race. Xian thought to himself, the name of the Thousand-Eyed Wolf Frog race is quite vivid. Isn't compound eyes just like a thousand eyes, and the wolf head frog body, isn't that the wolf frog? Of course, Xian's gaze didn't linger on the Thousand-Eyed Wolf Frog clan attendant for too long. Instead, he said, "This is my first time here." "So that's how it is. Then, please follow me to apply for the identity rune." "Identity rune? What's that?" Xian asked in confusion. "Oh, dear customer, you might not know, but in my Bloody Seven Nights, there are a total of 7 entertainment areas, and in each area, there is a corresponding identification rune. As for the way to handle it, it is very simple. You only need to show your wealth, and you can rest assured that my Bloody Seven Nights has a perfect reputation. It can be said that as long as you are our guest, we will definitely protect your privacy and safety. Although the thousand-eyed wolf frog clan attendant wasn't strong, his tone was neither servile nor overbearing. It was obvious that he would often encounter experts here. As for Xian's high-level Divine Emperor realm cultivation, he could only be considered to be above average in the Bloody Seven Nights. Since he was here to relax, Xian naturally wouldn't cause trouble. He directly followed the thousand-eyed wolf frog to the other side. Very quickly, Xian's identification rune was processed. Xian only displayed 1,000,000 spirit stones and obtained the authority to enter the first and second regions. After all, Xian was only here to relax. He wouldn't really stay here to entertain himself for too long. After the identity rune was processed, Xian was directly welcomed into a teleportation formation. This was the entrance to the Bloody Seven Nights secret realm. However, when Xian walked into the first region, he realized how extravagant the Bloody Seven Nights was. The area that Xian had entered was only the lowest level of the first region, but the area it occupied was already equivalent to a realm. Moreover, there were countless pavilions and pavilions. Everyone who entered would be assigned to a palace, and within the palace, there were 1,000 servants. Of course, the monthly fee of 100,000 spirit stones was not something that ordinary people could easily accept. Of course, if someone was willing to add 1,000,000 spirit stones, then the lives of these 1,000 servants could be handed over to their master. These servants were specially nurtured by the Bloody Seven Nights. They could be considered to be one of the subsidiary races of the Bloody Seven Nights. Moreover, each of them had taken the face-preserving pill refined by the Bloody Seven Nights. This face-preserving pill not only made these servants look handsome, but it was also a method of control. It could be said that none of the servants of the Bloody Seven Nights had any way of leaving this secret realm. Once they left, the only thing that awaited them would be their bodies exploding and dying. Of course, as long as you paid the corresponding price, then even if you wanted servants of any race, the Bloody Seven Nights would be able to get them. Xian didn't care about these servants. After accepting his own hall, Xian walked out. In the Bloody Seven Nights, all the servants wore the same clothes. Of course, in their own halls, the master could let the servants change into the clothes they liked according to their own preferences. Outside, they could only wear the same clothes. The reason for this was to make it easier to distinguish their identities. In other words, as long as they weren't wearing servant clothes, they were definitely guests. But, without a doubt, it was an essential item in every entertainment venue, and it was the same in the Bloody Seven Nights. Moreover, here, you can also set the stakes according to your own wishes. At this moment, Xian walked into a casino called the Treasure Gathering Pavilion. The Treasure Gathering Pavilion was extremely large, and there were many tricks to play. Other than the regular dice, 9, and so on, there were also many people who wanted to play new games. In any case, as long as you were willing, you could gamble however you wanted. At this moment, Xian was standing on a gambling platform. The banker here had opened a bet that was rather interesting to Xian. This guy had actually created several mini-mazes. There were several puppets in this maze, and the requirements of the bet were very simple. Whoever could control their own mini-puppet and reach the end first would be considered to have won, and all the bets would belong to them. The banker would not personally participate in the bet. After all, he was the one who created the maze. Even if he wanted to participate, no one would be willing to play with him. As for driving the little person, it could only be done with spiritual will. Therefore, the requirements for the fine control of spiritual will were extremely high. The maze was irregular and constantly changing. According to the dealer, his maze contained a total of 9,999 types of random changes, and it was happening at any time. Therefore, at the same time, it also tested the level of control the gamblers had over the formation. It could be said that if one wanted to win, not only would one have to have a certain foundation in formations, one would also have to have an extremely powerful spiritual will. What Xian saw was that most of the people surrounding this place were array masters. Because of this bet, only array masters would dare to challenge it. If it was anyone else, even if their spiritual will was incomparably strong, they would only be trapped if they didn't understand formations. Come, place your bets. 10,000 spirit stones for 9 positions. Who else wants to sign up? Another round of gambling began. Yi Xian watched the round and had the idea of giving it a try. At this moment, he casually threw down 10,000 spirit stones and stood beside a puppet. "Yo, there's a newcomer. I've never seen you before." Beside Yi Xian, a shapeshifted divine beast looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile. Yi Xian also smiled and said indifferently, "I only came today." "Haha, newcomer, you have to be careful. This puppet maze isn't as simple as you think. Whether it's simple or not, we'll only know after we try," Yi Xian said indifferently. In fact, Yi Xian was quite confident in his own abilities. In any case, Yi Xian was also an array master, a divine talisman master, and a restriction master. He was much stronger than these simple array masters, so Yi Xian was confident that he could defeat them. The 9 of them quickly gathered together, and the 90,000 spirit stones were all kept by the banker. The banker did not stand on ceremony and directly took away 5,000 spirit stones. The reason he created this puppet maze was naturally to obtain benefits. Otherwise, why would he open a casino? Refining star sand. The banker had already explained the basic operation method. Moreover, even if there was no need to explain it, one would be able to understand it after watching it once. Therefore, at this moment, with a shout, everyone used their spiritual will to control their puppets and began to walk forward. Yi Xian covered the entire maze with his spiritual will as he carefully observed the changes in order to find the path the puppet would take. At the same time, he had to think of a way to stop the interference of the other 8 people's spiritual will. Actually, this puppet maze could already be considered a very gentle gambling platform. The 9 people's spiritual wills would not attack others. However, when the 9 spiritual wills were gathered in this small maze, it was inevitable that they would affect each other. Therefore, everyone had to control the power of their spiritual will at all times to prevent it from being disturbed. After all, once one's spiritual will was disturbed, it would be even more difficult to control it. For example, at this moment, the person who was with Yi Xian wasn't strong enough to control his spiritual will. At this moment, he was actually being disturbed by the other 8 people's spiritual will. He couldn't even drive the puppet. Yi Xian's spiritual will completely enveloped the tiny puppet and used it to construct a complete defense around it. Out of the 9 people, only 4 were able to do this. However, there were also people who took a different path. At this moment, there was one person who had turned his spiritual will into a tentacle and wrapped it around his puppet. The tentacle had the ability to detect. Once it sensed the interference of other spiritual will, it would immediately turn into a shield of spiritual will to defend. The advantage of doing this was that the use of spiritual will was maximized. There was no need to waste much spiritual will. However, it wasn't impossible for anyone to do this. It could be said that this person's control had an extremely terrifying requirement for the microscopic operation of his spiritual will. The 9 of them used their greatest abilities to break through the maze while controlling the puppets to move forward. At this moment, no one in the surrounding microscopic world interfered. After all, since they were here to play, they all knew very well that this puppet maze required extreme concentration. Yi Xian's entire mind was focused on the puppet maze. He quickly broke through the maze formation in his mind and searched for a way out. The tiny puppet stumbled forward step by step. It took Yi Xian an entire hour to walk out of a small puppet maze. Even so, he was the first to walk out, and his speed was much faster than the second place by a large margin. With 95,000 spirit stones in hand, Yi Xian didn't care too much about the spirit stones bet. Instead, he was interested in the puppet maze. This was because he had only played once, and he could clearly feel that his spiritual will had improved a little. It could be said that as long as Yi Xian played with the puppet maze once a day, he would be able to quickly improve his spiritual will control. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't know how to make this puppet maze. Even if he thought of a way to buy one from the Zhuang family, he wouldn't be able to train without a group of people using their spiritual will to compete with him. Therefore, Yi Xian gave up on the idea of buying this puppet maze to train his spiritual will. After playing a round of the puppet maze, Yi Xian continued to walk forward. Not long after, he came across another strange gambling platform. He didn't know where this banker had gotten a large amount of special minerals called star sand from. This star sand was used to refine magic treasures, but in reality, it wasn't of much use. However, the star sand had an extremely special attribute, and that was that it was extremely difficult to refine. Generally speaking, the weapon refiners of the God realm would use star sand as a grade assessment material. Of course, star sand was also divided into grades, and the star sand on the gambling platform was actually the highest grade of existence. The rules of the gambling platform were extremely simple. The star sand was divided into equal amounts, and whoever could refine the star power within it the fastest would win. Of course, if the time was about right, then it would be decided according to the purity of the star power refined. Refining star sand was a basic skill that every weapon refiner knew, so it was inevitable that there would be people who wanted to try and challenge it. Even if they clearly knew that since this person dared to set up a gambling platform, it meant that he was extremely confident in refining star sand. Come, who's willing to give it a try? Extracting star sand is a basic skill of every artificer. There are 2 portions of star sand, and whoever can extract it first will be the winner. The minimum bet is 100,000 spirit stones. Who's willing to give it a try? If you win against me, I'll pay you double, the dealer won once again. He happily put away the spirit stones he had won into his interspatial ring. Then, he started to shout loudly again. Xian had been paying attention to the dealer's movements. Unfortunately, this guy didn't cheat, but the refining method was very special. It wasn't a normal refining method, but a very strange one. Including Xian, other than the Zhuang clan, everyone else would probably feel extremely uncomfortable just by watching. Each of his actions seemed to be deliberately going against the laws of refinement. Each of his actions seemed to be so daring. It felt like this fellow wasn't refining materials at all, but was courting death. Leaf fire, mysterious fire, extinguishing fire, dark fire, calamity fire. There were 5 completely different refining flames, but this guy insisted on forcefully merging them into one. Not to mention others, even Xian wouldn't be able to do this with the help of the system. The fusion of 5 types of flames wasn't that simple, because these 5 types of flames weren't simple flames. Afterwards, when this fellow was refining, he was extremely bold and risky. Almost every time he purified, he would only stop when he reached the critical point of strength. Xian felt ashamed of his control. As long as this fellow was slightly slower, he was destined to destroy the entire refining process. However, he had grasped that delicate moment perfectly. Genius. With a thought, Xian gave his evaluation. At the same time, he suddenly came to a realization. If it was someone who could be called a genius in the demon god's domain, wouldn't it be very likely that he was the Holy Son? Xian's gaze was focused on that person, but he wasn't sure. After all, this person didn't reveal anything special about him. He silently memorized this person, then left an extremely secretive spiritual will mark on him. Afterwards, Xian left the gambling platform. If this guy was a Holy Son, then Xian wanted to see if he could get any useful information from him. Of course, everything was still unknown. Only Xian would know if he was the Holy Son or not. Although this was only a level 1 area, there were all sorts of strange gambling styles, and the stakes were also different. Here, as long as you dared to make a bet, someone would dare to accept it. Xian personally saw a fellow whose eyes were red from gambling actually bet his life on it. In the end, he lost and was imprinted with a slave mark. One's life. The gambling platform occupied a large area, and it was surrounded by a ring of pavilions. Blood Hunt. It could be said that this was a very popular gambling platform in the level 1 area. It was called a gambling platform because one could also gamble here. But more than that, it wasn't gambling. The Blood Hunt's gameplay was extremely brutal. The enclosed area was deliberately divided into several large areas. Every time it opened, there would be battles between 2 areas, 3, 4, or even more areas. There were many ways to play it. One could enter the arena and kill the living creatures as they pleased. One could also choose an area and attack other areas according to one's wishes. Unfortunately, the instant Xian saw this, he almost went berserk. Human race, all of them were human race. In that arena, no matter which area it was, there were imprisoned humans. It was very likely that those humans had been kept in captivity by this gambling platform for generations. At the end of a gambling fight, at least tens of thousands of people would lose their lives, but they would quickly be replenished. When Yi Xian went over, there was a divine beast that had transformed into its original form and was slaughtering to its heart's content. One after another, humans were torn apart by him, as if he was eating fruits. He grabbed a human in his hand and casually crushed it to death. The bright red blood was like a delicious drink that he casually swallowed. The unbridled laughter of the other divine beasts could be heard from the surroundings. Perhaps in the eyes of the human race, these pavilions were unreachable and frightening. This was because every time someone came down from these pavilions, there would be a reign of terror. Yi Xian actually didn't want to cause trouble. His main purpose in coming here was to relax and rest for a few days. But who would have thought that even though he didn't want to cause trouble, it just had to cause trouble for him? Step by step, Yi Xian directly walked towards the Zhuang clan's location. Walala! A large pile of spirit stones was poured out like a small mountain. On the other side, there was also a pile of various resources. The banker's face was overjoyed. He immediately ran over and asked Yi Xian, "Esteemed guest, I wonder how you want to play?" That person didn't realize the anger in Yi Xian's heart at all. He thought that Yi Xian was here to have fun, so he was naturally very enthusiastic. Yi Xian's face was cold as he asked in an ice-cold voice, "You guys can play however you want here." "Of course, esteemed guest. As long as you want to play, we can provide you with it." "Very good." After Yi Xian finished speaking, he casually waved his hand and threw another 10 ancient resources into the pile of spirit stones. "I will use these as a bet. Whoever wants to obtain these spirit stones and resources will have to come down and fight me. Regardless of life or death, if you defeat me, all of these resources will be yours." Yi Xian said these words to everyone present. Because in Yi Xian's heart, he'd already determined that these people deserved to die. Of course, the divine beast in the field also heard these words. At this moment, it had already returned to its original form and transformed into a human. It looked at the pile of spirit stones and resources in surprise. There were probably millions of spirit stones, but that was secondary. The key was the 10 ancient resources. It could be said that no one wouldn't be jealous of them. "I'll do it, kid. Is this part of the bet? Grandpa will play with you." The incomparably arrogant great god in the field clamored. In fact, he could already see that Yi Xian's strength had already reached the High Divine Emperor realm. However, he was still a 5th grade High Divine Emperor, so how could he be afraid? Yi Xian was waiting for this sentence. As long as he dared to accept the challenge, then Yi Xian would not let him go. This was the Bloody 7 Nights, so Yi Xian naturally didn't dare to cause trouble openly. However, since he said that it was a bet, then it was a legal killing. Yi Xian suddenly jumped into the arena. The god-slaughtering sword had already been unsheathed. He didn't even give the divine beast a chance to speak before directly killing it. God-slaying slash. One sword, just one sword, but it had already split the divine beast in half. Even if he split it in half, Yi Xian still wasn't satisfied. With a casual wave of his hand, the divine beast's corpse was shattered into millions of pieces. Raising his hand and pointing, Yi Xian directly asked the divine beasts in the pavilion, "Who's next?" Although Yi Xian had killed a divine beast, it wouldn't scare the other divine beasts. After all, in the demon god's domain, killing was more common than in the Kunlun divine domain. At this moment, Yi Xian had taken out so many resources. How could those divine beasts be willing to leave? "Let me do it." Suddenly, a divine beast landed in the arena. As soon as it landed, it immediately transformed into its original form. It was a strange large bird. The instant this fellow landed on the ground, he immediately flapped his wings and a violent force swept towards Yi Xian. Unfortunately, Yi Xian wasn't moved at all. Below the Divine Emperor stage, even if it was a peak 9th grade Divine Emperor, Yi Xian wouldn't be powerless to fight. One by one, Yi Xian would kill as many as he came. Weren't these people coveting his treasures? Then, let's see if they had the strength to do so. This was a gamble to begin with. From the beginning, Yi Xian had already said that he was gambling with his life. Thus, if one wanted to covet Yi Xian's treasures, they would have to plan on losing their lives. Moreover, this was a level 1 area. To be able to have a few Divine Emperor stage cultivators was already considered strong. Naturally, it was impossible for enemies of a higher realm to appear. 1, 2, 3. Yi Xian's pile of spirit stones and resources caused the many divine beasts to jump off the stage as if they didn't care about their lives. In their hearts, Yi Xian's resources were worth risking their lives for. And the battles that Yi Xian had experienced made them feel that the opportunity was right in front of him. Every time Yi Xian killed a divine beast, he would take away its corpse. This way, there would only be some blood stains in the arena. This way, it wouldn't give the divine beasts too much pressure, so these divine beasts were still constantly sending themselves to their deaths. At this moment, the one who was most worried was the banker. At this moment, the banker was already sweating profusely. After all, he was the one who agreed to this bet. At the beginning, when he saw that Yi Xian was only at the first level of the Divine Emperor stage, he thought that he would have the chance to take away those resources. He even arranged for 2 of his capable subordinates to go over and challenge him. However, when Yi Xian erupted with a powerful combat strength, he regretted it. It could be said that the banker's greatest wish was for Yi Xian to stop killing. Although the gambling battle was voluntary, if too many people died in his gambling platform, then he wouldn't be able to continue doing business in the future. Moreover, every gambling platform had a death quota. If it exceeded this quota, then the white fierce giant would interfere. Their way of asking would not be gentle. It would be good enough if they could keep their lives. At this moment, the banker couldn't hold it in any longer as he watched Yi Xian slaughter his way through the arena. He directly knelt in front of Yi Xian. "Senior, I beg of you, please don't kill me. This lowly one is willing to compensate you for your losses. As long as you ask, this lowly one will do his best to satisfy you." 2460. Incomparably oppressive. Hearing the banker's begging voice, Yi Xian's anger wasn't that great after this round of slaughter, so he directly said to the banker, "You want me to stop the bet?" "Sure. I'll give you a chance, hand over all the human slaves in your hands to me. Otherwise, today, I will kill every single one of them I see." What an arrogant and domineering tone. If it was another place or another person, they would definitely be treated as a fool if they dared to clamor so arrogantly. However, no one doubted Yi Xian's words here. Because Yi Xian had the strength, Yi Xian had already used the lives of nearly 100 divine beasts to prove his strength. It could be said that the banker, or even everyone here, had the strength to go against him. The banker's expression changed drastically. In reality, he had kept a few human slaves in captivity, and there were millions of them. However, these human slaves were his money tree. Without the human slaves, how could he attract customers? "Senior, how about I give you the spirit stones? I'm willing to give you 10 million spirit stones as a reward for your hard work." 10 million? Yi Xian glanced at him disdainfully. The banker thought that Yi Xian thought it was too little, so he immediately increased the price. 20 million, 20 million. "Senior, I'll give you 20 million. How about you stop the bet? I will say it one more time. Call out all of your human slaves. Otherwise, don't interfere in my fight." Unfortunately, he didn't dare to do so. After all, the white ferocious giant's simple mind wouldn't care that much. In their eyes, since they saw Yi Xian fight in the banker's territory, then they would only cause trouble for the banker. The white ferocious giant was simple-minded to begin with. Combined with the strict style of the Great Ant race, the rules were unbreakable in the 7 bloody nights. The banker wanted nothing more than to slap himself in the face. Why did he have to be greedy back then? If it wasn't for this, he wouldn't have provoked a god of death like Yi Xian. Unfortunately, it was useless to say anything now. He could only choose to accept or not. The consequence of not accepting was to face the questioning of the white ferocious giant clan. Compared to this, losing some human slaves was not unacceptable. "Alright, I accept your conditions. All of the human slaves will be given to you." The banker gnashed his teeth as he spoke. He'd long since hated Yi Xian in his heart. Yi Xian didn't care so much. He directly opened the devouring space and sucked the million humans into it. Now that there were 12 divine trees of laws in the devouring space, the power of the laws was constantly perfected, causing the devouring space to constantly expand. Therefore, there wasn't the slightest bit of pressure to accommodate a mere million people. After doing all of this, Yi Xian left. Yi Xian was very clear that if he did this, he would definitely be hated by the banker, and the banker would definitely find someone to take care of him. However, Xian had no choice but to do this. This was the life of a million of his own race. How could Xian sit back and do nothing? Of course, even if these people wanted to take revenge on Xian, they'd have to at least wait until Xian left the Bloody Seven Nights. He dared to make a move in the Bloody Seven Nights unless he was prepared to declare war on the White Fierce Giant clan and the Great Ant clan. Originally, Xian thought that since he'd saved a million people, there probably wouldn't be many humans suffering in the Bloody Seven Nights. Unfortunately, Xian miscalculated. Not long after he left, he encountered a similar gambling platform. And here, it was even more bloody and cruel. The 9 nether flames were a type of divine flame that would never be extinguished. Moreover, the temperature of this divine flame was extremely low. Wherever it shone, it would immediately turn that place into a land of ice. And this gambling platform, it was unknown where he got his hands on the 1-star 9 nether earth fire. This fellow used the 9 nether earth fire as a guide, and then used an ordinary profound flame to wrap it up, hanging it high above a pavilion. Every once in a while, 100 humans would be pushed in, and the surrounding people would be able to place bets on how long those people would be able to survive, as well as who would be the last person to be frozen to death, because the power of the profound fire could raise the temperature of the 9 nether earth fire by a little. The surrounding people could clearly see how those 100 people were frozen to death. There were many heating items in the arena, but there were many traps set up. If one wanted to survive, they would have to work together to obtain heating items. However, the heating items were limited, and some people were destined to die without a doubt. For those who survived, there would be all sorts of tests waiting for them. In order to survive, those who were pushed into it would kill each other and step on the corpses of their companions just to live a little longer. Such a cruel scene, but these people watched it with relish. Xian was enraged. Although Xian couldn't directly kill everyone due to the special nature of this place, he could still use the rules here. Ancient resources were extremely rare and special resources in the God realm. Even if it was just one, it would be enough to cause a bloody storm. Xian cleverly made use of the greed of these divine beasts. He still set up the arena and gambled his life on it, killing these divine beasts one by one. Xian wouldn't despise these divine beasts for being too low in cultivation. They couldn't even contribute to him in the slightest, as long as it was a divine beast here. As long as they dared to step onto the gambling arena, Xian would kill them all. One after another, Xian would visit anyone who dared to use the human race as a place to amuse themselves. In just 3 short months, the number of divine beasts that died at Xian's hands was probably no less than 10,000. The number of humans that Xian had rescued had already reached tens of millions. The name of the madman began to spread in the first level of the Bloody Seven Nights region. Many people knew that there was a guy who specialized in gambling his life. That guy held a huge sword in his hand, and from time to time, he would use a divine bow. In every battle, he would never leave a single survivor. That person took the initiative to find a challenge. Every time he challenged, he would use ancient resources as a bet. If he won, he would be able to obtain the 10 ancient resources. If he lost, he would leave his life behind. Actually, from the moment he walked out of the Monkey Clan's ancestral land, Xian already knew in his heart that there was a reason why the human race was in such a situation in the demon god's domain. Perhaps if he wanted to completely resolve this matter, he had to find the root of it. Right now, Xian was killing in all directions. This was an extremely unwise choice. Even with the help of the system to hide his identity, it was inevitable that one day he would be exposed as a human. At that time, it would be difficult for him to move an inch. It wasn't that Xian didn't know this, but he couldn't just watch his fellow clansmen suffer and ignore them. Even if he knew that doing this would only provoke an even more powerful enemy, Xian still had to do it. After all, if he didn't do this, then Xian's conscience wouldn't be able to pass. Once a shadow was left in his heart, then what awaited Xian might be the eruption of his inner demons. Rush out off course. Xian wasn't wrong. However, his actions had still violated the interests of some people. Coupled with the wanted order, it could be said that Xian never imagined that all the dangers would erupt at the same time. In the beginning, it was those villains who saw the appearance of the god-slaughtering sword that found Xian in the restaurant. They prepared to kill Xian in one fell swoop and seize the god-slaughtering sword. However, before they could make a move, they were taken care of by another group of people. However, this group of people didn't come to help Yixian. It was because they wanted to retrieve what they'd lost from Yixian's hands. These people were none other than the casino dealers that Yixian's challenge had destroyed. Don't underestimate these bankers. Since they opened a casino here, then they naturally belonged to their own forces. It was just that they didn't know Yixian's background in the beginning, so they didn't make a move. That was until a wanted order was sent to Bloody Seven Knights. This was a wanted order jointly issued by several super experts. Naturally, these experts represented several powerful forces. The content of this wanted order was extremely simple. There was only Yixian's portrait and the description of the mission. This time, the various powers had put in a lot of effort. The rewards that they offered were something that ordinary people would find hard to refuse. Just the spirit stones alone were 1 billion spirit stones. This was a crazy number. Not to mention that other than these 1 billion spirit stones, there were also countless treasures. Just the number of spots to rent land and bless was 10 times, a bounty that made countless people go crazy, a bounty that no one would be able to refuse. Fortunately, those experts had publicly issued the wanted order this time, so Yixian received the news at the first possible moment. Yixian silently stood on top of a pavilion. 2 god slaughtering swords were already revolving around him, and the rule god bow was in his hand. The divine wood sword attendant and the flower god sword attendant also silently guarded Yixian's side. In front of them, there were countless divine beasts. These divine beasts immediately rushed to Yixian's location after receiving the wanted order and surrounded him. They might not be strong, and there were only a few high-level divine emperors. However, Yixian was very clear that these people only needed to trap him for half a cup of tea. Then, Yixian wouldn't be able to leave this place today. Kill! Yixian suddenly let out a loud roar as he charged towards the tens of thousands of enemies. The carnage only lasted for a moment before the entire sky was covered in blood. At this moment, Yixian no longer held back. As long as he was trapped here, Yixian would definitely die. Thus, how could Yixian dare to hide his strength? Activate Dharma Idol, Thousand Hands Prodigy. Another new Dharma Idol was activated. The Dharma Idol was extremely difficult to obtain, and the cooldown time was extremely long. It could be said that the Dharma Idol was Yixian's final trump card. However, at this point, how could Yixian still hesitate? The Thousand Hands Child Prodigy Dharma Idol was said to be a boy who cultivated a special divine ability. After a million years of constantly tempering his hands, by chance, he obtained a special divine ability, the Thousand Hands Divine Ability. The Thousand Hands Divine Ability was to use a special method to link 1,000 arms with the main body, allowing the main body to control 1,000 arms. This was not a simple method of gathering energy, but a true hand of divine power, a divine will, and a pulse of divine sense. It was said that in the entire God realm, it would be difficult to find a few people who could fuse their divine will and divine power to surpass the Thousand Hands Child Prodigy's Thousand Hands Divine Ability. The God Slaughtering Sword had already rushed out. Under Wei Zhentian's control, they were the vanguard. Yixian advanced courageously. Anyone who dared to block his path would be killed by him one by one. A bloody path instantly formed. That was because Yixian charged over from here. This time, Yixian couldn't be bothered to devour the corpses of these low-level divine beasts. He allowed the corpses of these low-level divine beasts to form a bloody path. Along the way, Yixian didn't encounter any decent obstructions until he arrived at the exit of the secret realm. At this moment, 7 experts were already blocking the exit. This was the strongest force that Blood 7 Knights could muster in the shortest amount of time. Yixian saw the wanted poster at the first possible moment, and then acted without hesitation, causing Blood 7 Knights to have no time to react. All they could do was gather all the Divine Emperor stage experts in the first level area together. 7 people with different appearances, obviously from 7 different races. Amongst them, there was a fellow who was over 3 meters tall who was the most respected. This was because he was the supervisor of the first level area. You cannot pass. White Ferocious Giant Clan. From the tone of his voice, one could tell that this fellow was from the White Ferocious Giant Clan. Brat, be obedient and come with us. Perhaps after you hand over the treasure, we can consider sparing your life. After all, what we want is the treasure, not your life. The Thousand-Eyed Wolf Frog Clan, as expected of the most obedient lackey of the White Ferocious Giant Clan. Just as the white ferocious giant manager finished speaking, this fellow immediately took over. Yi Xian glanced at the thousand-eyed wolf frog, but didn't look at it for even a moment longer. This fellow wasn't worth Yi Xian's attention at all. Yi Xian really didn't know where a mere lower third-grade Divine Emperor realm ant got the courage to challenge Yi Xian. Yi Xian's attention was focused on a white-clothed youth. This white-clothed youth held a folding fan in his hand. He seemed to be elegant and extraordinarily handsome. However, if one knew what his true form was, they probably wouldn't think so. Of course, Yi Xian didn't care about this at all. What he cared about was his cultivation. According to the system's detection results, this fellow was at the peak of the 9th grade Divine Emperor realm. In other words, it was enough to pose a threat to Yi Xian. If Yi Xian really fought with this person, it could be said that the outcome of the battle was only 50-50. Of course, Yi Xian had a lot of supplementary methods, and even the help of the Divine Wood Sword attendant. However, this fellow also had 6 Divine Emperor realm experts by his side, therefore, this battle wouldn't be that easy to fight. However, no matter what, it wasn't easy to fight. At this moment, did Yi Xian still have a choice? Wei Zhentian, kill him. Following Yi Xian's loud roar, his might shook the heavens as he directly controlled the god-slaughtering sword to slash at 2 enemies of average strength. Yi Xian's plan was very simple. It was to kill these weaker enemies first. Divine Wood Swordsman, go up there. With another order, the Divine Wood Sword attendant instantly moved and charged towards the 7 people. The Divine Wood Sword attendant's defense was strong, so naturally, it would be pushed to the front by Yi Xian. After receiving the order, the Divine Wood Sword attendant didn't hesitate at all and charged forward. However, Yi Xian's summoning wasn't over yet. Flower God Sword Attendant. God level mounts, come out. 2462. Absolute power. As soon as the Flower God Sword Attendant appeared, he summoned the 100 Flowers Flower God. Together with the God rank mount, he charged in all directions. This was because there were countless enemies around Yi Xian who weren't strong enough, yet wanted to fish in troubled waters. These fellows didn't seem to have much of an impact on the surface, but Yi Xian knew very well that sometimes, it was these small characters that changed the outcome of a battle. Even if the possibility was very small, as long as it existed, then Yi Xian had to eliminate it. The current God rank mount and the Flower God Sword Attendant might not be able to keep up with Yi Xian's strength before they evolved, but they were more than enough to support him from the side. After doing all of this, Yi Xian pulled out his divine bow at the same time. 7 consecutive arrows instantly shot out, each of them containing the power of the law of devouring. Moreover, Yi Xian had even used the Divine Will ability he just obtained, the Divine Will Sword. It was also 7 attacks. It could be said that this was already the strongest attack Yi Xian could unleash, and all of this was completed in a short moment. Especially the last 2 fatal attacks. The enemy didn't even have time to react before the attacks arrived. Apart from the expert at the peak of the 9th grade Divine Emperor realm, the others were immediately flustered by Yi Xian's explosive attack. 4 of them were even killed by Yi Xian on the spot. The terrifying strength caused everyone in the 7 bloody knights to cry out in alarm. Perhaps just a moment ago, there were still some people who were ready to make a move and attempt to sneak attack Yi Xian, but at this moment, almost no one dared to have such a thought. Terrifying, it was simply too terrifying. This fellow was actually able to unleash such a violent attack in such a short period of time. This was simply beyond the imagination of these divine beasts. Countless divine beasts retreated. Yi Xian stood there in the crowd. He didn't speak, didn't move, and didn't attack. However, with just a single attack, Yi Xian's strength had already caused all the divine beasts here to collapse. Too strong. This person was simply too strong. He was definitely not an existence that they could resist. At this moment, the remaining 3 Divine Emperor realm experts looked at Yi Xian in shock. Just a moment ago, they swore that taking down Yi Xian was just a small matter. After all, Yi Xian's strength was only at the upper 1st grade Divine Emperor realm. But at the next moment, everyone no longer had the same thoughts. Was this power really something that a mere upper 1st grade Divine Emperor realm expert could display? No one answered. However, no matter who it was, even if it was that upper 9th grade Divine Emperor realm expert, they no longer dared to speak at this moment. Not Yi Xian looked at the remaining 3 Divine Emperor Realm experts in front of him and said indifferently. His tone was incomparably cold. Now, Yi Xian gave them a chance to choose. There were 2 options, there was no third way. Brat, don't be arrogant. This is the bloody 7 nights, don't think that you can leave alive. Whoosh, the god-slaughtering sword that was floating in the air did not stop for a moment and directly rushed over. The person who spoke did not even have time to react and had already shattered the divine deity. In fact, after the 2 god-slaughtering swords broke that person's divine deity, they did not stop and quickly cut the divine beast's corpse into thousands of pieces. Silence, silence. There was no sound at the entrance. Wasn't this a little too domineering? One had to know that the person that Yi Xian had killed was the only supreme expert at the peak of the Divine Emperor realm. Originally, the divine beasts were still hoping that the expert would be able to kill Yi Xian, but now, he was already cut into pieces by Yi Xian. Of course, those people didn't notice that most of the divine beast's body had already been devoured by Yi Xian. At this moment, it was just an act. Actually, Yi Xian's attack was premeditated. Now that he was surrounded, he could only use absolute strength to intimidate the enemy. Killing these divine beasts wasn't difficult at all for Yi Xian. However, if he did that, it would definitely cause an unnecessary waste of time. Yi Xian didn't have the time to waste right now. Therefore, in reality, this sword strike was already Yi Xian's strongest attack. Ever since he saw these 7 people, Yi Xian had been planning his strongest attack. Who else? Yi Xian closed his eyes and said indifferently. His voice was filled with indifference, but at the same time, it also contained boundless pressure. The first time he made a move, he killed 4 Divine Emperor realm experts and blocked the attack of thousands of troops at the same time. The second time he made a move, he instantly killed a supreme expert at the peak of the 9th level of the Divine Emperor realm. That expert didn't even have time to cry out in alarm, therefore, many people were puzzled. If Yi Xian were to use the third move, then what would the result be? The moment Yi Xian glanced at them, the 2 divine beast experts that were blocking the exit of the secret realm retreated to the sides without any hesitation. They didn't dare to stop him because they didn't have the strength to do so. If he went up now, he would undoubtedly be waiting for death. At this moment, there was no need to mention the surrounding people. Almost everyone hurriedly retreated, as if whoever was a little closer to Yi Xian might be killed by him. Everywhere Yi Xian's gaze passed, there was only boundless fear. These divine beasts were very clear in their hearts that even if the rewards on the bounty were extremely generous, it was not something they could easily touch. Therefore, at this moment, since they'd already witnessed Yi Xian's strength, there was no need for them to send themselves to their deaths. The path had already been opened, so Yi Xian naturally didn't have any intention of continuing. He immediately walked out of the secret realm and casually threw out the Eternal Night domain. In an instant, once anyone entered the exit of the secret realm, it would be difficult for them to see anything. Even if they used their spiritual will, they wouldn't be able to see through it. Yi Xian quickly ran forward. After all, since the bloody 7 nights had already received the news, there was no need to mention the outside. There were probably many dangers waiting for Yi Xian outside. This place was not suitable for him to stay for long. If he escaped from this place, he had to leave as quickly as possible. Otherwise, once the experts of the bloody 7 nights caught up to him, he would never be able to escape. The current Yi Xian didn't have any goals at all. In his heart, the only thing left was how to escape the encirclement and how to survive in the demon god's domain. With a wanted order on his back, Yi Xian would find it difficult to move an inch. It could be said that almost the entire demon god's domain would be Yi Xian's enemy. Live to find a way to the Kunlun divine domain, and at the same time, do your best to find Luo's whereabouts. Holy Sun Yi Xian quickly advanced. This time, he walked for millions of miles. At this moment, Yi Xian stood in front of a tall mountain. This mountain was rather strange, as if it was a divine beast that had been sealed by some sort of power. Its appearance was incomparably strange. However, Yi Xian felt that it was impossible, because on this mountain, there were beautiful divine trees and endless beasts. If this mountain was a living divine beast, then it would be impossible for it to grow a divine tree, much less attract a small beast to rest in. However, just as Yi Xian was admiring the mountain peak, a voice suddenly sounded out. It was like a thunderclap. At the same time the voice rang out, a big bald head had already rushed over. Haha, so it's the kid on the wanted list. I already said that I would encounter a good thing today, and it was indeed so. Brat, come here, I heard that your head is very valuable, give me your head to exchange for some wine money. What a domineering tone. The most important thing was that when this guy said these words, he acted as if it was a matter of course. It was already Yi Xian's honor to be able to exchange his head for divine wine. Drunkard, slow down. Suddenly, two more figures chased after him. However, from their tone, it was obvious that their status was much lower than this drunkard's. However, the difference in strength wasn't that great. System, detect this person's strength and check their race at the same time. Ding, system prompt, this detection will consume 100,000 people's faith points. Does the host confirm? Confirm. Ding, system prompt, designated target, high 4th grade divine emperor, with the title of king-level crown. Race, Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp Race. Host, please note, the designated target is the Holy Son of the Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp Race, a Holy Son? Yi Xian abruptly raised his head, but his heart was filled with joy. This was simply a case of breaking iron shoes and finding nothing without any effort at all. Back then, Yi Xian had planned to kill these Holy Sons everywhere in order to find out Luo's whereabouts. However, before he could take action, it had already become like this. He didn't expect that he would meet a Holy Son the moment he arrived here. Hey, brat, what are you looking at? The Holy Son is talking to you, why aren't you replying? Beside the Holy Son, a skinny follower widened his eyes. This Yi Xian's eyes were filled with disdain. However, this fellow's gaze was constantly trying to pry into the universe ring on Yi Xian's finger. Yi Xian didn't have anything. In the hearts of these three, Yi Xian was just an insignificant beauty. However, the universe ring in Yi Xian's hand contained a treasure that even the heavenly dragon drunken shrimp clan's patriarch wanted to obtain. Therefore, this fellow's gaze naturally stopped on Yi Xian's universe ring. As for the other follower, when he saw Yi Xian, he was slightly stunned before he took out his magic treasure. It was obvious that he also knew who Yi Xian was and was prepared to make a move. Yi Xian swept his gaze over the three of them. The three of them did have some strength, but the most important thing was that there was a Holy Son among them. He must have grasped quite a few special abilities or magic treasures. However, even so, Yi Xian didn't care at all. With a casual wave of his hand, the two god-slaughtering swords flew out. Since he knew that negotiation wasn't the way to solve the problem, then why would Yi Xian waste time negotiating? It would be better to just directly kill him. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. The two god-slaughtering swords attacked from two different places. With a sudden attack and the power of the god-slaughtering swords, the two followers were sent flying. However, it was impossible to kill them so easily. The two of them were only forced back a few steps before they were locked in battle with the god-slaughtering sword. Brat, you actually dare to attack me? It looks like you're tired of living. The Holy Son didn't expect Yi Xian to attack first. At this moment, his expression was rather angry. However, he didn't want to think about it. When did he ever give Yi Xian a way to live? The moment he appeared, he directly asked Yi Xian to hand over his head. Wasn't this the same as asking Yi Xian to commit suicide? This Holy Son had probably been pampered for too long, to the point that he had forgotten what fear was. It was so long that he couldn't tell what was good and what was bad. Yi Xian didn't care about this kind of person at all. Don't try to reason with them. This kind of person who was spoiled to the point that he couldn't tell good from bad had different thoughts from others. Therefore, the best way to communicate with them was to use strength to speak. The divine bow of law was held in Yi Xian's hand, but Yi Xian first launched a spiritual will attack. A sword of spiritual will suddenly appeared and directly charged towards the Holy Son's sea of consciousness. The sudden spiritual will attack caused the Holy Son to panic. However, it was just as Yi Xian had thought. This fellow's divine beast possessed an extremely large number of magic treasures. A piece of divine wood pendant suddenly burst out with a bright light, actually blocking the spiritual will attack for the Holy Son. With a pop sound, the divine wood pendant shattered. The Holy Son looked at the divine wood pendant on his chest in astonishment. A moment later, his face revealed an incomparably furious expression. Brat, you actually dared to destroy my pendant. I will kill you, kill you. Die. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. An incomparably violent force was instantly unleashed. The violent force directly broke through several mountains, leaving behind a huge ravine behind Yixian. As for Yixian, he could clearly see this fellow's attack method. He had actually managed to perfectly fuse the power of the Dharma idol with his own body. One had to know that in the instant this fellow attacked, Yixian clearly saw a huge lobster Dharma idol. This holy sun is the holy son of the Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp clan. As for me, my Dharma idol looks like a big lobster, so it's not enough. Yixian didn't find this strange. What Yixian found strange was that when he attacked, he was only restricted by a wave of his hand. The Dharma idol actually followed his movements and attacked at the same time, a high degree of fusion between the Dharma idol and the main body. Without a doubt, this was a good thing. The power of the Dharma idol was extremely powerful, especially the power of some special Dharma idols. Ordinary people would at most borrow the power of the Dharma idol and use the special abilities of the Dharma idol as an attack method. For example, the few times Yixian used the Dharma idol of the 10,000 sovereigns bloodline as a buff, he was actually borrowing the abilities contained within the Dharma idol. However, the use of the Dharma idol was not limited to borrowing power. The Dharma idol could also fuse with the main body, once it was successful, not to mention a 100% fusion rate. Even if it was 70% fusion rate, the combat strength that could be unleashed would be extremely terrifying. It could be said that even the title of the Venerable Level First Crown was nothing in front of the fusion. However, it was not that simple to fuse with the Dharma idol. It was already very difficult to find a suitable Dharma idol, and one had to have a suitable compatibility with the Dharma idol in order to fuse with it. All of this had already determined that fusing with the Dharma idol was not something an ordinary person could do, only the core disciples of those great powers. The new use of the divine gravity arrow, however, Yixian didn't expect that he would meet such a Dharma fusion user. The corners of Yixian's mouth curled up. He had already made up his mind. The Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp's Dharma idol wasn't too powerful. Moreover, even if it was given to Yixian, he would only store it as one of the Dharma idols collected by the 10,000 venerables. However, if he were to subdue this holy sun as well, the effect would be great. Yixian was confident that he could fuse this guy's Dharma idol to the extreme. At that time, he would have another fighter. Puppet technique. This was the plan that Yixian had prepared. Of course, although this idea was good, it would be very difficult to realize. However, Yixian still had a backup plan. At most, he would beat this guy half to death, then throw him into the devouring space and slowly train him. Yixian lowered his head and pondered over his own matters. The Holy Sun didn't know about Yixian's schemes at all. At this moment, the furious Holy Sun had already pounced towards Yixian. Brat, you dare to destroy my pendant? I will kill you. I will definitely kill you. With a punch, a huge lobster pincer appeared in the sky. She looked like she was carved out of jade. She looked so exquisite, but she was also so violent. Yixian immediately activated his infinite teleportation and dodged in an instant. In the blink of an eye, 100-meter-deep crater was created where Yixian originally stood. After missing a single move, the Holy Sun's voice changed and he quickly charged towards Yixian. He continuously waved his hands, causing the entire area to turn into a terrifying purgatory. However, such a seemingly crazy attack wasn't able to injure Yixian in the slightest. Yixian really wanted to ask this guy, was he really stupid? He only knew how to fight in close combat. Could it be that he didn't have any divine abilities, and his law attack? His domain, was this guy so stupid that he didn't even know how to use these? However, just because he didn't use it didn't mean that Yixian wouldn't use it. Absolute Zero. Yixian directly activated his special ability, preparing to trap this guy on the spot. However, a strange scene happened. The power of Absolute Zero was actually broken by this guy's punch. Using a fist to break a divine ability. If it was in the past, Yixian wouldn't even dare to think about it. How powerful was the power of a divine ability? How could someone use a fist to break a divine ability? Unfortunately, someone had done it now. Yixian could clearly see that when the power of Absolute Zero pounced towards the Holy Sun, the Holy Sun also punched out. Then, the Holy Sun's fist paused for a moment, and he felt a mysterious power dissipate. Without a doubt, that was the manifestation of Absolute Zero being broken. Someone actually used a fist to break a divine ability. Xian didn't believe it. With a thought, he launched another attack. Eternal Night Domain. This time, Xian used the power of a domain. He wanted to see if this guy could break through a domain. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. With a loud sound, Xian slightly opened his mouth because he was too shocked. This holy sun had really done it. He actually used his fist to break through the domain. This guy is strange. Xian silently thought in his heart. This holy sun could use his fists to break through divine abilities, and he could also use his fists to break through domains. If it was in the past, Xian would have never heard of such a strange situation. At this moment, in Xian's heart, the idea of taking down the holy sun was even more important. Subdue him, and then investigate that strange ability of his. This wasn't just the effect of the fusion of the Dharma idol. Xian didn't even need to ask the system to know about this. Therefore, there was a huge secret hidden within the holy sun's body. If Xian obtained it, then his strength would definitely increase greatly. Xian abruptly pulled on the law divine art. Don't you like to break divine abilities? Then, Xian wanted to see if this guy would be tired or not. Gravity Law Blessing. This time, Xian had completely used the Gravity Law Divine Sword. The power of this law didn't have much of an effect, unless one could cultivate to the extreme and borrow an infinitely large amount of gravity to play a certain role. Otherwise, the power of the law of gravity wouldn't be enough to injure anyone. However, today was different from the past. At this moment, the power of the law of gravity was undoubtedly the most suitable power. Simply put, Xian was borrowing the law of gravity's divine arrow to create the illusion of a fist attack. If it was a normal day, to put it bluntly, he would be hoping that the divine arrow would be able to smash two unlucky bastards to death. But at this moment, because of the enormous gravity, it became a good method to fight against the holy sun's fist. The three arrows were like three huge fists smashing towards the holy sun. In the end, just like what Xian had shot, the holy sun swung his fist and smashed it into the gravity law divine arrow without hesitation. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. A violent power instantly exploded. The holy sun had never imagined that this attack would be like this. With a loud bang, the holy sun was forced back several steps by the violent power. It's effective. The corner of Xian's mouth slightly curved up. At the same time, the rule god bow in his hand was drawn once more. This time, it was a continuous series of 7 arrows. The 7 gravitational laws suddenly smashed towards the holy sun. However, what Xian didn't want to do was that the holy sun was like a fool. He didn't dodge at all and actually used his fist to clash with the rule god's arrow. Xian helplessly shook his head. This guy probably had many powerful methods. Unfortunately, he didn't know how to use them. His clan was probably a very large clan, and as the holy son of his clan, he had probably never fought with anyone since he was young. Even if he did fight a few times, he would only bully the weak. He might have fought against opponents of the same level before, but with his status as a saint, who would dare to go against him? Even if he fought against them, he would still be able to do as he wished. Xian curled his lips in disdain. To Xian, this kind of guy wasn't even the slightest bit of threat. Xian opened his bow left and right. While attacking the holy sun, he was still able to find time to attack his 2 followers. His followers weren't weak, and there weren't any flaws in their abilities. Unfortunately, they met Xian. 2 god-slaughtering swords weren't enough? Xian could even send out the divine wood sword attendant. In just a short moment, Xian had already taken care of the 2 followers. Afterwards, he began to ravage the holy sun with great interest. Towards such a person, as long as he was beaten into submission, then he definitely wouldn't dare to resist. This was because it wasn't like Xian hadn't met such a person in the past. Gravity arrow. Xian had only used the most ordinary gravity arrow to suppress the holy son of the heavenly dragon drunken shrimp clan into submission. This guy was so stupid that he was cute. 2465 Taking in a holy sun as a little brother. After being sent flying by the gravity god arrow time and time again, the holy sun finally couldn't hold on any longer. One had to know that Xian's grasp of strength was extremely good. He wanted to make this fellow feel pain, but he also wouldn't really take this fellow's life. The continuous attacks had already caused the holy sun's face to be bruised and swollen, and his body to be riddled with wounds. But in reality, these were only superficial wounds. Yi Xian didn't even attack him heavily, causing him to suffer internal injuries. Hearing the Holy Sun beg for mercy, Yi Xian didn't stop attacking. Instead, he once again released the law of gravity arrow and lightly said, "You want me to let you go? On what basis? My father is a subordinate of the Divine Lord, one of the 8 great divine generals, the Heavenly Dragon Divine General. As long as you let me go, no matter what you want, I can give it to you." Heavenly Dragon Divine General, one of the 8 great divine generals, Yi Xian was stunned. He didn't expect that the Holy Sun he'd accidentally bumped into would actually be the son of one of the 8 great divine generals. No wonder this fellow was so arrogant and despotic, and was able to obtain so many treasures. The identity of the 8 great divine generals was already at the top of the pyramid in the demon god's divine domain. Other than the divine master of the demon god's divine domain, these 8 great divine generals were probably the most noble. They were even larger than the territory that Yi Xian managed in Kunlun. In that case, possessing some special resources wasn't too strange. "Alright, I can spare your life. Hand over your divine deity fragment and become my little brother. Then I'll spare you." Handing over the divine deity fragment was actually equivalent to becoming a slave. However, Yi Xian knew that if he said that, then this fellow would rather die than obey. But in other words, it would be easier for this fellow to accept it as a lackey. After all, a person like him probably had quite a few lackeys before. Sure enough, the Holy Sun frowned slightly when he heard Yi Xian's words, but he didn't immediately refuse. "No, my father is a Heavenly Dragon Divine General. I won't be someone else's lackey." "Is that so there's nothing to talk about?" A smile hung on Yi Xian's mouth. He pulled the Law Divine Art once again, and 7 Gravity Law Divine arrows shot towards that fellow without the slightest hesitation. Yi Xian didn't have a complete grasp of this fellow's thoughts, but he had a rough idea. "You want to save face?" Unfortunately, Yi Xian acted as if he wanted his life. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. One after another, the Gravity Law Divine arrows continuously sent this fellow flying. "Stop, stop, I'll promise you." This guy finally gave in and handed over his quintessence shard without hesitation. Yi Xian casually waved his hand and put away his divine deity fragment. From this moment onwards, the fate of this Holy Sun was completely in Yi Xian's hands. Of course, if he wanted to truly display his combat strength, he would need to be properly trained. However, with the protection of the son of the Heavenly Dragon Divine General, Yi Xian would definitely be much safer in the demon god's domain. Moreover, he might even be able to obtain more benefits. In order to prevent the battle from attracting new enemies, Yi Xian quickly left with the Holy Sun. "Tell me, what's your name?" "My name is Sky Tiger." "Boss, what's your name?" The Heavenly Dragon Holy Sun didn't seem to have completely adapted to his new identity. Fortunately, Yi Xian was in a good mood, so he didn't bother with him. "My name is Yi Xian." After casually replying, Yi Xian said to Sky Tiger, "Let's go. Take me to a place to stay. I need a good rest." Tianhu nodded his head and walked forward. There was actually a reason why Yi Xian didn't teach this guy a lesson. At this moment, Yi Xian was still in the demon god's domain. This Sky Tiger would undoubtedly be able to provide protection for Yi Xian. Of course, the prerequisite was that he wouldn't arouse the suspicions of others. Therefore, only by allowing this fellow to maintain his original appearance would he be able to convince the people of the demon god's domain. Yi Xian casually exchanged for a mask from the system store. Once this mask was worn, it could conceal Yi Xian's appearance and cultivation. Of course, as long as one's cultivation was higher than Yi Xian's, they would be able to see through it. However, Yi Xian wasn't worried at all. At this moment, he was walking together with the Sky Tiger. In the demon god's domain, very few people would dare to use their spiritual will to investigate him. After all, using your spiritual will to investigate others could easily cause the other party to misunderstand. When the time comes, you deserve to be killed. For Yi Xian to be able to obtain such respect from the Sky Tiger, it would naturally cause others to mistakenly think that Yi Xian's identity was special, or even a super expert. As long as he had this worry, Yi Xian believed that no one would dare to easily investigate his identity. Under the lead of the Sky Tiger, the two of them quickly arrived at a city. It turned out that the Sky Tiger had come here to buy wine from the beginning. In this city, there lived a branch of the monkey clan. The divine wine that those fellows brewed was quite delicious, and the Sky Tiger had always liked it very much. Scram, scram, don't block this young master's path. The Sky Tiger arrogantly walked in front. It could be said that wherever he went, it was a mess. This fellow was unreasonable. Not to mention someone blocking his way. Even if they weren't blocking his way, he would still run over to cause trouble. However, it was obvious that this was not the first time the people in this city had met the Sky Tiger, so no one came out to stop him. Instead, they all respectfully welcomed the Sky Tiger into the city. Welcome, eldest young master. An old man quickly arrived beside the Sky Tiger. He first glanced at Xian, but as expected, he didn't dare to use his spiritual will to investigate Xian. Instead, he respectfully stood beside the Sky Tiger. Wine, it's my wine. I've sent someone over to say that I'm going to get my wine today. Don't worry, eldest young master, I have already prepared all your wine. Haha, good job. I'll reward you heavily later. When the Sky Tiger heard that the wine was ready, it excitedly prepared to run out. However, it had only taken 2 steps when it thought of Xian. Along the way, although Xian didn't teach the Sky Tiger much, he still punished it a few times. The pain that came from the depths of its soul and divine deity was still fresh in the memory of the Sky Tiger. Now that it suddenly thought of Xian, it realized that it was too complacent. If Xian wasn't happy, then it would suffer again. Thus, at this moment, the Sky Tiger obediently ran in front of Xian. Big brother, please go first. Along with these words, it could be said that countless people, regardless of whether they were in the open or in the dark, were completely shocked in an instant. What kind of identity did the person who dared to make the heavenly dragon Saint Sun call him big brother? For a moment, those who were originally prepared to use their spiritual will to probe Xian were secretly glad that they didn't use it. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't even know how they died. However, even more people silently memorized Xian's appearance. They secretly decided that they absolutely couldn't offend Xian. After all, the heavenly dragon Saint Sun was already someone they had no way of fighting against, let alone the big brother of the heavenly dragon Saint Sun. Even if they had 100 more guts, they wouldn't dare to be impudent in front of Xian. Xian didn't hold back. At this moment, he wanted to use the heavenly dragon Saint Sun to boost his reputation. Although this would put Xian at the center of everyone's discussion, it would still be enough to ensure his safety. Give him a slap in the face. Jade Universe Fine Wine. It could be considered one of the more famous divine wines in the demon god's divine realm, and the quality of the Jade Universe Fine Wine was divided into 5 grades. Ordinary people could only buy 3rd grade Universe Jade wine, but even so, it was incomparably expensive and very difficult to obtain. Even with Sky Tiger's status, he could only reserve a bottle of inferior Jade Universe Fine Wine in advance. Of course, the next grade was also a divine wine that was difficult for ordinary people to obtain. Sky Tiger brought Xian forward. Not long after, they arrived at a pavilion. This pavilion's design was quite unique. It was a wine gourd. This was the branch of the Jade Universe Fine Wine. The cosmic jade nectar was not an ordinary divine wine. Not every city would have a branch. Just take this branch for example. It could be considered the only one in the 10,000 realms. Otherwise, Sky Tiger wouldn't have come personally. Although Sky Tiger was arrogant and despotic, he didn't dare to lose his temper here. Even if this city was actually the property of the heavenly dragon divine general, and he, Sky Tiger, was the young master here. However, once they entered the pavilion, Sky Tiger became well-behaved. The person leading the way for Sky Tiger didn't dare to enter the pavilion. It was obvious that the pavilion was independent of the city. Isn't this our holy son, Sky Tiger? Haha, I didn't expect to meet you here. The moment Xian and Sky Tiger walked into the pavilion, they heard a voice. Xian raised his head and saw a young man looking at Sky Tiger with a playful expression. Sky Tiger frowned. Not only did he know this person, he was also quite unfriendly. Sky Tiger didn't want to pay attention to that person, so he walked inside. However, just because Sky Tiger ignored him didn't mean that he wouldn't cause trouble for Sky Tiger. At this moment, that person actually blocked Sky Tiger and Xian's path and indifferently said, Lord Holy Sun, why aren't you giving me face? could it be that you're afraid of me? Ha ha ha. Lord Holy Sun, you actually came here alone today. You're really getting bolder and bolder. A group of people walked out from the pavilion. It was obvious that these people weren't very friendly towards Sky Tiger. Yi Xian didn't understand. No matter what, Sky Tiger was still the son of the heavenly dragon divine general. As the Holy Sun, he'd always been arrogant and domineering. What do you want to do? At this moment, it couldn't be said that Sky Tiger was afraid. After all, with his identity, these people definitely wouldn't dare to hurt him. However, they could still humiliate him. As for the reason, it was very simple. These people were actually the holy sons of the various races. In the demon god divine realm, the status of the Holy Sun was extremely noble. Although there would be some differences due to race, overall, the difference wasn't too great. This was because all the Holy Sons had registered with the Divine Master of the demon god divine realm. Therefore, no matter how much conflict there was, no one would dare to kill them. Of course, it was normal for a few people to die in the competition between the Holy Sons. It could be said that if it wasn't for his identity as the son of the heavenly dragon divine general, Sky Tiger's life would definitely be even more difficult than it was now. As for the reason, it wasn't hard to guess. Sky Tiger had always been arrogant and domineering, so he naturally wouldn't take anyone seriously. Even if the other party was also a holy sun, Sky Tiger wouldn't let them off. After offending too many people, Sky Tiger was also isolated. What followed was a reversal of the situation, and Sky Tiger could only hide from these holy sons. One had to know that no servants were allowed to interfere in the battle between the holy sons. Once they did, regardless of the reason, they would definitely be killed. Therefore, the battle between the holy sons could only rely on their own strength. Sky Tiger was only in the illusory cultivation realm and didn't have any real strength. Once they started fighting, the result was obvious. After experiencing it twice, Sky Tiger also learned to be obedient. This time, Sky Tiger came to collect the wine, but he never expected these guys to appear here. After all, they weren't people who liked wine. However, they just had to come. Perhaps, these people originally intended to cause trouble for Sky Tiger. Haha, Lord Holy Sun, why aren't you speaking? I'm waiting for your instructions. A person stood out and said to Sky Tiger with an apologetic look on his face. Then, another person walked out and said, yeah, why is our Lord Holy Sun so obedient today? Don't tell me he's drunk again. Drunk like mud, haha, the Sky Dragon Drunken Prawn clan is addicted to alcohol, and they can get drunk at any time. It seems like we really came at the wrong time today. Our Lord Holy Sun is drunk again. Drunk? There were a few times when Sky Tiger relied on pretending to be drunk to avoid these guys. Speaking of which, Sky Tiger was mighty, but in reality, Sky Tiger also had its moments of suffering. At this moment, Sky Tiger looked at these fellows in silence. He didn't even dare to say a single word because he knew very well that once he answered, what awaited him would be the revenge of this group of people. Yi Xian silently watched all of this, but couldn't help but shake his head. Yi Xian didn't need a cowardly follower, so at this moment, it was impossible for Yi Xian to say that he would let this guy continue being so wretched. Sky Tiger, who are they? Yi Xian said indifferently. Hearing Yi Xian's words, everyone, including Sky Tiger, focused their gazes on Yi Xian. Even the surrounding onlookers were inexplicably astonished. These were all holy sons, and none of them were people they could easily offend. But now, he didn't expect that an outsider would actually dare to interfere. This was simply courting death. Brat, who are you? We're talking about something, what are you blabbering about? Scram to the side. We're happy today, so we can't be bothered to argue with you. A guy glanced at Yi Xian in disdain. Whether it was his gaze or tone, they were both filled with disdain. Yi Xian turned his head and smiled as he looked at that guy. However, he said indifferently, Sky Tiger, slap your mouth. Sky Tiger's body clearly trembled. Yi Xian told him to make a move against these people, so Sky Tiger didn't dare to make a move. However, Sky Tiger didn't dare to disobey Yi Xian's orders. During this period of time, Sky Tiger knew Yi Xian's temper. If he didn't do it, then he would definitely be taken care of. Therefore, Sky Tiger hesitantly turned around and looked at Xian as he carefully asked, Boss, really want to slap your mouth? Perhaps it was because of fear, but Sky Tiger's voice was actually trembling. Do you want me to say it a second time? Xian's gaze turned cold. Sky Tiger was so scared that cold sweat almost broke out. One had to know that the pain that came from the depths of his soul was not something an ordinary person could endure. Pah! An incomparably resounding slap to the face. Not to mention the surrounding people, even the other group of holy sons were completely dumbfounded. Sky Tiger actually dared to hit them. Moreover, it was only because of a single sentence from this person. 2,467 Casually giving away ancient resources. The holy sons were overwhelmed with shock. One had to know that the reason they dared to provoke the heavenly tiger was because of the restrictions of the holy sons' nurturing rules, and also because the heavenly tiger was weak in front of them. Now, because of this mysterious person's words, the heavenly tiger was so afraid that it didn't even fear their group of people. Then, who was this mysterious person? You, who are you? Do you know who we are? Another holy son pointed at Xian and asked loudly. However, anyone could tell that his tone was lacking in confidence. Xian turned around and casually waved his hand at that person. This time, Xian didn't say anything, but Sky Tiger understood what Xian meant. Pah! Another resounding slap. After these two slaps, Sky Tiger was even a little excited in his heart. These fellows had caused trouble for him more than once or twice, and every time, Sky Tiger would suffer a loss and escape. But this time, Sky Tiger actually gave them 2 slaps in the face. 2 slaps in the face had already made Sky Tiger walk out of the shadow from before. Subconsciously, Sky Tiger had always felt that Xian was incomparably powerful. But now, with Xian supporting him, it seemed that Sky Tiger's confidence had returned in just 2 slaps. Sky Tiger, are you courting death? Seeing Sky Tiger slap 2 people in a row, these people did not dare to make a move. Instead, they looked at Sky Tiger in shock and fear. After all, the identity of the son of the heavenly dragon divine general was not just for show. These people dared to bully Sky Tiger, and even kept looking for trouble with Sky Tiger. They were afraid of Sky Tiger, afraid that one day, Sky Tiger would no longer be afraid of them, then they would definitely only be bullied. Therefore, this person's words to threaten Sky Tiger was actually a form of fear. What did you say? Sky Tiger looked at that person. This time, without Xian's instructions, Sky Tiger had already walked towards that person. Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. Fortunately, this fellow still had some guts. At the very least, he wasn't the kind of mud that couldn't support a wall. With some training, Sky Tiger could still become a good follower. Sky Tiger walked towards that person step by step. That person never would have thought that Sky Tiger would actually walk towards him. Subconsciously, he took 3 steps back. Perhaps, if he didn't take these 3 steps back, Sky Tiger would subconsciously feel a trace of fear. However, the 3 steps this fellow took back had already allowed Sky Tiger to see through their true nature. They were just fellows who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Scram to the side. I didn't bother with you guys in the past because I gave you guys face. Today, you guys actually dare to cause trouble for me in front of my big brother. I think you guys are the ones who are tired of living. It's fine if I lose face, but if you lose face for my boss, can you afford to lose your lives? The corner of Xian's mouth slightly curled up. This Sky Tiger was quite smart. His words made it seem as if he was afraid of losing face for Xian. Of course, no matter what Xian thought, everyone else was extremely shocked in their hearts. Sky Tiger was actually afraid that this mysterious person would lose face, so he attacked him. If these words were to be said, no one in the entire demon god realm would believe it. But now, it had already happened. Sky Tiger's performance wasn't bad. Xian knew in his heart that since he'd grasped Sky Tiger's divine deity fragment, it was equivalent to completely controlling Sky Tiger's life and death. Sky Tiger definitely wouldn't be able to resist him. In order to obtain an obedient subordinate, it was necessary to use both kindness and power. Thus, Xian casually waved his hand and saw 3 treasures hovering in midair. Alright, tell these guys to scram. Take these 3 ordinary materials and go change to a bar. I'm still waiting to drink. Ordinary materials. The group of people stared blankly, even Sky Tiger didn't immediately go to collect it. This was 3 ancient resources. The appearance of any ancient resource would probably cause a bloody storm. However, he didn't expect that the boss of Sky Tiger would casually give Sky Tiger 3 ancient resources. Who would believe this? Even Sky Tiger's father, the Heavenly Dragon Divine General, might not be willing to do so. However, the 3 ancient resources were still hovering in midair. There was no room for doubt. What, is it not enough? Xian interrupted Sky Tiger when he saw it in a daze. Only then did Sky Tiger react. He quickly said, enough, boss, this is too much. Some people said in their hearts that Sky Tiger was stupid. He actually thought that giving him 3 ancient resources was too much. If he thought it was too much, then there were a lot of people here who wanted it. However, Xian lightly smiled. Just keep the things I give you. There will naturally be many benefits for you in the future. Xian was speaking the truth. After all, Xian was preparing to nurture the Sky Tiger as his follower, so he naturally had to nurture it. In order to cultivate it, it would inevitably consume a lot of resources. Sky Tiger glanced at Xian excitedly. He didn't stand on ceremony and casually put the 3 ancient resources into his universe ring. Then, he swaggered forward. At this moment, how could the group of holy sons who had come to cause trouble for Sky Tiger dare to stop him? In fact, most of them only had envy in their hearts. After all, if Sky Tiger followed a boss who could casually give out ancient resources, then one could imagine how good his future would be. There were even people who wanted to run over to Xian on the spot and beg him to accept them as his lackeys. After all, compared to strength, face and whatnot weren't that important. Unfortunately, looking at Xian's cold expression, everyone knew that even if they begged Xian to accept them as his lackeys, they wouldn't have a chance. Because Xian didn't like them at all. If Xian knew what these fellows were thinking, he would definitely be extremely depressed. After all, Xian wouldn't despise these holy sons. Even if all of these holy sons became Xian's lackeys, Xian wouldn't mind. Of course, Sky Tiger wouldn't really exchange 3 ancient resources for wine. One had to know that ancient resources were extremely rare, and the divine power and the power of laws they contained was extremely majestic. Whether it was forging, refining pills, or using it in other places, it would be very useful. For example, one of the 3 ancient resources that Xian had given him was a refining material. Although it was only a small piece, if it was used sparingly, it would definitely be enough to forge 6 or 7 peerless divine weapons. If Sky Tiger was really that stupid, he probably wouldn't have the qualifications to become a holy son. After obtaining the Jade Universe fine wine that he'd ordered, Xian and Sky Tiger walked out of the pavilion. He didn't even spare a glance at the group of holy sons. It wasn't until Xian and Sky Tiger walked far away that those people dared to discuss and guess Xian's identity. Some people said that Xian was a super expert who was entrusted by the Heavenly Dragon Divine General to teach the Sky Tiger another primordial divine ability. Afterwards, some people guessed that Xian might be a core member of a certain superpower. However, Sky Tiger was already the son of the Heavenly Dragon Divine General. Then, who could be more noble than Sky Tiger? For a moment, there were many different opinions. Some even guessed that it was the illegitimate child of the demon god's divine realm's divine master. After all, the divine master of the demon god's divine realm had never had a child, so it was not impossible for an illegitimate child to appear. Unfortunately, no matter how much everyone guessed, they could only guess. No one would answer them for the real answer. Even Sky Tiger didn't know Xian's true identity. Boss, didn't you say that you were going to stay in that city for the time being? Why are you leaving now? On the way, Sky Tiger asked Xian in confusion. This time, the word boss came from the bottom of his heart. I don't like the environment there. Xian replied indifferently. It was impossible for Xian to tell Sky Tiger that he'd caused too much trouble in the Jade Universe fine wine. Not only did he attract attention, he also attracted prying eyes. In order to prevent his identity from being exposed, he left. Xian would only tell Sky Tiger that he wanted to find a place with a better environment. An excuse that wasn't an excuse. Unfortunately, Sky Tiger would never doubt it. After Xian heard the answer, Sky Tiger immediately started to think. A moment later, Sky Tiger said to Yixian, "Boss, I know a place that you might like." "Oh, tell me about it." In any case, Yixian didn't have a destination, so he might as well listen to Sky Tiger's arrangements. "Boss, it's like this. Our clan has a manor outside the Falling Star Valley, where divine power is abundant, and from time to time, we can sense some star power. Moreover, that place is our clan's internal cultivation ground, and very few outsiders come in. How about we go there?" "Falling Star Valley? Star power?" Yixian nodded slightly. Although he didn't know where this place was, it was still the secret cultivation ground of the Heavenly Dragon Drunken Shrimp clan. "Alright, let's go there." Yixian nodded in agreement. Actually, Yixian knew in his heart that the Sky Tiger was returning the favor. After all, Yixian had given the Sky Tiger 3 ancient resources. Not to mention the Sky Tiger, even the entire Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp clan owed Yixian a favor. Therefore, Sky Tiger understood that no one would stop him from bringing Yixian over. The two of them hurried along the way, but it didn't take them too long to arrive at the Falling Star Valley. The origin of the name Falling Star Valley was because a star had once fallen here. Falling stars were not considered rare in the God Realm continent. The key was that this star contained a trace of star power. The power of the stars was different from the power of laws. It was hard to say which was stronger and which was weaker. However, in the God Realm where 10 suns shone, it was very difficult to see the light of the stars, let alone cultivate the power of the stars. Therefore, the power of the stars could be considered rare. Of course, it wasn't that there were no people in the God Realm who cultivated the power of the stars, but most of them gave up after cultivating for a short while. Even if the Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp clan possessed such a treasure land, there were very few clansmen who actually came to cultivate the power of the stars. Moreover, most of them came with a strange and fun attitude. Of course, even if it was such a useless secret cultivation ground, with the tyrannical nature of the Heavenly Dragon Divine General, he would definitely not allow anyone else to enter. Therefore, the Falling Star Valley was naturally deserted. At this moment, Yixian was brought into the Falling Star Valley by the Sky Tiger. Although he saw many pavilions and palaces, other than a small number of servants, he didn't see any cultivators. "Boss, this is the place. You can choose whichever hall you want to stay in. In any case, at this time, there should only be the two of us here." "At this time? What do you mean?" "Oh, boss, you might not know this, but in 2 months, it will be the clan's 10-year competition. Now, no one will come here to waste time. I've already greeted the servants here. Anyway, just treat this as your own home. If you need anything, just tell me," Sky Tiger casually said with a smile on his face. Sky Tiger was still very happy to be able to find a place for Yixian to live in. "Are you going back to participate in the competition as well?" Yixian suddenly asked Sky Tiger. When Sky Tiger heard this, he revealed an awkward expression. "Boss, I'm the young patriarch, so I naturally don't need to participate in any competition." The corner of Yixian's mouth slightly curled up. From Sky Tiger's tone, Yixian already understood that there was no need for Sky Tiger to participate in the competition. Even if he did, Sky Tiger would only be at the bottom amongst those of the same level. He was known as the Holy Son of Heaven, and he had even mastered the miraculous ability of fusing with his Dharma idol. Unfortunately, Sky Tiger only knew how to drive close combat, so anyone who knew his background would be able to easily defeat him. Yixian had never been stingy to his own people. Even if the Sky Tiger was a divine beast from the demon god's divine domain, since it was already his little brother, Yixian wouldn't mistreat it. System: search for a suitable divine ability for the Sky Tiger to cultivate, as well as prepare suitable pills and magic treasures for him. Yixian instructed the system. Although Yixian knew that he wouldn't be able to avoid bleeding a lot this time, he didn't care. Ding! System notification: found a suitable divine ability, 13 styles of the proud dragon tyrant Sky. Ding! System notification: host's faith points are insufficient, unable to exchange. 13 styles of the proud dragon tyrant Sky? From the name, this divine ability seemed to be a set of combined skills. However, since Yixian had already decided to equip the Sky Tiger with a divine ability, then Yixian would do as he said. System: I want to use resources to exchange for this divine ability. Ding! System notification, resources have been successfully exchanged, abilities have been successfully exchanged. Congratulations to host for obtaining the 13 styles of the proud dragon tyrant Sky. No need, change him into a physical body. A moment later, a scroll that shone with a golden light appeared in Xian's hand. This was the 13 styles of the proud dragon tyrant Sky. Although the exchange this time wasn't enough to make Xian bankrupt, it wasn't much different. His faith points had been emptied, and more than half of his stored resources had been consumed. It had to be known that these resources also included the resources that Xian had accumulated from killing enemies during this period of time. One could imagine just how much blood and sweat Xian had put into this exchange. Sky Tiger, come here. Xian shouted to the Sky Tiger. Sky Tiger naturally didn't hesitate and directly walked over to Xian's side. In fact, when Xian took out the scroll, Sky Tiger saw it, but he didn't think too much about it. Boss, what's the matter? Sky Tiger asked Xian. Cultivating the power of the stars. Sky Tiger was slightly taken aback. At the beginning, he didn't care too much about the scroll that Xian gave him. After all, there were naturally many good techniques in the Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp clan. However, techniques that were preserved in scrolls were rare. In Sky Tiger's subconscious, Bing did not feel that this scroll was that precious, so he only subconsciously opened it. However, the moment he opened the scroll, he was so shocked that he was speechless. This was an ancient divine ability. This was an ancient divine ability scroll, Sky Tiger shouted loudly in his heart, but because of his shock, he did not say a single word. Sky Tiger was the young patriarch of the Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp clan, and at the same time, he was also a holy son. Ancient divine abilities were much stronger than current divine abilities, but they had a very special characteristic. That was, every divine ability could only be cultivated by a specific group of people or physiques. Therefore, the first thing that the ancient sacred art introduced was what conditions had to be met to be able to cultivate this sacred art. As for the current sacred art, as long as one was willing, then anyone could cultivate it. Of course, the race's innate divine ability was an exception. At this moment, what Xian gave him wasn't some race's innate divine ability, so it was undoubtedly an ancient divine ability. Boss, this is too precious, I can't take it. Sky Tiger quickly handed the scroll in his hand over to Xian. After all, an ancient divine ability was something that only existed in legends. No matter how bold Sky Tiger was, he didn't dare to accept it so easily. What I gave you is yours. Alright, just take it. In the future, if you follow me, there will be many benefits. Don't be so surprised all day long. Xian said without a care. After he finished speaking, he walked towards a large hall. Because at this moment, the system's notification had already sounded. Ding, system notification, congratulations to host for activating the forced hidden mission, the power of the stars. Mission requirements, within 3 months, the host must cultivate the power of the stars. If the mission fails, the host will lose half of his cultivation. If the mission succeeds, the host will receive a special reward. 3 months, not only did this mission have a time limit, it also had a punishment. Obviously, this matter wasn't simple, therefore, Xian made the best use of his time. Sky Tiger, go back and prepare for the large competition. Cultivate well, I hope to hear good news from you. As for me, I will also try to cultivate the power of the stars. Hearing that Xian was going to cultivate the power of the stars, the Sky Tiger subconsciously thought that Xian was using this as an excuse to send the Sky Tiger away so that it could cultivate properly. After all, the power of the stars was publicly recognized as useless in the entire Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp clan. Thank you, boss. Suddenly, the Sky Tiger knelt on the ground. Xian had given him too much, so much that the Sky Tiger didn't know how to thank him. Xian didn't stop the Sky Tiger. After all, what Xian wanted was an obedient follower. Xian waved his hand again, and the Sky Tiger silently retreated. As soon as the Sky Tiger left, Xian immediately arrived outside the Starfall Valley. There was a stargazing platform here. If one wanted to cultivate, they would usually come here to comprehend. In the distance, there was a valley. It was obvious that it was formed by a strong impact. The valley was quite large, but due to the changes of the times, the periphery was already covered with giant trees. Only in the middle, there were only circles of light that occasionally exploded out. Yixian knew that it was the power of the stars. The power of the stars was extremely strange. If it was the power of the laws, then one would usually have to walk in and observe in order to discover what was special about it and comprehend it. However, the power of the stars was not like this. To comprehend the power of the stars, one could only do so from a suitable location. It would be difficult to comprehend if one was too close or too far away. The strangest thing was that Yixian was clearly hundreds of thousands of miles away from the center of the explosion of the power of the stars. However, it was as if the power of the stars was right beside Yixian. It was so clear, this strange power of the stars was not the power of the laws. Therefore, whether it was comprehending or using it, it was not the same as using the power of ordinary laws. Of course, to Yixian, this wasn't a problem at all. System, analyze the comprehension plan and provide the most reasonable method of comprehension. Since Yixian had the system, then whether it was the power of the stars or the power of the laws, there wasn't much of a difference to Yixian. To Yixian, he could find the most reasonable and fastest way to comprehend it. Silently, Yixian directly sat in the pavilion. However, when Yixian closed his eyes and began to comprehend, a strange scene occurred. At the core of the star power, an illusory image of Yixian actually appeared. It was as if Yixian had already been projected into the core of the star power. However, Yixian didn't know about any of this. At this moment, Yixian had entered an extremely mystical feeling. It was as if he had already transformed into a ray of light, constantly shuttling back and forth between the stars. Green stars, blue stars, red stars, purple stars, round, flat, irregular, all sorts of stars continuously shuttled through Yixian's mind. Yixian had already forgotten himself, forgotten everything, and wholeheartedly merged into the light of the stars. Slowly, circles of faint radiance appeared around Yixian. As for that radiance, it came from the core of the star. It was the power of the stars. The power of the stars slowly gathered around Yixian, then shuttled through his body, continuously entering and exiting. Every time he entered and exited, it would always cause Yixian's body to undergo a slight change. This change was small, and it could even be said that it wouldn't affect Yixian's body at all. However, this change was extremely important. It was precisely this change that caused Yixian's body to gradually accept the power of the stars. The power of the stars was different from the power of laws, so what was needed was to open up a new place to hold it. Gradually, the amount of star power that gathered around Yixian increased, and it became denser and denser. Perhaps Yixian would comprehend the power of the stars in the next moment. At the same time, the Sky Tiger had already returned to the Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp tribe. However, when the Sky Tiger returned, it was immediately taken away by the clan's great elders and his father. This was because before the Sky Tiger returned, a piece of news had already reached the Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp clan. The news was naturally about the 3 ancient resources. Not to mention 3, even if it was just one ancient resource, it would be enough to cause a huge sensation. However, he didn't expect that the Sky Tiger would actually know someone and casually give out 3 ancient resources. This news naturally caused a huge reaction in the Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp clan. It was normal for the Sky Tiger to be taken away as soon as it returned. Sky Tiger, I heard that when you went out this time, someone gave you 3 ancient resources. Is that true? The person who spoke was an elder of the Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp clan. He was in charge of criminal law in the clan, so he had always been feared. Chapter 2470, Heavenly Tiger Smugness. That's right, Disciplinary Elder. I obtained 3 ancient resources this time, but what does this have to do with you, Elder? Heavenly Tiger said without hesitation. In an instant, the Disciplinary Elder's expression turned unsightly. Don't be rude, Heavenly Tiger. Divine General Sky Dragon reprimanded Heavenly Tiger, but his tone wasn't too harsh, as he knew very well why the Disciplinary Elder would ask such a question. Divine General Sky Dragon had the highest cultivation base in the Sky Dragon Drunken Prawn tribe, but the other elders weren't too far off from him. The Sky Dragon Drunken Prawn tribe had always been opposed to giving the chosen spot to Heavenly Tiger. After all, the benefits of being a chosen were simply innumerable. Although Heavenly Tiger had fused with his Dharma form and was considered a genius, in the eyes of the other elders, Heavenly Tiger's actual combat strength was mediocre. Furthermore, they also had children, so why couldn't the chosen spot belong to their children? If Divine General Sky Dragon's status in the Demon God Sacred Realm hadn't been outstanding, this chosen spot would have already caused a fight. But even so, there were still many who harbored ill intentions. For example, the disciplinary elder wished he could keep an eye on Heavenly Tiger at all times so that he could find something to use against him and kick him off the chosen spot's throne. Since Heavenly Tiger had obtained an ancient resource this time, these fellows would naturally have crooked thoughts. Ancient resources were extremely precious. If they could obtain them, then not to mention their children, even their own strength would be strengthened. The main purpose of summoning Sky Tiger this time was to snatch away the 3 ancient resources in Sky Tiger's hands. However, how could the current Sky Tiger be so easily bullied? On the way back, Sky Tiger had already successfully cultivated the first move of the 13 styles of the proud dragon tyrant Sky. Xianxia's words were already like an imperial edict in Sky Tiger's heart. Although Xianxia didn't say that he wanted Sky Dragon to obtain first place in the clan's competition. But perhaps he had said that he would wait for the good news from Sky Tiger. Therefore, Sky Tiger hoped that he could obtain first place. It was an ancient resource and an ancient divine ability. Xianxia had given Sky Tiger so many treasures, how could Sky Tiger not be confident? Of course, with confidence, one had to work hard at the same time. Thus, on the way back, Sky Tiger did not delay at all. Speaking of which, this fellow's talent was not bad. He had actually comprehended the first move of the 13 styles of the proud dragon tyrant Sky on the way back. Of course, the further one went, the more difficult it would be to comprehend. At this moment, Sky Tiger had only just started. In the past, Sky Tiger had always listened to his father's words, but this time, he had actually refuted him. Father, don't they just want me to take out the resources and distribute them to their descendants? Why? The things of my Sky Tiger were not stolen, nor were they snatched. Why should I give them to them? Then let me tell you the truth. Not only did my boss give me 3 ancient resources, but he also gave me an ancient mystic technique. Why? Do you want it too? Ancient mystic technique. Everyone, including Divine General Sky Dragon, was indescribably shocked. One had to know that there were only a few ancient mystic techniques in the entire Demon God Sacred Realm. Now, Sky Tiger was telling them that someone had given him an ancient mystic technique. How could they accept this? Is what you said true? Divine General Sky Dragon couldn't help asking Sky Tiger. Lord Father, could it be that you still don't trust me? This ancient divine ability was specially chosen by Boss for me. It's extremely compatible with me. It's called the 13 styles of the proud dragon tyrant Sky. This is impossible. Even the entire Sky Dragon Drunken Prawn tribe doesn't have a single ancient mystic technique. All we have is a remnant. Do you think we would believe you if you said someone gave you an ancient mystic technique? If the boss you speak of can give away ancient mystic techniques and ancient resources at will, why wouldn't he dare come see us? The disciplinary elder's voice was stern. He knew very well that if what Sky Tiger said was true, then Sky Tiger's status in the tribe would soar and no one would be able to shake him. This fellow doted on his grandson very much. It could be said that if Sky Tiger had anything good, he would definitely give it to his grandson. In addition, his grandson was also very hardworking. It could be said that his combat strength was a bit stronger than Sky Tiger's. As a result, few people in the tribe would say that it was not true. Haha, you want my boss to see you? Disciplinary elder, you think too highly of yourself. Who do you think my boss is? Even if you want to see him, I'm afraid he might not necessarily summon you. Humph. My boss said that I can teach this ancient mystic technique to others. However, the quota is limited. I can only teach 3. Rest assured, Father, I will show you now. However, Father, you must remember that you can't teach this mystic technique to others. Otherwise, my boss will blame you and you will be in trouble. As he spoke, Sky Tiger handed the scroll to Divine General Sky Dragon. Divine General Sky Dragon did not stand on ceremony. He took it and used his spiritual force to set up a restriction before carefully opening it. The disciplinary elder was so excited that he wanted nothing more than to rush over to take a look. Unfortunately, he did not dare to do so. After all, not only was Divine General Sky Dragon powerful, but he was also the tribe leader. If he offended him, he would suffer. Divine General Sky Dragon studied it for more than 2 hours before returning the scroll to Sky Tiger. "Father, do you have any enlightenment?" "Sigh, what a pity, who heir. This is an ancient mystic technique. Unfortunately, I can't cultivate it. It could even be said that no one can cultivate it except you. I don't know if your boss deliberately modified it, or if this sacred art is like this. If you want to cultivate this ancient sacred art, the first requirement is to fuse with your body. Therefore, we can't cultivate it at all." "Ah. How could this be?" Yi Xianbing didn't say that he was allowed to teach it, but he didn't say that he wasn't allowed to. That was why Sky Tiger made such a decision. But from the looks of it, Yi Xian had already made arrangements. This ancient sacred art was tailor-made for him, and it would be extremely difficult for others to cultivate it. "However, Hu heir, you don't have to worry about it. Although I can't cultivate its spirit, I can still comprehend it according to its actions. It won't be a waste of time." Divine General Sky Dragon revealed a smile. At this moment, the disciplinary elder's heart felt like it was being clawed by a cat. Divine General Sky Dragon wouldn't lie, so everything that came out of his mouth was definitely true. At this moment, he couldn't wait to take a look at the scroll. Unfortunately, he didn't dare. A misunderstanding because at this time, everyone knew that the clan had changed. The grandson of the disciplinary elder could no longer steal Sky Tiger's cultivation resources. Sky Tiger's position would be consolidated like never before, and no one could shake it. Sky Tiger left the main hall and returned to his residence. Then, he closed his door and cultivated silently. Outside his residence, hundreds of guards were guarding the side of Sky Tiger's residence. No one was allowed to disturb him. The young disciples of the Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp clan didn't understand what was going on, but they could feel the unusual atmosphere. The clan competition began very soon. What surprised all the young clansmen was that Sky Tiger participated in the competition. Moreover, from the beginning, he went on a rampage in a crushing manner. The strange attack of the Sky Tiger was not something that belonged to the clan. However, all the elders were silent. No matter how unconvinced these clansmen were, they ignored them. Until a piece of news spread that the Sky Tiger had obtained an ancient divine ability. In an instant, no one was dissatisfied. In 2 months, the Sky Tiger had only cultivated the first 3 moves, however, it was enough to defeat all enemies in 3 moves. Without any pressure, he crushed them all the way. As for the boss of the Sky Tiger, this mysterious figure had also attracted the attention of countless people. Unfortunately, there was no way to find out. The Sky Tiger had never revealed where Yi Xian was, so it was impossible for anyone to find out. At this moment, Yi Xian had already closed his eyes and cultivated for more than 2 months. In these 2 months, Yi Xian hadn't even opened his eyes, nor had he moved his body in the slightest. On this day, under the leadership of the Sky Tiger, the Heavenly Dragon Divine General and a few important members of the Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp clan had already followed them over. However, all of them waited outside silently. No one dared to take a step forward. The Sky Tiger had already used his strength to prove the authenticity of the ancient divine ability. At the same time, the 3 ancient resources had already been exchanged for suitable resources. It could be said that to the boss of the Sky Tiger, no one in the Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp clan dared to be disrespectful to this incomparably mysterious figure. Everyone gathered at the entrance, waiting for Yi Xian to come out. It was fortunate that these people didn't go in to disturb Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian was at the most critical moment. Whether or not he could successfully comprehend it would depend on these last few days. Light flashed around Yi Xian. The power of the stars had already gathered more and more, turning Yi Xian into a person of light. If someone saw Yi Xian now, they'd probably be extremely shocked. This was because Yi Xian no longer had his original appearance and was completely transparent. All of his internal organs could be seen clearly, but even his internal organs had completely turned into light. A profound and mysterious cloud of energy revolved around Yi Xian. If someone who had comprehended the power of the stars were here, they would definitely cry out in alarm. Yi Xian's current reaction was 1,000 times stronger than theirs. Star body training. This phenomenon could only be called star body training. Unfortunately, no one knew what star body refinement was. This was because no one had ever encountered such a situation. Xian had already completely lost all perception of the outside world. At this moment, Xian was only immersed in shuttling through countless stars. Time continued to pass as Tianhu and the others waited silently. However, there was no movement from inside, and Xian himself was experiencing an extremely great challenge. One had to know that this mission had a time limit. If Xian didn't complete the mission according to the time limit, then the price of losing half of his cultivation would be enough to make Xian despair. It was basically equivalent to certain death. Unfortunately, Xian didn't know the passage of time at all. He didn't know that he didn't have much time left. Day after day, time slowly passed. Sky Tiger habitually raised his head to look inside. If it wasn't for his father's request, then Sky Tiger would have already rushed in to look for Xian. At this moment, Sky Tiger once again looked ahead, but he couldn't hold it in any longer. He directly shouted, "Boss, can we come in?" After shouting this sentence, Tianhu silently looked forward. All of a sudden, an incomparably vicissitude yet extremely gentle aura suddenly descended. At the same time, a powerful ray of light burst forth. The light spread out with the top of everyone's heads as the center. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps, streaks of light rapidly fluctuated towards the distance. The power was not terrifying. On the contrary, it gave off a very gentle feeling. However, it was simple and ancient. What kind of power is this? The Heaven Dragon Divine General raised his head and looked at the circles of light in the sky as he subconsciously asked. Unfortunately, no one could answer him because no one had ever seen such a change before. At the same time, Xian finally opened his eyes. At the same time that Xian opened his eyes, the system's notification rang out. Ding! System notification: congratulations to host for completing the Power of the Stars quest. You have received a special reward, a luxury gift bag. Obtained special material, 9-star linked pearl stone. Obtained experience points reward, level increased by 1. Ding! Host has broken through. Current high level 4th grade Divine Emperor Realm. Luxury gift bag, 9-star linked pearl stone. The sudden reward caused Xian to be slightly stunned. The reward this time could be said to be bountiful beyond Xian's expectations. At this moment, Xian still had to thank the Sky Tiger. One had to know that the moment Xian's will returned, he already knew how much time had passed. If it wasn't for the Sky Tiger's call, Xian would have died this time. Most importantly, it wasn't that Xian didn't comprehend the power of the stars. On the contrary, he comprehended it too much. Xian's comprehension of the power of the stars this time was quite bountiful. However, Xian helplessly discovered that at least for now, he could only occasionally use the power of the stars because there was almost nowhere to replenish it. The 10 sons of the God realm revolved around him, and the power of the stars had long since been blocked. Xian didn't open the gift bag. Instead, he silently stood up and walked outside. At this moment, the light of the stars hadn't completely disappeared from Xian's body, so any movement he made would bring along countless illusions. Those weren't illusions left behind by moving too quickly, nor were they illusions left behind by illusions. Instead, they were naturally formed by the power of the stars. Xian walked forward, but behind him was a large string of light phantoms. The moment he walked out, everyone was shocked. The Heaven Dragon Divine General and the others didn't know that Xian's current situation was only because of the power of the stars, so they couldn't explain Xian's current situation. Most importantly, the Heaven Dragon Divine General's cultivation was profound. Even if he didn't use his spiritual will, he could still see a lot of things with just his eyes. Physical clone. Divine General Heaven Dragon murmured in a very low voice. However, who couldn't hear the people around them, hearing the words corporeal doppelganger, everyone was shocked. A physical clone represented a divine ability, and at the same time, it also represented a kind of identity. Luolua's new Cluet was a physical clone. Everyone, including Divine General Tianlong, was speechless. Of course, given their knowledge, they could tell that this was only the most basic form, or that he had just started cultivating. However, only the divine masters of the demon god sacred territory possessed the ability to create a physical clone. Therefore, they were certain that this person had a close relationship with a divine master. This made many things clear. Why was this person able to give Sky Tiger 3 primordial resources and an ancient divine ability right off the bat? Perhaps only a divine master could have such a deep foundation. Of course, this was just a huge misunderstanding. How could Xian have any relationship with the divine master of the demon god's domain? In fact, he hadn't even seen the divine master before. If there was any relationship, it would be that Xian was preparing to find Luo from the hands of the demon god's domain's divine master. "Boss, you're finally out?" Sky Tiger said in surprise. The corner of Xian's mouth curled up slightly. In reality, he was still slightly afraid. After all, among the people standing in front of him, which one of them didn't emit a powerful aura? This made Xian very clear that any one of them would be able to take him down in an instant. However, since these people didn't use their spiritual will to probe him, nor did they attack him immediately, it meant that they didn't have any ill intentions towards him. "Who are these people?" Xian asked Sky Tiger. When Sky Tiger heard Xian's question, he immediately introduced them to him. It turned out that because of the Sky Tiger's ancient divine ability, the Heavenly Dragon Divine General and the others wanted to meet the boss of the Sky Tiger, which was why they made this trip. After Sky Tiger finished his introduction, Xian was even more shocked. He didn't expect that he'd meet a great general of the demon god's divine domain so quickly. Of course, Xian didn't reveal any unnecessary expressions at this moment. Instead, he calmly responded. After chatting with the Heaven Dragon Divine General for a while, the Heaven Dragon Divine General and the others left. A huge misunderstanding had already caused the people of the Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp clan to only fear and not doubt Xian. As for Xian, it was naturally impossible for him to offend these people, much less have a deep relationship with them. Thus, this meeting was somewhat indifferent. After the Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp clan left, Sky Tiger excitedly said to Xian, "Boss, fortunately, I did not disappoint you. This time, I have successfully obtained first place in the clan's competition." Sky Tiger had actually been holding back these words for a long time. In his heart, this was the mission that Xian had given him, so he naturally had to do it well. However, to Xian, he didn't take it too seriously. Therefore, Xian only nodded his head before saying to Sky Tiger, "Let's go, let's leave this place." The Heaven Dragon Divine General and the others already knew that Xian was here, so this place wasn't safe anymore. Thus, Xian had no choice but to leave. "Boss, where are you going? Didn't you say you wanted to comprehend the power of the stars here? Why are you leaving?" "I have already comprehended the power of the stars here, so there is no reason for me to stay. As for where I go, it doesn't matter. I'll just go wherever I go." Xian simply wanted to leave this place. As for his destination, he didn't have one. If he wanted to return to the Kunlun Divine Domain, he would need to go to the residences of the 8 great divine generals. Only there would be a passageway, and if Xian were to mention borrowing the Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp clan to the Kunlun Divine Domain, it would immediately arouse suspicion. At this moment, it was impossible for Xian to contend against the 8 great divine generals. Thus, provoking any one of the 8 great divine generals was an unwise choice. It might be possible to search for Luo's whereabouts, but he had a Sky Tiger by his side. Thus, perhaps the Sky Tiger's mouth would be able to obtain some useful information. As the two of them walked, Xian asked Sky Tiger, "Sky Tiger, do you know that there is a holy son of the 9 paths?" Sky Tiger looked at Xian in confusion. "Boss, you also know about the 9 Dao Saints?" "The 9 Dao Saints?" Xian frowned slightly. It seemed that Luo's identity in the demon god's domain wasn't simple. "Yes, he is the saint of the 9 Daos. Every saint has his own title. For example, the other saints call me the Heaven Dragon Saint. However, the saint of the 9 Daos is very special. It is said that he is not from the demon god's celestial realm. The 9-tailed heaven-loathing fox has a very high status. Even the Lord God has to respect the saint of the 9 Daos. Moreover, the saint of the 9 Daos is highly regarded by the Lord God." Tianhu simply told him what he knew. However, it wasn't of much use to Xian. After talking for a long time, it could be summarized in one sentence. That was, Xian was powerless to save Luo. It had to be known that it was impossible for the divine master of the demon god's domain to allow Luo Luo to go into seclusion because he valued her. It was probably because Luo Luo was constantly thinking of leaving the demon god's domain to find Yixian. Therefore, the divine master of the demon god's domain could only trap Luo Luo. When they arrived in the god realm, Yixian and Luo Luo had separated. Therefore, it was impossible for Luo Luo to know that Yixian was in the Kunlun divine domain, nor did she know about the conflict between Yixian and the demon god's domain. Perhaps the current Luo Luo wouldn't suffer any grievances in the demon god's domain. On the contrary, because of his noble identity, it was very likely that he would be valued. After a period of analysis, Yixian roughly knew that Luo Luo wouldn't be wronged, so there was no need to rush to find her. However, Yixian didn't know that ever since he'd arrived at the demon god's domain, Luo Luo had been a little anxious. There was a special connection between Yixian and Luo Luo. Due to the uniqueness of the demon god's domain, after Yixian arrived at the demon god's domain, his ability to sense was suppressed by a portion, causing Yixian to be unable to accurately locate Luo Luo. However, because Yixian had arrived at the demon god's domain, Luo Luo's perception had been strengthened. It could be said that every time Yixian moved, Luo Luo could clearly sense it. Luo Luo was very clear that Yixian had come here for her. How could Luo Luo not know what had happened to the human race in the demon god's domain? Therefore, Luo Luo was still extremely worried about Yixian. Unfortunately, there was nothing she could do. From the moment she arrived in the god realm, she had been brought here by a mysterious force. It could even be said that even the divine masters of the demon god's domain had to bow their heads in front of this force. This was a super large force, and at the same time, it was also a peerless expert. Luo Luo didn't know who this person was, but his every move, every word, and every action was under this person's surveillance. Even if he was the holy son of the demon god's domain, it was only that person's arrangement. Of course, Luo Luo could feel that person's goodwill. 2473 Yellow Sand Zone. Yixian and Sky Tiger continuously traversed thousands of realms in order to reach a dangerous place. At this moment, Sky Tiger stood behind Yixian and hesitantly asked, "Boss, are we really going to enter this place? Since you're already here, do you want to go in?" Yixian indifferently said as he looked at the boundless yellow sand in front of him. This was a place that Yixian had deliberately chosen because this time, Yixian was prepared to increase his strength in one go. At this moment, Yixian realized that everything he wanted to do was because of his cultivation realm. Insufficient strength, therefore, this time, Yixian was prepared to level up crazily. First, it was the mysterious trial. Because Yixian wasn't strong enough, he didn't even have the qualifications to participate, so he could only teleport out. After that, it was Luolua's matter, and then he left the demon god's domain. In short, everything was because he wasn't strong enough, and if he stayed outside, he would have to worry about his identity being exposed and being hunted down. Therefore, there weren't many choices left for Yixian. Entering this place and quickly increasing his strength might be the only choice. At this moment, the yellow sand that Yixian saw was quite famous in the demon god's domain. This place was called the Drought Sea. The Drought Sea was enormous, but even divine beasts didn't dare to rashly enter its interior. This was because not only did the Drought Sea have an extremely violent natural climate, it also had the ancient beast clan. It was said that the formation of the Drought Sea came from a huge explosion. In ancient times, when the gods fought, the Drought Sea was also a very famous battlefield. Thousands of powerful ancient supreme experts fought here. They tore the void and trampled on the mountains and rivers, but for some reason, they actually broke through a secret realm. It was a completely isolated secret realm that belonged to the ancient beast clan. The remaining experts were hunted down by the ancient beast clan and died one by one. After the secret realm exploded, everything inside the secret realm was scattered here. The yellow sand zone was only the outermost area of the Drought Sea. As for the inside, it was even more terrifying. According to Sky Tiger, even the Lord God had come here personally, but he had only entered for less than 10 days before retreating with a face full of fear. This was because there was a super powerful existence in the Drought Sea, an existence that even the divine master of the demon god realm couldn't do anything to. Fortunately, the Drought Sea had not moved for millions of years, as if it was an independent place that was not affected by anything from the outside world. In fact, some experts from the demon god realm would also form teams to enter the Drought Sea to search for treasures. After all, there were many special resources in the Drought Sea, and the ancient beasts were also very valuable. The ancient beasts did not have the ability to transform, nor did they have high intelligence. Moreover, they all cultivated their physical strength. Sky Tiger said that the reason why he could fuse with the Dharma idol was because his father, the Heaven Dragon Divine General, had entered this place when he was young and had some fortuitous encounters. Then, he combined it with his own understanding and compiled the cultivation method of the Dharma idol fusion. Therefore, Xian chose this place. He chose the Drought Sea. Since the ancient beast clan was so mysterious, it would definitely allow Xian to quickly increase his strength. Fear, perhaps others would be afraid, but Xian wouldn't. For Xian, he was fearless. The Drought Sea had powerful ancient beasts, so it was the best place for Xian to cultivate. After all, Xian needed to devour to quickly increase his level. Xian didn't want to wait any longer. He'd waited for too long. It was time to explode. There were still many things waiting for Xian to do. He couldn't waste too much time in the demon god realm. If you don't want to go in, wait for me outside. I'll come out and find you. Xian indifferently said to Sky Tiger. After that, he no longer paid any attention to Sky Tiger and directly walked forward. Actually, it was a good thing for Xian not to bring Sky Tiger with him. After all, if Sky Tiger went with him, then some of Xian's secrets would be exposed. At least for now, Sky Tiger didn't have the qualifications to know Xian's secrets. Sky Tiger hesitated for a moment. By the time he wanted to chase after him, it was already too late. Xian's figure had already disappeared, so he could only stay where he was and cultivate while waiting for Xian to return. After entering the yellow sand zone, there was nothing special about it at first. There was only an isolation belt that stretched as far as the eye could see. Here, whether it was the stone god beast or the ancient beast, they rarely came here. However, it was precisely because of this that there were humans here. Xian maintained the release of his spiritual will the entire time, so it didn't take long for him to find a small human tribe. This was a tribe that relied on an oasis. There were only a few hundred people, but it seemed rather peaceful. Xian didn't hesitate as he directly walked over. The people here all had very low cultivations. They made some simple magic treasures to protect their homes. At the same time, they hunted some weak ancient beasts or divine beasts to cultivate. At this moment, the sudden sight of Xian in the yellow sand immediately attracted the attention of the people here. "Dad, Dad, there's someone in the desert!" A youth shouted loudly. A moment later, he saw a burly man rushing over. He was holding a large blade made of unknown materials in his hand. There were a few people following behind him. "Go in, quickly go into the house. There's a formation in the house. If the situation isn't right, activate the formation immediately." The burly man shouted loudly. Very quickly, everyone around the oasis hid in the only stone house in the oasis. Xian knew what these people were worried about, so he didn't mind and continued to walk over. "Halt, who are you?" "I'm Xian. I'm passing by and would like to rest in your place." After all, he was a human. It wasn't easy to meet a free human in the demon god's domain, so how could Xian go find trouble with these people? You're a human?" The burly man hesitated for a moment, but he recognized Xian's identity and asked hesitantly. "Yes, I'm a human." Of course Xian wouldn't hide it and directly returned. "It's actually a human." "Haha, quick, please come in." When they heard that they were from the same clan, those people didn't stop Xian and quickly welcomed him in. "Haha, brother, don't blame me. You should know that if we don't raise our vigilance, we might be eaten by divine beasts or ancient beasts one day. May I ask which tribe you're from?" "I'm not from here, but from the outside. This time, I'm here to investigate the interior." "What? You want to go in? I say, brother, aren't you too bold? Although the lives of our human race are as cheap as grass here, there's no need to humiliate yourself like this. If you go in now, you're simply courting death." 2474 God-slaying set. When the robust man saw that Xian didn't say anything, he hesitated for a moment before handing over a green card to Xian. Brother, take this. It might be of help to you. Xian picked up the card. It was still made of an unknown material, but there was an ancient word being sealed on it. What is this? Xian asked in confusion. What is this? We don't know either. This thing was accidentally obtained from an ancient beast when we were hunting. Although we don't know what it is, we do know that as long as you use your spiritual will to activate it, it can condense the image of an ancient beast and protect you. Card, Ancient Beast Phantom. Xian was slightly stunned. It seemed that there really was a secret in the Drought Sea that belonged to him. I don't need this anymore. After all, I'm afraid this thing will be of great use to you guys. The burly man hesitated for a moment, but this thing was extremely useful to them. It could be said that they had relied on this thing to help them hunt ancient beasts a few times, and it was also because of this thing that they had been able to withstand the attacks of several divine beasts. The burly man frowned. The human race that lived in the Drought Sea had a tradition. Once they met a fellow race member that needed help, they would do their best to help. After all, it was not easy to survive here. If they did not help each other, the human race would have long since been removed from this place. At this moment, seeing Xian refuse, the robust man felt guilty in his heart. After hesitating for a moment, the burly man's eyes suddenly lit up, and he took out a round plate. Brother, since you don't want the card, I'll give this to you. To be honest, we've only activated it once when we obtained it. At that time, we managed to summon over 10 powerful ancient beasts. Unfortunately, for some reason, we couldn't use it anymore. So, even though this thing is powerful, I can't tell you how to use it. Take it first. Who knows, it might be of some help to you on the way. Xian did not understand the tradition of helping each other in the Drought Sea, but he knew how to repay kindness. These people were able to help him the first time they met, so Xian would not be stingy. Alright, I'll accept this. These pills are for you. Distribute them to your clansmen. It will be beneficial to your clansmen. The burly man didn't know that the pills Xian gave him were cultivation pills that were difficult to obtain outside. Therefore, he accepted them without hesitation. After Xian left the tribe, he took out the strange disc as he walked. What is this? Xian was puzzled. The disc shape was extremely simple. If it wasn't for the burly man's introduction, Xian would have thought that it was a plate for storing vegetables. Of course, it was obvious that this thing wasn't that simple. System, detect this thing. Xian said to the system. Ding. System prompt, host's resources are insufficient, unable to detect. Insufficient resources? Could the system be talking about faith value? System, then I will use the resources to exchange for faith value detection. Ding. System prompt, host's resources are insufficient, unable to exchange for enough faith value. Xian's footsteps abruptly stopped. What did he mean? All of his resources added up wasn't enough to detect such a thing. Just what was this thing? Was it that strange? Xian didn't believe that he really couldn't do anything to this thing. System, open that gift bag for me. Xian had completed the star power quest earlier and obtained a gift bag as well as a 9-star linked pearl stone. However, he hadn't used it. At this moment, Xian wanted to use the gift bag because of a plate. Ding. System prompt, special gift bag has been successfully opened. Congratulations to host for obtaining 1-point gift bag, 1 magic treasure gift bag, and 1 unknown gift bag. What was going on? He opened a gift bag, and in the end, he opened 3 gift bags. After Xian recovered from his astonishment, he was pleasantly surprised. Xian didn't need to wash his hair to explain the gift bag. He would either give him devouring points, eternal points, or faith points. But no matter what it was, one thing was certain, it was all good stuff. System, open the gift bag first. Xian wanted to see what he could obtain. It would be best if he could obtain eternal points. Although he hadn't obtained devouring points in a long time, eternal points seemed to be more useful. Ding. System prompt, congratulations to host for obtaining 1 million faith points, 100 eternal points, and 10 devouring points. Xian was dumbfounded. He even felt that happiness had come too suddenly. 1 million faith points wasn't much, but the key was the eternal points, a total of 100 eternal points, this was something that Yi Xian didn't dare to imagine. What did 100 faith points mean? Even if he used the eternal domain, he could use it 20 times. This time, just by opening the gift bag, he actually gave Yi Xian such a big prize. How could Yi Xian not be excited? 10 devouring points. Yi Xian didn't know if it was because of the increase in his cultivation or because of Yi Xian's bad luck, but he hadn't encountered a devouring beast in a long time, let alone obtained devouring points. But at this moment, he obtained 10 devouring points in one go, combined with suitable resources. Wouldn't Yi Xian be able to change his clothes this time? Even Yi Xian couldn't remain calm at this moment. The reward for this gift bag was simply too generous. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Yi Xian continued to say to the system, "System, open the magic treasure gift bag." It was obvious that the magic treasure gift bag could open a magic treasure. In that case, the points gift bag had given Yi Xian such a big surprise. What kind of surprise would the magic treasure gift bag give Yi Xian? Ding, system notification. Congratulations to host, you have obtained a special scroll, a complete set scroll. Set perfection scroll, able to choose suitable resources, according to the host's wishes. Directly complete the set of more than 2 parts that the host has. Shock, ecstasy. Yi Xian didn't know how to describe his current feelings. Although it was only a scroll, its value was simply immeasurable. For example, Yi Xian possessed the god-slaughtering sword and the god-slaughtering armor. Didn't that mean that Yi Xian could use this complete set scroll to forge the entire god-slaughtering set in one go, although Yi Xian had to provide the resources himself? However, one had to know that compared to resources, forging a magic treasure on the level of the god-slaughtering set was probably even more difficult. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian's hand that was holding the scroll actually trembled slightly. Unfortunately, when Yi Xian saw the materials used to forge the god-slaughtering set, his expression turned unsightly. 2475. The system was so scared that it upgraded. Where would Yi Xian go to get this thing? This was the God Emperor realm. What was the God Emperor realm? It was an expert on the level of the Divine Lord like Miming. The system actually wanted Yi Xian to get the Divine Lord's divine deity. Moreover, it wanted to get 5 of them. Yi Xian had only come into contact with 2 God Domain Masters after being in the God realm for so long. One was the Kunlun God Domain's Divine Master, Miming, and the other was the Demon God Domain's Divine Master. However, forging a god-slaying set required 5 Divine Lord Divine Deity, and it was a complete Divine Deity. At this moment, Yi Xian put away the scroll without hesitation. This was because he knew that with his current strength, he was unable to prepare all the materials. Of course, just because he couldn't do it now didn't mean he couldn't do it in the future. There was still the last gift bag. As for this last gift bag, it was probably the most special gift bag. Just what kind of surprise would it bring to Yi Xian? System, open that unknown gift bag. Yi Xian said indifferently. His tone was calm, but his entire mind was focused. Ding, system notification. Ding, warning, warning, the host has received a super strong reward. The system has entered an emergency upgrade. Ding, warning, warning, host please note, the system will be forcefully shut down for 3 months. Yi Xian was stupefied. What did he open up that directly upgraded the system? Moreover, it was an emergency upgrade. Yi Xian subconsciously shouted at the system a few times in his heart. Unfortunately, there was no reaction. In other words, the system had already gone to upgrade. However, the key was that Yi Xian didn't even know what he'd done. Wasn't it just an unknown gift bag? Was there a need to make such a big fuss? Fortunately, it was only 3 months, so it wasn't unacceptable. This is great. I can't detect what this plate is used for. Forget it, let's just leave it for now. Yi Xian had a bitter smile on his face. This kind of situation was completely out of his expectations, and it was something that Yi Xian had never encountered before. During the 3 months that the system was upgraded, Yi Xian didn't plan on causing trouble. After all, without the system, Yi Xian's strength would still decrease. Most importantly, even if he killed an ancient beast or a divine beast, he wouldn't gain any experience. Thus, killing them would be for nothing. However, it was still necessary to hurry. Yi Xian didn't plan on looking for trouble, but that didn't mean that trouble wouldn't come looking for him. On this day, Yi Xian walked through the yellow sand zone as usual. Although the yellow sand zone was only the outermost region of the Drought Sea, however, the Drought Sea was extremely vast. According to Tianhu, the Drauzi occupied 1/5 of the demon god's celestial territory. With such a huge area, even if it was the outer area of his territory, it was still not something that could be walked over quickly. After all, there wasn't even a map here, and from time to time, he would take the wrong path. Whether it was his divine sense or his eyes, they were all useless in this yellow sand zone. The yellow sand zone had a strange restriction that was enough to make anyone who entered lose all sense of direction. It was said that there was once someone who was trapped in this yellow sand zone for 10,000 years. Moreover, that person was lucky and did not encounter the disaster of the yellow sand zone, which was why he was able to survive. But this time, Xian wasn't that lucky. He encountered the most ordinary disaster in the yellow sand zone. Law storm. Due to the special location of the yellow sand zone, the other law powers were relatively rare. However, there were a few types of law powers that were too much. One of them was the law of wind. It could be said that the yellow sand zone was filled with strong winds at all times. However, it wouldn't be affected in the slightest during normal times. After all, even the simplest protective divine power would be enough to resist these gales. However, once he encountered a storm of laws, it would be tragic. The storm of laws was precisely because the power of the laws of wind was too concentrated in a certain area, causing it to automatically produce a phenomenon of balance. Through the form of a storm, the power of the laws of wind was eliminated. Even the power of the laws could be eliminated. One could imagine how terrifying that power was. There was no sign of the formation of the storm of laws. At this moment, Xian was walking as usual. However, the instant he took a step forward, a sudden change occurred between heaven and earth. A violent and terrifying aura instantly overturned the heavens and the earth. Xian didn't even have the slightest ability to resist as he was directly brought into the sky. When he stabilized his body and looked over, heaven and earth had long since become indistinguishable. At this moment, it was as if Xian had been brought into an unknown space. Above his head, his feet were small, and his surroundings seemed to be the sky, yet also seemed to be the earth. It was incomparably strange. Boom, a divine dragon condensed from the laws directly charged towards Xian. That was a pure life form of the laws, and it was actually formed in an instant. However, before Xian could even react, the law divine dragon instantly disintegrated. The storm of laws wasn't really a storm. The reason why it was called a storm was because it had something in common with a storm. That was, they both had an eye. Fortunately, Xian was currently in the eye of the wind. Unfortunately, Xian couldn't move an inch at this moment. He could only watch the terrifying changes in the outside world. One by one, the law life forms quickly appeared. The law dragon, the law tiger, and even the law Kuan-Pung. However, these law life forms would not last long from the moment they appeared to the moment they disappeared. This was because they were all wind elemental law life forms. The main reason for the appearance of the law storm was because there were too many laws of wind being repaired. At this moment, Xian personally witnessed a miracle. A miracle that others would never be able to see in their entire lives. In the blink of an eye, a law life was born and died in an instant. Other than Xian, no one else knew of their appearance. Perhaps Xian's eyes were their only witness. Because of Xian, all of them had existed. At this moment, Xian couldn't release his divine will at all. Xian had tried, but he'd only released a trace of his divine will before being swept away by the storm of laws. Therefore, Xian's eyes were the only witness. Everything that had happened. Those law life forms didn't seem to know what they were experiencing. It was as if their lives should only belong to that instant of blooming. The storm of laws condensed the excess wind laws into life forms, and then quickly let them die. Through this method, the excess power of laws was eliminated. However, this process was incomparably natural. After all, this was the result of the balance of nature. This was the result of the laws of the great Tao. Only in the eyes of Xian, a witness, felt sorrow for those law life forms. Xian was a witness. He was able to personally witness how these strange law life forms were born and how they died. The withered bone sword servants were constantly investigating this secret. However, their strength and abilities were limited, so they couldn't find much useful information. It was the same for the members of the Fire Clan. They weren't strong enough to come into contact with this secret. As for news from the 100 Calculators sect, they hadn't reported back yet. Yi Xian had asked twice, but he only knew that the 100 Calculators sect had already sent people out of Mo Shangji's territory to investigate, but they still hadn't found anything. It seemed that they could only take their time in finding Luo Luo. However, what Yi Xian didn't know was that the calm on the surface was just the eve before the storm. QWPM at this time, a mysterious force had already gathered together to get Yi Xian, or even take Yi Xian's life. In the end, what was to come would come. On this day, Yi Xian was bored as he stayed in the training camp. One had to know that in the training camp, Yi Xian was only interested in the history of the God realm. If he really wanted to talk about the cultivation of divine abilities, Yi Xian wouldn't take a fancy to it. However, the originally peaceful days were disrupted by the intrusion of a young girl. Yi Xian Gongzi, quick, come with me. Yi Xian didn't know this young girl. Why was she looking for him so anxiously? Who are you? Why are you looking for me? Yi Xian Gongzi, come with me quickly. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. Fian will definitely be taken away by them. What, Fian? Yi Xian was shocked. He immediately stood up and rushed out with the young girl. Along the way, Yi Xian roughly understood what had happened. It turned out that Fian would make food for Yi Xian every half a month. Although a portion of those ingredients were directly exchanged from the training camp, there were still some that were exchanged from outside. Among them, especially the ingredients for the divine beasts, most of them could only be exchanged from outside. Today, Fian and this young girl called Luoqi went to an inn together to get the divine beast ingredients that had already been ordered. This ingredient was something that Fian had exchanged for in the training camp long ago. Logically speaking, there was no problem. However, when they arrived at the inn, they were immediately surrounded by a group of people. These people came inexplicably, causing Fei Yan and the young girl to be unable to react in time. Luoqi was only an inferior heavenly god, and Fei Yan was only a deity. The people surrounding them were 5 low-level heavenly gods, 2 mid-level heavenly gods, and 1 high-level heavenly god. It could be said that they had no chance of winning. At the last moment, Fian used a special method to teleport Luoqi away. Luoqi immediately thought of Yi Xian. Because in Luoqi's heart, Yi Xian was a very important figure, and even Fian was only his maid. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and directly ran to find Yi Xian. The two of them moved very quickly, and it didn't take long for them to arrive at the inn. At this time, there were quite a few people gathered around the inn. However, they were all watching and no one interfered. Did you hear? That girl is actually a slave. Those people surrounding her are from the slave pavilion. Not only do the slave pavilion often get slaves, they also catch runaway slaves. That girl is really unlucky. Looking at her now, she seems to be doing well. I didn't expect her to be a slave. What a pity. Yi Xian heard the discussion from afar. Naturally, he was sure that it was Fian. Damn it, who said that Fian was a slave? In Yi Xian's heart, he had never treated Fian as a slave, not even for a moment. Slave pavilion, what a good slave pavilion. Who gave them all their strength to capture people? Boom, Yi Xian's figure moved and directly rushed into the inn. At this time, a faint restriction was set up around Fian's body. Clearly, this was a defensive restriction set up by Fian herself. Around her, 8 people looked at Fian calmly. Haha, lowly slave, I want to see how long you can hold on. It doesn't matter. Uncle has time to play with you. It turned out that outside the restriction set up by Fian, these people had set up a special restriction that was constantly wearing down Fian's defensive restriction. With the strength of 8 people suppressing Fian, how could Fian resist? Suddenly seeing Yi Xian come in, the person closest to Yi Xian said casually. Young man, watch the show and stand further away. Our slave pavilion is capturing runaway slaves. Be careful not to accidentally injure you later. Accidentally injure your uncle. Suddenly, Yi Xian attacked. Once he attacked, it was with all his strength. Deity vanquishing slash. Go to hell. This sword attack was launched by Yi Xian in anger, without the slightest mercy. Boom, one sword, just one sword, killed that person in an instant. Even the rest of the people in the slave pavilion did not have time to react. They only reacted when Yi Xian killed someone. damn it, brat, do you know who we are? But before this person could finish, he was interrupted by Yixian. And it was done with the god-slaying sword. Boom, another sword attack, still as violent as before. Another slave pavilion disciple was directly killed on the spot. The remaining 6 people did not dare to be careless. They immediately retreated and pulled away from Yixian. Seeing Yixian kill people, the surrounding people all showed a strange expression. Many people also took the initiative to retreat. However, Yixian did not care so much now. He directly attacked. Without even seeing Yixian move, he directly broke the restriction set up by the people in the slave pavilion. Girl, are you alright? Yixian looked at Fian with concern in his eyes. I've made you worry. This little girl deserves death. What did you say? These people dare to have ideas about you. Come here and help me take care of this girl. I want to kill all these people. Yixian said the latter half of the sentence to Luoqi. At this time, Luoqi was dumbfounded. In her eyes, although Yixian's strength had increased to the mid-true god realm, Yixian had only just leveled up. However, Yixian was facing 8 slave pavilion disciples who were not weaker than him. He did not hesitate to attack and even killed 2 of them in succession. Oh, okay. Luoqi was already stuttering. However, she quickly rushed to Fian's side and carefully protected her. Are you her master? At this time, the leading heavenly god looked at Yixian. His eyes were filled with anger, but he suppressed his anger and asked Yixian. Would Yixian answer him? No, he would not. In Yixian's mind, there was only one path for these people, and that was death. Therefore, Yixian slowly turned around and clenched the god-slaying sword in his hand. The environment here was not suitable for summoning the 1,000 beast sword servants. However, Yixian was alone and would not be afraid of these people. Boy, since you are her master, then things will be easy. Our slave pavilion is willing to pay a high price for this slave. Name a price. It turned out that they just wanted to snatch her. Name a price? Okay, I'll give you a price. God-slaying / Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Overbearing and domineering. The 10,000 or so ladle commanders also varied in size. The largest one had a diameter of more than 10 meters. There were about 10 of them, while the others were all about 3 meters tall. There were almost 10,000 of them. Whoosh, as it circled incessantly, the black weeping soul horn hovering above the million-soldier army appeared to be unable to make a decision. It was still circling even after a dozen seconds had passed. The million-strong army trembled and did not dare to act rashly in the face of all this. However, Yixian and Barakai were the same. They had already stopped and looked ahead with shock and vigilance. Their minds were in a mess. After all, everything had happened too suddenly, and the result was so strange. It was just a black horn, but it could be so ferocious. It was simply unacceptable. As for the mosquito prince Xueben, he had already been taken into Yixian's beast ring when the black weeping soul horn pierced into the void ladle emperor's back. On the one hand, he was worried that the black weeping soul horn would become interested in Xueben and turn around to deal with Xueben after absorbing the void ladle emperor. After all, the latter was at least an origin realm existence. On the other hand, he was worried that Xueben would take the initiative to provoke the black weeping soul horn. If that happened, they would be in big trouble. Unfortunately, when trouble really came, there was no way to avoid it. Besides, this so-called big trouble had actually come out of Yixian's body in the first place. It might not necessarily not come back after it was done with its business. The current situation was exactly the same. In his line of sight, the black weeping soul giant horn that was circling endlessly in the black hole in front of him hesitated for a moment, but in the end, it didn't attack again. It abruptly turned around, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a black streak of light that shot towards the direction of Yixian and the master and servant. The speed at which it came seemed to be 30% faster than when it left. Moreover, as it rapidly approached, its enormous body, which was over 10 feet in size, was also rapidly changing during the process of shooting, just like before. The only difference was that when the black weeping soul horn shot out from Yixian's body, it was originally a black streak of light that was as small as a speck of dust. Then, it expanded with the wind and rapidly expanded. but now, as it turned around and shot back, the change in its shape happened to be the opposite of before. The originally huge black curved horn was also shrinking at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, so fast that it was shocking. This was clearly the rhythm of turning into a black light that was like a speck of dust and returning to the undying world within Yixian's body. Damn it! What does this guy think I am? A free lair or cave? Yixian saw through the black weeping soul horn's plan at a glance. As he cried out in alarm, his expression changed completely. Gloomy as water, a dark light flashed in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, he had already summoned the Dongshu shuttle that he had kept in his body. Let's leave immediately. We can't let this damned black horn bother us again. The last sentence seemed to be directed at Barakai, who was beside him, but in fact, it was the portrayal of Yixian's true intentions. The reason why he kept the black weeping soul horn in his undying world was because he thought that it was extraordinary. But no matter how extraordinary it was, in Yixian's eyes, this black horn was just a dead object. But now, it was completely different. When he thought about how the other party could easily kill the terrifying Void Ladybird Emperor in an instant, Yixian felt a chill down his back. Such a terrifying existence had been hiding in the undying world in his body for a period of time. This was simply too terrifying. Because of this, Yixian was almost scared senseless when he saw the black weeping soul horn turn around and head towards him. The only thought in his mind at this moment was to quickly leave this place, the faster the better. Swish, just as he and Barakai's shoulders shook and their figures rushed into the Dongshu shuttle that Yixian had summoned, the black weeping soul horn whistled from afar. At this moment, at the same time Yixian stepped into the Dongshu shuttle, it turned into a black streak of light that was like a speck of dust and directly entered his body, disappearing in an instant. Bang! Bang! Seeing this scene from the corner of his eye, Yixian's heart suddenly trembled. He had just stepped into the Dongshu shuttle's inner cabin when he almost fell to the ground. Damned black horn, get the hell out here! In the blink of an eye, Yixian's face had turned as white as a sheet of paper. He gritted his teeth and roared out loud, giving Hao Fangfang, who was in the cabin, a huge fright. She subconsciously replied, "What's wrong? Why are you calling me out? Why do you have to do with everything? Go play at the side." Yixian was almost angered to death. As he spoke, he glared fiercely at Hao Fangfang, turned around and immediately rushed out of the Dongshu shuttle. Barakai did not ask any further and followed closely behind. The reason why he had taken out his battleship and quickly rushed into it was to escape from this place and avoid the entanglement of the black weeping soul horn. But now that he had successfully entered the immortal realm, there was no point in staying in the Dongshu shuttle. After all, the trouble with the black weeping soul horn was not something that could be solved in a short period of time. And outside the black hole, there were still a large number of void soldiers that needed to be dealt with urgently. Xiao. After Barakai followed closely behind and rushed out of the Dongshu shuttle, Yixian suddenly waved his hand with a gloomy expression and immediately kept it into his body. Then, after pondering for a moment, he immediately asked the devouring system in his body about the black weeping soul horn. Unfortunately, the final result disappointed him greatly. The black weeping soul horn had already gone back and forth between the black hole and the undying world in Yizhuan's body, but the devouring system still knew nothing about it. What was more serious was that whether it was the devouring system or Yixian himself, they could no longer sense the whereabouts of the black horn. That thing was clearly in Yixian's body, but now, it seemed to have completely disappeared. No matter how hard Yixian tried, he could not find the whereabouts of the other party. Such a strange situation was simply unacceptable to Yixian, and he was so angry that he almost went berserk on the spot. After all, after refining the undying world, it had long been connected to his bloodline and could no longer be distinguished. But this black weeping soul horn ignored all of this unceremoniously. It could enter and leave as it pleased, but the key was that the other party was clearly in his body, and no matter how hard Yixian tried, he could not find a trace of it. It was simply too embarrassing. Consciousness crystal and essence crystal. After struggling for a while, Yixian gradually calmed down, and his fluctuating emotions also calmed down. With the terrifying strength of the black weeping soul giant horn, if it really wanted to harm him, it would be useless to worry about it. He would not be able to resist at all. Since that was the case, it was better to put this matter to the back of his mind first and slowly think of a way to solve it later. At least from the current situation, the other party did not seem to have shown any ill intentions towards him. And the reason why this black horn refused to leave the undying world in his body was probably because of some other reasons. After thinking about it carefully, he might be able to find the crux of the problem and solve this matter. Thinking of this, Xian's heart immediately calmed down. He finally threw this matter to the back of his mind for the time being. After calming down, he turned his head and glanced at the void army gathered in the black hole in the distance. At the same time, his figure also quickly flew over. Although the Void Ladybird Empress was dead, at the front of this army of millions of soldiers, there were still more than 10,000 giant soldier commanders. Among them, there were even 3 that were as large as 30 feet. Although they could not be compared to the Void Ladybird Empress that was nearly 20 meters in diameter, in Xian's eyes, these 3 giant soldier commanders were still quite tempting. Without the Void Ladybird Empress, he could only choose the next best thing. It would not be bad to keep these 3 giant soldier commanders by his side. With this thought in mind, Xian, who was once again filled with anticipation, quickly arrived in front of the army of 1,000,000 soldiers under the escort of Barakai. What surprised him was that all the soldiers in the army of millions, without exception, trembled when they saw him at this moment. It was exactly the same as when the black weeping soul giant horn hovered in the black hole above him. This was clearly a sign of great fear. Xian pondered for a moment and quickly came to a realization. It was obvious that the void soldiers were not afraid of him, but the black weeping soul horn that had killed the Void Ladybird Empress in an instant, these void soldier ladles had all witnessed the scene of the giant black horn rushing out of their bodies. Furthermore, after the black horn killed the Void Ladybird Empress, it had also rushed into their bodies. This scene was also witnessed by all the void soldier ladles. Under such circumstances, even he himself might not believe that the giant black horn had nothing to do with Xian, let alone these void soldier ladles. The reason why these void soldiers immediately revealed such a fearful reaction when Xian approached was because of this. To put it bluntly, it was just one sentence. In the eyes of these void soldiers, the current Xian was like a fox borrowing the tiger's might. Regardless of whether he had the intention or not, the effect was definitely not fake. After realizing all this, Xian immediately shook his head and laughed bitterly. He didn't think too much about it and immediately forced the profound aura of the void essence crystal out of his body with all his might. This aura was profound and invisible, and Xian had never come into contact with it before. Obviously, it was unique to the void essence, and it was absolutely impossible to fake. In this regard, no one could deceive the void soldier ladles. They were originally subsidiary products of the void essence, so it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they came from the same source. It was precisely because of this that the void soldier ladle's acute perception of this aura was beyond doubt. Previously, Xian was too far away. In addition, the amount of profound aura emitted by the void essence crystal in his mind wasn't very large. This was why even a supreme expert like the Void Ladybird Emperor was unable to sense the aura within his body. And now, Xian was standing right in front of this army of 1,000,000 void soldiers, and he was fully urging the profound aura in his sea of consciousness to spread out from his body. Under such circumstances, the void soldier ladles, who were the most sensitive to this aura, sensed it almost immediately. In a short period of time, all the void soldier ladles in the army of 1,000,000 looked up at Xian in unison. At first, their eyes were filled with confusion, but gradually, as they acknowledged this aura, the eyes of all the void soldier ladles began to burn rapidly, and even the slight trembling of their bodies disappeared completely without them noticing. Obviously, they had acknowledged Xian and regarded him as an existence similar to the void essence crystal. This acknowledgement made all the void soldier ladles regard Xian as the closest and most dependable existence. The extreme fear in their hearts naturally disappeared quietly. Ding. Mental crystal fluctuations have been detected. Accept? Just as Xian was relieved to see the changes in the void soldier ladles, the notification from the devouring system suddenly rang in his mind. Mental crystal fluctuations? Could it be from the void soldier ladles in front of him? Xian was immediately stunned. Guesses flashed through his mind, and after pondering for a moment, he immediately ordered the system to accept immediately. Immediately after that, Xian felt a faint tremor in his sea of consciousness. It seemed to be from the void essence crystal that was suspended in the sea of consciousness, separated from his spirit source core. The whole process did not last long. It only took a dozen seconds or so before the slight trembling from the sea of consciousness in his brain completely disappeared. Most likely, the so-called consciousness crystal's waves had all been received. Just as this thought surfaced in his mind, Xian discovered that some information had suddenly appeared in his mind. After being stunned for a moment, he immediately came to a realization. Obviously, this should be the fluctuation of the consciousness crystal that the void essence crystal in his sea of consciousness had received. The void essence crystal and the void soldier ladles originally came from the same source. Only the void essence crystal could receive and analyze the mental crystal fluctuations from the void soldier ladles. The information that was analyzed by the void essence crystal was directly imprinted into Xian's mind through the devouring system. He only needed to think about it to understand everything in an instant. In just a few short seconds, Xian had completely comprehended the information from the consciousness crystals that were transmitted through the devouring system. What surprised him was that there were actually 3 portions of the mental crystal fluctuations that he received. They were transmitted by the 3 giant ladle commanders that were about 10 meters in diameter. In the entire Void Soldier Ladle clan, only these 3 8-star ladle kings and the 9-star ladle queen that had already fallen had a small mental crystal condensed in their bodies. Therefore, they had the ability to activate the mental crystal to form a special fluctuation and communicate with the void essence. It was worth mentioning that there was actually a similar mental crystal in the void essence's body, but its level was different. Therefore, it was called the marrow crystal. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Imprinting Space Coordinates. There were over 10 million Void Soldier ladles, but only the 9-star ladle Emperor and the 3 8-star ladles had condensed consciousness crystals in their bodies. This was enough to show the importance of the consciousness crystals in their bodies. The essence crystal that the Void Origin Marrow gave to the devouring system had the same nature as the consciousness crystals in the 9-star ladle Emperor and the 3 8-star ladles. However, its grade was higher, so it was definitely more precious and important. Xian did not know about this before, but now that he knew, he suddenly realized that this was clearly the Void Origin Marrow's funeral arrangements. After all, it would eventually completely fuse with Xian's undying world, so it would not be useful to keep this Void Origin Marrow crystal. Giving it to Xian probably meant that it was entrusting him to him. Xian did not reject this. There were over 10 million Void Soldier ladles, and the 1 million Void Soldier ladles in front of him were merely the elites that followed the 9-star ladle Emperor. There were even more Void Soldier ladles roaming around in various regions of the vast black hole star domain. This was simply a dream army with terrifying combat power. Xian could not wait to see it, so how could he reject accepting it? Through the information that was transmitted to his mind, Xian now had a good understanding of the Void Soldier ladles. Apart from the number of Void Soldier ladles in the tens of millions, he also included the strength and grade of the 1 million Void Soldier ladles in front of him. The Void Soldier ladles were different from human powerhouses and demons. Even when compared to the various strange races in the universe, they were still considered the most unique type of existence. After all, the Void Soldier ladle's entire body was formed from crystals. Not only did they not have divine sense, spiritual power, or even brainwave, they could not be considered as pure existences. Because of this, although the Void Soldier ladles had different levels of strength, they could not be measured and classified by the cultivation realms in the universe. Because of this, even though Xian was able to distinguish which soldiers were stronger and which were weaker, he was completely unable to determine their true combat strength. What exactly was their true combat strength like? Previously, Ba Kai had only been guessing about the Void Ladybird Emperor's cultivation. Because of this, he was unable to clearly discern the Ladybird Emperor's true strength. He only knew that it was definitely very strong, and that was all. However, Xian had already understood all of this through the 3 pieces of information in his mind. According to the devouring system's analysis, the Void Ladybird Empress's overall combat strength should be equivalent to a starry sky expert who had surpassed the origin realm, which was the 10th realm. As for what this realm was, Xian had never come into contact with it, so the devouring system did not know either. In the entire tribe, the other 3 8-star king ladles had condensed consciousness crystals in their bodies. Their overall combat strength was equivalent to the 9th realm of the Starry Sky Expert, the Origin Realm. Behind these 3 8-star king ladles were tens of thousands of 7-star and 6-star king ladles. Their overall combat strength was equivalent to the 8th realm of the Starry Sky Expert, the Black Hole realm, and the 7th realm, the Galaxy realm. After that, there were over 1,000,000 ordinary soldiers. Their overall combat strength varied, but they were basically all at the 4th Great Realm, the Planet Realm or above. After all, this army of 1,000,000 was made up of the elites of the tribe stationed around the Void Ladle Emperor's lair. In terms of overall combat strength, it was naturally impossible for them to be too weak. 3 8-star King Ladles with Origin Realm strength, more than 10,000 7-star and 6-star King Ladles with Black Hole Realm and Galaxy Realm strength, more than 1,000,000 elite soldiers whose strength was at the 4th realm of the Planet Realm and above. This data was too shocking. Yi Xian's mind was immediately shaken. Immediately after, a wave of excitement surged into his heart, causing him to instantly feel as if he'd hit the jackpot and been smashed into his mouth by a meat pie that had fallen from the sky, not to mention the other existences of the Void Ladybird tribe that were scattered all over the Black Hole Star Field. Just this 1,000,000-strong army in front of him would be able to go anywhere in the universe if he could bring them all with him. Although this was a little exaggerated, there was no doubt about the terrifying combat strength of this 1,000,000-strong army in front of him. Unfortunately, this was only a thought in Yi Xian's mind. He couldn't bring this 1,000,000-strong army with him. After all, they basically represented the most elite strength of the entire drifting soldier tribe. Although there were still nearly 9,000,000 ladybirds wandering around the Black Hole Star Field, they were all at the lowest level of 1-star and 2-star ladybirds. There were also 3-star and 4-star ladybirds, but there weren't many of them. It could be said that once this 1,000,000-strong army was brought away, the Black Hole Star Field would no longer be the sole territory of the Void Ladybird tribe. There were countless experts and races in the universe, so who knew if some existences would coincidentally set their sights on this Black Hole Star Field. Moreover, Yi Xian was prepared to imprint his first coordinates in this place. After all, it was well hidden enough. In the future, when his system title was upgraded again and he gained the ability to teleport between planes, he could directly teleport to this place if he encountered a life or death crisis. Because it was in the Black Hole Star Field, Yi Xian would obviously have more protection if he was in danger. Therefore, this Black Hole Star Field had to be firmly held in his hands no matter what. Of course, this kind of control was actually achieved through the countless Void Ladybirds left in the Black Hole Star Field. Therefore, Yi Xian had to leave behind enough elite troops. Only by being strong enough would he be able to ensure that this Black Hole Star Field wouldn't be lost. After pondering for a while, he quickly came to a final decision. Of the 1,000,000-strong army in front of him, he only needed to bring away 100,000 of them. One of the Origin Realm 8-star ladybirds would be chosen, half of the Black Hole Realm and Galaxy Realm 7-star and 6-star ladybirds would be taken away, which was 5,000. The remaining 95,000 would be chosen from the nearly 1,000,000 Void Ladybirds. 100,000 Void Ladybirds was the limit of a single bastion's capacity. When the time came, all of the Black Wind and Black Mosquito would have to be moved to the same bastion. Apart from those responsible for the operation of the bastion's engine room on the 3rd floor, the rest of the bastion would be empty to accommodate the 100,000 Void Ladybirds. Otherwise, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to absorb them all into his body. He couldn't just carry them around everywhere, could he? After making his decision, Yi Xian immediately notified the Devouring system of his decision, allowing the system to communicate with the Void Essence Crystal in his Sea of Consciousness. Through the Void Essence Crystal, it was finally transmitted to the 3 8-star King Ladles in front of him, allowing them to quickly select and confirm these 100,000 elites. Going to the Demonic Emperor planet very soon, Yi Xian's decision was successfully conveyed through the Devouring system and the Void Essence Crystal in his Sea of Consciousness after 2 transfers. It was indeed a little troublesome, but it couldn't be helped. Previously, Yi Xian had tried to communicate with the Void Essence Crystal, but it didn't respond to him at all. Since Yi Xian couldn't directly communicate with the Void Soldier Ladle, he had no choice but to do this. After arranging all of this, Yi Xian did not even bring along Ba Chai. He indicated for him to stay with the army and wait for him. After all, what he was going to do this time was to imprint his first coordinates in space. This did not seem to be of much use at the moment, but in the future, it would definitely become one of Yi Xian's most important life-saving skills. It was a matter of great importance, so even if it was a demon slave, he did not dare to reveal the exact coordinates. Very soon, he moved alone and quickly flew towards the dark and endless void of the Star Cave Star Field. time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. Xian was still moving at top speed, heading towards the deepest end of the black hole region. The space coordinates that he had imprinted were the teleportation destination that he would use to escape at the critical moment of life and death. It was obviously not suitable to be too close to the entrance of this black hole space zone. The deeper he went, the safer it would be. With this thought in mind, Xian ran for nearly 2 days in this unchanging void that was surrounded by endless darkness from beginning to end. Only when he was certain that even if he wasn't at the end of this black hole galaxy, it definitely wasn't too far away did he finally stop. It was too boring. Even though the end was not far away, Xian was not willing to continue. Usually, when he was traveling alone in the boundless void, there would at least be countless large and small stars appearing from time to time. However, in this black hole space, there was nothing. After being bored for so long, even if he just wanted to change his field of vision and see different sceneries, it would only be wishful thinking. In less than 2 days, Xian felt like 2 whole months had passed. To be safe, Xian circled around the void once again. After confirming that there was nothing out of the ordinary, not even a single void soldier ladle, he landed and communicated with the devouring system in his body to understand the specific steps and method of imprinting the space coordinates. In less than half an hour, Xian was fully aware of all of this. Although the location he chose in this black hole void was to be the destination of the starry sky teleportation in the future, since it was the starry sky coordinates, all the other conditions and arrangements needed for the teleportation, such as the teleportation platform, restriction formation, and the like, were naturally unnecessary. After all, it was the exclusive ability of the starry sky title that came with the devouring system. It would be unreasonable if it was not more advanced. The coordinates that he had imprinted were actually a primordial spirit imprint. Once it was imprinted, then Xian's primordial spirit imprint would fuse with the space he was currently in. It would be fixed and exist here for eternity. Moreover, there was no trace of it, nor was there the slightest trace of its aura. This was because it had already completely fused with a certain point in the space. Only when Xian activated an interstellar teleportation in a distant galaxy would the function of the imprint be instantly revealed. Within the same universe, regardless of the distance, it would form some sort of invisible connection with Xian's imprint in the blink of an eye. Then, like a beacon, it would guide his interstellar teleportation to this place. After understanding all of this, Xian was completely relieved. Previously, he was worried that if the imprinting of the coordinates took too long, it would be difficult to guarantee that it would not be discovered by some coincidental beings. But now, it seemed that this worry was completely unnecessary. The soul imprint had completely fused with the void. Even if he deliberately searched for it, it was obvious that there would not be any results. With his mind at ease, Xian immediately ordered the devouring system to start imprinting the coordinates of the star coordinates. Soon, the system's prompt sounded in his mind, guiding Xian step by step to start the imprinting of the coordinates. The whole process was basically not too complicated. It was just refining a strand of the primordial spirit that had been processed by various means into a special brand. Then, this primordial spirit brand would be shot out of the body in an extremely mysterious and complicated way, connecting it with the void, fitting it, and finally completely fusing with it in the end. However, these few words sounded simple, but in the actual process, it was obviously not so. First of all, the pain of forcibly separating a small strand of one's own soul was already difficult to describe with words. Then, after separating this strand of soul, Xian could not immediately adjust his breathing to recover and repair his mind. He had to forcefully endure the various discomforts of the injured soul, force himself to be alert, and use different and complicated methods again and again to continuously condense this strand of soul. This process took more than half a day. Afterwards, Xian also had to focus on the entire process as he fused the successfully condensed primordial spirit imprint into the space before him. From connecting the void to fusing the primordial spirit imprint with the primordial spirit imprint, he didn't dare to relax in the slightest from the beginning to the end. He was even a little on edge. After all, if the fusion failed, everything would have to start all over again. In that case, experiencing the pain of the soul being separated again was not a big deal. The key was that 2 days had passed. If this continued, Xian would not be able to make it in time for the Black Mosquito tribe's Holy Sun trial on the Devil Emperor planet. This was something that Xian could not miss no matter what. Fortunately, the final result was more daunting than dangerous. Just once, Xian's first star coordinates successfully and perfectly fused into the chosen black hole void. After all this was done, the entire void was completely different from before. Even Xian himself could not feel the presence of that strand of soul imprint. This result made him click his tongue in wonder, and the last strand of worry in his heart finally dissipated completely. After that, Xian immediately left the void. He rushed towards the path he came from at an extremely fast speed for half a day before waving his hand and summoning the Dongshu shuttle within his body. After all, he had spent a full day and a half on the way here. If this continued, he would waste another day on the way back. But if he used the Dongshu shuttle to rush back at full speed, he would be able to reach the place where he had parted with Ba Chai in half a day. At that time, he would only need to spend a little more time to arrange the 100,000 void soldiers into a space fortress. Then, Xian could leave this black hole void and rush to the Devil Emperor planet at full speed. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Wiliching was flushed with success. The ferocious mosquito, which had been carrying the 10 candidates to the demonic emperor planet for the Black Mosquito tribe's Holy Sun trial, had departed from the Black Mosquito domain 10 days in advance. By the time they had passed by the black hole in the middle section of their journey, they had already spent 3 full days on the journey. It was also at this time that the ferocious mosquito had been destroyed. Less than half of the 10,000 demonkin experts inside the bastion had perished, while the rest had entered a stellar-level warship that Zhuangwu had prepared beforehand. The Black Mosquito tribe's Grand Commander, Zhuangfeng Tai, had paid a hefty price to obtain this warship from outside the demonkin domain. Not only could it perform long-distance space jumps like the Bastion, but its interior also utilized the Tianji clan's perfect space-folding technology. Therefore, although the exterior of the warship was the same as an ordinary stellar-level warship, with a length of only 3,000 meters, the interior space was very large. It could definitely accommodate more than 10,000 demonkin experts. That day, this special stellar-level warship called the Fingding had successfully performed a long-distance space jump at the same time as the ferocious mosquito bastion had completely disintegrated. Zhuangwu and Zhuliching, uncle and niece, had laughed and celebrated in private. Although they had lost thousands of demonkin, neither the uncle nor Zhuangfeng Tai, the Grand Commander of the Black Mosquito tribe, actually cared about this at all. It was the ferocious mosquito bastion and some of its resources that they felt rather regretful about. However, in Zhuangfeng Tai's view, this was not a problem. After all, on the surface, the ferocious mosquito bastion had been destroyed by a normal accident. Under such circumstances, he could very well request for another bastion to be sent over as a replacement. In this way, the father and son had actually not suffered any losses. On the contrary, they had gotten rid of Zhang Wuji, a super freak with a terrifying level 5 spirit source core at the first level of the meteor realm. No matter how one looked at it, this was a huge gain. After all, it was obvious that the father and son duo had fallen out with Zhang Wuji. If they did not get rid of him as soon as possible, it would be the end of the world for the father and son once the young man grew up with his abnormal spiritual power and innate talent. Moreover, if they did not get rid of this person, with his terrifying psychic talent, everyone else from the Black Mosquito tribe who had gone to the Holy Sun trial, including Zhuliching, who had originally thought that he was a scholar prince, without exception, all, without exception, Zhuliching. The Black Mosquito tribe's new saint was this person. And now, with the fall of Zhang Wuji, the title of Holy Sun had undoubtedly returned to Zhuliching's hands. This was something he was extremely certain of, without the slightest bit of suspense, although the Black Mosquito tribe's bastion had departed 10 days earlier, before the ferocious mosquito had been destroyed, half of the journey behind them had already taken 3 days. In other words, the Rising Ting had a full 7 days to cover the other half of the journey. Although its ability to jump through space was not comparable to that of a real bastion, it was definitely not inferior by more than half. According to Zhuangwu's estimation, the ferocious mosquito bastion should have only needed 3 days to cover the distance, but with the Rising Ting, they would need at most 4 days to cover the distance. Based on this calculation, they clearly had 3 days to spare. Even so, Zhuangwu did not dare to relax in the slightest. He spent most of his time in the Rising King's control room, overseeing and supervising. After all, this trial was related to the Black Mosquito tribe's Holy Son's position. Whether Zhuofengtai's faction could succeed or not, it was no longer the same as before. It was always under the control of the high priest, Greybone Lei. Therefore, Zhuohongwu did not dare to take it lightly. As for Zhuo Liqing, since his greatest enemy, Zhang Wuji, had been schemed against and died in the area of the black hole, he was a different person. He was very proud of his success. During the next few days of the voyage, Zhuo Liqing had nothing to do, so he mingled with the other 7 sage-to-be. Obviously, these 7 guys knew that they were only here to accompany the crown prince in his studies, so they had already accepted it. Therefore, their words and actions were almost flattering. After 4 days, Zhuo Liqing, who was getting more and more complacent, was almost sent to heaven. On the evening of the 4th day, Zhuohongwu, who had been overseeing the Rising King's control room, personally came to greet them, saying that they would arrive at the Demon Emperor planet the next morning. He asked them to rest well so that they would not be impolite tomorrow. At this time, Zhuo Liqing and the other 7 suddenly realized that they did not have to meet again this time. They all returned to their own villas and caves to properly prepare. In fact, even Zhuo Liqing, as the young master of the Black Mosquito tribe, was inexplicably nervous when he realized that they would arrive at the Demon Emperor planet the next morning. Even he had never been to the Demon Emperor planet, it was not that he did not have the opportunity. After all, among the 10 tribes of the Demon tribe, each tribe had a space fortress. Although it was not used often, it was basically necessary to go to the Demon Emperor planet at least once a year. As long as Zhuo Liqing was willing, as the young master of the tribe, he could go with him. In fact, there was a reason why he had never been there before. To put it bluntly, he was afraid of trouble. The Demon Emperor planet was the main planet of the Demon tribe. In addition to the Supreme Demon Emperor, there was also the High Priest. And there was more than one. One of them happened to be from the Black Mosquito tribe. His name was Wenxing, and he was the former High Priest of the Black Mosquito tribe. At that time, the current High Priest, Huigu, was only the Holy Son of the tribe. Because of this relationship, it was not a big deal to visit the other experts of the Black Mosquito tribe, but Zhuo Liqing was the young master of the tribe. If he came to the Demon Emperor planet and did not pay a special visit, it would be a great breach of etiquette. It was even possible that he would be misunderstood by High Priest Wenxing. In case he had a grudge against the Zhuo family of the Black Mosquito tribe, it would be a big joke. Because of this, Zhuofengtai did not allow Zhuo Liqing to go to the Demon Emperor planet at will. He was afraid that Zhuo Liqing would accidentally offend Wenxing, and he would not even know it. Coincidentally, Wenxing was extremely disgusted by this kind of boring thing, so his interest in going to the Demon Emperor planet to broaden his horizons gradually faded. In the blink of an eye, many years had passed. At this moment, the reason why Zhuo Liqing felt slightly nervous was because of High Priest Wenxing. Although he had never seen this person before, it was rumored that his strength was quite terrifying. He had already broken through the origin stage and entered the 10th great stage, the Heavenly Passage stage. In addition, his spirit source core had reached a terrifying level 6, which was second only to the Demon Emperor, who had a level 7 source core. Destination: Demonic Emperor planet. After successfully integrating his first set of coordinates into a corner of the black hole galaxy, Yixian summoned his Dongshu shuttle and entered it. Immediately, he pushed the shuttle to its limits and returned to where he came from at top speed. As soon as the matter in front of him was done, the anxiety in his heart that he had been suppressing became more and more uncontrollable. For Yixian, this opportunity to become the Black Mosquito tribe's chosen was not something he could miss no matter what. After all, this was his only chance to enter the forbidden land of the demonic saint. If he missed this opportunity, he would not be able to obtain the multi-pupil crystal, and he would not be able to rapidly develop the immortal rank superbrain fragment that served as the intelligence center of his interstellar communicator. If that was really the case, then Yixian would probably be extremely depressed. It was an immortal rank superbrain fragment that should have possessed a more powerful interstellar communicator, but because of its slow growth, it could only display the abilities of an ordinary superbrain. It was no different from holding a dragon slayer stallion in his hand, but could only chop firewood in the backyard every day. It would be strange if he was not depressed. 2.5 days had passed since the destruction of ferocious mosquito. Before that, the ship had already spent 3 days on the first half of the journey. For Xian, even if he were to leave immediately, he would only have 4.5 days left. If he were to run into some other small accident along the way, he would be even more pressed for time. Even if the black mosquito or black wind were to hurry along, there was no guarantee that they would arrive on time. Because of this, Xian stepped out of the Dongshu shuttle after hurrying back. With a wave of his hand, he put it back into the undying world within his body. After all, it was not appropriate for Hao Fangfang to know what was to come. In front of them, the army of 1,000,000 soldiers had long since been divided into 2 parts. The smaller part was the 100,000 soldiers that Xian had requested to take away. At the very front was an 8-star king ladle that was around 10 meters in diameter. Its overall combat strength was equivalent to an origin stage expert, and it was most likely an existence that was much stronger than Shueben. After all, the latter was only at the first level of the origin realm. After retracting his gaze, Xian immediately took out the black mosquito and black wind bastions from his undying world. At the same time, he used his psychic energy to connect with the 2 bastions' central AI superbrains and used them to relay his orders to Buck and the other high-ranking members of the Demonslavs. It didn't take long for all of the demons to leave the black wind and return to the black mosquito. However, none of the demons on the 3rd floor moved. After all, they needed someone to take care of the engine and warehouse areas. As for the 4th floor above, the demonkin servants and guards were all there, including the demonkin think tank who was in charge of the central control room of the 4th floor. Apart from that, the lower 2 levels were basically empty. The 2nd level of the demonic dwellings was empty without a single demonic dweller expert. It was enough to house tens of thousands of void soldiers. As for the other half, they were naturally placed in the 1st level of the myriad hell. Although there were still thousands of Federation powerhouses there, they would probably be stunned to see so many strange insects move in and live with them. But this wasn't something Xian had time to think about. The cages were closed anyway, and the void soldiers couldn't get in. As long as they weren't eaten like meat, it was fine. Soon, all of the demons on the Black Wind Bastion had left. Xian immediately used his devouring system to contact the void marrow crystal in his knowledge. Once the order was given, the army of 100,000 void soldiers soared into the air like a black wave. One after another, they disappeared into the main passage of the Black Wind's light barrier. At this point, all of the forces that Xian had gathered from the front and back had been temporarily arranged. The lower 2 levels of the Black Wind had 100,000 void soldiers, while the lower level of the Black Mosquito, the Myriad Hell, had 10 million mosquito beasts. The reason so many mosquito beasts could be accommodated was because the mosquito beasts weren't that big. Moreover, they were used to building their nests in the air. The Myriad Hell's large space was used to the fullest. As for the upper 3 levels of the Black Mosquito, the top level was still the same. Li Mosquito, Naboshan, Ba Chai, and the other confidants had been given the authority to activate the portal to the top level. Du Wenchuan and Du Wenchuan were the same. In the future, Xian's confidants would be settled in the 3rd and 4th levels of the Black Mosquito. The 2nd level below was occupied by 5,000-man brigades of fiend slaves. A total of 5,000 fiend slaves were stationed there. 4 of the 1,000-man brigades of fiend slaves had just been transferred from the Black Wind. Only one of them was the original 1,000-man brigade of fiend slaves from the Black Mosquito. Its chiliarch was Song Qingyu. As for the other brigade of fiend slaves from the Black Mosquito, they were still led by Gue Hai Dao in the greatly expanded Dongshu shuttle. It was the same for the wretched mosquito slayer. After arranging the 2 bastions, Xian's last consideration was his Dongshu shuttle. Right now, he had too much power in his hands, but it was basically not something that could be easily exposed. For example, the tens of thousands of mosquito beasts at the bottom of the Black Mosquito ship. Although the aura they released together was definitely astonishing, it also instantly pushed Xian to the cusp of the storm. Besides, it was inconvenient to take out the bastions at any time. Lu Wenchuan had added the perfect space folding technology to his Dongshu shuttle. Its internal space had expanded by 100 times and was even divided into 3 levels. Hao Fangfang and Xian were usually in the main control room on the top level. The former obviously did not have the authority to enter the 2 levels below. Therefore, he was completely unaware that the 1,000-man brigade of fiend slaves led by Gui Hai Dao and the wretched mosquito slayer were on the second level in the middle. In addition, the largest space had a central plaza. The bottom level was basically empty. After some hesitation, Yi Xian decided to divide the first level into 3 areas. The center would be the plaza, and the 2 sides would be occupied by 1,000 mosquito beasts and 1,000 soldier ladles. After making the decision, Yi Xian quickly selected the mosquito beasts and soldier ladles. There were 200 of them, from the 3rd realm, planet level to the 8th realm, black hole level. In this way, Yi Xian would be able to use the forces of different realms at any time under different circumstances. Yi Xian then took out the Dongshu shuttle again. Of course, to prevent Hao Fangfang from peeking at him from the top level, Yi Xian directly turned off some functions. Then, he let the 1,000 mosquito beasts and soldier ladles all enter the first level below. After everything was settled, Yi Xian immediately closed the black light membrane between the 2 bastions and put them away into his undying world with a wave of his hand. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations 1 Emperor, 2 guards. Yi Xian's Dongshu shuttle had successfully completed the 6th fusion with the Dongshu shuttle, which had a perfect internal folding space created by Old Man Du Now. Like his Devil Blood Star Tears sword and indestructible glass armor, it had become an epic-class Starry Sky treasure ship. Not to mention its functions. In addition to the internal folding space and the upgraded version of the Star Destroyer cannon, there were several types of eternal formations engraved on the hull of the ship: acceleration formation, defense formation, concealment formation, transmission formation, and so on. It was simply dazzling. It could be said that this epic-class small private warship, after being meticulously built by Yi Xian more than 6 times, was now absolutely a rare treasure in the outside world. Oh, right, it had also been integrated with a small private warship called the Black Hole Warship, so it had the same sturdy hull as a stellar-level large warship, which could withstand the tearing force of the void produced by the wormhole jump. But even so, being able to withstand the crushing force of the wormhole jump did not mean that it had the ability to open the wormhole jump at any time. The Dongshu shuttle had the transmission formation, which could teleport both the passengers and the ship away, but this kind of teleportation and wormhole jump were 2 completely different concepts. Simply put, no matter how far the distance of teleportation was, it was just that. But wormhole jump was different. Generally, it could directly cross the distance of a galaxy, which was far beyond the reach of a simple transmission. In fact, even a stellar-level large warship with a length of 3,000 meters did not have the ability to autonomously connect wormholes and open the wormhole jump at any time and anywhere. For a stellar-level warship of this level, if it wanted to perform a long-distance wormhole jump, it had to first rush to a natural wormhole that had long been discovered, and enter it before it could open the wormhole jump. Zhuhongwu's warship was an exception. In this aspect, it was clearly specially added. Just like Yi Xian's Dongshu shuttle, it had various abilities that other small private warships of the same type did not have. However, the fact that the Dongshu shuttle could not connect to space wormholes was obviously a shortcoming. Because of this, Yi Xian had no choice but to take the risk and use the Black Wind. Otherwise, with the short-distance space transmission of the Dongshu shuttle, it would be too late by the time he arrived at the demonic Emperor planet. After returning to the Void Hole shuttle and rushing out of the Black Hole of Life, Yi Xian continued to travel for more than 2 hours before finally stopping in a desolate void. This time, only he and Ba Chai walked out of the Void Hole shuttle. As for Hao Fangfang, Yi Xian didn't dare to let him know about the Black Wind Battlestar. However, considering that he was the only one left on the top floor of the Void shuttle, and that it was unlikely that he would be able to take out the Void shuttle from the undying world within his body in the next few days, before Yi Xian and Ba Chai left, he specially went to the 2nd floor below and brought the wretched mosquito butcher over. He didn't want to lock up a nagging fellow like Hao Fangfang alone for the next few days, so that she wouldn't go crazy from holding it in. The reason he personally went down to the middle floor was because Yi Xian didn't give the wretched mosquito slayer access to the different floors of the Dongshu shuttle. Ever since Yi Xian had taken him in as his demon slave, he had improved a lot compared to before. However, from time to time, he would still display some extremely unreliable behavior. This was something that Yi Xian could only attribute to the fact that it was hard to change one's nature. But from then on, Yi Xian had to keep an eye out for this wretch. Who knew what kind of trouble he would stir up in the future, With a wave of his hand, he stored the Dongshu shuttle in his undying world. Yi Xian immediately summoned the Black Wind and activated its concealment formation. This was to avoid being seen on the way to the demonic Emperor planet. After all, this was one of the 10 great demonic tribe scout fortresses. There were probably quite a few demonic experts who recognized it. After that, Yi Xian and Barakai entered the Black Wind and immediately gave the order to travel at full speed. At the same time, they activated the wormhole connection mode. Once they successfully connected to a stable wormhole, they would immediately jump through it. In addition, Yi Xian specifically reminded them to stop as soon as they got close to the demonic Emperor planet. They couldn't enter rashly, so as to avoid being exposed. After explaining all this, Yi Xian didn't need to ask about the itinerary. If anything unexpected happened, the demonic slaves would come and report. After all, although the demonic experts on the Black Wind had been subdued by Yi Xian and became his slaves, their knowledge of the demonic Emperor planet hadn't been erased. It was impossible that the Black Wind hadn't been to the demonic Emperor planet before, so the rest of the journey was as easy as a walk in the park for them. Yi Xian's questions were unnecessary. Taking advantage of the time, he directly sat down on the leather sofa in the luxurious hall in the core area of the top floor of the Black Wind. Then, through the personal space communication system in his body, he directly connected to the internal space network of the Black Wind and issued a conditional search to retrieve all the information about the Devil Emperor planet for research. The Black Wind's superbrain had some of this information. After all, this was an important military base under the protection of the 10 scouts of the Demonkin tribes. It had to be stored in the Black Wind's database for easy access. Through the information in the Black Wind's database, Yi Xian quickly gained a general understanding of the demonic Emperor planet. The demonic Emperor planet was located at the center of the Demonkin galaxy. Although it was commonly referred to as the demonic Emperor planet, it wasn't actually a single planet. Instead, it was composed of a main planet and 2 smaller satellites that orbited the main planet. These 2 smaller satellites were called Demon Satellite 1 and Demon Satellite 2. They were only small in comparison to the Demon Imperial Star. In fact, Demon Satellite 1 and Demon Satellite 2 were about the same size as the main stars of the top 10 demon tribes. For example, the main star of the Star Mosquito tribe was the Black Mosquito Star. The main star, the Demon Emperor Star, which these 2 subsidiary satellites revolved around, was a rather rare giant star. The diameter of the star was several times the size of Demon Satellite 1 and Demon Satellite 2. The surface area of the star was even wider, so it was easy to imagine how vast it was. To make an analogy, 3 stars placed together were basically the difference between 2 apples and a watermelon. There were also many demon dwellers residing on the 2 satellites, but the Demon Emperor Star had even more demon dwellers. Each of the 10 demon tribes had 10 demon stars. Although each demon star only had about 10,000 scouts, if the ordinary demon civilians were included, the total population of each demon star was in the hundreds of thousands. The smallest one was 30, and the largest one was 50. In other words, the total population of a Demonkin tribe was between 3 and 5 million. The total population of the 10 tribes was between 30 and 50 million. The total population of the demonic Emperor planet's 1 main planet and 2 satellites was also over 30 million. In other words, nearly half of the entire Devil Dweller race lived on these 3 central stars. Zeta Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The secrets of the source Koreas for the environment. The demonic Emperor planet had 1 emperor, 2 satellite, and 3 other planets. All of them were of the best quality with pleasant scenery and a comfortable climate. The entire demonic Emperor planet was located in the central demonic Emperor planet, which was surrounded by 2 satellites. 2/3 of the demonic Emperor planet was covered by land and only 1/3 by sea. The demonic Emperor city, the core of the demonic Emperor planet, was located in a vast plain in the central region of the entire continent. The demonic Emperor city was not just a single city. It was also divided into 2 major regions. The central inner city was the Imperial City region, and the wider area surrounding the Imperial City region was the Outer City region. Like the other demonic Emperor planets, the demonic Emperor planet did not have the astral defense array that was commonly found in the various administrative planets of the Third World. In other words, the atmosphere of these 3 planets could be entered at will. No one would stop you, whether you directly traversed the void and landed on the inner part of the planet or drove a warship. However, in the demonic Emperor city, one could not fly at will, let alone take out a warship. Once such a situation occurred, the demonic Emperor guards in the city would immediately take action. This flight restriction was not only applied to the sky above the Imperial City region, but also to the wider sky above the outer city. Within 100 miles of the outer city, one could only fly at low altitudes. Warships and the like were not allowed to be used either. As for the structure of power, it was similar to the feudal monarchies of the ancient human race. The demonic emperor was supreme, and there were civil and military officials under him. The commanders of the 10 major tribes were equivalent to the kings of different territories. Unlike the feudal monarchies of the ancient human race, the demonic emperor was not only revered, but his personal strength was also the strongest on the demonic emperor planet and even among the entire demonic emperor race. It was said that in the entire demonic emperor planet, there were at least 5 supreme masters who had reached the Grotto Heaven realm, the 10th stage of the demonic emperor planet. As for the 9th stage, the origin stage, which was below the Grotto Heaven realm, there were obviously more of them. Among the less than 10 supreme beings at the Grotto Heaven realm, the demonic emperor's cultivation base was publicly recognized as the strongest. However, no one knew exactly what level he was at the Grotto Heaven realm. Nevertheless, everyone knew the level of the demonic emperor's mind. The demon emperor's mind source core had already undergone 6 transformations and evolutions, so it had already reached the 7th level. This was a unique existence in the entire demonic race. In fact, the level of the spirit origin core was slightly inferior to the demon emperor's. A demon cultivator who had reached the 6th level was definitely a rarity in the entire demon emperor. Even if all the level 6 origin cores on the 1 emperor, 2 guards, and 3 stars of the demon cultivator star region were added together, they still wouldn't be able to make up the number of people on both hands. Xian only knew of 2 people from the Black Winds database. However, he had heard the Mad Mosquito Emperor of the Mosquito Beast planet mention that on the demonic emperor planet, there were 3 demonic emperor royals with level 6 spirit cores, who were even more senior than the current demonic emperor. According to what Xian had learned from the Black Winds database, one of them was the great commander of the demonic emperor's guards, who had a supreme Grotto Heaven realm cultivation base, Xianxia. The other person was Wenxing, who had left the Black Mosquito tribe and entered the demonic emperor planet because he had been recognized by the demonic emperor. He had been promoted from the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest to the imperial capital's high priest. Xian had heard of the fact that the latter's spirit core was at the 6th level. Wenxing was also a supreme powerhouse with a Grotto Heaven realm cultivation base. Wenxing and Xianxia were the 2 most powerful existences in the demonic emperor star region. In the entire demonic emperor star region, they were second only to the demonic emperor. Their high status and great authority were second to none in the entire demonic emperor race. The only difference was that the great commander of the demonic emperor guards, Xianxia, was in charge of the security of the entire demonic emperor city and the surrounding areas. High priest Wenxing represented the demonic emperor in managing the demonic saint ancestral temple, which was also located in the central area of the imperial capital. At the same time, High priest Wenxing was also in charge of the 10 great tribes' holy test. As for the entrance to the demonic saint forbidden land, it was also in the imperial capital and not far from the demonic saint ancestral temple. However, the people in charge of guarding this place were all descendants of the demonic emperor's bloodline. This showed how important the demonic saint forbidden land was to the demonic emperor's bloodline. It was said that the demonic emperor, who had single-handedly expanded the entire demonic race, had obtained an opportunity from the demonic saint forbidden land. The demonic emperor's spirit core was the highest level existence in the history of the demonic race. After 7 transformations and evolutions, it had reached level 8. When he saw this, Xian suddenly thought of the Mad Mosquito Emperor. The Mad Mosquito Emperor had left a spiritual imprint in his sea of consciousness that could protect Xian's sea of consciousness from being probed by any demonic race powerhouse with a higher level of source core. Although Xian didn't know how to respond to this spiritual imprint, the Mad Mosquito Emperor wouldn't lie to him about this. However, what made Xian a little suspicious was that the Mad Mosquito Emperor had claimed that his source core level was the same as the demonic emperor's, which was level 8. He had even said with a sigh that if one's source core couldn't reach level 9, they would be nothing more than ants. It was as if he didn't take his level 8 source core seriously at all. As he thought about this, Xian unknowingly became distracted and started to speculate about the mysteries of the demonic race's source core. It just so happened that he had finished reading all the information he had obtained from the central database of the Black Wind superbrain. Xian casually took out a small spatial pagoda that contained a large number of weeping soul beasts from his undying world. Then, he took out a few weeping soul beasts from the pagoda and began to absorb the spirit source energy with ease. Unknowingly, 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 4 days, Xian, who had entered a state of cultivation, was so engrossed in it that he didn't notice the passage of time at all. It wasn't until Ba Chai came in front of him and carefully extended his spiritual power to remind Xian that he abruptly woke up. The weeping soul beasts that had taken out the small spatial tower had also finished absorbing the spirit origin, so he immediately got up and waved his hand to absorb the small black horns scattered all over the ground into his body. Then, he asked Ba Chai about the Black Wind's journey through space. Xian was immediately shocked by this question. Unknowingly, a full 4 days had passed since he had absorbed the weeping soul beasts. No wonder he felt that the small black horns on the ground were densely packed. There were clearly too many of them. Fortunately, although there was a small accident along the way that delayed them quite a bit of time, the Black Wind finally arrived at the demonic Emperor star system after 4 days of space travel. Now, according to Xian's instructions, the Black Wind had stopped at a secluded side of an abandoned dead star. Furthermore, the concealment formation had been activated all along. Although this place wasn't very close to the demonic Emperor star, with the speed of Xian's Dongshu shuttle, they would be able to reach it in less than half a day. The mosquito slayer was as strange as ever. Time was already running out, so Xian didn't dare to delay any longer. He immediately escaped from the Black Wind Battlestar with Ba Chai, then raised his hand and stored it back into the undying world within his body. Only then did Xian immediately take out the Dongshu shuttle and enter the cabin with Ba Chai. Originally, Xian wanted to activate the Dongshu shuttle immediately and head for the demonic Emperor planet at top speed. However, as soon as he stepped into the cabin, everything he saw and heard was so shocking that he almost trembled. Even the thought of making the best use of his time was gone. In his line of sight, Hao Feng and the wretched mosquito butcher's actions were clearly filled with a thick sense of strangeness. The wretched mosquito butcher was actually like a lord, spreading his body and leaning on the animal skin sofa. Although Hao Feng was also sitting at the side, his hands were clearly hugging the wretched mosquito butcher's smelly feet at this moment. Furthermore, she had taken off her shoes and socks, and even her pants were rolled up by 2 layers. She was clearly massaging the wretched mosquito slayer's feet with a fawning expression on her face. The latter, on the other hand, was lying on his back with his eyes slightly closed. His face was filled with bliss and satisfaction, and he was even humming softly from his mouth and nose. When the sound entered Xian's ears, it instantly made his hair stand on end. All the hairs on his body stood on end. What made him feel even stranger was that the wretched mosquito slayer in front of him was looking more and more like the wretched mosquito slayer when he had pretended to be subdued by his slave seal. This expression, this demeanor, and that hair-raising sound like an old cat crying out in spring. No one who saw or heard this would ever associate it with the existence of a demon slave. "Master, you've come." At this moment, the wretched mosquito slayer who was squinting his eyes on the sofa coincidentally saw the sudden appearance of Xian and Ba Chai through his slightly squinted eyes. He immediately retracted his pair of smelly feet, and with a sincere smile on his face, he nodded and bowed towards Xian. On the other hand, Hao Feng's expression clearly did not show the slightest bit of awkwardness or distress. It was as if his action of ordering the servant girl to knead the wretched mosquito slayer's smelly feet was completely justified and justified. There must be something wrong here. As this thought flashed through his mind, Xian sized up the wretched mosquito butcher with a suspicious look in his eyes. Then, he asked Ba Chai to take him back to the 2nd level below. As for himself, he immediately activated the Dongshu shuttle, which had activated the concealment formation, and flew toward the Devil Emperor planet at full speed. As for the strangeness between Hao Feng and the wretched mosquito butcher, although Xian's heart was filled with suspicion, it wasn't the time to think about such things right now. After he was done with the urgent matters in front of him, he would have the time to slowly investigate. Yi Xian did not slack at all as he activated the shuttle with all his might. After half a day, in front of the Dongshu shuttle, in the void of the galaxy, 1 big, 2 small, and 3 planets with green eyes finally appeared. Obviously, they had finally arrived at the Devil Emperor planet. If there was enough time, Yi Xian would have chosen to stop at a distance, then stepped out of the Dongshu shuttle, put it away, and once again traversed the void with his physical body to enter the Devil Emperor planet. However, there were only 4 hours left before the Black Mosquito tribe's Holy Sun trial test officially began, and there was still a short distance to the Devil Emperor planet. In addition, after entering the interior of the Devil Emperor planet, due to its unusually large size, the surface of the planet and the atmosphere was especially vast. If he traversed the void with his physical body, he would have to spend a little more than half of the last 4 hours. If there were any other accidents, he was afraid that he would really miss the Black Mosquito tribe's Holy Sun trial test. Considering this, Yi Xian hesitated for a moment. Finally, he made up his mind and directly activated the Dongshu shuttle, flying toward the Devil Emperor planet at full speed. Soon after, the Dongshu shuttle, which had activated the concealment formation, was like an invisible meteor, rapidly plunging into the atmosphere of the Devil Emperor planet. After a brief period of hazy fog, the view in front of the battleship was instantly reflected in a large expanse of lush greenery. This was clearly the best planet for habitation. Green mountains and rivers filled the eyes, and there was not much difference between this planet and the administrative planet where the human race lived in the third universe. Even the buildings were roughly similar, but the style was quite different. Yi Xian only glanced at it a few times, then withdrew his mind and directly issued an order to the personal star communication system in his body, allowing it to connect to the star network of the Devil Emperor planet. He then launched a conditional search to obtain the geographical information of the Devil Emperor planet, as well as the location of the Holy Demon Forbidden Land, which was used for the Holy Sun trial test, as well as other information. If he was in the territory of the human race in the third universe, facing such an imperial city, which was far from comparable to an ordinary administrative planet, Yi Xian would naturally not be so careless as to directly connect to the star network, considering that the central superbrain of his personal star communication system was still in a fragmented state. But if he was in the devil domain, then there was nothing to worry about. Although the devil race had submitted to the Tianji race, they also had technological applications in various aspects, such as battleships, which were basically products based on technological elements, were extremely common in the devil domain. However, all of the demon domain's planets in this star field, without exception, did not have the normal star defense system of the third universe's human race. In that case, even if they actually had the starry sky network, even if the star in front of them was an important place for the entire demon race, Yi Xian didn't need to analyze to be sure that the level of the starry sky superbrain used by the Demon Emperor star's starry sky network definitely wasn't that high. Since that was the case, even if his personal star communication system was based on a fragmented piece of the superbrain, Yi Xian believed that the other party would definitely not discover that the communication system had been hacked. The facts soon confirmed his guess. In just a few minutes, the information Yi Xian needed was automatically imported into his mind by the communication system. At the same time, there was also an evaluation result of the internal star network of the Devil Emperor planet. The result given by the communication system was very simple, but the conclusion was very firm. Ordinary star network system, can be connected. Can be merged, risk probability, less than 0.01%. The risk probability was less than 1 in 10,000. This was clearly a rhythm that could destroy the other party at will. Yi Xian immediately grinned and at the same time, quickly flipped through the information received in his mind. After confirming the location of the Devil Emperor planet, he immediately activated the battleship and rushed over at top speed. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales opening of the trial. After landing in the forest, Yi Xian immediately brought Hao Fangfang out of the cabin and kept the Dongshu shuttle into his undying world. At this point, his heart that had been hanging in the air all this time was finally completely put down. After rushing for a while, they finally arrived at their destination about 2 hours before the trial officially opened. The Devil Imperial City was just a few hundred miles away. With such a short distance, given Yi Xian and Hao Fangfang's cultivation level, they would be able to enter the city before the trial started even if they had to walk. After feeling slightly relieved, Yi Xian suddenly thought of Hao Fangfang's question. However, it was not about the wretched mosquito slayer. Instead, it was about the fact that after spending the past few days with Yixian had unintentionally discovered many of Yixian's secrets. Yixian originally wanted to give a few words of advice. However, on second thought, if Yixian could really keep his mouth shut, there was no need for him to say anything. If it was the other way around, what was the point of giving a few words of advice? Thinking like this, Yixian immediately cut off this thought. In any case, what the other party knew was just some unimportant things. Yixian didn't dare to expose the truly important secrets in front of him. Wuji, are you worried that Luan will be a blabbermouth and reveal some of your little secrets? What surprised him was that even though Yixian did not intend to mention this matter, Hao Fangfang took the initiative to ask. However, in her tone, there was a hint of resentment. In your heart, Luan Xian is such a person. You have really hurt Luan Xian's feelings. You have really disappointed Luan Xian. Stop. It was just a few simple words, but they caused all the hairs on Yixian's body to stand on end. His expression changed slightly as he hurriedly interrupted him. Then, with a shake of his shoulders, he turned around and rushed out of the dense forest. Let's hurry up and leave. We only have 2 hours, and this demon imperial city is not small. I'm afraid we'll need some time to find the Saint Demon Forbidden Area. After saying that, Yixian's figure had already left the forest. He flew into the air and turned into a shadow as he flew towards the majestic city in front of him. Hao Fangfang, who was in the woods, curled her lips. Her face was full of displeasure. She snorted and stomped her foot. Then, she quickly chased after him. After a short while, the two of them landed far away from the majestic city gate of the Devil Imperial City and walked towards it. Previously, they had already felt the extraordinary grandeur of the Devil Imperial City from afar. Now that they were close to it, Yixian and Hao Fangfang finally realized the size and magnificence of this huge city. Not to mention other things, just the huge city gate in front of them was enough to make them gasp in amazement. Standing in front of it, there was an inexplicable sense of oppression as if one was leaning against a giant peak. It was obvious how terrifying its height was. It was not much different from a real giant peak. The peak of the city gate could be said to be towering into the clouds. However, although the majesty of this huge city was awe-inspiring, there was not a single guard inside or outside the gate. After passing through the huge city gate, an extremely prosperous and lively city scene suddenly rushed towards them. It was basically similar to other Devil Imperial cities, but the scale was more imposing and not just a little bit stronger. Yixian and Hao Fangfang were thinking about the Holy Sun trial, so they were not in the mood to enjoy the scenery. After a few glances, they quickly rushed towards the inner city where the Imperial City was located. With the magnificence and scale of this majestic city, it would take them a long time to go from the outer city to the inner city, even if they did not take any detours. It would take a little bit of time. After all, no one was allowed to fly in the air within the Imperial City. No matter how urgent the matter was, they had to abide by it. Otherwise, the Devil Imperial Guards would immediately rush over and directly capture them. If that was the case, it would take even more time. In desperation, Yixian and Hao Fangfang could only speed up their footsteps. Even so, it still took them nearly 20 minutes to finally see a wide river in front of them. They had finally arrived at the periphery of the inner city. This 1,000-meter-wide river was actually the moat that separated the outer city from the inner city. On the 1,000-meter-wide river, there was a huge black stone arch bridge that connected the two sides of the river from the north, south, east, and west. Right now, what appeared in front of Yixian and Hao Fangfang was one of the 4 giant bridges. After crossing the bridge, they would be able to reach the inner city. However, although there were almost no pedestrians on the bridge, there were some black-armored demon royal guards guarding the 2 ends of the bridge. There were 4 of them on each side of the bridge. They just stood there in a straight line. Although they were lofty and motionless, they gave people an inexplicable sense of oppression. Obviously, this inner city was not a place that just anyone could casually enter. If one wanted to cross this bridge, one had to have the qualifications. At the very least, one had to take out something to prove one's identity. This was really beyond Yixian's expectations. Before this, he had never thought that such a situation would occur. After hurrying and rushing, they finally arrived at the Imperial City. However, it just so happened that this last bridge separated them and they could no longer go forward. You and I are the trial saint of the Black Mosquito Star. Could it be that these devil Imperial guards dare to stop us? After staring blankly at Yixian for a few moments, Hao Fangfang suddenly pouted and muttered indignantly. At the same time, she had already swayed her hips and walked towards the 4 black-armored devil Imperial guards on the left side of the bridge. The 4 fellows were originally expressionless, and their eyes were so cold that they could almost emit frost. However, at this moment, they suddenly saw a man swaying his waist in a flirtatious manner towards them. His wide mouth was pursed up high, revealing a strange feeling that made people feel extremely disgusted. Under such circumstances, the originally cold and solemn faces of the 4 devil Imperial guards finally began to change gradually. At first, they were stunned, then puzzled. In the end, when Hao Fangfang stood still about 10 feet in front of them, pinched her fingers together and opened her mouth to say Luan. Yixian clearly saw the faces of these 4 guys turn green in an instant. At the same time, on the west side of the inner city of the Devil Imperial City, although it was called the inner city, in fact, the inner city was surrounded by a moat, and its area was extremely vast. Moreover, the atmosphere of the entire inner city was completely different from that of the outer city. The outer city was bustling and bustling. It was a metropolis full of people and buildings. On the other hand, the inner city was like a wilderness forest. Except for the real Imperial City area, which was an inner city, there were also tall city walls. The streets within the walls were crisscrossed with crisscrossing paths and buildings. The other areas of the entire inner city were basically surrounded by green mountains and rivers, and the natural environment of the desolate forest. Among them, in addition to the huge Imperial City in the central area, there were also some buildings of different shapes scattered around. The Holy Devil Ancestral Temple of the Demon Tribe was one of them. At this moment, in a valley about a few dozen kilometers away from the Saint Devil Ancestral Temple, Suahongwu, Sualiching, and Suahongwu were leading a dozen devil experts from the Black Mosquito Tribe. They were waiting at the side of the valley with respectful expressions. Although they were silent, their eyes revealed a wisp of excitement. Bullying an honest person, the entire valley was not very vast. Entering from a curved gourd-like entrance, there were mountains and cliffs all around. At the end of the valley at the bottom of the gourd, there was a huge statue on the towering cliffs. The statue was more than 100 meters tall and was completely red. It was impossible to tell what material it was made of, but it was definitely not mountain rock. However, the strange thing was that the lower half of the statue was fused with a knife-like mountain wall behind it. The 2 materials were clearly not of the same material, but where they touched and connected, all the traces left behind gave people a feeling that they were completely natural. Moreover, there was a feeling that this blood-red 100-meter-long giant beast was not a so-called statue at all. It was originally a real living creature of flesh and blood. However, when it coincidentally drilled out from this mountain wall, before its lower body could leave the wall, its entire body had, for some strange reason, instantly solidified and turned into a statue. From then on, it would forever stand in this mountain valley, as if it was silently warning of something. Although a small part of the 100-meter-long beast's body could not be seen, the majority of its body that was exposed was clearly enough to see its species and bloodline. This was clearly a huge weeping soul beast. Its appearance was almost exactly the same as an ordinary ape, except that it had a slightly curved horn on its head. Unfortunately, whether it was Suahongwu, Sualiching, or the other Black Mosquito Star trial saints, none of them showed any unusual reaction when they entered the valley and saw this strange and mysterious single-horned ape statue. It was obvious that none of them had seen a weeping soul beast before. After all, this beast was unique to the underground Weeping Soul Cave on Black Mountain Star. It was obviously impossible for experts outside Black Mountain Star to enter such a place. As for the demon experts who had seen or heard of the Weeping Soul Beast on Black Mountain Star, they did not have the chance to come to this Forbidden Valley on the Demon Emperor Star. Yixian was the only exception. If he were here at this moment, he would probably be shocked to the spot by this strange statue at the first moment. This was because all of the ordinary Weeping Soul beasts in the underground Weeping Soul Cave, after their illusory bodies were completely absorbed of the spirit origin energy contained within, the small horns that were left behind were all black. Only the Weeping Soul Giant horn, which he obtained from the deepest seal of the Weeping Soul Cave, was completely blood red. Although the horn had appeared once again in the black hole of life, it had actually changed from blood red to black and turned into a large black horn. However, Xian had a feeling that it was doing this on purpose, as if it was trying to hide something. And right now, the single blood on the head of this statue-like giant weeping soul beast was shockingly blood red. Upon closer inspection, it looked exactly the same as the weeping soul bloody horn in the weeping soul cave under the Black Mountain Star in Yixian, in the valley. Other than Zhuangguo, Liqing, and the other trial saints from the Black Mosquito Star, who were waiting respectfully at the side, there were a few other figures. One of them was a thin, brown-bearded old man in his 60s. He was the current Demon King's most trusted high priest of the Demon King Star. He had a grade 6 source core and his cultivation base had reached the origin realm, Wenxing. Just now, Zhuangguo and the others had followed him to this forbidden area in the valley. In addition, High Priest Wenxing was followed by 2 demons from the Saint Demon Ancestor Hall. Finally, there were the 2 guardians of the forbidden area who had just stepped out of their respective cave abodes. On both sides of this strange statue at the bottom of the valley were clearly 2 cave abodes that had been directly dug out of the stone walls. These 2 old men guarding the forbidden area in the valley had just walked out of these 2 simple cave abodes on the mountain wall, one on the left and one on the right. Although these 2 people were dressed in coarse hemp clothes, their identities were not to be underestimated. Not only were they members of the Demon King's royal family, but their seniority was also quite frightening. Even the current Demon Queen had to call them imperial uncles when she saw them. As for the cultivation of the 2, although they deliberately concealed it, there was no way to perceive it. However, from the warm attitude of High Priest Wenxing when he saw the 2 coming out of the Guardian Cave, he immediately came forward to greet them. The cultivation of these 2 guardians of the forbidden area must also be extraordinary. Alright, if there is nothing else, you can enter now. After exchanging a few pleasantries with High Priest Wenxing, one of the guardians glanced coldly at Zhuangguo and the others. His face was expressionless, and his tone was indifferent and cold. The requirements of the trial are always the same. After the 10 people who enter are sent out at the end of the month, the final candidate for the Holy Sun will be decided based on the number of multi-pupil thought crystals in their hands. The one with the most wins. At this point, the Guardian paused for a moment, and then continued, there is also a special case, which is that if someone can obtain a certain skill, secret skill, or even divine ability in the Saint Demon Forbidden Area in this short period of time, then that person will be the winner. If there is more than one lucky person, then between each other. Then, the final candidate for the Holy Sun will be decided based on the number of multi-pupil thought crystals in their hands. It was very clear and very fair. Liqing and the other 8 prospective Holy Sons of the Black Mosquito tribe nodded obediently after they heard what he said. However, this guardian seemed to dislike this kind of obedience. Seeing this, he frowned and snorted coldly, then turned and walked to the cave residence on the left. It was also at this time that in a certain direction about a few dozen miles away from the valley, a ferocious and shrill howl suddenly sounded without warning, causing Liqing and the others in the valley to tremble in fear, and their faces faintly changed. High Priest Wenxing frowned and looked in the direction of the shrill howl, muttering to himself, listening to the sound, it seems to be from the East Bridge. Could it be that someone is so bold as to break into the inner city of the Demon Emperor? At the same time, the others also subconsciously turned their heads and looked in the direction of the sound, including the guardian of the forbidden area who turned and walked to the cave residence. However, what was surprising was that at this moment, after he heard Master Wenxing's soft muttering, not only was his face annoyed, a bright light actually burst out from his eyes. It was as if he was extremely interested in the existence that was forcefully breaking into the inner city in the East Bridge district. Such an obvious performance, even Liqing and the other prospective Holy Sons of the Black Mosquito tribe saw it. Because of this, the expressions on their faces were a little strange at this moment, faintly revealing a hint of hidden bitterness. Mournful and demonic, this mournful howl that was filled with incomparable ferocity was the masterpiece of the Mosquito Beast Emperor, Shui Ben. Of course, the person who instructed it to do this was Yixian. The reason why the latter released Shui Ben from the pet bracelet on his wrist was not because the demon royal guards guarding the East Bridge were too rude and unreasonable and wanted to attack him and Hao Fengfeng. It was also not because Yixian wanted to force his way through the East Bridge. This was the imperial city of the demon race. Even though Yixian's power was extremely terrifying, he definitely did not dare to act wildly here. At least, that was the case for now. Any random Grotto Heaven Realm expert would be able to wipe out Yi Xian's subordinates in an instant. The reason why Yi Xian took the opportunity to release Xue Ben from the pet bracelet and secretly ordered it to let out a long howl, was only to alarm the person in charge of the Imperial City, or rather the head of the Demon Royal Guards in front of him, and then lead them here. These Demon Royal Guards in front of him were, frankly speaking, nothing more than gatekeepers. Yi Xian had no interest in chatting with these underlings who could not make decisions. Besides, the time of the trial was getting closer and closer, so he did not have the time. But the other party did not want to let him pass, and he could not force his way through, so the only way was this. Very soon, a junior Demon Royal Guard commander rushed over with a few subordinates. What made Yi Xian dumbfounded was that this guy was clearly an official, but he was actually even more muddle-headed than the gatekeepers. He did not even have the intention to ask a few questions to understand the situation. Before he could stand still, he had already sternly ordered the Demon Royal Guards to immediately arrest Yi Xian and Hao Fangfang on the spot. Fortunately, at this time another figure hurried over from the other side of the bridge. When he saw this person, the junior Demon Royal Guard commander did not continue to show his authority and politely greeted him, taking the initiative to exchange pleasantries. This person was one of the two attendants of the Saint Devil Ancestor Palace who had followed High Priest Wenxing into the Forbidden Valley. Now, he was here on High Priest Wenxing's order to inquire about the reason for the previous sharp howl. Of course, he wouldn't say that the one who really asked him to come and take a look was actually the guardian of the forbidden area that made Zhuo Liqing and the others feel so aggrieved. However, to Yi Xian, it was not important who had sent him here. The important thing was that he had finally achieved his goal. Therefore, as soon as the other party finished speaking, Yi Xian immediately cupped his hands and explained the situation briefly. Of course, the main point was to emphasize the purpose of his and Hao Fangfang's visit. What? Are you here to participate in the Black Mosquito Tribe's Holy Sun trial? It would have been better if this matter had not been brought up. Once this matter was brought up, the attendant of the Ancestral Hall was stunned. Even the junior commander of the Demon Emperor Guards had a strange expression on his face. Originally, they had thought that those who dared to make trouble here, even if they were not relatives of the imperial family, were more or less related to the imperial family. In this case, they only had a dispute with a few Demon Emperor Guards, and then they would go back and ask for a private message. Then, this trivial matter would be resolved. Who would have thought that these two guys were just the Black Mosquito Tribe's Holy Sun trial takers? Since when did these prospective Holy Suns from the top 10 foreign tribes, who hadn't passed the Holy Sun trial takers, dare to be so arrogant? As this thought flashed through his mind, the expression of the attendant of the Ancestral Hall became even more strange. He didn't say anything more. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the junior commander of the Demon Emperor Guards, he signaled Yi Xian and Hao Fangfang to follow him, and then led them straight across the bridge. In the Valley of the Forbidden Area, the two guardians of the Forbidden Area and the High Priest of the Demon Emperor Star, Wenxing, and the other two were sitting cross-legged in the void about 100 meters above the ground. They were in a triangle formation, facing the head of the 100-meter-tall statue. They seemed to be working together to perform some kind of secret skill. All of them had their eyes closed, and their expressions were solemn. At this moment, Yi Xian and Hao Fangfang followed the attendant of the Ancestral Hall of the Demons into the Valley of the Forbidden Area. When Yi Xian looked up, he immediately saw the giant statue of the Weeping Soul Beast at the bottom of the gourd wall at the end of the valley. Especially that familiar blood-red color of the Weeping Soul Beast, which caught him off guard and caused his expression to change abruptly. At this moment, Yi Xian clearly felt as if there was a flash of light in his mind, making him vaguely feel as if he had touched upon some kind of truth. Unfortunately, this flash of light was still too obscure, and when he carefully searched for it, he couldn't catch anything. However, this matter caused Yi Xian to instantly feel a strong sense of vigilance in his heart. Since this Saint Devil Forbidden Area was related to the Weeping Soul Blood Horn, then, he had to be more careful on this trip. What if all of this was not a coincidence? Thinking of this, Yi Xian, whose heart was slightly trembling, quickly regained his composure, and the shock on his face quickly dissipated. Screech! It was also at this moment that an extremely mournful and strange howl suddenly came from the end of the valley in front of him. Listening to the sound, this was clearly not a sound that could be made by a devil cultivator expert. Even a magical beast might not be able to make such a strange and mournful sound. It was clearly emitting a strong demonic aura. What made Xian even more surprised was that this strange and mournful demonic howl was clearly coming from the head of the blood-colored weeping soul beast statue at the bottom of the valley. Xian subconsciously looked towards the direction of the sound, and in the next moment, he saw that the forehead area of the weeping soul beast statue had actually turned into a layer of grayish-black light film, just like the black teleportation light film that appeared after the space door in the Battlestar was activated. It was just that the color was different, and it was also faintly shining. Obviously, this layer of light film on the forehead of the statue should be the entrance to the void passage into the Saint Devil Forbidden Land. Just now, it was successfully opened by the joint efforts of High Priest Wenxing and the other two, and immediately there was such a strange and mournful howl coming out from it. This was clearly not a good sign. This thought flashed through his mind, and Xian followed the Saint Devil Ancestor Palace servant in front of him into the depths of the valley on the opposite side. At the same time, he subconsciously frowned. He suddenly had an intuition. This time, the Holy Sun trial, I'm afraid it will be difficult to be as peaceful as before. Zhang Wuji? You, why aren't you dead yet? Just as he was a little absent-minded, not far from the right side of the end of the valley, a familiar exclamation suddenly came at this time, and there was a strong sense of shock and unwillingness in the words. Xian turned his head to look, and what was reflected in his eyes was Zhuo Liqing's horrified face, which was full of despair, as if his father had just died. As for the other trial candidates of the Black Mosquito tribe, they were clearly on his left and right, and at this time, they also looked in Xian and Hao Fengfeng's direction, with their mouths wide open and their expressions dull, and there was also a very obvious sense of horror. Without waiting for Xian to respond, suddenly from the direction of the end of the valley came a loud laugh. Zhang Wuji? Good. Not only is the way of doing things to this old man's taste, but even the name is to my liking, ha ha ha. Aren't you despicable? The person who suddenly laughed out loud was one of the two guardians of the Forbidden Mountain Valley. That's Zhuo Liqing, and the others were filled with resentment. At this moment, he, who had been keeping a straight face all this while, took the initiative to get close to Xian as he walked over. The latter was stunned for a moment. Then, his eyes were filled with suspicion. He looked at the old man who was walking towards him from head to toe. This matter clearly had a slightly familiar strangeness to it. All of a sudden, an old man with a wretched smile popped out of nowhere. When he opened and closed his mouth, it was either to his liking or to his liking. In the end, he even brazenly said that he was fated to be with him. This was clearly a blatant hint and seduction. What's wrong with me recently? Why am I always being pestered by such a freak? I haven't completely gotten rid of the one behind me and now another one pops up out of nowhere. Could it be that there's no end to this? As these thoughts quickly flashed through his mind, Xian's expression immediately darkened. The light in his eyes instantly turned cold, and he even rolled his eyes at the wretched old man who was walking towards him. He coldly snorted and said, don't try that. Don't think that I'll give you face just because you put on a smile on your face. I won't be affected by force or persuasion, so you better give up on this idea and don't bother me. The reason for his words and attitude was because he had already learned a painful lesson from Hao Fengfeng. Wasn't this wretched and shameless old man in front of him not much different from Hao Fengfeng back then? If she had ignored him from the beginning, perhaps she would have retreated after a few rounds of rebuffs. She wouldn't have become more and more familiar with him now. Even if she wanted to treat him coldly and make him tactfully stop pestering her, it was obviously impossible. And this wretched old man in front of him was clearly using the same trick as Hao Fengfeng. Because of this, Xian, who had already learned his lesson from Hao Fengfeng, decided to treat him badly from the start. He definitely couldn't let the old man see even the slightest chance of success. Otherwise, it would be too late for regrets in the future. Won't be swayed by force or persuasion? Ha ha ha. Wonderful. It's even better than what this old man imagined. Unexpectedly, the moment Xian finished speaking, the wretched old man actually laughed out loud. Not only was he not annoyed by Xian's words and attitude, he even clapped his hands and praised how wonderful. What an old fox. He's much more stable than Hao Fengfeng. He actually still hasn't given up and is still testing. Thinking of this, Xian secretly clenched his teeth. He thought about how this old man was dressed in rough cloth. Even if he wasn't a servant, he probably wouldn't be any better. In addition, he was the one who took the initiative to provoke him. He was only a little more strict with his words, so he shouldn't be able to cause any unforeseen events that wouldn't end well. Thinking of this, Xian's heart couldn't help but calm down. His originally gloomy face revealed a hint of malevolence in the blink of an eye. Even his eyes shone with a fierce light. His words were no longer polite. He stared fiercely at the wretched old man who was standing a few feet away, sizing him up with a smile. It was obvious that the more he looked at him, the more pleased he felt. He suddenly roared out loud, "What's wrong with you, old man? Can't you understand human language? If you continue to harass me so shamelessly, I'm going to scold you even more. Scold, 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 hurry up and scold me. Ha ha ha, this old man wants to hear someone scold me. The fiercer you scold me, the happier this old man will be. Hurry up, what are you standing there for?" Seeing that Xian actually turned hostile at the slightest disagreement, the guardian of the forbidden area, who was originally more and more satisfied with him, became even happier. He clapped his hands and grinned at Xian, "Stinky brat, hurry up. I'm about to die from anxiety. I just found the feeling and haven't even had a chance to enjoy it. Why are you suddenly so cold?" This time, Xian was really cold, even if this damned old man's skin was thick, and he wanted to use this trick to harass him, but it shouldn't be to this extent, right? This was clearly the sign of something wrong with his head. Not only was he wretched, but he was also crazy. If compared to Hao Fangfang, he would be at least 10 times more difficult to deal with. Thinking of this, Xian was immediately depressed. Why bother with this crazy and wretched old man? He could just ignore them. After thinking for a while, he couldn't be bothered to say anything. He turned around and walked to the side of the valley. Since he couldn't provoke him, he could at least avoid him, right? In the face of this dramatic and absurd scene, the other guardian of the Forbidden Valley, the High Priest Wenxing, and the 2 attendants of the ancestral hall behind him were stunned at first, but they all shook their heads and sighed inwardly. It was as if they were already used to this. There was clearly something else going on. As for Zhuanggu, Liqing, and the others, they were all completely dumbfounded. Liqing and the other 7 saint trial takers were even more stunned for a few seconds before realization dawned on them. Obviously, they had guessed something. This old prince was clearly a psychologically twisted masochist. Moreover, he was a critically ill existence. He even took the initiative to ask for a scolding in front of him, and he actually said that the scolding wasn't harsh enough. "I just found the feeling and then it was gone. I almost died from anxiety." What a wretch! Unfortunately, he had been angered by such a despicable person to the point that he had a stomach full of anger. He was simply wronged to death. Thinking of this, Liqing felt the blood in his brain surge. Almost subconsciously, he opened his mouth and scolded fiercely, "You wretched old bastard. He didn't scold you, but you actually chased after him? I'm talking to you, green bastard. Aren't you asking for a scolding? Come on, I promise I'll scold you until you feel comfortable. What are you waiting for? Do you think I scolded you too harshly this time? Don't you think you're wretched? You found someone to scold and pick on. You're such an ugly old bastard. Don't tell me you want to learn how to be pretentious like a wretch." The more Liqing scolded, the more comfortable he felt. Because of the cold shoulder, Liqing was finally able to vent his anger. Although there was no benefit in scolding that old bastard, at least he didn't lose anything. They were even. Silence, a deathly silence, along with the wanton cursing coming to a stop. Liqing suddenly realized that the atmosphere was slightly strange. At this moment, everyone in the surroundings was staring blankly at him, and their faces were filled with dumbfounded and shocked expressions. His heart trembling, Liqing seemed to realize something. He felt terrible, and his face turned pale. He braced himself and looked at the old prince, who was chasing after Zhang Wuji and begging for a scolding. Translator, Nioibo Studio alternating between good and evil. What? He had to agree before he could scold her. Liqing was dumbfounded on the spot, and his face was full of grief and indignation. He had never heard of a masochist looking for someone to scold, and there was also a trigger mode for conditions. This was clearly a scam. While wailing in his heart, Zuolicheng's entire body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Endless horror surged on his face. At this moment, he was so regretful that his intestines were about to explode. It was clear that the guardian of the imperial family's forbidden grounds who had been cursed by Zuolicheng already had the intention to kill. This was something that even Yixian could clearly sense. In the end, another guardian of the forbidden area who couldn't bear to see this and the high priest Wenxing stepped forward at the same time and pleaded for leniency. Only then did he finally put this matter down for the time being. However, although he could spare Zuolicheng's life for the time being, he had to promise to do something for him. At this time, Zuolicheng obviously had no choice. He immediately nodded and agreed. Then, the guardian of the forbidden grounds of the royal family, who was called Mo Qigong by High Priest Wenxing, moved his lips slightly, but did not make any sound. This was not an ordinary sound like secret, otherwise it would be impossible to hide from the others present. It should be a similar but more profound spell. It was clear that only Zuolicheng could hear Mo Qigong's words. Even Yixian, who didn't know his name but knew his identity, and the high priest, Wenxing, both turned their heads and exchanged a look. Ji frowned slightly. As for Zuolicheng, he nodded from time to time as he listened. In the end, he even subconsciously glanced at Yixian. Although his gaze quickly shifted back, Yixian's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling about this. This guy was listening to Mo Qigong's orders, so why would he suddenly look at him? The only explanation was that Mo Qigong's orders had something to do with him. With this thought in mind, Yixian immediately raised his guard. Just now, when the high priest Wenxing and another guardian of the imperial family's forbidden grounds were pleading for Zuolicheng, they had a brief conversation with Mo Qigong. Through these words, Yixian now understood that Mo Qigong did not have the same problem as Hao Fangfang. He had misunderstood before. Moreover, the fact that Mo Qigong had been chasing after him and begging for a scolding was not because he was crazy. There was obviously a cause and effect for this matter. It seemed to be related to the obsession or heart demon that Mo Qigong had left behind many years ago because of some past incident. And the reason why he took the initiative to ask the people who fulfilled certain conditions to insult him was probably to get rid of the inner demons left behind by what happened back then. But as for the details of this matter, Yixian obviously could not deduce from the simple conversation between the three of them. He did not even know which part of him happened to meet Mo Qigong's requirements. However, although the previous matter had been clarified to be a misunderstanding, this did not mean that Mo Qigong would not think about him anymore. According to Yixian's estimation, the secret words that Mo Qigong had to say to Zuolicheng were most likely related to him. It just so happened that Zuolicheng had an old grudge with him. It seemed that when they entered the forbidden grounds, he would have to double his guard against this person. Alright, time has been delayed. You all should enter the forbidden grounds immediately. Just as Yixian was feeling suspicious, Mo Qigong seemed to have finished his instructions and looked directly at Yixian and the other candidates. He then repeated the rules of the Holy Disciple trial and added a few more words. The trial will last for a month, but after you enter through the void tunnel, you may not be together. The location you will be transported to is random. Therefore, even if you are alone at that time, there is no need to panic. Once the time is up, as long as you do not die in the void tunnel, even if you are on your last breath, you will be transported out on time. Then, after pausing for a moment, he reminded them one last time, remember, although there are fortunes and opportunities in the forbidden grounds, there are even more dangers. Everything will depend on your own temperament and luck. In addition, this old man's only useful experience for you is one sentence: the forbidden grounds do not belong to our universe. It does not even belong to our endless Milky Way. Therefore, do not use your inherent cognitive habits to presume what you will encounter in there, and even more so, do not be rash to jump to conclusions. Remember, after saying that, Mo Qigong suddenly waved his hand without warning. In the next moment, a total of 10 quasi-holy sons, including Yixian, felt their bodies tighten. Their entire bodies were uncontrollably wrapped by a vast and invisible force as they shot straight towards the 100-meter-long blood-colored weeping soul beast statue in front of the cliff wall at the bottom of the valley. They quickly approached the weeping soul beast's wide forehead spiritual altar. Xiao, among the 10 candidates, the first one to come into contact with the grayish-black light film covering the giant blood beast's forehead was actually Hao Fangfang. The moment his body entered the grayish-black light film, Yi Xian vaguely heard a faint sound breaking through the air and quickly disappearing into the distance. At the same time, just as Yi Xian's body came into contact with the grayish-black light film, Mo Qigong's voice suddenly came from the valley. It was clearly directed at him. "Stinking brat, let me give you a golden saying. Understand it yourself, one evil thought, and you will be evil for life. One good thought, and it will be in vain." Xiao. It was unknown whether Mo Qigong's golden saying was finished or not. In short, Yi Xian only heard a few words before his body entered the grayish-black light film. Following the faint sound of breaking through the air, Yi Xian only felt as if he had fallen into a strange whirlpool with an endless suction force from all directions. His entire body flowed uncontrollably, and even his sense of direction was lost. Everything seemed to be covered in a layer of dreamlike emptiness. Pung. After an unknown amount of time, the muffled sound of a heavy object hitting the ground entered his ears. Yi Xian, who had long since fallen into a daze, finally completely recovered his clarity of mind. Following that, a sudden numbness came from his waist and back. Only then did he realize that the muffled sound he heard was the sound of him falling from the sky and smashing into the ground fiercely. What a mess! Although there was no one around, Yi Xian still felt very awkward. Black lines appeared on his forehead, and then he shook his head and laughed bitterly. He quickly got up and turned his head to look at his surroundings. Actually, there wasn't anything too strange in the surroundings. Boundless mountains rose and fell continuously, and the sky was high and the ground was far away. It was vast and boundless. A sea of corpse fluid. It was clearly on the surface of a planet. Although it was different from the forbidden land of the demonic sage that he knew, it wasn't enough to make Yi Xian so surprised. The reason why he was shocked was because the heavens, the earth, the mountains, and the boundless vegetation. All of this clearly revealed a dense sense of ancientness and antiquity. Even the invisible aura in the void was the same. It was exactly the same as the aura he felt when he saw the giant star tortoise and the desolate golden dragon in the 2 inheritance images when he cultivated the hollow void technique and fused with the drop of immortal ancestral dragon blood. This made Yi Xian suddenly feel like he was hallucinating. Could it be that he had dreamt back to the primordial era? After being stunned for a while, Yi Xian gradually calmed down. Then, he once again swept his gaze to the surroundings. It was also at this moment that he suddenly realized an extremely strange situation. At this moment, he was within such a desolate mountain range, yet his ears actually didn't hear even the most ordinary cry of birds or roar of beasts. It was as if this boundless mountain range, or even this part of the world, was a completely dead land. Thinking of this, the expression on his face slightly changed. Then, his eyes caught sight of a towering mountain peak in the distance. Looking from afar, it was like a heavenly pillar that pierced through the clouds. With luck in his heart, Yi Xian quickly soared into the air and flew towards the giant mountain peak that seemed to pierce the heavens. When he was in the air and looked down, he discovered that this giant mountain was actually like a volcano. There was a huge hollow ring-shaped mountain pass, and the inside of it was hollow, like an endless abyss. Before, Yi Xian was too far away from this giant mountain, so he didn't feel it was real and clear. But now, as he approached, he discovered that the ring-shaped volcanic crater at the top of the giant mountain was about 1,000 miles in diameter. If one reached the top of the giant mountain and looked at the opposite side of the ring-shaped crater, they wouldn't be able to see the end at all. If Yi Xian hadn't fallen from the sky, he would have mistakenly thought that the place he was standing at was actually the edge of the abyss. Yi Xian had never seen such a magnificent ring-shaped volcano before. However, at this moment, the giant mountain peak under his feet, although it had the appearance of a ring-shaped crater like a volcano, and the inside of the mountain was also hollow, it was clearly not a so-called volcano. Because even if it was an extinct volcano, the magma vein activity in the depths of the mountain had disappeared for many years. But even if it was no longer hot, it was impossible for it to be like now. What was spreading out were clearly strands of extremely cold that made one feel thoroughly uncomfortable. This feeling not only didn't feel like a volcano, but more like the aura of hell. This strange situation unknowingly aroused Yi Xian's curiosity. After a moment of hesitation, he quickly made a decision. His figure leaped up, and directly landed at the bottom of the ring-shaped crater below him. As his figure descended, the distance gradually decreased. At the same time, it was also because he was gradually getting used to this dark environment. More importantly, it was also because Xian's figure had to pass through a large amount of floating black fog as he descended. Therefore, not long after, when Xian's figure had descended 70 to 80,000 meters, the scene at the bottom of the ring-shaped crater, which was like an endless abyss, finally became clear in his line of sight. As his field of vision rapidly cleared up, Xian's expression once again changed in astonishment. This time even his Jixing was trembling with redness. It could be seen how shaken his mind was by the scene before him. It was common knowledge that the deeper one went into a ring-shaped crater, the wider it became. This huge ring-shaped crater was the same. Previously, when he was still at the top of the ring-shaped crater, he couldn't see the opposite side. But now, even though he hadn't reached the bottom of the crater, Xian still felt that all around him had become a boundless void. From this, it was enough to see how vast and boundless the bottom of the crater was. However, the shape of this boundless expanse of land was actually a boundless ocean, a black ocean. Xian had never heard of a boundless ocean appearing at the bottom of a ring-shaped crater. But in reality, this wasn't the strangest thing about this huge ring-shaped crater. In the air above this vast ocean that was pitch black and exuded an endless cold aura, there was clearly a layer of dense black fog that permeated the air. Previously, when Xian was descending, he had passed through layers of thin fog. It was obvious that this fog had slowly spread upwards from here. And at this moment, as Xian's figure once again slowly descended towards the boundless black ocean, his vision gradually became clearer. At this moment, through the gaps in the black fog that occasionally moved like waves in the absence of wind, Xian could clearly see that on the ink-black surface of the ocean below, there were countless different shapes, but all of them were incomparably terrifying and sinister floating corpses. These floating corpses were basically all kinds of living creatures, but all of them exuded an ancient feeling of vicissitudes. Xian even saw a black sphere with a diameter of about 100 meters on a corner of the ocean not far away. At first, he was puzzled as to what kind of living creature it was, but as he gradually got closer, at the same time, the sphere also moved along with the slight ripples of the black ocean. Gradually, Xian finally realized that this was clearly a head with facial features similar to a human's, but a head that was incomparably enlarged. It was just a head, but it had a diameter of 100 meters. Was this a giant, or a supreme deity from the primordial age? As this thought flashed through his mind, Xian suddenly realized something. Then, his expression changed again in shock. In this boundless black ocean, there were so many floating corpses of all kinds floating on the surface, almost covering more than 80% of the surface area within the range of his divine sense. Then, what about below the surface of the ocean? What about the deeper parts of the ocean? Obviously, the endless corpses floating on the surface of the sea were only a small part of it. This was because if there were no more corpses, then the vast and boundless black sea at the bottom of the mountain would not be able to pass through at all. Little by little, they would accumulate into an ocean in the end. This black seawater was clearly corpse fluid, the fluid that slowly seeped out from the bodies of the corpses. After realizing this truth, Xian's entire body turned completely cold, and even his spirit could not help but tremble. Terrifying, indescribably terrifying, corpse fluid sea. Corpse flower condensing fruit. Looking at everything in front of him, Xian fell into an indescribable shock. If the Devil Saint Forbidden Land really existed, then this space, this world, was very likely to be a place that had been sealed since the primordial era. It was as if it had been forgotten in the boundless river of stars, and it had become a part of time that had been frozen for countless years. Whether it was the environment and aura of this world, or the appearances of the creatures in this endless pool of corpses, they all exuded a strong aura of desolation that was definitely not present in the galaxy and spacetime Xian was currently experiencing. If that was really the case, then what exactly had happened here before this desolate world was severed and imprisoned in the endless space and time of the boundless galaxy? With this kind of shock and thought, Xian lowered his body once more. Only when he was only 1,000 meters away from the terrifying corpse pool did he stop. Then, on the surface of the pool, whether it was thick or thin, it was everywhere, and the floating black corpse aura started to sway in all directions. After a full half an hour, Xian continued to move in one direction, but he still hadn't reached the edge of the black corpse pool. From this, one could see how vast it was. Even now, the black corpse pond below was still filled with a large number of corpses. Some of the corpses had turned into skeletons, but some still had some flesh and blood. Some of them were even able to keep their bodies intact due to their special bloodline or because they were simply too powerful. However, they were filled with a thick sense of death, which made Xian not dare to approach them. In this place, he had seen too many skeletons and corpses of such enormous creatures. In the end, he was almost numb to them. As Xian ventured deeper into the pool of corpses, he soon spotted a few more islands. Yes, it was an island, but it was an island of bones. A large number of skeletons, perhaps due to the power of the corpse pool's internal flow, slowly gathered together and squeezed closer and closer together. The gaps between the skeletons became smaller and smaller. In the end, they joined together and formed this strange island made up purely of endless corpses. Xian gathered his courage and landed on one of the islands. Then, he slowly walked with a shocked expression. The ground under his feet and everything on the island that he could see, whether it was the craggy peaks or the cave-like openings that occasionally appeared on a bone peak, everything was made up of skeletons. Even with Xian's temperament, he couldn't help but feel a sense of fear as he stepped on this island of bones. There was also an indescribable feeling towards life. This made his mind suddenly brighten up. He didn't dare to say that it was an epiphany, but at this moment, his state of mind did indeed have an effect that was close to sublimation. One's realm could be improved, but the cultivation of one's state of mind required luck. Just based on this inexplicable understanding of the state of mind, Xian didn't come in vain this time. He couldn't see anything at the moment, but he would benefit a lot in the future because of this. Rumble. Rumble. At this moment, the endless corpse pool outside the island of bones suddenly emitted a continuous series of dull roars. Xian's body shook and he subconsciously turned his head to look. Through the endless surface of the black corpse pool, Xian could clearly see numerous invisible whirlpools wreaking havoc. In addition, a powerful airflow inexplicably appeared above the corpse pool, causing the black corpse aura above the pool to surge. All of this directly caused the countless corpses of living beings that floated within the corpse pool that had been deathly still for so many years to actually come to life at this moment, and the hideous and terrifying corpses and skeletons made various movements under the surging and surging of the pool of corpse fluid, causing it to be indescribably horrifying. At this moment, the endless corpse pool seemed to come to life. The inexplicably surging airflow stirred up a torrential wave of corpses and wind. At the same time, there were roars and howls that sounded like roars and howls that rang out. This was caused by the invisible airflow passing through the gaps between the skeletons during the violent flow. But in such an environment, how could these roars and whistles not be the unwillingness and anger of the countless creatures floating in the endless corpse pool? Rumble. Gotcha. Just as Xian was shocked by the sudden change in the boundless black corpse pool, he was dumbfounded on the island of bones and didn't have any reaction to it. Just in front of his sight, in the pool formed by the endless black corpse liquid, a black round object with a diameter of a meter suddenly rushed out. It looked like a black thunder ball, and its interior was extremely unstable. The black energy in the ball could be vaguely seen rotating and surging endlessly. After rushing out of the corpse pool, it soared into the sky. It didn't explode until it reached a height of about a kilometer. With this explosion, an electric net burst out in an instant, quickly spreading in all directions. It was indeed a lightning ball, but its energy was not the lightning attribute energy of nature. Instead, it came from the bottom of the pool. If he was not mistaken, it should be a large amount of corpse aura and even the evil thoughts of these creatures that had died. Under the pressure of the pool water, they gradually gathered together and condensed inward under the pressure of the pool water, becoming denser and denser before finally forming the lightning ball. Boom. Rumble. Gotcha. Just as these thoughts flashed through Xian's mind, the surface of the corpse pool in that area once again rushed out of the corpse thunder ball. There were big and small, and it was unknown what kind of power caused it, but it actually shot towards the top of the pool one after another. After reaching a certain height, it suddenly exploded, bursting out with corpse electricity. Although there were different sizes of corpse lightning, they were all pitch black in color. However, after these corpse thunder exploded, although there were strong and weak corpse electricity, there was clearly a more obvious difference. This point quickly attracted Xian's interest. That was the color. At first, the corpse thunder that burst out after the corpse thunder exploded was black, but in the large number of corpse thunder that exploded later, there were clearly some lightning of other colors. Red, green, even gold, just as Xian was puzzled by this strange phenomenon and faintly felt that there was something hidden in it, the sky suddenly brightened at this moment. In that area, about 100 kilometers in radius, the black corpse gas that filled the air above the pool was finally ignited by the corpse electricity that spread out after the corpse thunder exploded. It was the burning of the corpse gas that brought about the light, but it revealed a strange pale color. It was also at this time that Xian suddenly saw a delicate flower under the monstrous corpse flames. It was also at this moment that the notification of the devouring system quietly sounded in his mind. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. May you pluck more, nine-eyed golden crystal, pluck more? Xian was dumbstruck. His mind was spinning. Unknowingly, he recalled what Li Mosquito had explained to him about the multi-eyed sense crystal. The multi-eyed sense crystal referred to the demonic sense star crystals with eye halos. An ordinary devil will star crystal was just a translucent black crystal. The crystal was completely empty, and there was nothing inside. As for the multi-pupil sense crystal, one could see layers of halos that resembled pupils within the crystal. The minimum number of halos was 1 to 9. The more halos there were, the higher the grade of the crystal. Therefore, if the multi-eyed sense crystal was further divided, it could be called the single-eyed sense crystal, the dual-eyed sense crystal, the 8-eyed sense crystal and the 9-eyed sense crystal. If Li Mosquito was right, then wouldn't the 9-eyed sense crystal be the highest grade among all the multi-eyed sense crystals? Wasn't his luck a little too good? One had to know that according to Xian's understanding, even in the entire devil cultivator race, the true upper echelons only had a few multi-eyed thought crystals in their hands. Even if it was a single-eyed thought crystal, it would only have a single dazzling thought crystal. The mind power in this sense crystal was different from the normal demonic sense crystal, which didn't have any eye effects. It was more advanced. Therefore, many high-level martialists of the demon man race would only absorb the advanced mind power of the multi-pupil sense crystal when they had a breakthrough in their mind power or when they felt that their mind source cores were about to transform. They could make use of this effect to break through in one fell swoop. Even so, according to the information that Xian had obtained from the Black Mosquito Star Web database, the highest grade multi-eyed sense crystal that had ever been found in the demonic man race was only an 8-eyed sense crystal. Because it was silvery white, this sense crystal was called an 8-eyed silver crystal. It was treated as the race's most precious treasure and kept in the demonic Emperor Star's Saint Demon Ancestor Hall. Even the Demon Emperor couldn't bear to use it. Now, he had inexplicably come across a 9-eyed golden crystal. The 8-eyed sense crystal was silver, and the 9-eyed sense crystal was gold. This was in accordance with the rules, but besides Xian, no one else in the demonic man race knew that the 9-eyed sense crystal was actually gold. Because they had never seen it before, Xian was indeed shocked by the fact that he had unexpectedly encountered a top-notch 9-eyed golden crystal. However, this was not what he was more surprised about. Instead, this multi-pupil thought crystal was actually produced in the corpse pond. It was formed from a very beautiful plant in the corpse pond that could be called a corpse flower. After undergoing the baptism of corpse thunder, corpse lightning, and corpse flames, the flower grew into fruit. This fruit was the multi-pupil thought crystal. All of this was simply inconceivable. Xian had previously thought that this was most likely a type of mineral. At most, it was produced in a special place. But at this moment, everything in front of him clearly confirmed the strange reality of the corpse flower condensing fruit turning into polychoria. Rumble, boom. Kacha, just as Xian was in a daze as he stared blankly ahead. However, his mind was rapidly spinning as he analyzed everything. In the area of the corpse pond in front of him, the corpse lightning in the depths of the pond still rushed into the sky one by one and exploded. Then, the corpse lightning burst out and entered the raging corpse flames that enveloped the entire area of the pond. However, the area where the corpse flames burned in the sky was only this 100-mile radius of the corpse pond. It did not spread out and affect the entire boundless black corpse pond. This was because the corpse chi that filled the entire surface of the pond was not a hole. They were like clouds, with a small canopy here and a large canopy there. There would be some gaps between them. When the corpse lightning in this 100-mile area exploded, the invisible airflow that was produced unknowingly pushed away the corpse chi that filled the air around the edge of this area. Under such circumstances, when the corpse chi in this area was ignited by the corpse lightning, the corpse flames burned along with the corpse chi to the edge. When they encountered a separation zone where there was no corpse chi, the corpse flames stopped burning. The corpse chi at the edge was pushed away by the invisible airflow, leaving behind a ring without corpse chi. It was the same as when a forest fire broke out, cutting down trees outside the fire to form a line of separation. In short, the blazing corpse flames only wreaked havoc in the air above the 50-kilometer radius of the pool and didn't spread to the entire corpse pool. Otherwise, Xian wouldn't have any other choice but to take the risk and quickly escape from the corpse flames. At this moment, as the flames that were spreading out finally stopped, they were restricted to the area above the corpse pool that had a radius of 50 kilometers. At the same time that Xian's heart relaxed, his gaze swept through the area beneath the monstrous corpse flames. His entire body instantly became excited once again. Corpse flowers again, and there was more than one. Previously, he had clearly glanced over this area of the corpse pond. Not to mention more corpse flowers, in fact, even the corpse flower that had just condensed the nine-eyed golden crystal fruit appeared inexplicably. Xian originally thought that he did not pay attention at that time, but now it seemed that as a large number of corpse flowers were captured by his gaze, the first corpse flower clearly did not exist before. It was the same as the large number of corpse flowers that appeared in his line of sight now, appearing inexplicably and suddenly. As for the reason why these corpse flowers appeared, there was no need to think too much about it. It was clearly because of the corpse flames that were triggered by the corpse lightning. It was as if they had to go through the baptism of the corpse flames before they could condense the fruit-like multi-eyed thought crystal in the bud. Therefore, before the appearance of the corpse flames, even if there were corpse flowers in a certain corpse pond, they were hidden and would not appear easily. Only when the corpse flames erupted would they take the initiative to appear in order to undergo the baptism and condense the fruit crystals. Although the truth of the matter might have other details, according to Xian's analysis and deduction, this should be the main theme. Of course, regardless of the facts and the truth, as well as the reason or principle, those were actually minor details. It was not important to understand them or not. For Xian, the most important thing was that this time, he was probably going to reap a great harvest. At a glance, in the area of 100 square miles where the corpse flames were burning fiercely in the sky, there were at least 100 demonic corpse flowers that appeared on the surface of the corpse pond. Apart from the initial golden corpse flower, Xian saw another 3 golden corpse flowers, as well as about 7 to 8 silver corpse flowers. Apart from that, the other 100 corpse flowers were all black. It was only a small area of 100 square miles, but there were more than 100 gigantic demonic corpse flowers that appeared out of nowhere. At this moment, they were all bathed in the corpse flames above, swaying slightly with some kind of invisible airflow that was emitted by the corpse flames. This scene revealed a cold and demonic beauty, and it caused Xian to suddenly think of a sentence that contained an artistic conception. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The secret of the perception crystal. More than 100 incomparably beautiful corpse flowers caused Xian to become excited. The only reason why he had gone through so much trouble to come to the Devil Saint Forbidden Land was to find the multi-pupil perception crystal so that the fragment of the immortal level superbrain, which was the core of his personal star communication system, could grow rapidly. Only in this way would he be able to obtain a wider range of information through the improvement of his personal star communication system's capabilities. Only in this way would he be able to grow rapidly in the context of the universe. Of course, finding the origin of engulfment, which had become the currency of the devouring system, was also one of his goals. However, as long as he had a wider range of information, he would be more confident in finding the origin of engulfment. Therefore, this goal was actually included. Previously, he was worried that even if he entered the Devil Saint Forbidden Land, he would not be able to find the multi-pupil perception crystal. How frustrating would that be? After all, the Devil Saint Forbidden Land was in the vast void of the Milky Way. It was bound to be vast. Finding the multi-pupil perception crystal, which was only the size of a fingernail, would be like finding a needle in a haystack. In fact, according to Xian's understanding, there were not many multi-pupil perception crystals in the entire demon tribe. Even the real upper echelons of the imperial family only had a few. It was obvious how low the probability of it being produced was, however, all his worries and concerns were now gone. Even if the sense crystal fruits produced by more than 100 demonic corpse flowers could not allow the fragment of the immortal level galaxy fun brain to grow into a complete immortal level galaxy superbrain, it was still possible for it to grow into a complete immortal level galaxy superbrain. It could at least increase its quality and level by 1 or 2 times, right? This at least ensured that Xian did not come in vain. Apart from other unexpected gains, such as the inexplicable improvement of his state of mind, he had finally gained something from his original goal. Of course, it was not easy to come here. It would be impossible for Xian not to think about obtaining more multi-pupil perception crystals. However, as soon as this thought appeared, it was immediately thrown to the back of his mind. Now was not the time to be greedy. If he wanted to be greedy, he had to at least wait until he obtained the 100 over multi-pupil perception crystals in front of him. Otherwise, he would be too speechless if he thought of other things before he even got his hands on them. With this kind of excitement in his heart, Xian stood at the edge of the island of bones beneath his feet. However, his gaze was fixed on the surface of the corpse pool that had a radius of 50 kilometers in front of him. Soon, as time passed, the corpse flames above the pond gradually weakened. After all, no matter how dense the corpse chi was, it would eventually run out. Once the corpse chi was gone, the corpse flames would naturally die out. At first, Xian was worried that after the corpse flames disappeared, these demonic corpse flowers that appeared because of the corpse flames would once again return to the depths of the corpse pool. If that was the case, then Xian would be overjoyed, wasting his expression, and being excited for nothing. However, at this moment, when he saw a few corpse flowers at the edge of the area, after the corpse flames above them had died out, they still swayed slightly and steadily stayed at the edge of the pool. When he saw that they did not disappear, Xian's slightly anxious heart finally calmed down. It was good that they did not run. If they did not run, then there was no need to rush. There was no need to risk some unknown danger under the corpse flames and immediately go to pick them. More than 10 minutes passed. At this moment, the corpse flames above the 100-mile-wide corpse pool had shrunk by more than half. The diameter of the corpse flames was only 1/3 of its original size, burning above the central area. Xian held back for a long time. Finally, at this moment, he leaped up and rushed toward that area. After all, there were no more corpse flames at the edge of the area. However, there were 30 to 40 beautiful corpse flowers swaying gently there. The swaying made Xian's heart itch unbearably. Soon, with excitement in his heart, Xian finally arrived at the edge of the 100-mile-wide corpse flame area. The first thing he rushed toward was a golden corpse flower. In this 100-mile-wide area, there were now 4 golden corpse flowers and 8 silver corpse flowers. Among the 4 golden corpse flowers, the other 3 were in the central area. There were still corpse flames burning above them. Therefore, Xian did not pay attention to them. He would first get the one in the periphery. As this thought flashed through his mind, Xian's rapidly approaching figure finally approached. But it was also at this moment that his figure, which was moving at an extremely fast speed, suddenly shook. He sucked in a breath of cold air, and his entire body trembled violently. It was too unexpected. If it were not for his courage, if it were someone with less courage, he would have been scared out of his wits. Previously, because the distance was too far, Xian could see the corpse flowers. After all, each corpse flower, including the flower stem, was about a meter tall and was considered a large flower. However, although he could see the flowers, he could not clearly see the situation at the bottom of the flower stem because of the distance. However, now that he was close, he could naturally see it clearly. It was precisely because of this that he was given a great fright. Because this golden corpse flower did not come from the corpse pond below. Instead, it grew from the mouth of a living creature's corpse that was facing up. Its roots were deeply buried in the corpse's wide-open mouth. It gave people the feeling that after the corpse died, someone threw a flower seed into its mouth. Now, that flower seed sprouted and grew from its mouth. Not only did it grow into a demonic corpse flower the size of a meter, it even bore a golden crystal fruit the size of a pigeon's egg. As this conjecture flashed through his mind, Xian's entire body trembled slightly. He subconsciously looked around. Every demonic corpse flower that he saw was indeed growing from the mouths of corpses that were facing up. one flower was an accident. If there were 2 or 3 flowers, he could still use this excuse to deceive himself. However, now that every flower that he saw was like this, then, was there any need to deceive himself? There was no doubt that these corpse flowers grew from the mouths of the living creatures in the pond. Previously, Xian did not see them. It was not because they were hiding in the pond and did not come out, but because they had not been born yet. After the corpse gas in the sky turned into corpse flames, due to some unknown inducement, they suddenly grew rapidly from the mouths of the corpses and condensed into crystal fruits in the blink of an eye. This was already a fact and could not be doubted. However, what was the reason for all this? Was it because these living creatures that grew corpse flowers had some special characteristics, or was this terrifying corpse pond really a certain existence that, in order to plant corpse flowers and collect crystal fruits, collected and even personally created countless corpses of living creatures and threw them into the pond, using them as fertile soil to grow flowers? As he calculated all this in his mind, Xian suddenly felt an incomparably mysterious feeling towards the golden crystal fruit in the center of the huge flower plate of the golden corpse flower. A huge harvest. After suddenly discovering that these demonic corpse flowers were actually growing out of the mouths of ancient creatures, Xian was somewhat absent-minded. Suddenly, he inexplicably felt a mysterious and strange aura. It seemed to be shrouding the sky above this endless corpse pool, hiding around his body. It gave birth to an inexplicable feeling of unease. It was like a suspicious ghost. At this moment, no matter how Xian looked at his surroundings, he felt that it was strange. His entire heart was thumping wildly. However, this kind of fluctuating change in his state of mind very quickly disappeared under his strong efforts to pacify himself. Following that, Xian took a deep breath and shook off all the miscellaneous thoughts in his mind. He reached out his hand and plucked the golden crystal fruit in the center of the huge flower disc of the golden corpse flower. No matter what secrets there were, he was already here. He had already seen the multi-pupil perception crystal. It was even right in front of him. If he didn't take it, what kind of logic would that make? As for whether there would be any other consequences, or whether there were unfathomable hidden dangers behind this multi-pupil perception crystal, these were not things that he needed to consider now. He would slowly think about it in the future. He had to get the thing first. Thinking like this, Xian had already pinched the golden crystal in his fingers. With a light lift, it was separated from the flower disc of the demonic corpse flower. Xian held it in front of his eyes and examined it carefully. First of all, it was golden. It was the size of a pigeon's egg and had a prismatic shape. There were countless small prismatic refraction surfaces on its surface, just like a polished diamond. Therefore, when Xian held it in his hand and examined it carefully, he felt that it was unbelievably beautiful. And in this prismatic golden crystal, Xian counted carefully. There were indeed 9 layers of pupil halos. The outer layer was the largest, wrapping around each other. When it reached the innermost 9th layer, it was just a small dot. Suddenly looking at it, it really did seem like he was looking at an eyeball with 9 layers of pupil halos. It was a kind of dazzling, as if he looked at it seriously, his mind would be immersed in the illusion. Other than that, Xian didn't notice any other abnormalities or special colors for the time being. Right at this moment, just as he was about to keep this precious 9-eyed golden crystal into his undying world, he unexpectedly discovered a situation that caused him to jump in fright. Very quickly, his jaw dropped in astonishment. In his line of sight, the gigantic demonic flower from which he had taken the 9-eyed golden crystal was rapidly dissipating in an almost illusory manner. This process had obviously started a while ago, probably right after he took out the 9-eyed golden crystal. It was just that Xian was too preoccupied with examining the 9-eyed golden crystal in his hand to notice. At this moment, half of the bewitching corpse flower had already dissipated. It did not wither, nor did it collapse. Instead, it turned from a material object into an illusory golden speck of light. From top to bottom, it rapidly dispersed and disappeared. This type of miraculous disillusionment quickly reached the root, extending into the mouth of that creature's corpse that had its mouth wide open. However, everything didn't stop there. Very quickly, that corpse also started disillusionment, starting from its face and spreading to its entire body, rapidly turning into golden specks of light and dissipating. Not sure if it was an illusion or not, but Yi Xian clearly discovered that this creature that originally had its mouth wide open and looked incomparably ferocious seemed to have the bloodline of an ape, but had a pair of gigantic wings on its back. The process of disillusionment was transmitted from the corpse flower to its body, starting from its face. Its originally ferocious expression seemed to have turned into tranquility. Even its originally angry mouth was closed, as if it had been freed from its torment and was relieved. Very quickly, under Yi Xian's astonished gaze, the entire corpse that was about 3 meters tall had completely turned into a small golden speck of light in less than a minute, disappearing without a trace. Looking at the empty space between the corpses on the surface of the pool where it was originally located, Yi Xian suspected that he was in a dream. Everything was too unreal. After calming himself down, Yi Xian flipped his hand and kept the 9-eyed golden crystal in his body, placing it in a small crystal box to prevent its energy from dissipating. Yi Xian still had quite a few of these small crystal boxes, all of which were obtained from the Black Wind's warehouse. It should be a special item prepared by the demon army to store some kind of energy that dissipated easily. There were exactly 100 of them in total. Following that, he did not continue to delay, turning around and rushing towards the other corpse flowers. This time, he did not hesitate and directly plucked the multi-eyed sense crystal from the center of the corpse flowers, keeping it in the undying world in his body, storing it in the small crystal box, before moving on to the next corpse flower. As he continued to pluck the corpse flowers, Yi Xian would occasionally turn around to look at the corpse flowers that he had just plucked. As expected, he discovered that after every corpse flower's crystal fruit was plucked, it would be like the first corpse flower, disappearing from the bottom to the bottom, and finally to the root, passing this disillusion to the creature that nurtured and nourished the corpse flower. Finally, the corpse marrow also carried a kind of relieved and liberated aura, disappearing completely. After every pluck, it was the same. The only difference was the color of the small specks of light that quickly dissipated when disappearing. When the golden corpse flower dissipated, what appeared was countless golden specks of light. When the silver corpse flower dissipated, the countless specks of light that appeared were silver. As for the black corpse flowers, the large number of specks of light that appeared when disappearing was a kind of semi-transparent faint black color. After plucking the corpse flowers in the periphery, the corpse flame above the corpse pond was finally reduced to a small area of 12 meters in radius, and would be completely extinguished soon. While there was still some light, Yi Xian immediately sped up. After a short while, he had finished plucking all the crystal fruits in the central area. Then, he flew around in a circle in mid-air. After making sure that he did not miss anything, he was relieved. His figure flashed, and he swept toward the skeleton island that he had previously landed on. Before he reached the island, the light behind him had quietly dimmed, and the corpse flame was finally extinguished. The entire corpse pond once again fell into an endless darkness. Fortunately, whether it was Yi Xian's mental power or divine sense, they could spread out in this extreme darkness, replacing the vision of the naked eye. Therefore, even if there was no light, to him, everything around him was still as clear as a candle's flame. After landing on the skeleton island, Yi Xian took out his harvest this time and began to count them. The 4 9-pupil golden crystals were placed in 4 small crystal boxes by themselves. There were 8 pieces of 8-eyed silver crystal, and they were also stored in 8 small crystal boxes. In addition, there were some black and semi-transparent multi-eyed sense crystals of other grades. Based on the number of layers of pupil halos inside, these sense crystals should be from 3-eyed to 7-eyed, a total of 103 pieces. Gongming Tianyun Yi Xian stored the 103 black translucent multi-pupil consciousness crystals, which ranged from 3 pupils to 7 pupils, in 5 small crystal boxes according to their different levels. The 3-eyed and 4-eyed crystals had the most, with over 30 each. The 7-eyed crystals had the least, but there were still 12 of them. These 5 small crystal boxes were quickly stored in the undying world within Yi Xian's body. After that, Yi Xian played with the 8 8-eyed golden crystals for a while before keeping them in his body as well. Right now, there were only 4 small crystal boxes in front of him, each containing a 9-eyed golden crystal. Yi Xian examined them carefully and realized that there were slight differences between the 4 boxes of 9-eyed golden crystals. Of course, they were mostly the same. If one did not examine them carefully, one would not be able to see the differences. This difference was reflected in 2 aspects. One was the depth of color. 2 was the number of small prismatic facets on the surface of the golden crystals. In terms of color, even though all 4 of them were golden semi-transparent crystals, the one that Xian picked first shone brighter than the other 4. In terms of facets, the one that Xian picked first had the most facets. There were thousands of facets on the surface of the crystal. Even though the other 3 also had thousands of facets, they had fewer facets than the first one. Even among the 3 nine-eyed golden crystals, the one with the most minor refractive surfaces had 600 less minor refractive surfaces than the first one. Even though Xian could not figure out the difference, he was sure of one thing. Among the 4 nine-eyed golden crystals, the one that he picked first was definitely the best and most perfect one. With this guess in mind, Xian quickly kept the other 3 nine-eyed golden crystals into his undying world. Then, he took the first nine-eyed golden crystal out of the crystal box and played with it for a while before keeping it into his body. He threw it to the devouring system for identification. Very quickly, the system's notification rang in Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained 1 nine-eyed golden crystal. Appraisal complete. Grade, 9-eyed level 9. Quality, perfect 9-eyed. Attribute, primordial mystique inheritance. Do you want to start collecting the primordial mystique inheritance immediately? Wait, Xian subconsciously roared out these words in his mind. He then realized that he had overreacted. As long as he did not give a definite answer, the system would not act on its own accord. However, he did not have the time to be embarrassed. He focused all his attention on the system's notification in his mind. 9-eyed level 9 was expected. Perfect 9-eyed mystique inheritance was. But what was the meaning of the primordial divine ability inheritance in the appraisal result? Why did it ask him to collect the primordial mystique inheritance immediately? Could it be that he would be able to obtain the inheritance of a divine ability after absorbing the 9-eyed golden crystal? Moreover, it was of the primordial level. Wasn't this a bit too much of a joke? If that was the case, wouldn't there be many powerful people in the demon tribe who would have such a primordial mystique inheritance? After all, although the multi-eyed divine crystal was rare, some of the higher-ups in the demon tribe still had 2 or 3 of them. If he didn't figure this out, Xian obviously wouldn't act rashly. What if there were some unknown dangers or even dangers? Thinking of this, he immediately took out the other 3 nine-eyed golden crystals and threw them to the devouring system for appraisal. The result caused him to be stunned once again. The appraisal results of these 3 nine-eyed golden crystals were exactly the same, without a single difference. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained 1 nine-eyed golden crystal. Appraisal complete. Grade, 9-eyed level 9. Quality, normal 9-eyed. Attribute, spiritual origin crystal. Do you want to start collecting it immediately? Basically, the result was similar to the first one. However, in terms of quality and attribute, the difference was like heaven and earth. In terms of quality, the first one was a perfect 9-eyed crystal, but these 3 were normal 9-eyed. In terms of attribute, the first one was a primordial mystique inheritance, but these 3 were spiritual origin crystals, and in terms of the question at the end of the notification, the absorption of these 3 crystals was only a question. What was absorbed was probably only spiritual origin. Of course, it was far from normal spiritual origin. The quality of the 9-eyed level 9 was right there. But these 3 crystals were obviously not like the first one. In terms of absorption, apart from obtaining pure, high-quality spiritual origin energy, one could also obtain a primordial mystique inheritance. With this comparison, Xian basically knew what was going on. It seemed that not all multi-pupil sense crystals contained some kind of divine ability inheritance from the primordial age. Only a 9-eyed golden crystal that had reached the 9th grade of the 9 eyes and was a perfect 9th grade in terms of quality would contain such a divine ability that originated from the primordial era. Therefore, the multi-eyed divine crystals in the hands of the demon dwellers could at most absorb some high-quality spiritual origin energy. Even the 3 in Xian's hands had reached the 9th level of the 9 pupils, but they weren't perfect in terms of quality. They were only ordinary 9 pupils golden crystals, and they didn't contain any inheritances. There was no need to mention the goods in their hands that were like rotten street goods to Xian. After confirming this result, Xian was instantly relieved. Perfect 9-eyed golden crystals were not easy to find. Although this corpse pool was boundless, and if there were golden nine-eyed golden crystals, there might not be perfect level 9, but even if there were definitely not many. In addition, the nine-eyed golden crystals that appeared were very rare to begin with. With this accumulation, perfect nine-eyed golden crystals were basically something that could only be found by chance. In that case, wasn't the value of the perfect nine-eyed golden crystal in his hands immeasurable? In addition, what exactly was the divine ability inheritance contained within this perfect grade 9 eyes golden crystal, a primordial level divine ability? Just thinking about it was enough to move him. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Xian's heart thumped faster and faster. In the end, he couldn't restrain himself, and after putting the other 3 nine-eyed golden crystals into the small crystal box and storing them into the undying world within his body, he finally gave the order to Devour to immediately absorb the first nine-eyed golden crystal and accept the divine ability inheritance contained within. When this order was given, Xian was already sitting cross-legged on the ground of Skeleton Island. He closed his eyes and entered a state of cultivation where he forgot about everything around him. The system's confirmation notification sounded, and then it began the process of absorbing the perfect nine-eyed golden crystal. Very quickly, strands of golden spiritual origin energy were sent into Xian's mind and automatically entered the purplish-black spiritual core in his mind. This process lasted for an unknown period of time. In the end, Xian, who was immersed in the process, was suddenly awakened by the system notification in his mind. One arrow shatters the heaven falling bow. Xian was stunned when he heard those 3 words. His first reaction was to wonder if the system had made a mistake, or if he had misheard it. The 3 words heaven falling bow clearly indicated that it was a magic treasure. Although the name of the bow sounded quite domineering, this small nine-eyed golden crystal was not a spatial magic treasure. How could there be a bow named heaven falling in it? Wasn't he supposed to get a powerful divine ability from the desolate antiquity era? Just as these doubts flashed through his mind, Xian suddenly felt his knowledge sea tremble, as if something had been directly sent in by the devouring system. Could it be that the nine-eyed golden crystal contained the law of primordial era's divine ability? With this thought, Xian suddenly became excited. It wasn't that he hadn't grasped divine abilities before, but the environment and background at that time were different. Divine abilities were closely related to some kind of law of heaven and earth. For example, the void suppression divine ability used by the Void Ladybird Empress in the Black Hole of Life was a type of divine ability that used the law of void. However, the void suppression divine ability that the Void Ladybird Empress had mastered was not complete and was incomplete. Otherwise, with the strength of the law of void, it would not have been so weak. Although Xian had mastered some divine abilities in the past. However, whether it was in the immortal world or the god world, the divine abilities that he had mastered were actually comprehended in the narrow environment of a single star like the 9 heavens star. Although every divine ability was indeed related to some kind of law of heaven and earth, the law of heaven and earth mentioned here was an extremely narrow law of heaven and earth at the level of the 9 heavens star. Now, Xian had already left the 9 heavens star and entered the vast and boundless Milky Way outside. The great shadow of heaven and earth he was in was no longer the inner world of a single star, but the background of the entire vast and boundless starry sky. In this environment of the starry sky, the law of heaven and earth within a single star was no longer applicable. Therefore, the divine abilities that Xian had painstakingly mastered before were all useless in the starry sky world. There was no way he could use it, and now, the divine art he obtained from this 9-pupil golden crystal would be his first divine art in the context of the starry sky. Moreover, this divine art originated from the distant desolate antiquity era. Just this point alone was enough to predict its extraordinariness. When he thought of this, Xian could no longer hold back. He immediately immersed his mind into his sea of consciousness. He wanted to grasp this desolate era divine ability as soon as possible. Even if he could only display a small portion of its power for the time being, it should be enough for Xian, whose cultivation was still low. With such a strong expectation, Xian's consciousness quickly entered his sea of consciousness. Immediately after, he saw the small golden bow that was suspended in the air above his sea of consciousness. Before this, there were already 2 foreign objects suspended above his sea of consciousness. One of them was the spirit source core that hovered in the eastern part of his knowledge sea. The second was the void crystal that was hovering in the western part of his sea of consciousness. And now, this small golden bow that was hovering in the northern part of his sea of consciousness was obviously the third foreign object. This golden bow was clearly in the form of energy. Its entire body was golden, and it was extremely small. It was only the size of a thumb, and there was no bowstring. Needless to say, there was not a single arrow. It was completely a naked bow, however, its shape was rather ancient and mysterious. The bow was composed of 3 parts. In the middle of the bow was a 2-headed monster. Its wide-open mouth was facing up and down, while the upper and lower parts of the bow were 2 bowed humanoid creatures. The 2-headed monster's wide-open mouth swallowed the 2 humanoid creatures' legs and a part of their calves. The ends of the bow were connected to their painfully raised heads, and their mouths were where the bowstring was. Their hands were at the sides of their mouths, as if they were howling miserably. Their expressions were inexplicably strange. Seeing this small and strange golden bow, Xian was stunned. Could this be the fallen sky bow that he obtained from the 9-pupil golden crystal? Some kind of divine art from the distant antiquity era? Wasn't this too much of a scam? A divine art from the antiquity era had turned into a strange small bow. The key point was that it was a defective product. It was fine if there were no arrows, but at least there should be a bowstring, right? Depressed, Xian sighed and extended a wisp of his divine sense over, as if he had accepted his fate. Soon, he touched the small golden bow that was hovering in the northern part of his sea of consciousness. The next moment, an explosion suddenly came without warning. It was like a thunderclap on a dry day. In an instant, Xian's consciousness was shaken, and he almost fell into a deep sleep on the spot. Boom! With this huge explosion, Xian's consciousness shook for a moment. When he finally recovered, he suddenly found that the surrounding environment had completely changed. It was no longer his sea of consciousness, but a boundless void of stars. Even more surprising to him was that this unfamiliar and vast starry sky actually gave him a feeling of déjà vu, and it revealed a simple and boundless feeling of age and distance. It was surprisingly similar to the void of stars where he saw the starry sky giant turtle when he cultivated the void dimension fragment and the golden starry sky giant dragon when he fused with the immortal ancestral dragon blood. Could it be that this small golden bow really came from the antiquity era? Otherwise, as soon as his divine sense touched it, it immediately caused a terrifying explosion that seemed to be the rumbling of the Grand Tao, and then he saw this boundless starry sky from the antiquity era. Screech! Roar! Roar! Just as Xian was in a daze, a different earth-shattering sound suddenly came from the endless distance of the vast galaxy that was filled with an endless ancient aura. There was a fierce roar full of violent aura, there was a roar full of the power to swallow the starry sky, there was also a high-pitched dragon roar that seemed to be able to tear the entire universe apart. Xian's body suddenly shook violently, and he subconsciously turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound. In the next moment, he saw an extremely tragic battle at the end of the endless starry sky. The entire endless starry sky was the battlefield. Everywhere on this boundless battlefield, there were countless powerful beings that could not be seen today. Even though they were separated by the endless starry sky, Xian seemed to be able to clearly sense the terrifying aura that was emitted from their bodies. He could not describe this aura, and did not know what kind of realm it was, but Xian did not doubt that even a supreme existence like the Mad Mosquito Emperor could only be reduced to an ant in the face of this aura. As for being less than an ant. Swish! Just as Xian was shocked, a high-pitched screech sounded out, and a brilliant and dazzling golden light suddenly appeared in the boundless bloody battlefield in front of him. A golden arrow shot out at a speed that surpassed time and space, and instantly rushed to the end of the vast starry sky. Along the way, it destroyed everything, and even the starry sky was cut in two. The ancient and confusing past this golden arrow of light, capable of tearing through the void of the galaxy, soared into the heavens, and as it did so, Xian's body trembled violently once more. He wasn't shocked by its terrifying supreme power, but was shocked by the familiarity of this golden light. Subconsciously, Xian's line of sight followed the direction of the terrifying golden arrow. Very quickly, a figure that was not very tall entered Xian's line of sight. It was humanoid in shape, but its face was ferocious, just like a yiksha. Although its body was only about 10 feet tall, there was clearly a pair of huge wings on its back. They flapped slightly, supporting its body lightly in the air. This was clearly the corpse that Xian had picked the first 9-eyed golden crystal from the corpse pool. It was the corpse that was facing up, its mouth wide open, and the corpse flower that had nurtured the nine-eyed golden crystal grew from its roots. At this moment, the figure raised his left hand high up in the air, and the huge, weird, and ancient golden bow that was gradually disappearing proved this point. In that instant, Xian came to a realization. As it turned out, the reason why the corpse flower grew out of its mouth was not because someone was using a corpse to nurture the flower. Judging from the corpse flower's golden crystal fruit that contained the fallen skybow's divine ability, the birth of the corpse flower and the formation of the nine-eyed golden crystal in the flower disc was clearly influenced by a strand of obsession left behind by the existence that floated in the corpse pool. Only then could it be realized, however, did such a powerful being from the primordial era die in the end. Then, who was it that threw its corpse into this endless corpse pool? Furthermore, were all the other corpses in the corpse pond also supreme existences of the same level as it? It was also what he was seeing right now. Although it was incomparably vivid, in reality, it was in this monstrous battle that happened countless years ago. Had he fallen, then, what was the meaning of this battle? What was the reason? What was the result in the end? As questions continuously surfaced in his mind, Xian was completely at a loss. His gaze gradually blurred, and he shifted his gaze away from the supreme expert who had left behind the fallen soulbow's inheritance. Just like that, he slowly swept his gaze across the battlefield in a daze. A land of endless slaughter with the boundless starry sky as the background. Suddenly, Xian's pupils constricted. His originally dull and sluggish consciousness also instantly sobered up at this moment. Even his body violently shook, and cold sweat faintly appeared on his back. It was another familiar figure. Moreover, this figure, even at this moment, was still entangling him. It was a kind of uneasiness, as if there was a dagger on his back. At the edge of this galactic battlefield, in an area where there were fewer desolate antiquity creatures, Xian clearly saw a blood-red figure lurking on the back of a huge dead star. The illusory state of the energy body, the huge size of a small meteor, and the appearance of an ordinary ape, except for the strange shape of a blood horn on the top of its head. Everything was so familiar. This was clearly the statue that was embedded on the cliff at the bottom of the valley in the forbidden area of the Demon Emperor planet. This was clearly the owner of the weeping soul blood horn that had always been in Xian's undying world, but could not be found no matter how hard he tried. This was clearly a giant weeping soul beast with a blood horn. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Xian instantly felt unwell. This weeping soul beast with a blood horn was actually a supreme existence from the desolate antiquity era. No wonder even the 9-star Ladybird Emperor in the black hole of life did not have the slightest intention to resist when facing its aura. But this was not the key point. The key point was that in this monstrous war that broke out countless years ago in the desolate antiquity era, all the other desolate antiquity creatures seemed to have fallen, including the original owner of the fallen sky bow that Xian obtained. The supreme existence with the power to destroy a part of the sky with a single arrow had also fallen, but this weeping soul beast with a blood horn was clearly an exception. Even though its original illusory body might have already dissipated, the weeping soul blood horn that was left behind clearly contained some sort of mystery. Otherwise, how could this horn be so strange as to be able to freely enter and exit the undying world within Xian's body? Even hunting the 9-star Ladybird Emperor and absorbing its energy crystal body for its own use, could it be that this weeping soul beast with a blood horn really did not fall in that battle back then? Was it sealed in the Demon Emperor forbidden ground where the corpse pond was located together with the corpses of all the experts who had fallen in that battle? Then, what was the matter with the statue embedded in the cliff of the mountain deep in the forbidden valley of the Demon Emperor planet? Was it its original body that was sealed? Was it detected by some kind of power when it was trying to escape from the Demon Emperor forbidden ground and was directly sealed in the cliff of the mountain? Then, what was the weeping soul blood horn that appeared in the weeping soul cave under the Black Mountain Star? Who was it that set up the altar and sealed the weeping soul blood horn there, while his body was shaking violently? Xian's eyes were always fixed on the weeping soul beast in the distant corner of the void in front of him, but in an instant, a series of tangled questions flashed through his mind. All of this made him feel as if his head was about to split apart, as if his sea of consciousness was about to explode. Confusing and confusing, he had thought about it, and even hoped that all this was just him being oversensitive, but in fact, it was simply impossible. Leaving aside everything that had already appeared in reality, such as the statue in the Forbidden Valley of the Demon Emperor planet, the Weeping Soul blood horn in the Weeping Soul cave under the Black Mountain Star, the 9-star Ladybird Emperor's death, and the blood-red weeping soul horn that he had been looking for all over his body but could not find, even if all of this was put aside for the time being. The strange scene that entered Yi Xian's line of sight was still enough to prove that this blood-horned weeping soul beast was unfathomable. At this moment, in the vast battlefield of the stars, countless creatures of the remote antiquity era were all fighting fiercely. Only this weeping soul beast, which was like a small meteor, was quietly hiding behind a huge dead star, secretly looking at the entire vast battlefield of the stars. His demeanor and actions clearly showed that he was trying to pry into her. Why didn't it fight? What was the purpose of hiding like a ghost? What was the purpose or scheme? As he stared blankly at all of this, Yi Xian suddenly felt that the countless primordial creatures in the boundless starry sky were fighting to the extreme, and the bloodhorn weeping soul beast was silently hiding in a remote corner of the battlefield. Gu Chong was spying on them to the extreme. When these two images entered his eyes at the same time, the stark contrast caused him to inexplicably feel a chill in his heart. It was also at this moment that the weeping soul beast, who was hiding in the shadow of the huge dead star, seemed to feel something and slowly turned its head to look at Yi Xian. A mysterious smile appeared at the corner of its mouth. Double advancement boom. Just as Yi Xian's line of sight and the inheritance scene converged with the blood-horn weeping soul beast at the edge of the blood-colored void battlefield, a loud explosion suddenly sounded out, directly blasting Yi Xian's consciousness out of the inheritance scene that originated from the primordial era. It even caused his own consciousness to withdraw from his sea of consciousness and open his eyes. At this moment, an extremely strong light of shock burst out from Yi Xian's eyes. Only now did he realize that his back was covered in cold sweat. It was even more so for his forehead. As a cultivator with the background of the starry sky, if it wasn't for the fact that his mind had suffered such a huge change and shock, such a situation definitely wouldn't have occurred. From this, it could be seen how astonished Yi Xian was. There was a conspiracy. What a huge conspiracy! It was related to the primordial era and had continued to this day. It even involved Yi Xian himself. If there was a string that connected all of this, then this string was undoubtedly the bloodhorn weeping soul beast. However, what he saw earlier was clearly the scene of the primordial memory inheritance contained within the 9-pupil golden crystal. Even though this scene really did exist, it was in the primordial past countless years ago after all. Under such circumstances, how could the bloodhorn weeping soul beast in the inheritance image sense his existence? Furthermore, its blood-red eyes, which were filled with an endlessly strange aura, could actually meet his gaze in reality. That was impossible, but that fleeting exchange of glances was so real. Even if Yi Xian didn't want to believe it, he couldn't deny it. Damn it! What was the reason for all this? What secrets are they hiding? The more he thought about it, the more pain he felt in his head. He wanted to stop thinking about it, but he couldn't help but start thinking about it again. All of this infuriated Yi Xian. Fortunately, Yi Xian suddenly heard the familiar sound of a system notification in his mind, instantly diverting his attention. Ding! Congratulations, host! His cultivation base had increased. Current cultivation base, Meteor Level 2. Ding! Congratulations, host! Source Core Level Upgrade. Current level, Level 6. You have obtained a Mind Power Secret Technique. Would you like to activate it immediately? The successive system notifications instantly improved Yi Xian's gloomy mood. His cultivation base and source core level had both increased at the same time. This was something that had never happened before. This time, Yi Xian hadn't absorbed the source energy of the star core to cultivate the void fragment art. He hadn't absorbed the source energy of the demon's brain or the weeping soul beast's illusory body to condense his source core. However, his source core level and cultivation base level had both. Was a pleasant surprise. However, although the accident came suddenly, Yi Xian immediately understood the reason behind it after pondering for a moment. It was obvious that all of this was because of the 9-eyed golden crystal. After the 9-eyed golden crystal's high-grade source energy had been absorbed by the devouring system, all of it had been injected into the source core in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. The extremely high grade of this pure source energy had caused his source core to undergo a metamorphosis. Leveling up from level 5 to level 6 was simply a matter of course. As for the breakthrough in cultivation, it was partly because Yi Xian had absorbed quite a bit of the star core source energy and had been accumulating it in his body the entire time. All he lacked was an opportunity to break through. Absorbing the nine-eyed golden crystal had been the best opportunity for a breakthrough. After all, the nine-eyed golden crystal didn't only contain the source energy of the star core. Xian had already discovered that there was some other pure energy contained within it. After all, the nine-eyed golden crystal had been grown from the flesh of an ancient powerhouse. It couldn't possibly be just the source energy of the star core. As for these pure energies that weren't spiritual origin energy, after being absorbed, it was obvious that they were the same as the source of the star core. They were directly used on Xian's main cultivation technique, which was the cultivation of the void insight fragment. Therefore, his cultivation in this aspect had also unexpectedly advanced. Overjoyed, Xian immediately felt the power within his body. Sure enough, even though he had only advanced from the first level of the meteor realm to the second level, the higher his cultivation level was. It was also only a small breakthrough. However, compared to before, the change in his strength after advancing and before advancing was even more obvious. At the moment, he could clearly feel that his body was full of surging power. His entire body was in an excellent state, which was simply unprecedented. As for the mind source core in his sea of consciousness, it had undergone its fifth transformation and entered the sixth stage. Due to the increase in the source energy it contained, its volume had become much denser. Therefore, the mind source core had shrunk once again. It was now the size of a green bean, but there was a thick layer of purple around it. Its original black color had become fainter and fainter, to the point where it was almost undetectable. After a careful examination, Xian's mood had completely recovered. The haze from before had been thrown to the back of his mind. Then, he immediately ordered the system to activate the mind power secret technique that he had obtained after his mind source core had evolved to the sixth stage. If there was anything that Xian wasn't satisfied with about this simultaneous breakthrough in his source core grade and cultivation base, it was obviously the mind power secret technique that he had obtained this time. Previously, he had always hoped that when his source core evolved to the sixth stage, he would be able to obtain some sort of remarkable ability related to the use of mind power. However, this hope had clearly been dashed. What Xian had obtained was still the same as before. It was some sort of secret technique related to the use of mind power. However, it was still better than nothing. At the very least, it was much better than nothing. At the very least, it was much better than nothing when his mind source core had evolved to the fifth stage. Previously, when Xian's mind source core had been reconstructed and evolved from the fourth stage to the fifth stage, it had still required some time and accumulation before the fourth transformation was complete. However, when he had encountered the Mad Mosquito Emperor on the Mosquito Beast star and obtained his help, he had immediately skipped this process. However, perhaps due to the interference of external forces during that transformation, when the countless fragments of the jelly-like mind source core in Xian's mind had once again condensed into a crystalline source, Xian had not heard any system notification that he had obtained any sort of mind power secret technique or mind power secret technique. At the time, he had been worried that there wouldn't be any in the future. However, after the fifth transformation of his source core, he had obtained another mind power secret technique, which had finally made him relax a little. Plus, the mind power secret technique that he had obtained when his source core evolved to the sixth stage was more or less stronger than the mind suppression secret technique that he had obtained when his source core had evolved to the fourth stage. This was enough for him. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Spiritual Thunder Technique Ding. Congratulations to the host. Activation successful. You have obtained the secret technique of spiritual power, Spiritual Thunder Technique. As the familiar sound of the devouring system rang in his mind, Xian, who was full of anticipation, was immediately stunned. Spiritual Thunder Technique, spiritual power could actually evolve into a lightning-shaped attack? Xian had never heard of this before. Generally speaking, there were two types of lightning-type attacks. One was to grasp a certain level of the law of lightning and use lightning-type divine abilities to directly trigger the lightning-type attacks in the void. The other type was to use special lightning-type magic treasures to attack. These lightning-type magic treasures first had to be refined with lightning-type materials. After the refinement was completed, one had to go to some starry sky thunder pool or some stars or regions in the void of the universe where lightning-type energy was rich and filled with endless lightning-type energy all year round. After the lightning-type energy was refined, one could freely use this lightning-type magic treasure to launch lightning-type attacks in battle. Yi Xian had only obtained a secret technique of using spiritual power. Obviously, it was impossible for him to obtain any lightning-type magic treasures. Similarly, since it was a secret technique, it was impossible for it to be like the lightning-type divine ability, where one could use one's understanding of the law of lightning to directly trigger the lightning-type energy in the void of the universe for one's own use and attack as one pleased. Therefore, if he was not mistaken, this so-called spiritual lightning technique was most likely a technique that directly used his spiritual origin energy as energy. After some complicated elemental evolution and transformation, the spiritual origin energy would be transformed into the power of lightning, and then used to launch an attack. Although it was not as easy to use as the lightning-type divine ability and did not consume much spiritual power, it was at least much more convenient than relying on lightning-type magic treasures to launch a lightning-type attack. As long as one had enough spiritual origin energy, there was no need to go around collecting lightning-type energy. Furthermore, one had to refine the energy before using it as one pleased. All in all, Yi Xian was quite satisfied. Soon, Yi Xian's mind was immersed in his knowledge sea. 2 balls of energy of different colors were reflected in his vision. These 2 balls of light floated silently in the air above his knowledge sea. Unlike the spirit source core, the void essence crystal, and the strange little golden bow in the distance, they were unusually quiet. The 2 balls of light contained pure inheritance information. The purplish-green ball of light contained the essence of the spiritual lightning technique, a secret technique that Yi Xian had obtained after his mind source core had undergone its 5th metamorphosis and reached level 6. As for the other ball of golden energy, it contained the primordial divine ability, Heaven Falling Bow, that Yi Xian had inherited from the perfect 9-eyed golden crystal. The Heaven Falling Bow, which sounded like an arrow-type magic treasure's divine ability, was rather strange. The entire divine ability was like an imprint, and that imprint was the strange little golden bow that was currently floating in the north of Yi Xian's knowledge sea. This ball of golden energy was the specific method to activate the divine ability imprint in the shape of a small golden bow. It could be said that whether it was the main body of the Heaven Fallen Bow's divine ability, the small bow, or the golden ball of energy in front of Yi Xian, both of them were the key to successfully executing the Heaven Fallen Bow's unique primordial divine ability. Neither of them could be missing. Yi Xian extended his consciousness and sank it into the golden ball of light. Soon, a large amount of obscure and mysterious runes covered the sky and covered the earth as they swept towards his consciousness. As expected of a powerful divine ability from the primordial era, Yi Xian had never imagined such a huge amount of rune information before. There was no doubt that it would take far more than a short period of time to completely master and comprehend this primordial divine ability, Heaven Falling Bow. Under such circumstances, Yi Xian gave it some thought and quickly dismissed the idea of immediately comprehending it. Soon, the strand of consciousness that he had extended earlier quickly withdrew from the golden ball of light. Yi Xian planned to find some free time to properly comprehend the Heaven Falling Bow's divine ability. As for now, he planned to devote all his energy to comprehending the secret technique of spiritual power that he had just obtained, which was the spiritual thunderbolt technique. There was no doubt that the power of the spiritual thunderbolt technique was much weaker than that of the Heaven Falling Bow. This was obvious just from the fact that the spiritual thunderbolt technique was a secret technique of using spiritual power, while the Heaven Falling Bow was a divine ability that was passed down from the distant primordial era. However, for Yi Xian, the primordial divine ability named Heaven Falling Bow was far less practical and important than the spiritual thunderbolt technique, which was merely a secret technique. Perhaps this was one of the main reasons why Yi Xian immediately threw this matter to the back of his mind when he discovered that it seemed to be a rather troublesome matter to successfully use the Heaven Falling Bow's divine ability. At this moment, as the strand of consciousness that he had extended into the golden ball of light retracted, Yi Xian did not hesitate at all and immediately sent this strand of consciousness into another ball of light that was suffused with a dark purple color. Similarly, as soon as his strand of consciousness entered the ball of light, a large amount of cryptic rune information swept toward Yi Xian's consciousness. Although the amount was still enormous, if it was compared to the enormous amount of rune information within the golden energy ball from before, it was obviously much, much less. They were simply not existences of the same level. Yi Xian roughly estimated that based on the amount of cryptic rune information contained in the dark purple ball of light, he would be able to completely grasp the secret technique of using spiritual power within half a day at the latest. In terms of time, it was obviously acceptable. After confirming this, Yixian's entire body seemed to instantly become excited. He didn't hesitate any longer and poured all of his attention into it. Very quickly, he entered a profound state where he forgot about everything and wandered around in this mystical world where spiritual energy was used as a secret technique. Time passed slowly. Yixian, who was completely immersed in the profound method of using spiritual power contained in the dark purple ball of light, had completely lost consciousness of time. Unknowingly, a full 3 days had passed. This had far exceeded his initial estimate of the time he would need to comprehend the spiritual thunderbolt technique. Fortunately, although the original estimate of time had been extended by several times, it was only 3 days. For Yixian, who could spend an entire month in this mysterious Saint Devil Forbidden Area's void, it was barely acceptable. End of chapter 29:12. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.